Chapter 1: The Arrival of My Biological Father. Adel Olufman stood at the doorway impeccably dressed. Inquired, "Are you Shang-Chi?" "Yes." "Is there a birthmark in your right breast?" Shan's face flushed, Heraeus glimmering with a hint of anger. Such a statement from a man she had just met was soon deniably intrusive. If were merely being lewd, his expression was far too impassive and distant, devoid of any emotion. It was less to demeanor of Arabian moria contatado of an interrogator. "Yet how did this man know of the mark on her breast?" Seemingly sensing her discomfort, he paused briefly, gazing gather intently before his king again. "4 years ago, at Royal City Hotel, did you mistakenly enter throne room?" Shan's eye was taken aback. Heraeus widened ginginch. She was single-fed in profound astonishment. She vividly recalled that a full night 4 years prior that irrevocably altered her life. Had it not been for that, she would not have become pregnant, nor will she have a child now. "How could you possibly know?" Themon pressed his lips together, stating simply, "That night, it was I." Shan's eyes widened, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. 5 years ago, as a sophomore, she had mistakenly entered her own room while returning to her hotel after a friend's birthday celebration, and had inadvertently lain in throng bed. In her drunken stupor, she thought she was hallucinating when she spotted a large black dog on the king-sized bed. Shan's had always at her cats and dogs, both had been unable to keep any due to her transient lifestyle. In her reckless boldness, Sheklin began to Thebadan began to pet the dog, unafraid of being bitten. Before long, she found herself alone with an extraordinarily handsome man. At first, she believed herself to be experiencing a vivid dream, perfectly willing to play alone. The next morning, she was jolted awake by a barrage of phone calls, groggily answering tolerant that her beloved grandmother, who had cared for her for Rodkid, had passed away. In her panic, she collapsed to the floor. It was only then that she realized she was completely naked, with a manly Ingen Thebe, his back to her. It wasn't a dream. The springtime reverie she thought she had experienced that was, in fact, reality. But there was not immediate well in it. She hastily dressed, leaving the hotel without having glimpsing Themon's features, suppressing her discomfort as he exited. Orphaned from engaged, she had moved from one relative shama to another, until Ethiojofton, a distant aunt, took but inherent brought her to live with her. Over the years, her grandmother had treated her with great kindness, and she had envisioned a future where she could repay her grandmother's love after graduation. Little did she expect that their grandmother would pass away as eventi. Shanze found it unbearable after years of longing for true love. That person was Nagon. Grief, pain, and despair loomed over her head like a heavy storm cloud, inescapable and omnipresent as he moved through life. Beautiful landscapes and delectable food could not dispel the darkness above. Everything felt devoid of meaning, and it was during this isolation that she discovered she was pregnant. "You possess a sensitive constitution. This child may be your only one," the doctor had said. Thus, Shan's eye withdrew from her studies. Throughout her life, every time she resided with relatives, she could never keep integrate into their familial bliss. She was always an outsider, observing from the periphery. She lacked parents and siblings, but she could still have her own child in the future. Nuna could fathom how be a pleasure in it for her own offspring. She was determined to give birth to a child it was necessity for her. Her grandmother's old house had been reclaimed by her relatives, leaving her with nowhere to go. With an infant in tow, she could not afford school, so she rented a modest apartment and devoted herself to finding work. This run weather will toll to live. During Theta fest times, she worked multiple jobs each day. Yet whenever she heard her child jiggling on her back as he toiled, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her. In this world, those who loved her were few, while those who despised her were many. Their joy had stemmed from blood relations was something that no amount of wealth could replace. A void remained eternally unfilled. Little did she anticipate that the enigmatic man, akin to a ghost, would seek her out. At that moment, Themon surveyed her dilapidated hallway, the rusted railing, and frowned sadly. "Is this truly where you have lived with our child all these years?" Shan's eye replies. However, she was already planning to move her newly purchased home was finally ready for occupancy. "I am going," heightened his voice devoid of emotional inflection. "Ye have come to look at one door child to different place." Though his words were delivered with apparent normality, his piercing gaze and cold, black pupils born a warmth, reminiscent of something other than human. The sensation was eerily familiar to Shan's ears on occasionally accompanied the same killing demeanor, his pitch black eyes devoid of any emotion. It was akin to the gaze of a predatory animal, sending shivers down her spine. Shet hot of wolves. In her 25 years of life, she had encountered numerous individuals, often gazing intently into their eyes, Buton light as man Anderson evoked such a feeling. It was no tamar illusion. "How did you find this place?" she asked, holding Gwen's gaze perhaps due to the frequency with which she had looked into her senses. She felt no fear of this man stared. "Did you consume something that night?" Back then, believing Jita Bedrium, she had initially recuperated, but later was shed to pape, event thinking she might but have first todi in a dream. Guen Felselen Furtwo second Sand replied, you may consider right as me having consumed something. In Ruth, that night market the inset office annual mating season, which had dune expected lie arrive at 3 days early. He had soft refuge in a nearby hotel, awaiting assistance. However, a human woman harjadin, touching Gandembrasing him, leaving no part of him untouched. Duet of his grandfather being human, a small fraction of human genus resided within Guen's being he wasn't a monster in the traditional sense, fourth world contained more than just pure humans. Yethamens were surrogant, believing themselves Thessoli inhabitants soft world. Thorwolf clan had long resided in the frigid, remote mountains until recent years when humans began to build cities. His grandmother had been drawn down from the mountains and encountered his grandfather, a pure human. When he had regained consciousness, he found himself back in the mountains with his clan. The mating season lasted 5 days, and Emerly needed to immerse himself in the Nique cold spring soft mountains for 2 days to aliviate. Werewolves eredestin to haven leomati in their lifetime, unlike humans and other races, wary of tenthicle, they would rather end derayers in cold springs than casually seek out semianatosatis for their desires. Ironically, in recent times, pure humans also of lifelong partnerships, yet he had witnessed their hypocrisy, observing them while ignet fidelity, also while lying others. They may deem ty promises they could not uphold. He had vowed fromion gagathathas would never be a pure human. Pyromants were greedy, cunning, lazy, hypocritical, and unfaithful, just like his wretched grandfather. His grandmother had remained loyal to his grandfather throughout her lives, supporting him in building their empire, only for him to fall in love with a pure human and hate acquired wealth, ultimately lying drunk in the streets. Yet this grandmother could not escape of the human world. She continued to labor, passing down Tibasinas empire from generation to generation. Guen was the most exceptional heir of this generation. However, duetto his early onset of mating season, he had engaged in the most intimate relationship with every proactive a human woman. His clan had informed him that when he arrived at the hotel, the room where that woman had fled long ago. Entering his room, so enticingly provocative, only to vanish after their encounter typical of a pure human's frivolity he should have known better. Werewolves eredestin to haven leon mate. He could either seek out that pure human woman to share a life with, or live in solitude. Since if that woman had vanished, he hadn't one intention of pursuing her. At the time, he had just taken over the company, overwhelmed with work, and had pushed incident from his mind, thinking solitude was no hardship. The pressures of running the company weighed heavily on him. There were to of werewolves and to many pure humans within Thebasinas realm, complicating negotiations and interactions. He struggled to communicate and coexist with pure humans, who tend to it themselves employing perfume as he found intolerable. He had thought would never cross paths with the pure human woman again, believing the world was filled with them, each city brimming with pure humans. But in Camel last night. On the night of the full moon, when Wasquiat, he heard the Calopheian wolf. A soft, innocent voiceo cub. When he followed the sound, he was taken aback bethescent of his own bloodline. It was a scub. He had only engaged with an pure human woman. He never expected that woman to become pregnant and give birth to his offspring. Every werewolf cub must drink from the spring at the peak of the snowy mountains Bithios of to have otherwise, their skeletal development would become unbearably painful, human medicine proved ineffective. He spent the entire night searching. Helicateth a pure human woman, Shang-Chi. Hesodototo Kescubaway but the record syndicateth that she had worked tirelessly traceth each alone, enduring immense hardship. Thekab was not Salahis. The cub had been born without this knowledge, and over the years, he had done nothing to earn the right to take him. Thus, he would take both mother and child with him. Frowning, he studied impatiently, do not entertain thoughts of refusal or resistance at the refutile, he will no talo mickle to live in such conditions. Uorion lip permitted on adine understanding, doyo comprehend, shanksagazadathis face, wickbori striking gresamblincitorison, andal tautus lot drawn out sound of acknowledgement, it Ruth, she had never trolle considered the possibility of refusal or resistance, as the saying goes, a fuldo es natiki advantagio for bargain, since the child's biologica father had come seeking her, it was inly natural that she would indulge his fulfilled paternal instincts. She turned and entered the house, declaring a wish to see paternity test results between you and the child. Guen replied, certainly. Then where shall we relocate, speak, and ishall assess this white ability. Guen had not anticipated that this woman would possess a keen sense of propriety and willingness to cooperate his expressions often slight lyish halfway up Chingching Mountain at Nanfing Garden. Come in and have see it. Gwen hesitated for a moment before a step inside, hested at the threshold, surveying the dwelling the late wasdom, full swear yellowed, and the sofa appeared somewhat worn, the space was cramped, merely a few dozen square meters in size. It was relatively clean, with attempts neatly airing, beneath the wooden table lay a green inflatablers, clearly a child's toy, full swery adorned with outdate deducational postures for recognizing words, colors, and animals. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of domesticity, equacivident that all thought hemotheran child lived in poverty, their lives exuded warmth. Henedist byth door, a high chart marked with lines, the last mar nearly richethus thigh, the little leon adron quetettel, after all ha himself stood at 190 centimeters. Therum boreas sent that was note and pleasant theorem of milk was strong and dis dark often slightly. Thechild was present within the room he stood with his back to the window observing Gura Wolfgarman Shanjin John the tinna balcony, some belong get to Thechild, Williothur swear Shanksis. Suddenly a commotion erupted from Thechild's room and he seemed to detect something unusual, letting Gaudalo growl. Gwen stepped forward slowly, approaching the doorway. There stood the Lidion in the bed, clad only in a white short-sleeved shirt that reached the knees, revealing his scubby little legs, his round, plump face was framed by a pair of fierce, dark eyes tot ficked intently in Gwen. His mouth opened, revealing twatney, sharp teeth as grolled loudly aow. His shaldy shrar was laced with innocence, no nearing 4.5 years old, his bonesser developing, and without access to spring water from the summit, Hugh was feeling discomfort, causing his small, round facet to flush. Shangshi, after human, couldn't lie amid his child was running gaithaver, should never comprehend the pain he endured at night, ashes skeletal growth suffered without the nourishing spring water. Ow! Ow woo! Thechild continued discrolling, attempting to fend off this perceived intruder, his instincts warning him of the formidable dangerous presence of his Gwen, hefelt the need to protect his mother. Ow ow ow! His cries grew more frantic, perhaps influenced Bethesentofiskin, his soft, black hair stirred, and 12 fiblack wool fierce abrupt lice sprouted from it, yet, being still in his juvenile phase, fierce small and short certainly not Thierson would expect from a pure human. Theechild's growl abrupt faltered, issuing a brief sound before quieting, Hezen said something and hurriedly raised his scubby hand to cover Reezers, fearful of being seen, especially by his mother. Habeli evichi had never noticed. At such a tender age, ha hadel ready discern this differences from others, in this world, being gun like Ivrioniel suasason. Heffelt likey a little monster, covering a smolier sand pouting gashi hid beneath the covers, though his pure black tail remained exposed. Note appearing particularly clever. After concluding her conversation with the person outside, Shangzi entered the room and spotted Gwen stand in the doorway, she furrowed her brow and marched toward him. Gwen observed Felida Yonanthi be drawing increasingly flustered, thrashing Gabu beneath the covers, exerting Galas might to withdraw his tail ears. Gwen spoke, open eye o your mouth hand take 3 deep breaths. Who was instructing? Thechild paused for a moment, then Zemet to mimic the action and in an instant, the small tail vanished behind him. Shangziriak at the Duran lowered her voice, saying, Mr. Gu, Thechild is asleep please do not wake him Heisenwell. Ash spoke, Sheglin said in Totharum. Shanada sedesmo mandante but a sleeping person would not produce such a shape. Baby are you awake, Harry's brightened, and she stepped inside, are you feeling better, are you still uncomfortable? The little Leona revealed his cubifus, which had grown even redder, glistening with sweat an indication of his earlier panic. This sight struck Shangza deeply, causing her heart to clench. Shuadinet Hirayasan rushed forward, trembling to see Kara said her small face, what happened, are you running a high fever again, we must go to the hospital mommy will take you out of the hospital. For half a month, their visits to the hospital had proven fruitless. Despite displaying symptoms of fever, the doctors insisted thought nothing wasemis, they had visited divergent hospitals, Tano avail, some physicians have questioned her mental state. They claimed Herson was perfectly fine. She understood better than Anyona their baby wasn't well. Yet she felt powerless she could not alleviate his suffering each night he would be in excruciating pain drenched in sweat, clutching her hand tightly as she cried in anguish. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Harrius reddened, and she trembled, preparing to co-personate to her arms and flay. Ikno waddle neshahas, Gwen interjected. Shanksa halted. I can savim. There is something within yim that pure human slack you must have noticed. Thechild continued to hide butte after 4 years of being Tagather, how Kudamather failed to notice? The little Leo knew was far too naive. Shang stiffened slightly, clutching her child tighter. Gwen was not enough for circumlocution had little patience and preferred brevity. I am his father and need not be on guard with, ha possesses over half of his wolf lineage human medicine will be ineffective for him. As Gwen's word Shinjin Ther, Philit Leone and Shang Zisserms appeared fatigued, his Moliers is prouting back to attention as she could no longer maintain her concealment. Especially with Gwen present the innates and thick suited was overwhelming. Yet with his mother nearby, he has still extended his scubby hand to cover Reezers, shielding himself from view. A pressed helpless lie against Shang-Chi, murmuring, "Don't look, mommy, don't look, Odin look." Shang-Zi had seen it all she had long since realized. In the past 12 month she had observed it. Gu Wen watched the scene, frowning gaseous stated, "You have placed undue pressure on him, have feared your discovery." Shang-Zi trembled and she hugged Herson tightly, It's alright. Even if I see it, it's of no consequence, mommy Finn's so tatterable do not be afraid." Her lips, mingled with tears, brushed against their son's small ears, "Mommy has known for a long time it makes no difference, Mumolo Besher Babathemist, doesn't sh, don't be afraid." Gradually, the little Leon calmed down, his eyes swidyish a stole glances of his mother, "Mommy?" His fluffy tears regent lie stroked be her, and she looked at him with a warm smile. "Oh, mommy truly isn't afraid." His spirits lifted, hella feed in Shang-Zi's embrace, revealing Istin his sharp teeth, before Isaiah slowly closed a dash drifted off it asleep. Onla when Shang-Zi was certain Herson was sound liasly upted Shigzitharum. She would put away her tears and looked at Gu Wen. "I do not carry what kind of wolfer savage warrior light si rice for Mikkel Torgen hish elf." That very night, with Nadami to collect their belongings, Shang-Zi took her son and left with Gu Wen. Within the opulent estate atop Xingqing Mountain, deep in the underground, the air felt as frigid as winter, blanketed in a scene snow. This was the chamber that Gu Wen had constructed at great expense facilities were stat of art, capable of preserving the coldest temperatures perfectly. At the center of the expanse lay a small pool of blue water. These was the spring water that Gu Wen had brought back from the peak of the snow-capped mountains long ago. Shang-Zi sat in the familiar yet beautiful larger room, her focus consumed by Herson's flushed face, her heart tightening with worry. No wonder, now under the hospital could not identify the problem. She felt absurd for having followed a dam and she had known former whores. What if Gu Wen were deceiving her, toying with her, or perhaps she's up to harm her child? No, speculating further was futile. She had no alternatives left. A desperate mother had no choice but to place her hopes in Thyssen familiar man. After all, Herson bore a striking resemblance to him, and she had seen paternity test herself sekuden likosto believ. The moment Gu Wen entered the room, Shang-Zi sprang to her feet as if she had spotted a lifeline, rushing toward him. "Mr. Gu, have I brought to medicine?" She was too close for comfort. Gu Wen halted, frowning slightly. "Keep your distance." With that, his stepped herrn approached the bedside. 12 clan was particular about their distance from Femolis the only for med intimidabans with their mates. Altug hen Shang-Zi had shared the most intimate of encounters, she was nothismet merely pure human ho had seduced Hymenonite, only to vanish afterward. He held no aversion toward her, but neither did he harbor fondness. What a dance beneath possible between them would remain so into future. The existence of Tekel did not alter his stance. You pure human Sari always clingy, her marked with a hint of derision. At that moment, Shang-Zi was entirely preoccupied with her child, unperturbed by him demianer. She followed him closely, standing a distance behind, Herias Vicadanthe Jada violin hishant. Haramo ved the cap, and a cloud of white mist wafted from the opening. "Wake the child." Shang-Zi snapped back to reality, climbing Ganto Thebadan cautiously cradling Herson in her arms, gently rocking him. "Sweetheart, please don't sleep just yet, take medicina first then now you can't sleep, and I want feelin'." The little Leon slowly opened his eyes. Shang-Zi extend her hand. "Give it to my will feed him." Gu Wen scoffed lightly. "You think you can handle the frigid spring water from the summit of Annisberg?" Theta Chofamir human hand would feel akin to encountering Redutyron, a searing pain. Shang-Zi paused, finding Themon's words rather abrasive, and pressed her lips together. "If I think he alkendoit, then go ahead." Without a word, Gu Wen positioned the bottle subpoenaing against Thicup's mouth, and soon Shang-Zi witnessed her son drinking as though he had stumbled upon ambrosia, consuming it in large gulps until the bottle was near empty. "One bot let no sleep," Gu Wen said, gently stroking Thicup's head. "He won't feel pain tonight." Shang-Zi frowned. "I will keep watch over him." Her apprehension lingered. Gu Wen lingered for a moment, his gaze resting on her dark circly sand slightly haggard face before a smirked, "As you wish." He turned and departed. That night, Shang-Zi remained awake, her child finally leaping soundly after more than half a month. Herson Wastrala saved. A smile crept onto her lips. He had hardly stettering the past 2 weeks, and now, with the weight of stress lifted, she could no longer resist the urge to collapse, ultimately falling ghastly upon the white carpet beside the larger bed. She lacked the nerve to consider climbing onto the bed. At 7 in the morning, Gu Wen entered the room, pausing upon seeing the woman who had fallen asleep on the floor. Heglin seated around the cub, relieved, and turned to leave. As for the woman sleeping on the carpet, he did not spare her another glance. He had no Zarito engage with the human woman. Yet she was, after all, Thecub's mother. Let Somi and Ilsa carry her. There were Malur Wolvus in the household. Book consumption guide. Those seeking gastrong femolelid, an audacious protagonist, or a story laden with effeminism may wish to look elsewhere. I theory a fan of Malilids, this is not for you, as female protagonist becomes excessively submissive in latter chapters. Me writing is not recommended for who favor male or female leads. Please read these again. After all, these incorrigible Thorkin Bequati fear scene response. Reminder: female leaders is self-pitying, self-strategizing. Linwolf do not view him fruit he lens off normalcy, as manifest thoughts are rather peculiar. Alas, Hecken and Libby consider it half a person. Once false for the female lead, he becomes utterly devoted, living his life in fidelity to her, embodying decency of mole virtue. Werewolf lifespan setting. Generally, they can live for 300 years or more. The female elite's lifespan will similarly extend after consuming certain foods. Reminder: the storyline primarily revolves around nurturing Thecub, focusing on everyday simplicity, with all characters being heterosexual. Sweet romance with a happy ending. Once again, the incorrigible Thor may go a little mud in their abusation life is meant for madness, so feel free to insult mil retort nenu shall reveal sweetness. Chapter 2: The Master unaware of his fortune. He descended festers leisurely. The household was filled with werewolves of Fulgenders, who, upon seeing Gwen thriving, came seeking refuge with him. However, lacking skills, nota very own cudisili adaptoth world of more humans susum werewolves would return to the snow-capped mountains after a brief stay. The remaining werewolves felt guilty about freeloading Gat Gwen's place. They cosito help with chores, sweep and gun tending to the garden, settling in with clear consciences. During the day, they would venture outside to play, returning when hunger struck in foot here, quite content. Upon seeing Gwen descend, they greeted him warmly. Master. Themasteris awake. Oh, Master, a cub has arrived at the Mansion. Oh, Master, you brought a human woman inside. They had ventured down a mountain unlike her growing up, and in Gwen's household, they displayed their arsentails, feeling more to see and relaxed. Unlike Gwen, who had been raised in the human world and had long since stayed up tedo having no can had ever seen highs, whether out city or a thome. This werewolves possessed various tail colors. Some had brown earsentails, while others boasted red and black. Isn't the Master Theonohod spy shaman's themist? A woman with red ears and a red tail spoke up. Gwen glanced at Arthur and replied, Hongwei, go to the room and karithut wumantod. Alright, Themaster has given me a task, Hong they dashed up Thespral staircase, vanishing from sight. The other werewolves began to murmur among themselves. Master, may we go and see her cub? Hescurrent Leasli up Buwilzi after he wakes. Gwen sitathed eating table, a massive plate holding gapisav beef the size of a basketball, the faint ridges oozing from it. Hepikidupis knife and fork, commencing his meal. Thecking gathered around him, chattering incessantly. Master, is the human woman you brought back beautiful? Master, is the skenofuman women real attender? Gwen maintained a stoic expression, showing his food appearing unhurried, yet the basketball says that beef was rapidly diminishing. Master, are you planning to marry a human bride? Oh, how envy you Ilsa wish to find a human wife. As soon as this black-brown werewolf finished speaking, Gwen's expression darkened, and Heshota Sharpkazium, what ambition, hey way ace a werewolf, you should aspire for a matovoice a female werewolf. Hawaii retorted quietly, Master, how can you bring a human woman home while scolding for lacking ambition, aren't you also going tobe with a human woman? Gwen scoffed, who said I intend tobe with her, I could never be with her in this lifetime, the fact that we have Yakub is merely a consequence of an accident from my Ursego. Hawaii was stunned, Shice the ono media decide to remain alone for life? Gwen continued eating, coldly stating, well scalded? Master, is thought woman unattractive inato provoked your chaversion, man with green-black hair sunda green tail inquired curiously. Gwen's mind involuntarily recalled woman from last night, Herod Remedi holding back tears, her full lips bitten to vividred. Ugly, oh beautiful? It mattered not. Hen nonchalantly hummed in response. Theother surreptitian laughter, gasherially fatigly, im so curious to see just thou iglesias well see soon, right? Master, how pitiful I don't mendio your infidelity, come, let's live together, a female werewolf with blue-black hair santal mustered her courage, pretending to appease waiters, teasing the master. Gwen remained expressionless, nunned. Hawaii sighed, it truly adore humanaman. Amalu werewolf with brown ear spouted the wantos well but hyignarim iwan thun tingent the mountain sand caught a massive wild boar, bled it out, and brought T best be a submit to her doorstep before dawn cheskrimedin dran away. Gwenlestenem passively, suddenly laughing coldly. How long have I been down he mountain? Have I learned these things in human society already, so easily tempted? The brown-tailed werewolf replied, what can I say, human women are just tookerming. He added, there is a few malur wolvestian liffensith the strongest and fittest moles, master where destin tope eliminate denes womitus weltri our look with human women. The brown-tailed werewolf knitted vigorously, exactly, thought you master Aspen unfaithful, you're a strong and thriving in human society, many families in Thickland would mind, right, home why certainly woldent, and Devon lon why wold billing, right, even by way, there renowned beauty from the snow-capped mountains has confessed her feelings for you. The master right living a little fun recognized fortune oh. Goo one. Hested up, his face darkening, doyo with this fortune for ourselves? He despised humans, yet he had become entangled with own, his commitment to loyalty was paramount of an lower wolves were willing heffelfold betray them, unable to surpass his own barriers. He was destined to live in solitude. This foolish kin echo nemarine the last, actually envied him. Little did heck know, as soon as she finished speaking. Thekin shouted, yes, he want that for chone. Guan, infuriated, turned a damn for work. This back of werewolves was beyond saving. On the other side. Having received the master's permission, home white a shed upstairs, entering thuni cleasonted room. Thirame of tea human woman mingled with the sweet scent of teacup's milk. Oh whoa. She burst in, her force effulentrancy causing her to collit with the double thilampatopa teetering before she caught it just in time. She covered her mouth, startled. The cube remained asleep thank goodness. The human woman lying on the flora. She's awake. Shansheed groggy beheld a figure with larger redir sandisway and gredtail rushing towards her, scooping Harapina Princess Scary and placing her onto the bed. You dot weariest wearing be steers, Shanzai mumbled reaching out, feeling the warm, soft texture. Oh whoa. Ah. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Hongwai blushed, you can tuck theers. Shanziga speed in surprise, theorial? With that, she closed her eyes and fainted. After all, having just encountered another world, she had yet grasp the situation, and now, drowsy, she simply lost consciousness. Hongwi worriedly placed Duran Thibadan fled. Waseth her fall that she fainted, would the master be angry? By that way, this human woman seems quite beautiful. She paused midrin. Sneaking back to Crotchbithy bedside, watching woman's sleeping face, after a while she playfully poked Chang's face with her index finger, exclaiming, it's really true, so tender, she dashed on Hester Senaflary, only to be surrounded by Herkin. Redtail, why are you so frightened, is Shurialith Athadius? Kami on Redtail, just how unattractive is that pure human woman, and what about the cub, isn't it adorable? Redtail, Inades replied, when she comes out, you'll see for yourselves. What, has Redtail been stunned by her ugliness? Why don't Wesneo Kapik? You want to be sent back to Snow Mountain Bithiclan leader, go ahead. Then it'll pass. Suddenly a deep voice from the kitchen called out, bring if you will vesto help prepare food for hot pure human. Blacktail Wagadistaland approached, asking what kindoff would dop your humans like, and what about pure human women, I'm not sure. Themanina Whitechef's outfit was in later to 2 years old, beaut among the clan members and fairy like 20s, he was soon doubted like considered an elder, his bestir santel warinit lay tucked away, suggesting he had been in human society for quite some time with this black hair, asker across his forehead, a broad chest, and robust arms, hiksudi darajit charm reminiscent of what a man's might call a roughman. Heckus will liar marked, pure humans prefer cooked food, one side scooped, it's ready to eat. As for the clan leader scub, just prepper milk, beef, and various babai formulas, we'ven have wolf milk powder, so go anjit ready. They busily prepared the food. On the spiral staircase below, Thalie and Awkward lay against each other, not daring to venture outside, they merely went to catch a glimpse of their humanho hate relationship with their clan leader, along with heterable kubhawik sitting. Thea waited until 10 o'clock. At the staircase's entrance, Asmal, hungry cubard, still carrying Thessentoff milk. They cut a hefo fits for grants, yet the Pakov wolves remained motionless, their eyes ficadant he little bundle. Shangbeo detected a familiar, tantalizing scent, akin to his own, he appended his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth, and growled fiercely, oh. No matter what, he had to assert themselves first. The wolves, with their large ears spurked up, stood frozen after a moment, Thiel Collop said in unison, utterly enchanted Bethiclan leader scub. Shangbeo was taken aback, wash a trulith formidable? Here, manothers ressemble the mere santails including Dan Heffeltine explicably happy and relaxed. The kitchen elder brought a warm bought leaf milk to the table, calling out, cub oreo hungry, come don andiat, where's your mother? Helaka danier sorteland borono distinct wolf flexent. Shangbao hesitated, observing him for a moment before gradual lit ascending festairs. Mother is tired and still sleeping. Felt no discomfort, all he wanted was food. Fielder prepared a cube of milk powder, a piece of beef, sliced cucumbers, and dessert fruits. Shangbao dever de griat deal, his hunger insatiable. Shangsa slept soundly until noon, awakening with a gnawing hunger. Tat felt as if her stomach were pressed against her back. She reached out beside her and found Herson missing. A cold sweat broke out. Tessa sprang up, barefoot, rushing outside, only to see Herson sitting at the center of tea table, surrounded by a group of people wagging their tails. Cub, look at mears, they're dark green and beautiful, right? Cub, check out me big tail, it's black-brown. Cub, what color is yours, show us. For a moment, Shangzai felt as if she had been transported to another world. Was this still the human realm? Suddenly, Blacktail twitched his nose and Redtail raised his easies. Wow, that pure human hack awakened. Then, Shangzai saw Herson scam profitable and rushed towards her. She fought dose of pressure Ferris he descended thestairs and embraced her child. These people, like Herson, had Deerson tails, and for a fleeting moment, she felt relieved, knowing Herson had companions. What did the Wildman tribe describe yesterday? How had they evolved to have Deerson tails, moving towards a beast-like form, Waysatara aversion to ancestral traits? It seemed that the unexpected encounter that night had not involved a dammer human. Perhaps everything had been foreshadowed, serving as a precautionary warning. Over the years, Herson had occasionally accompanied those pitch black, cold eyes, and half a month ago during Gayferish night had revealed this pure black fluffy little ears and tail right under her nose. After the initial shock, she had felt a sense of inuit. Yesterday, Herson's attempts to hide his had pained her greatly. She'd hot herself, no matter what their son was, it didn't matter as long as she was healthy and happy. She held her child tightly, turned it top in her shoes, encouraging herself, up and reaching the tester case, she nervously greeted, hello. A crowd of wolves stared blankly at her from below. Is this what Thekali Kaladigli, was Theklan leader even human? Theklan leader truly was oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Thazna Pidutov thirstu parand warmly invited Shangsi to eat. Shangzai felt somewhat stiff as he descended with Herson, what provided Harrison's of security a thought moment. Last night, Guwen had at least maintained a human form while conversing with her truthfully. She hadn't felt particularly frightened or realistic. Due to Thismond, Tosesha was entirely unafraid would Beely. After all, she was to Namavi, an amusement park, or a comic convention. Human, what is your name? Asked a Daman with black-brown ears. I am Blacktail. You may call me Shanshi. I am Redtail. I am Greentail. This is the food what prepared for you, Doyolikite? Before Shangzili a large plate of fillet with weight of pureed Tobe beef stew with potato is accepted weighs enormous skunk soft beef smeared with whole potatoes. Unknowingly, Shangzai felt her tension she realized they zemed kita pleasant tandi asido jatalan with gradually she relaxed. Inota said thought our Wildman tribe Circe and Tailstruli resemble wolves. As soon as he spoke, the lively atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. After what felt like eternity, Blacktail scratched this nose and said, well, we're Thief Wolfman tribe. My apologies, Shangzai Ridley apologist, awkwardly searching for Rainscape. No worries, oh. Every onuus warman magnanimus, beginning to share stories about Wolfman tribe. Our Wolfman tribe does not reproduces prolifically as humans in total, our population is in a few million. Wolfman and lehavion matiner lefatimian willen lehavcups with that mate we do not settle for less, must 12 men of ir encounter their mate in thusnavir halfcups. However, things shave improved over the years we've ventured down the mountain, and some may have fallen in love with pure humans, resulting in cubs the tar half-wolf, the tribe will likely expand in the future. Blacktail Shilira Fletishare, blushing gash said it would also like to offend a pure human woman Tasharimalifuith. So woo die. Shangzai felt as if she had unlocked her door to his world, revealing a different reality. The spring water of the peak of Snow Mountain is in lay available her with Theklan leader, any cup the treach has 4.5 years old should Bisantharito stay for 6 months. Shangzi was taken aback, do they need to drink the spring water continuously for 6 months? Yes, if Akab does not drink the cold spring water during their bone development period, they will suffer pain and ultimate lipperish. Shangzi Shiart tightened as he egged Herson closely. Thank goodness. At that moment, looking at the wolves, who zemed sought off place in her human world, she felt no tasher to fear. Up in closer inspection, aside from their larger tails, they were no different from Omansel tall and quite handsome. At 5 feet 7 inches, she considered herself one of the taller women among her peers, Yethershust. From no one, I hope I will take a good care of us. She spoke sincerely. Now the Thurston was nur den Ericald, Fesikin Coldesystem. Fun fact to when werewolf kan their per human form theonly possession in the southern wind courtyard, they had only wolf fierce they would never have farars at the same time.
Chapter 3. Moving Mom. When are we going home? The innocent, childlike voice of the cub silenced the bustling hall in an instant. All the werewolves turned their gazes towards them. Shang-Chi bent down, crouching to meet her son's eyes, and gently replied, "We're not going back. We'll stay here, okay? Look, doesn't your body feel better here? Aren't these uncles and aunts so much fun?" Given that Gu-won was the child's biological father and had a healing spring for him, coupled with the presence of so many kin, she felt it was far more suitable for her child to reside here. At the very least, it should be for over 6 months. Shang Bao raised his eyes and noticed the people behind his mother, wagging their tails as if inviting him to play. He pursed his small lips and asked, "Does Mommy want to stay here?" Shang-Chi nodded gently, smiling as she said, "Of course. There are so many lovely people here, just like you, with beautiful ears and tails, right?" Shang Bao's eyes curved with delight as he nodded vigorously. Reaching out his tiny hand to embrace Shang-Chi, Mommy, so, Mommy likes his ears and tail." The werewolves behind them erupted in cheers. "She said we're adorable. She said our ears and tails are beautiful. She has good taste. Awoo, cub. Come live here with us." Listening to the cheers, Shang-Chi tightened her hold on her son, smiling. This environment was indeed more conducive to her child's growth. It was certainly better than raising him alone. Her son was not an ordinary child, and she could no longer adhere to the conventional ways of human parenting. She did not wish to endure the helplessness of not knowing how to care for her son when he fell ill again. In the hurriedness of last night, she had left behind many important belongings at her previous residence. When she mentioned returning to retrieve them, the werewolves immediately offered, "We'll help you move. The master has instructed us to do so." At that moment, Shang-Chi received an unfamiliar text message. 199999. "Let Heiwei help you with the move. TSK. If you don't want to, I'll come." This was Gu-won. She couldn't understand why he would suggest Heiwei to help her move if she was unwilling, and that he would come himself if she refused. Later, she realized that as the mother of Gu-won's cub, it was customary in werewolf society for a male partner to handle such intimate matters as moving. However, their relationship was intricate. Gu-won did not recognize her as his partner and preferred to send Heiwei in his stead. But if Shang-Chi insisted on having the cub's father present, he would come, albeit reluctantly. Shang-Chi felt utterly speechless. She had no idea that in werewolf society, moving required the presence of a partner. What about those moving companies? At that moment, she felt a mix of confusion and exasperation as she texted back, "Heiwei and the others are quite good. Thank you for asking them to help me move. I won't trouble you." From their brief interaction yesterday, she found Gu-won to be rather difficult to get along with. His words were sharp, almost explosive, and compared to the amiable Heiwei, there was simply no comparison. Thus, like humans, not every wolf was easy to deal with. Just reading that message, she could imagine his impatient expression. Even without Heiwei's help, she would rather hire a moving company than ask Gu-won for assistance. Ina-won wanted to deal with the mood of a wolf. Her decision to stay was solely for her son. After a long while, he finally replied, "Heh, suit yourself. What is wrong with this man? Or rather, this wolf? Can't he communicate properly? He acts as if he is displeased, even though she insisted she wouldn't trouble him." Shang-Chi decided to ignore him. They set off with 3 vehicles from the estate. As soon as these wolves exited the estate, they retracted their ears and tails, driving like humans. "Wait, do you all have driver's licenses?" She was astonished. "Of course, I still have a human name and an ID. My human name is Heiwei. Doesn't that sound just like your original name?" In the last vehicle, 2 male werewolves were engaged in discussion. "The master actually asked us to help Shang-Chi move. It seems he truly dislikes pure humans, and no matter how much he dislikes them, you need to maintain a distance from Shang-Chi. Do you know how strong werewolves' possessiveness towards their partners can be? But she is not the master's partner. He doesn't acknowledge it, does he? Fool. Whether he admits it or not is one thing. They have shared the most intimate relationship. She is the mother of his cub. Do you honestly believe the master could be as unmoved as a stone? I've heard that when the master awoke in the snowy mountains, he mentioned wanting to find that pure human woman after descending, but upon learning she had already left, he never brought it up again. Seriously? Is that true? Keep your voice down. I'm just passing on what I've heard." Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Gu Corporation's office, Guwen worked with an icy glare in his dark eyes. It was for the best that she didn't want him to go. He was busy. Moving meant those male werewolves would likely come across her personal belongings and clothing, which would carry her scent. Wait, encountering her clothing would indirectly mean coming into contact with her body? Guwen's expression darkened, and he halted his actions. After a moment, he took a deep breath to compose himself. It had nothing to do with him. Regardless, it was irrelevant to him. He understood that his current agitation was merely the inherent possessiveness of a werewolf. All he needed was rationality to overcome it. 3 minutes later, he called Hei Wei. Do not touch Shang-Chi's clothing or personal items. After hanging up without a change in expression, he returned to his work as if nothing had occurred. All right, thank you all. Please help me return these. I need to move the rest of the furniture to my new place. The new residence was not far from here, just half an hour away. Over the years of taking a break from school to care for her child, she had worked various jobs. 2 years ago, she finally found stability and had saved a little money. An aunt who had run a flower shop for several years transferred it to her before moving abroad to live with her daughter. The flower shop was quite small, under 20 square meters, and she managed everything single-handedly. Later, she started selling flowers online with local delivery, which went well, as her small shop could not accommodate much. She took the plunge and saved up to open a second flower shop. She hired 2 employees for the second shop, which was thriving. She primarily managed the first, smaller shop, as she needed to care for her child and lacked the time and energy. In truth, even if Guwen had not approached her, she would have moved out of the old neighborhood. The new place, a 2-bedroom apartment, was ready for occupancy 2 months ago, but she had been too busy to move, and just as she was about to, her son fell ill. For now, they could only stay at Guwen's place and plan from there. Author S. Note. Once upon a time, a certain lone wolf, Gu, decided to set aside his prejudices against pure humans to seek out Shang-Chi, only to discover she had already fled, leaving him feeling like a victim of a heartless woman, his innocence tarnished. How tragic. Haha. Chapter 4. The pure black wolf cub. After the move, the lively group returned to the estate on the mountainside. As they entered, their ears and tails emerged. This feels so much better. It's much more comfortable to let our tails out. Shang-Chi observed this scene, marveling at the unexpected reality of non-humans residing in a luxurious mansion atop Qingqing Mountain. However, does revealing their ears and tails truly make them feel better? Curiously, she inquired, looking down at her son's soft black hair. Sweetheart, would you like to let yours out too? Hei Wei interjected. Don't worry. Both the cub and the master possess human genes, so maintaining their human forms is easier for them than for us. Greentail added, yes, we only descended from the mountains in recent years. Shang Bao touched the top of his head, blinking his large eyes uncertainly as he looked at his mother. I said okay? Of course. Just remember, once you're inside this estate, you can let it all out. Shang Bao nodded, understanding that he couldn't reveal himself outside. Shang-Chi, curious, gazed at the top of her son's head, wondering if little wolf ears were about to sprout. Feeling her gaze, Shang Bao appeared a bit shy. Puffing up his round face, his black hair stirred, and 2 small black ears emerged. He clutched the hem of his clothes, his little tail wagging gently behind him, his dark eyes fixed on Shang-Chi. Both adorable and charming. Mommy, are you really not scared? In the next moment, he was enveloped in his mother's embrace. So cute. Baby, you're just too adorable. Shang-Chi felt her heart swell. She had fully accepted that her son was a wolf cub, finding him increasingly endearing. Hei Wei exclaimed in surprise, pure black ears. I've heard that the master is a rare pure black werewolf. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Shang-Chi paused, recalling the large black dog from that fateful night. Once thinking it was merely a dream, it turned out to be Guwen's wolf form, and she had mistakenly thought it was just a big wolf dog. Petting it with delight. Oh my goodness. What on earth was Guwen thinking back then? Shang-Chi face-palmed. Who would have imagined that a large wolf dog would appear on a hotel bed? That very wolf dog was a werewolf. In her drunken stupor, she had not only felt no fear but had even petted it with glee. What a bizarre turn of events. Who would believe such a tale? The cub is also pure black. How beautiful, Greentail remarked enviously. Truly worthy of the master. Such strong genes, so exceptional. Listening to this, Shang-Chi curiously asked, do you all really like pure black? Indeed. Didn't you notice? Among the 10 or so wolves here, their eyes into single pure-colored DS. Not that we particularly favor pure black. We simply appreciate pure-colored wolves, as they are quite rare. Shang-Chi cast a glance at their red-black and green-black tails. Pondering to herself that it was indeed true, she inquired, "So, you also have pure white werewolves, right?" "Indeed, there is one renowned for her beauty in the snow-capped mountains. I have heard she is descending the mountain soon. I truly wish to catch a glimpse of her." The thought of a pure white wolf captivated Shang-Chi. She yearned to see her, imagining her exquisite beauty. "All right, I shall tidy up my room." She had not brought much, just a few outfits and her son's toys. The red-tailed werewolf offered to assist, but she smiled and politely declined, saying, "It's just a few things. There's no need. You all should rest." She found this red-black werewolf quite endearing. He was handsome and warm-hearted, albeit a bit scatterbrained, yet undeniably charming. Once she finished tidying, she descended to find the werewolves bustling about in the kitchen, transporting large bags of round cabbages, at least a dozen, twirling them in their hands with ease as they made their way inside. Another green-black werewolf effortlessly carried a hefty bag of potatoes, as if he were handling 2 empty sacks. Darting into the kitchen in a flash, Shang-Chi stood by, utterly astonished. She was certain these werewolves possessed immense strength. The words "I'll help" lingered on her lips, but she could not bring herself to utter them. Instead, she awkwardly remarked, "Do you usually eat these vegetables? I thought you all only consumed meat." "We do eat meat," replied the black-tailed werewolf, who stood before her bearing 10 bags of rice, appearing utterly unfazed, without even a hint of exhaustion, casually stating, "These are prepared for you." Shang-Chi was taken aback. Surely, she thought, she could not possibly consume such a quantity? "In the future, just let us know what you wish to eat," he continued. "The head of the household has decreed that as the mother of the cub, you are entitled to our provision for your sustenance and comfort." After observing her expression, he asked, "You're not upset, are you?" Shang-Chi was momentarily stunned. "Huh? No, I'm not upset. I'm quite grateful, actually." Sometimes, she found it challenging to grasp the thought processes of these werewolves. Why would she be angry about receiving food? Anger had no place here. The main concern was that if she and her child were to eat all of this, it would indeed be excessive. After expressing her gratitude, she subtly suggested, "Could you please inform me next time you go shopping?" The black-tailed werewolf scratched his head sheepishly. So we bought too much. All right, just tell me how much to get next time." Just then, the red-tailed werewolf sauntered by, carrying 2 enormous bags of noodles, letting out an exuberant howl. "Wow, wow, Shang-Chi is cooking," he exclaimed. "She said we can eat too." The green-tailed werewolf interjected, "You can't eat that. She personally made it, and even the head of the household hasn't tasted it. Right? And besides, vegetables aren't palatable, so I wouldn't eat them," added the black-tailed werewolf. Yet, the aroma wafting from the kitchen grew increasingly tantalizing. When Gu Wen returned home from work, he found a throng of werewolves gathered at the kitchen entrance, their tails wagging, the air thick with the scent of human food. All right, it's time to serve the dishes." A woman's voice rang out, bright and melodious. "Be careful not to burn yourselves. Slow down. Getting burned is quite painful." While speaking gently, "Why be so tender?" Gu Wen pursed his lips, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Those useless werewolves were so enamored with pure humans. Surely, they wouldn't be developing feelings, would they? The werewolves emerged with large bowls of food. Beef stew with tomatoes and potatoes, cucumber salad with chunks of cooked meat, and a large dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, alongside 3 bowls of cabbage and meatball soup. Ji Yuan settled onto the sofa, legs crossed, arms folded, regarding them with a frigid demeanor. The black-tailed werewolf turned and nearly dropped the food he was carrying. The aroma of Shang-Chi's cooking was so alluring that he hadn't even noticed the head of the household's presence. Human food was truly formidable. It could enchant the senses. They quietly placed the food on the table. Shang-Chi was the last to emerge, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Wen. "Mr. Gu, you're back? Would you like to eat?" This man had a sharp tongue, yet she bore no grudges, for her son still required his medicine from him. Gu Wen scrutinized her, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You seem industrious. It hadn't been long." Yet she appeared to have blended in seamlessly with these beings, forging bonds with them and even preparing food. Was she a hired cook? Cooking for them? Did they truly need her? Were these werewolves so inept that they couldn't manage without her? They all reeked of the black-tailed werewolf's scent. An odor that was unbearable. Ji Yuan contemplated how the wolf clan's infuriating possessiveness was rearing its head again. He felt a twinge of annoyance. "How old are you, Black-tail?" he asked, breaking the silence. The head of the household suddenly showed concern for him. The black-tailed werewolf wagged his tail cheerfully, replying, "Master, I'm 21. Then are you useless?" Gu Wen retorted coldly, scoffing. "Werewolves can suppress their scent by the age of 8. Can't they? If you can't manage it, I suggest you return to the snow-capped mountains and learn how." He stood up, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a fierce, youthful growl erupted. Ji Yuan turned. The cub stood behind the table, sporting a pair of small wolf ears atop its head, bearing tiny fangs as it growled defiantly at Gu Wen. Awoo! Having mingled with the other werewolves in the house, the cub had grown familiar with them. However, this tall, aloof wolf, whom it had encountered just once before, always regarded him with a cold stare, unlike the other werewolves who were more approachable. Thus, the cub had developed an aversion to him, perceiving him as a threat. Gu Wen's gaze shifted away from the cub. The cub rejected him. Its mother he disliked, and the other werewolves seemed foolish. He had no desire to linger any longer, turning to ascend the stairs. "Wait," Shangxi called after him. "When do you give the child cold spring water?" Gu Wen didn't he look back. "Every night before bed." "All right, as long as I know the time. Whether Gu Wen eats or not is of little consequence." Chapter 5. Let us share the glory. After Gu Wen ascended the stairs, the black-tailed werewolf felt utterly dejected. His ears and tail drooped. The master had declared him a waste, and he felt he would never find joy again. The other werewolves laughed at his misfortune. The black-tailed werewolf found the food suddenly unappetizing. Shangxi inquired curiously, "Do you all have any other scents?" She sniffed. "I don't seem to smell anything." The red-tailed werewolf chuckled. "That's because your pure human sense of smell is the weakest." The green-tailed werewolf explained. "When we werewolves hunt, if we don't suppress our scent, some prey may detect us, so each werewolf must learn to manage their own scent from a young age." "Ah, I see," Shangxi nodded. The black-tailed wolf howled. "I was simply too relaxed. Here, I've never suppressed my scent before, and the master never mentioned it either." A gray black-tailed male werewolf stood on the second-floor corridor. Named Gray Tail, he had neither gone down to eat nor assisted in moving Shangxi's belongings. He had remained in his room the entire time, observing the foolishness of the black-tailed werewolf and then glancing at Shangxi. His expression darkened as he retreated back to his room. A group of shameful werewolves had been bought off by a few bowls of human food. Like the master, he despised pure humans. That human woman had absorbed too much of the black-tailed werewolf's scent, and the master was displeased. Even the formidable master couldn't escape the werewolf's inherent possessiveness. In his view, that human was undeserving of the master. She was merely a vessel for bearing cubs, yet she had been brought back to the household. She had disrupted their tranquil existence. Had she not come, they would have lived more freely. The master clearly didn't like her either. When would she leave? Pure humans were truly repugnant. At 10 o'clock that night, Shang Bao's eyelids grew heavy. After bathing, he climbed into bed using all fours. Shangxi sat on the edge of the bed, stroking her son's hair. "Just a moment, dear. Take your medicine before sleeping." Ji Yuan entered the underground ice chamber, retrieving cold spring water wrapped in a chill, and stepped into the room. Upon seeing him, Shangxi's eyes lit up. "Cubs, sit up. Daddy has brought the medicine. Drink this, and then sleep." She half-cradled the drowsy little one, turning to Gu Wen. "Just feed him like this." Ji Yuan grunted in acknowledgement, appearing disinclined to engage in conversation. He bent down, unavoidably coming closer to Shangxi, who had just bathed, the scent of floral shower gel strong in the air. While not particularly pleasant, it was certainly an improvement over the foul odor that lingered on the black-tailed werewolf during the day. The little one caught the scent of the cold spring water and began to inhale deeply with closed eyes, his chubby face twitching as if savoring the aroma. Perhaps he was enjoying it. His little ears perked up, pushing aside his hair with a flourish. Shangxi's eyes softened with affection as she whispered tenderly, "Ah, so adorable." Ji Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her. Adorable? Indeed, those little ears grew cuter the more one looked at them. As the bottle ran dry, Gu Wen straightened up. "Is that so?" Speaking of which, most pure humans regarded them as outcasts, recoiling in horror upon seeing them. often calling the authorities or shouting about monsters and ghosts. He remembered when he was around 8 or 9 years old, struggling to control his ears and tail point one day. A human woman spotted him and screamed, hurling stones in his direction. A stone, the size of a basketball, struck his forehead, causing blood to flow freely, and he lost his human form, transforming directly into a wolf. He could not recall how far he ran before losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself beneath a large tree in a park. Entangled in the grass, held by a human child, he was injured and too lethargic to move, allowing the child to cling to him, sobbing, with drool and tears falling onto him. That child must have been wronged at home and had run away. Throughout that night, she clung to him tightly, afraid to let go. With no adult coming to retrieve her, he spent 10 days playing with that human child, and he had even visited her home. No, it was not her home. She mentioned it belonged to her second uncle. After 10 days, she did not appear in the park. 20 days later, he saw her in another place, joyfully playing with new friends. The fickleness of pure humans is inherent, whether it pertains to friends or partners. They seldom remain steadfast, imparting a second lesson to the young one. He should have turned and walked away, yet he found himself asking, "Aren't you afraid?" Shang-Chi planted a kiss on the baby's cheek, gently placing him on the pillow. Upon hearing his question, she shook her head. "At first, I felt a bit scared, but later I realized they are all quite nice. So I am no longer afraid. I have encountered many people who are far more frightening." She gently touched her son's small ear. "I believe that as long as one is kind, it is quite endearing." Gu Wen fell silent for a moment, said nothing, and turned to leave. During this period, Shang Bao had not been sleeping well. Thus, once night fell, after drinking from the cold spring, the little fellow slept exceptionally soundly. She felt a weight lift from her heart. Suddenly, she dashed to the door. Ji Yuan halted, not looking back. "Speak." "Thank you," Shang-Chi said. "If it weren't for your timely appearance, if something had happened to this child, I believe I would never have been able to recover." She continued, "I know you are his father, and this is merely a small favor on your part, but I thank you on my own behalf." She had not borne this child for anyone. It was her own desire. The unexpected events of that night had caused her to cease her studies, leading to 2 years of hardship, yet she had never regretted it. She was very happy now. Having raised her child alone for so many years, accustomed to independence, it felt somewhat lighter now that someone with the same identity had come to lend a hand. Imparting a curious sensation, it was as if she had gained a partner in business. Gu Wen approached the corner, preparing to ascend the stairs, when a gray wolf hurriedly followed him. "Master, that hypocritical human is using the cub to ingratiate herself with you. Do not be deceived. Humans are far too cunning, master. You must remain vigilant at all times." Ji Yuan cast a glance at him. "Hui Wei, eavesdropping is improper. No, I just happened to pass by. Your scent has been detected. You should conceal it in the future." The implication was that he had sensed his presence long ago. "After all these years of not hunting, you have grown complacent." Hui Wei frowned. "Master, you do not wish for our scent to taint that human, do you? You too have grown complacent. She was just toying with you, breaking down your defenses. They are so treacherous, you know." Gu Wen paused, his gaze serious yet solemn. "I do not believe she was merely toying with me. Hui Wei, pure humans may be fickle with their partners, but when it comes to their offspring, they are no different from us. Maternal love exists in every species, regardless of status." Hui Wei was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Master, have you truly lost your senses? You have already fallen for her tricks." Gu Wen frowned. "Hui Wei, it is you who harbors an aversion towards pure humans." Hui Wei followed him to the entrance of his room, momentarily taken aback by this statement. "What do you mean? Doesn't the master also despise pure humans? Aren't we the same?" "No," Gu Wen opened the door. "I am not like you. Pure humans possess their own merits. I acknowledge this. You would not." He closed the door behind him. Hui Wei clenched his fists, his eyes wide in disbelief. What was the master doing? Had he changed so drastically simply because a pure human woman moved in? Shang-Chi was unaware of these matters. She enjoyed a splendid sleep, rising early the following day to prepare breakfast, specifically making the dishes her son loved. Uncle Scar was nearby washing beef, and Shang-Chi observed him briefly blanch the meat in water before using a large fork to cut it into hefty 20-pound chunks. placing them on a large platter without any seasoning. One by one, wolves began waking up and heading to the kitchen for food. This was the diet of the wolves. TSK, it was quite a revelation. That day, Guwen approached her with the matter. He wanted to transfer Shang Bao to another kindergarten, as he felt the current school was lacking in both educational environment and hygiene. Where to? Junlin. Junlin? Was it the Junlin she imagined? The tuition for one semester exceeded 1 million, making it one of the top private kindergartens in Qingqing. It was said that children who entered there, even if foolish, emerged intelligent. I will ask the child for his opinion. If he agrees, then we shall proceed. I have no objections. All right. Ji Yuan said no more and left for work. Shang Bao readily agreed to the transfer without hesitation. This left Shang-Shi momentarily stunned. Won't you miss your friends? No, the school had too many female classmates who constantly chirped at him to play, and he always had to climb trees to hide. Only to feel relieved afterward. The new school should be different, right? After confirming the transfer, on the third morning, a human arrived at the residence. Shang-Shi recognized him as human. Miss Shang, hello. The young man greeted her with a smile. I am Daitsun, Mr. Gu's personal assistant. The transfer paperwork for the young master has been completed, and he can start school tomorrow. You? The young man smiled. I am a pure human. A pack of wolves with their ears and tails visible scurried around without much surprise from Dicey. After all, Guwen operated a company in human society, necessitating interactions with humans. Daitsun, where have you been these past few days? Hei Wei approached, wagging his tail, went to the northern grasslands to finalize some orders. How were the cattle and sheep there? Were they plump? Daitsun smiled. Quite good. You should enjoy them. Daitsun, did you bring me a bracelet? Awu. Hong Wei rushed down the stairs, accidentally colliding with a table. Yelping in pain, Daitsun's smile faltered momentarily as he walked over, extending his hand. Miss Hong Wei, are you all right? I'm fine. Hong Wei jumped up from the ground, accidentally bumping her head against Daitsun's nose. The young man let out a muffled grunt, blood gushing from his nose. Wow. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Hong Wei panicked, her tail wagging vigorously. Hei Wei rolled his eyes. Hong Wei, are you cursed? Daitsun. You re just unlucky near her. Daitsun calmly pulled out a handkerchief, expertly wiping his nosebleed, and calmly said, It's all right. Miss Hong Wei did not mean it. Hong Wei whimpered. Daitsun. You re so nice. At that moment, Shang-Shi noticed the tips of Daitsun's ears turning red. Oh? She sensed there was something brewing. Just then, Guwen descended the stairs, his elbow resting on a suit jacket. Dressed in a white shirt, looking quite handsome. Who would know he was not human? According to human aesthetics, Shang-Shi found him rather attractive. Beneath his short black hair lay a distinctly sculpted face. And perhaps due to his wolf lineage, his sharp, upward slanted eyes and perpetually pressed thin lips gave off an air of seriousness and coldness. The wolves began greeting him. Master, good morning. The master has risen. Master, do you have any instructions for today? Upon hearing this, Guwen suddenly glanced at Shang-Shi. She was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he was looking at her, when Guwen stated, From now on, consult her. Shang-Shi was stunned. The wolves nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Shang-Shi, do you have anything you need to do today? Just let us know. Shang-Shi glanced at Guwen, shook her head, and said, Thank you, but I have nothing to do today. Mr. Gu. Daitsun followed Guwen, having completed the paperwork. After Guwen sat down, he handed over the documents. Kindergarten starts at 8 and ends at 4:30 in the afternoon. The driver responsible for picking up the young master is a pure human. However, you can rest assured he has 8 years of combat experience, has been a champion, and has been driving for 20 years. He was selected from among our pure humans. He is well-vetted. 5 cars followed behind, filled with bodyguards trained on the training island. Ji Yuan shifted his gaze from his wristwatch and casually instructed, Green tail, Yellow tail, Blue tail, you will also join the convoy for picking up the cub. Yes, master. It is an honor. They were not of the same lineage as Guwen, but they belonged to the same clan. Guwen had taken them in, providing shelter and food. Thus they regarded him as their master. He was exceedingly generous, even providing them with human currency each month. Therefore, they were more than willing to assist the master. They eagerly competed for tasks each day. The master had but this one cub, and they were determined to protect him well. Shang-Shi listened in awe, marveling at the security arrangements. Her son seemed to have transformed into a little heir of a wealthy family. Having spent the last few days among wolves, she had not felt much of a difference. Speaking of which, Guwen appeared to be thriving in human society, the Gu family in Qingqing. She suddenly became dazed. Wait a minute, the street where her shop was located. Wasn't it owned by the Gu family? Shangxi's body stiffened as she slowly turned to look at Guwen, realizing the person collecting her rent was indeed this individual. That wolf, dressed in a white shirt and looking quite refined, sat there at the dining table, surrounded by a pack of wolves wagging their tails around him. The one who collected her rent is a wolf. Wolves seem to be doing better than she is. Shangxi was momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that her son was not just a little wolf cub. He was genuinely a little heir. Guwen, listening to Daitsun's conversation, felt the intense gaze of a certain woman and frowned slightly, turning his gaze. Shangxi, caught off guard, offered him an awkward smile. Mr. Gu, look over here. I believe we should. Guwen lowered his gaze, nonchalantly observing, and slowly, the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Why was that woman smiling so beautifully at him early in the morning? What did she mean by that? She displayed a friendly demeanor. Could it be, as Huiwei suggested, that her intentions were ulterior, seeking to ingratiate herself with him, as a potential partner? At this moment, Guwen was no longer the lofty patriarch of the Gu family or the leader of the wolf pack. He was merely a male werewolf contemplating the nature of companionship, in the wolf clan. When one harbors feelings for another, they openly express their affections without any pretense. Pursuing love is deemed entirely natural. Having grown up in the human world, he had observed that it operated similarly. The sole distinction was that once a bond was established in the wolf clan, it was a lifelong commitment to one another. In contrast, pure humans were different. Their relationships were often temporary, characterized by fickleness, periods of novelty, weariness, and ultimately separation, leaving only a fade of companionship for the sake of their offspring. He had never witnessed a pair of pure humans who remained devoted to each other until old age, which fostered a deep-seated prejudice against them. This he acknowledged. He had seen elderly couples praised for their affection, only to witness them engaging with others in the park. He had encountered so-called model couples, where one partner was unfaithful in the end. He believed that the affection proclaimed by pure humans was merely a well-concealed fade, with one partner hiding the truth from the other. Guwen could not comprehend the dynamics of human relationships, what with the phases of infatuation, disillusionment, and eventually becoming akin to family. If one were to speak of it this way, in the wolf clan, partners remained in a perpetual state of infatuation. These observations solidified his resolve from a young age to never seek a pure human as a mate. Thus, even if this woman had ulterior motives, he would not entertain the thought. Mr. Gu, what do you think? Daitsun had spoken at length, nearly straining his throat. Guwen merely offered a casual acknowledgement. Daitsun continued. Mr. Gu, well, that is my suggestion. What do you think? Guwen remained silent. Why, then, did that woman suddenly bestow upon him such a smile? Suddenly, Guwen caught a whiff of the scent of a child, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the staircase on the second floor. Indeed, there was a young one clad in a black long-sleeved shirt, chubby little legs padding softly on the carpet, barefoot, with ears exposed, curiously observing him. He was clandestinely watching. Upon noticing Guwen's gaze, he quickly retreated to the corner. He no longer harbored the same disdain for Guwen as he had 3 days prior. This man provided him with refreshing water daily, and after drinking, his body felt less painful. Gradually, curiosity began to blossom within him, and he found himself enjoying the act of secretly watching Guwen. The other wolves noticed this change as well as the young one awake. Is he hungry? Did he sleep well last night? Hong Wei clasped his chest, exclaiming, the little one is so adorable. Shangxi, witnessing this scene, felt a genuine sense of joy. The wolves here all held affection for her child. As a mother, who wouldn't be pleased to see their child cherished? She ascended the stairs and gently inquired, Cubs, are you awake? She was exceedingly tender in front of her child. The little one nestled in his mother's embrace, clearly one who adored being pampered. Shangxi planted a kiss on her son's cheek, saying, tomorrow you will start at the new kindergarten. Are you excited? You should enjoy it there. They have a crocodile fountain and a bunny fountain. Shangbao wriggled in her arms, his small tail wagging as he nodded in agreement. Shangxi pondered. With her son's health improving and school starting, she too would have to resume her work. With the kindergarten beginning tomorrow, she decided to return to the shop after breakfast. The werewolves were consuming their breakfast, but she could not partake in the food they prepared, so she took it upon herself to cook. Today, she made minced meat and carrot porridge, 2 poached eggs, and 2 small pieces of beef. She took her time cooking, ultimately bringing the food to the table, while Shang Bao clutched a bottle of milk, trailing behind her like a small tail. Ji Yuan sat at the head of the table. Observing the scene, his expression slightly furrowed. The following day, Daitzen brought in 2 human chefs. They are familiar with the situation, just like I am. Miss Shang, you can simply inform them of your culinary preferences in the future. Please don't hesitate. Mr. Gu has said you can call on me for any needs. Oh, thank you. She felt that Gu Wen seemed to harbor some dislike towards her. He spoke freely with the other werewolves. Yet when it came to her, he appeared rather disinterested. He was clearly sensitive to their physical interactions. She recalled how, the previous evening, when she inadvertently brushed against him while feeding Shang Bao, he had stepped back, casting her an irked glance. She was not one to seek discomfort, so she made a conscious effort to keep her distance from him. As for the special request for chefs, it was likely due to her status as a mother, benefiting from her child's presence. If so, she would embrace this opportunity with shamelessness. After finishing breakfast, she declined the offer from the Heiwei to drive her, opting instead for the modest vehicle she had purchased for 100,000. Accompanied by her son, she headed to the shop. Heiwei, feeling disheartened, wagged his tail as they returned to the estate. Master, Shangxi mentioned that she has a child safety seat in her car, but we do not have one. So we were unable to drive her. Ji Yuan, who was about to leave for the company, overheard Heiwei's words and glanced at Daitzen beside him, saying, "You take care of it, yes." The young one was too fragile. His bones not yet strong enough. For safety, the installation of a seat in the car was indeed necessary. In the car, Shang Bao was seated in the child safety seat, swinging his little legs as he asked in a sweet voice, "Mommy, is Fu Bao also here?" Shang-Chi, focusing intently on the road, replied, "Yes, you'll get to play with her later. It's been a while since you've seen her. Haven't you missed your little sister?" Fu Bao was the daughter of her friend Nancy, 3.5 years old. During the past 2 weeks when her son was ill, she had been unable to manage the shop. Nancy, a full-time housewife, lived in the neighborhood behind her shop. 2 years ago, she often visited to play, and over time, they grew familiar. Having observed Shang-Chi at work, Nancy volunteered to help watch the shop, saying she would come by to take orders when she had the time, earning a little extra income. Earning money was secondary. The shop being closed for half a month would have significant repercussions. Risking the loss of old customers, Shang-Chi could not find anyone to hire on short notice, so she agreed to pay Nancy. Though she insisted it wasn't necessary, Shang-Chi was determined to compensate her. After parking the car, the mother and son made their way to the shop. Shang Bao wrinkled his little nose and said, "Bad uncle is also here." Is that so?" Shang-Chi tapped his little nose and mused. Her son had always possessed an excellent sense of smell, which she had previously underestimated. Indeed, as they drew nearer, she heard a gruff male voice emanating from within the shop. The bad uncle her son referred to was none other than Nancy's husband. Luo Zhong. That moment, Luo Zhong's furious voice could be heard from inside. "You sold flowers for half a month. Isn't it only reasonable to expect payment? Doesn't she want money? Do you think you're a fool, someone easy to bully? What other job can you do without pay? If you don't ask for it, I will. I never said she didn't want money." Nancy retorted, "Your words don't have to be so harsh. I only brought Fu Bao along and come in when I have time to take a few flower orders. I haven't made much at all. Now that Shang Bao is sick, it's not easy for her to manage alone, and I don't want to bring up money. Why not bring it up? Do you think our family is rich? Besides, you haven't worked in years. Do you think money is easy to earn?" Nancy pressed her lips together, growing angry. "When I first said I would work, you were too embarrassed to take care of the child. And besides, how much has Shang-Chi spent on clothes and toys for our child? How can you shamelessly ask for this little money? I don't care if you don't want it. I still need it." Luo Zhong sneered, "You're so self-righteous. Do you think you're so great? People are just laughing at you. I see you've become foolish raising that child. Now you've even given birth to a silly daughter." Nancy's little girl, Fu Bao, aged 3.5, sat nearby, motionless, gazing at the roses, seemingly oblivious to her parents' quarrel. At her age, she struggled to articulate much, often only managing 2 words at a time. And her reactions were slow. The hospital had merely diagnosed her with mild autism. Nancy was deeply troubled by her daughter's condition, But what saddened and angered her even more was her husband's attitude. Always referring to their daughter as silly, she firmly believed her daughter was not foolish, merely a bit slow to respond. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Shangxi has said that parents shouldn't yell and scream in front of the children. Arguments should be kept behind closed doors to shield the kids from seeing. Just listen to how loud you are. Even a child who isn't foolish would be frightened into stupidity. Luo Zhong cast a glance at their daughter, infuriated. There's something wrong with your family's genes. Who doesn't call her silly now? Fortunately, our son isn't foolish. Otherwise, you would ruin my life. Nancy let out a pained laugh, her eyes reddening. She pointed towards the door. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. Don't embarrass yourself in my friend's shop. Luo Zhong glared at her. If you want to take the money, I will go after it. Go to your mother. Are you a beggar, demanding money? Nancy slammed her bag onto the table, unable to contain her fury any longer. I only have a little spare time to come to the shop after finishing household chores. Don't worry, I haven't neglected my duties at home. Standing outside, Shangxi held her son's hand. Feeling caught in a dilemma, entering would lead to awkwardness, and remaining outside was not a feasible option either. Shang Bao tugged at her hand, ready to step inside. He bit his lip and said, Fu Bao is inside. Her son's words struck her like a wake-up call. Indeed, Fu Bao was still inside, and in an environment that felt oppressive to adults, it was likely akin to hell for such a small child. Regardless of whether the adults felt awkward, it was the children who were truly pitiable. Without hesitation, she grasped her son's hand and walked into the shop. Upon seeing her, Nancy paused for a moment. Shang-Shi? You here? Luo Zhong remained silent. Fu Bao crouched on the floor, staring blankly at the roses, a thin, small girl in such a stifling atmosphere. Shang-Shi sighed at the sight. Aunt Nan. Shang Bao did not call out to the bad uncle. Instead, walking straight towards Fu Bao, he crouched down and asked, Fu Bao, when did you arrive? Fu Bao stared blankly for a moment, then turned her gaze, her slightly vacant large eyes fixating on him. After 10 seconds, a flicker of recognition brightened her eyes. Shang's it had been half a month since they last met, yet she still remembered his name. Shang Bao murmured in acknowledgement and inquired, Have you eaten? He repeated. Have you eaten? After saying this, he fell silent, patiently awaiting her response. 10 seconds later, Fu Bao replied, I have. Observing this exchange, Nancy smiled. Shang Bao has recovered. How wonderful that I always knew this child was destined for a life of prosperity, free from significant ailments or disasters. When did you arrive? She asked, slightly embarrassed. Just now, Shangxi responded, opening his phone, speaking with an air of ease. I will be opening my store tomorrow. I appreciate your help during this time. I will transfer you 4,000 via WeChat, so do remember to accept it. Brother Luo, have you eaten? Luo Zhong cleared his throat lightly. I have. You two carry on. I shall take my leave. After Luo Zhong departed, Nancy sighed. You didn't just arrive, did you? Don't listen to him. He is him, and I am I. Even if I were to work here normally, how could it be just 4,000 in half a month? Shangxi patted her shoulder. Just consider me, your sister Shang, to be wealthy. He is not wrong. You should accept this money. She smiled and began busily tending to matters in the store. Nancy's eyes reddened. I don't wish to argue in front of the child. I understand the impact it has on them, but I have a fiery temper, and I cannot help myself. While dismantling flowers, Shangxi remarked, one cannot argue alone. The issues between them do not rest solely on her shoulders. Nancy forced a smile. Indeed, so I am at a loss as to what to do. You may find it hard to believe, but he wasn't like this when we were together, during their romantic phase. If she accidentally brushed against him in the living room, he would rush out of the shower in a panic to check on her, and that was in winter. Now, her tears flowed like the vast ocean, abundant and salty, worthless and futile. She knew their marriage was nearing its end. If she continued to endure for the sake of the child, her entire life might slip away. Yet, it seemed she was no longer willing to bear it. She turned away, shedding tears. You may not believe it, but I have seen how he loved me. Shangxi trimmed the ends of a dozen red roses and placed them in a basin of water to awaken their beauty. She said softly, there is nothing unbelievable about that. People naturally change, and they evolve daily. Love can also fade, I suppose? Nancy replied, I am genuinely curious about how those couples who grow old together manage it. After 6 years of dating and marriage, this is where we stand. I cannot even fathom those who have spent decades together. She appeared almost entranced. Is there truly such a thing as everlasting love in this world, where neither party has strayed, either emotionally or physically? Shang-Chi pondered for a moment and nodded. Perhaps there is. She believed that such true love existed, yet she did not think she would be fortunate enough to encounter it. Now that she had a child, honestly, the chances of finding someone were even slimmer. Few men would be indifferent to her parenting responsibilities. However, she seemed rather unconcerned about companionship. Her primary focus was on earning money to raise her child. She wanted to buy whatever she desired without fear of spending, and if she fell ill, she wished to have the means to receive treatment, which would satisfy her spirit. Yet, when she thought of how her son's value was skyrocketing, the rapid change in his worth was something she could not keep pace with, especially with a father as wealthy as Gu-won. Truthfully, she felt a twinge of envy. The adults were preoccupied with their own matters, speaking in grown-up tones, while the two children were likewise engaged in their own activities. Shangbao observed Fu Bao's dark little palms and pursed his lips. Come, let's wash our hands. Hands? Yes. Shangbao took Fu Bao's hand and led her to the faucet. Turning on the water. Like this, washed, he was teaching her. Fu Bao took a moment to respond, slowly rubbing her small hands together. All clean, let's go. Shangbao turned off the faucet. Fu Bao stood still, mimicking him as she curiously watched the water flow down. We mustn't waste water. Shangbao's expression turned serious as he pressed his lips together and turned it off. He pointed to himself. Say thank you. I helped you, so you must say thank you. Fu Bao stared at him blankly. Shangbao insisted. You must say thank you. That is what polite children do. The two children widened their eyes, one with a serious expression and the other looking somewhat dazed. Maintaining this for a full minute. Say thank you. Fu Bao moved her lips. Thank you. Yes, no need to thank me. Shangbao nodded earnestly, satisfied. Chapter 7. The self-deluded lone wolf. At 6 o'clock, Shang-Chi closed the door, preparing to buy a few outfits, as Shangbao was to transfer to a new kindergarten tomorrow, and she wanted to appear presentable. It was best to invite a friend with good taste to shop with her. Otherwise, it could easily go awry. Nancy had long taken her children home, and it would be inconvenient for her to ask for help. Just then, her most laid-back single friend called. Hey, where are you? I heard you moved? You didn't even tell me? Shang-Chi suddenly remembered. The events of the past few days felt like a dream, and she had forgotten to inform her friends about the move. She had only briefly mentioned to Nancy that Shangbao's biological father had found them, prompting the move, but she had not elaborated further. Given the special identity of the werewolf clan, the Blacktail family surely didn't want their true identities revealed. This matter was truly delicate. 20 minutes later, Shang-Chi parked the car, holding her son's hand as she met her friend on Qingye Street. This street is a popular destination for women in Qingqing to buy clothes, lined with shops offering garments from renowned national brands. The first half of the street is affordable, while the prices increase as one ventures further back. From a distance, a woman in a dress rushed over. Shangbao, come here. Let Auntie give you a hug. Shangbao allowed her to embrace him, pursing his little lips and calling out, Auntie, you're better now? Fantastic. You've conquered your illness, and from now on, you shall be invincible. Shang-Chi chuckled. This friend, whom she had known since elementary school, was named Zhou Ziyo, a name she had chosen herself. Now a full-time comic artist, she had achieved quite a bit, owning a car and a house in Qingqing. Still smiling, Ziyo turned to her with a mock frown. You moved without telling me? Our friendship boat has capsized. Don't be angry. I was wronged. Yes, they chatted. They began to walk. Shang-Chi recounted the recent events, omitting the werewolf details. Zhou Ziyo listened, dumbfounded. Are you drawing a comic? A child's biological father shows up? You move, change schools. All this in just a few days? Who is this man? How did he find you? Does he want to take the child away? What kind of person is he? Just as Shang-Chi was about to speak, she caught sight of a group of sharply dressed men on the large screen of a building across the street, and the leader looked familiar. She pointed in that direction. Look, it's him. Ziyo followed her gaze, spotting a middle-aged man in his 50s standing by the zebra crossing. Huh? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Shang-Chi clicked her tongue, realizing she had misidentified him, and raised Ziyo's chin to look up at the large screen. Look at who Shangbao resembles. Her son bore a striking resemblance to Gu-won. Shang-Chi watched Gu-won walk across the screen, seemingly attending a commercial event, the dazzling lights illuminating him, his eyes cold and upward turned. His thin lips pressed tightly together. Do you see? Ziyo replied. I'm not wearing my glasses. Shang-Chi. Wait a moment. She dug out her glasses from her bag, put them on, and upon a closer inspection, gasped, "Oh my gosh, I see that the Gu family is. What is his name? Gu1. She looked down and pinched Shangbao's cheek, then looked up again. Goodness, I never thought of it this way. A larger version is over there. And the smaller one is right here. What does he mean by this? Is he planning to bring you both to live with him? Shangxi pondered for a moment. Perhaps. What kind of person is he? I've heard he requires a dozen people to serve him during meals, like a king at home. They even import meat from the grasslands. He seems particularly arrogant, always wearing a sour face as if he looks down on everyone. Upon hearing this, Shangxi surprisingly found herself thinking, that doesn't seem wrong. Ji Yuan indeed had a dozen werewolves swirling around him during meals. She recalled Daitzen mentioning an order from the northern grasslands, where Blacktail inquired if the cattle and sheep were FATAS for being treated like royalty at home. Those werewolves referred to him as family head and followed his orders, which could be considered accurate. As for his perpetually sour demeanor and seeming disdain for others, that was a literal interpretation. She could attest to its truth. Zio stared wide-eyed. Hey, your silence is deafening. Are the online rumors true? It seems so. Zio's expression shifted. How does he treat you? He wouldn't have forced you to leave, would he? Oh no. Concern flashed in her eyes. Not at all. Noticing her friend's worry, Shangxi carefully responded. He came because the child was ill. He has doctors who can treat Shangbao. I see. And no wonder you moved so quickly. Now assured of Shangxi and her child's safety, Zio began helping her select clothes. After purchasing the garments and grabbing a bite to eat, the clock struck 9. They each returned to their respective homes. Shangxi fastened her seatbelt and drove back. Shangbao, seated in his child's safety seat, had fallen asleep. She gently carried her son out of the car, one arm laden with bags. Just as she approached the grand living room, the howls of the werewolves greeted her. You're back. Shangxi is back. Head of the family. Shangxi is back. Head of the family. No need to worry anymore. Shangxi vaguely heard Guan say, shut up. She couldn't help but chuckle. Was Guan worried about her? He should be more concerned about his little cub instead. Tio feed Shangbao some cold spring water. Hongwei took Shangxi's bag and turned around, bouncing back. The cub was fast asleep. Shoo! Instantly, the grand living room fell silent. Shangxi held the child, weaving through the werewolves, remaining silent, merely smiling and nodding in greeting. As she passed by Guan, who was seated on the sofa, she recalled that he was her landlord, and thought it wise to be a bit more diplomatic. Thus she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Guan caught a whiff of a pure, natural floral fragrance. This woman must have visited a flower shop today, and the scent was not unpleasant. The next moment, he saw her turn her head to look at him, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes curving as if concealing tenderness. Guan hesitated for a moment, then averted his gaze. This woman was once again attempting to curry favor. If Shangxi were aware of Guan's thoughts, she would likely be left speechless. Shortly after she entered the room, Guan fetched the cold spring water, and upon catching the scent, the cub eagerly opened its mouth to drink. Shangxi, understanding the situation, stood at a distance. She wished to avoid any accidental encounters with the wolf that might lead to his cold, piercing glare. Guan cast her a fleeting glance and inquired, "Don't you have any clothes to wear?" Huh? However, that was all he said before he walked away. It was rather unnecessary to ask why this woman was out so late purchasing clothes. The following morning, Shangxi finally comprehended the meaning behind Guan's words. A fashion designer had come to take measurements for her and her son. Adding her on WeChat before departing by afternoon, she received dozens of design sketches, asking her preferences for clothing. Shangxi selected a few outfits she liked. Well, it seemed like another day of basking in her son's glory. Today was Shangbao's first day at a new kindergarten, and Shangxi postponed her shop opening while Guan delayed his work schedule. They were in perfect sync to take the child to kindergarten. Shangbao wore a white shirt, a black jacket on top, and white trousers, the uniform of Junlin kindergarten, complete with a small tie, relaxed at home. His fluffy ears peeked out from his head, and his cool, dumpling-like face appeared increasingly adorable. Shangxi donned a dress she had purchased the day before, a sky blue, V-neck long dress that cinched at the waist. Reaching her knees, she wore light makeup, her long black hair slightly curled, her delicate features resembling a blooming flower. Standing at 1.73 meters, with a slender waist and long legs, she wore a pair of slender high heels. and as she led her son down the stairs, she resembled a celestial being, leaving the werewolves utterly astonished. Shang-Chi was truly among the more beautiful in the realm of pure humans. What do they call such a goddess? Hightail murmured. Hong Wei replied, of course, with her looks, she's among the most beautiful even within our wolf clan. Oh, the cub is simply too adorable. Wolftail stroked his chin. Is she comparable to Bytail? I have yet to see Bytail. What qualifications does she have to compare with Bytail? Bytail is 100 times more beautiful. A gray black-eared werewolf scoffed. Wolftail scratched his hair. Ah, have you seen Bytail? By the way, Graytail, you haven't been around these days. Graytail replied coolly, do you think I'm like you lot? What? Wolftail was somewhat perplexed. Just as Shang-Chi descended the stairs, she noticed the werewolves gazing up at her from the stairway. Master. Howl. Good morning, Master. Master. Morning. Shang-Chi turned back. Guwen, dressed in a black suit, was just lowering his head. They stood, one on the second floor and the other on the first, their eyes locking. Shang-Chi smiled, her eyes curving in greeting. Little did she know how enchanting that smile was. Guwen's dark, penetrating gaze was captivated by her. The next moment, instead of descending, he turned and walked away, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. He pushed open the nearby door and strode into the room. Standing by the sink, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Above him, 2 black ears had inexplicably sprouted uncontrollably. He had lost control. Fixating on the ears in the mirror, his angular face clouded with gloom. He realized it was that woman's smile that had caused him to lose control. Ever since that childhood injury, he had been concealing his ears and tail for years, not wanting to be seen by humans. Later, while dealing with pure humans at the company, he remained perpetually vigilant. He could not afford a moment of relaxation. Over time, it became a habit. Even when returning to a residence filled with his kin, he never revealed himself at this moment, simply because that woman had smiled at him. He had lost control. That Guwen's face flushed. That woman, Shang-Chi, was once again attempting to befriend him so early in the morning. Chapter 8. Taking the cub to kindergarten. Downstairs, a group of wolves exchanged puzzled glances. What happened to the master? Shang-Chi was somewhat confused as well. Perhaps he forgot something. She led her son to the dining table. Shangbao, with his round dumpling face, took a few steps before glancing back at the stairway, as if he had seen that person's ears, also black. The other wolves were equally bewildered, except for Scarwolf, who leaned against the wall. Arms crossed, observing Shang-Chi with a thoughtful expression. He was, aside from Guwen, the second werewolf who concealed his ears and tail, and also the oldest among them, with Guwen being only 29. He even had a rather fitting name, Songling. Originally responsible for cooking meat in the kitchen, he was now sidelined by 2 human chefs who took over his duties, pushing him out. Cooking for werewolves was rather simple. Boiling water for a few seconds sufficed. And Shang-Chi's food was equally uncomplicated. Bored, he mused that the master had just now seemed to flee in a panic. He was all too familiar with that expression, having once, wow, the master is here. Master, let us have breakfast. Songling looked over and saw Guwen descend the stairs, his expression unchanged. Wolf young men, come and serve the food. The kitchen was staffed by 2 cheerful ladies in their 50s. Upon their call, the werewolves howled and rushed over. Shang-Chi observed the 2 ladies curiously. They laughed heartily, even patting Hightail's back. Their rapport was harmonious, devoid of any fear. Upon seeing Guwen, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Gu, it's nice to see you again. Then, Shang-Chi witnessed Guwen actually nodding slightly. Aunt Zhao, Aunt Lu? Aunt Lu, plump and jovial, remarked, we are delighted to assist you once more. Guwen pursed his lips slightly. Thank you, Da. As he spoke, he took a seat at the head of the dining table. He did not cast a single glance in Shang-Chi's direction. This woman was seizing every opportunity to befriend him, and he had no desire to reveal his ears and tail here. If Shang-Chi possessed the ability to read minds, she would likely be left astounded. Master, Hightail wagged his tail. Did you not notice? I've already masked the scent. Guwen glanced at him coolly. I heard the master doesn't want our scent to linger on Shang. Shut up, Guwen's expression darkened. What nonsense. Once you're full, go find something to do. Master, I haven't eaten yet, Hightail said, somewhat aggrieved. Guwen thought that this foolish wolf, Hightail, might truly need to return to the Snow Mountain. Among the werewolves, those with strong possessive instincts disliked their partners carrying the scent of other wolves. They preferred their partners to smell solely of them. He did not consider Shang-Chi his partner, but as the mother of his cub. That relationship sometimes stirred the werewolf's inherent possessiveness. After all, in their clan, only partners could have cubs, and he and Shang-Chi might be the only pair among the werewolves with a cub, yet not in a partnership. Simply put, he understood that it was a matter of instinct, something he should not concern himself with or care about. Yet his body did not comply, did not heed his commands. Just as when Shang-Chi was moving her belongings, he ultimately called to instruct them not to touch her clothes. She had been tainted with the scents of so many male werewolves, which infuriated him. He was fully aware that it was his instinct acting up. Yet his body still made its choice. At this moment, with Hightail stating it so plainly, he thought of a term from human society: social death. Shang-Chi was blissfully unaware that a certain wolf was experiencing social death. She merely viewed Guwen's inexplicable anger as a reflection of his unpredictable temperament, deeming him the most difficult wolf to get along with here. After breakfast, she led her child to a black WUA, equipped with a children's safety seat. Just as she was fastening Shangbao's seatbelt, Guwen emerged from the doorway. Shangbao clutched the hem of his clothing, wide-eyed, gazing out the window. That person is coming. Mommy said he will take me to kindergarten. That day, this person had appeared at his room's door, claiming to be his biological father, wishing to take him and Mommy to live in a different environment. In his world, there had always been only his mother. He no longer needed anyone else. Even if this person was his father, a man he had never seen since birth, there were no feelings to speak of. He was exceedingly resistant. He did not want to leave with this stranger, whose scent felt dangerous. Yet this person had claimed he could heal his illness. His mother had been worried about him during that time, her eyes swollen from crying. This person had said, if you don't get better, she will keep crying. He had somehow known what frightened him the most. His greatest fear was seeing his mother in pain, her helpless, tearful visage. He was still young and could not help her at all. He acquiesced. After dozing off, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, and after this person fed him something delicious, his body no longer ached. From that day forth, he was free from pain. What this person said was true. He lied to him. All right then, this powerful figure was indeed his father. Guwen entered the vehicle, only to see the cub clutching the hem of his clothing, letting out a small howl. His eyes wide, uncertain whether he was pleased or frightened by his presence, he raised an eyebrow, fastening his seatbelt as he asked, "What, are you still going to be fierce with me?" Chapter 9. The self-indulgent lone wolf too. This vehicle has been specially modified. Shang-Chi and her son sit on one side, while Guwen occupies the opposite seat, separated by a small tabletop. Shangbao clutches his mother's hand, his eyes fixed intently on the person across from him. After fastening his seatbelt, Guwen gazes at his young offspring and inquires, "What about you? Who are you glaring at?" Shangbao presses his lips together and murmurs softly, "You are daddied." Guwen's tone softens slightly. "Yes, I am. Oh." Shangbao glances at him briefly before quickly averting his gaze, beginning to swing his short legs, his tuft of hair bobbing above his head. Guwen continues, "If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Shangbao purses his little lips. "Oh." Then Guwen's gaze inadvertently shifts to Shang-Chi, who rests her chin on one hand, her face turned to the side, gently watching the child. Her hand tenderly strokes the boy's hair, occasionally adjusting his collar. Every movement exudes a palpable affection. After observing for a moment, Guwen diverts his gaze. Half an hour later, they arrive. Shang-Chi is surprised to find the principal, vice principal, and teachers already waiting at the school gate, bowing respectfully and welcoming them with beaming smiles. "Mr. Gu, you can rest assured leaving your child in our care. We will certainly not disappoint you." Guwen seems accustomed to such flattery, his expression unruffled. "No need for preferential treatment, of course, we understand," they assure him. Guwen looks down at the little one, his cold demeanor softening slightly. He squats down to meet his son's gaze and lowers his voice. As long as you are happy, he has no desire for his child to adhere to human standards of education, grades, literacy, excellence. Those matters can be left for the child to decide. When he grows up, whether he wishes to remain in the human world or return to the snowy mountains, it is entirely up to him. Junlin Kindergarten embodies such freedom and ease. Shangbao ponders for a moment and asks, "Happiness means being happy, right? As long as I'm with Mommy, I'm happy." He is like a little sweet pea. Shang-Chi feels her heart warm at his words. Ji Yuan catches the meaning behind them, nods and assures, no one can take your mother away from you and the Wolf clan during childhood. Young ones often fall into two extremes. Some cling to their mothers to an excessive degree, while others maintain a respectful distance. The child acknowledges his mother and cares for her, yet does not follow her around like a shadow. He is of the latter kind. Shang Bao hugs his mother, hesitates a moment, then embraces his father as well before entering the school without looking back. He has always been sensible, never throwing tantrums or being spoiled. Shang-Chi watches her son's retreating figure, her heart melting into a puddle. Once the child departs, Gu Wen clears his throat and states, I'll take you to the flower shop now. Next, they will be alone together. Will this woman try to curry favor? Shang-Chi does not refuse, getting into the car, thinking she needs to close the shop early today to pick up her son. Both harbor their own thoughts. Ji Yuan remains vigilant, his thin, cold brows raised as he watches her closely. He is intent on preventing any slip from Shang-Chi. He doesn't want to reveal his true nature. Then his gaze follows her movements and notices the seatbelt creating a curve over her chest. Tisk, realizing where his gaze had wandered, he quickly averts his eyes. Throughout the journey, Shang-Chi worries whether her son will adapt to the new school. Remaining silent, Ji Yuan, tense with anticipation, awaits any overture from Shang-Chi, but finds only solitude. I'll get out first, Mr. Gu, goodbye. Shang-Chi exits the car without a backward glance. Ji Yuan is taken aback. She actually let slip a golden opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Chapter 10. This woman is full of tricks. Upon arriving at the shop, Shang-Chi changes the water in the flower pots, trims excess leaves from the newly arrived flowers, and places them in the pots to awaken their beauty. A brief tidying up follows. Suddenly, the computer chimes. A cheerful voice exclaims, someone is buying flowers. Someone is buying flowers. 2 customers have placed orders online. The first order, romantic unique, 11 red roses. Note, please wrap them nicely, with a card saying, wife, I love you. The second order, good luck on the way, 6 champagne roses, 2 sunflowers. Note on the card, wishing you a bright future. Shang-Chi accepts the orders and begins her work, preparing the bouquets before contacting her delivery person to pick them up. Sometimes, when she cannot reach her delivery person, she must deliver the flowers herself. Her son's recovery has invigorated her, and soon it is afternoon. Meanwhile, since it is the child's first day at kindergarten, Gu Wen contemplates leaving work early to personally pick him up after school. He is a wolf father. He should allocate more time for his child. Daitzen reminds him, Mr. Gu, would you like to take Miss Shang along to the kindergarten? Young master would surely be delighted. Miss Shang's flower shop is conveniently on the way. Although Gu Wen has no romantic interest in Shang-Chi and does not intend to develop a relationship with her, they are both currently single, making it convenient for him to cooperate for the sake of the child's happiness. In the flower shop, Shang-Chi has just closed the door, preparing to pick up Shang Bao from school. Transitioning to a new school, she wonders how he will adapt. Miss Shang, are you also going to pick up young master? Shang-Chi turns around to see Daitzen standing behind her. Daitzen, please get in the car. Mr.Gu is also going to pick up young master today. All right, thank you. Shang-Chi politely replies, opening the back door and quickly getting in. She smiles slightly. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. She sits across from Gu Wen, fastening her seatbelt. He seems to recall something and deliberately averts his gaze. This woman, who deals with flowers all day, carries with her an intoxicating floral scent. He thinks of a place in the snowy mountains where wildflowers bloom in summer, their fragrance drawing many wolf couples to admire them. At the age of 10, his wolf mother took him there, and he was so entranced by the beauty that he could hardly speak. He thought that one day he would bring his partner to see that breathtaking view. Little did he know, fate had other plans. He observes the woman before him as she begins to look at her phone, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Take her there? How could that ever happen? Unaware of the lone wolf's thoughts, Shang-Chi is preoccupied with her phone. The car slows to a stop and glancing at the red light. She notices there are still over 90 seconds left. People bustle across the crosswalk. Suddenly, a man in a white t-shirt kneels before a woman, holding a bouquet of flowers. Shang-Chi hears laughter from the white car next to them. Proposing on a crosswalk? This guy really knows how to choose a spot. Is he crazy? Shang-Chi thinks to herself. This is the first time she has seen someone propose on a crosswalk. The countdown continues. Will you marry me? Xiao Yu. We've been together for 3 years, and I swear, I will love you more each day, and I am certain you are the one for me. and we will grow old together in happiness. I promise to love you for a lifetime. To be loyal, and to never make you cry or suffer. Ji Yuan chuckles, the smirk on his lips tinged with mockery. Shang-Chi, engrossed in the moment, hears his laugh and glances at Gu Wan. Puzzled, what are you laughing at? You humans always make promises you cannot keep, Gu Wan replies, his eyes brimming with disdain. Shang-Chi agrees, that is indeed true. Expecting her to argue, Gu Wan is momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he coldly states, promises are the most useless things. I agree. Shang-Chi nods earnestly. Just then, on the crosswalk, the woman softly replies, accepting the flowers and kissing the man. They hold hands and leave. While the cars waiting at the red light honk in celebration, and the onlookers clap enthusiastically, the countdown continues. Shang-Chi smiles and claps her hands. The proposal was a success. I didn't expect to witness a marriage proposal while picking up my child. Gu Wan scoffs, what is there to celebrate? They will inevitably part ways. Shang-Chi pauses, surprised. How do you know, Mr. Gu? Can the Wolf Clan foresee the future? Have you been watching too many dramas? Gu Wan snorts. We are merely stronger, live longer, and our bodies are not as fragile as yours. Shang-Chi nods slowly. Then how can you be so sure they will separate eventually? Just a hunch? Gu Wan chuckles coldly. That's for you to answer. Isn't fickleness and a penchant for novelty in your nature? Shang-Chi remains silent for a moment and then says, Mr. Gu, I've noticed you harbor quite a prejudice against us humans. Are all wolves so arrogant and condescending in matters of partnership? The scenery outside retreats as silence envelopes the car for a brief moment. Shouldn't I be arrogant? Gu Wan meets Shang-Chi's gaze. A flicker of mockery in his eyes. Wolves have only one partner for life and are absolutely loyal to them. Shang-Chi counters, but that we humans can also experience true love, even if we don't have just one partner for life. Perhaps that couple will grow old together. She holds his gaze, her lashes fluttering like crow feathers. You are the one with deep-seated prejudice. Fate is a wondrous thing. I do not deny that we humans may not be as absolutely loyal as you. But if we encounter the right person, we too can love each other for a lifetime. Ji Yuan listens to her voice, entranced by her eyes, feeling an unusual sensation within himself. His gaze falls upon her lips, which part and close gently, and the floral scent emanating from her envelopes him, making him swallow hard. The woman is captivating him. It seems she is saying, trust me, be with me, I will not disappoint you. We, pure humans, truly possess genuine love, akin to the affection I hold for you. This woman is indeed cunning, subtly expressing her interest in him through another means. Ji Yuan shivered, instantly regaining his composure. He had relaxed his guard. He recalled the words of Hui Wei and firmly shut his eyes. He could not afford to be complacent. Pure humans excel in the art of persuasion, ensnaring the hearts of the unwary. His grandmother still lives in solitude upon the snowy mountains, never venturing elsewhere. Even though the betrayal of his grandfather has long since passed, she occasionally reminisces about him. The lifespan of werewolves generally exceeds 300 years, while that of humans barely reaches a century. His grandmother would have to endure loneliness for quite some time to come. Ji Yuan mused. He would not follow in his grandmother's footsteps, absolutely not. Thus, in that moment, his demeanor grew frigid, his thin lips pressed tightly together. As he declared, there is no need to elaborate. Your kind's affairs are of no concern to me. I will not seek a pure human as my partner. His words were a clear indication, bluntly informing her of their impossibility, rendering her efforts futile. He anticipated that Shang-Chi would continue to argue, or perhaps be somewhat disheartened. However, upon hearing his statement, Shang-Chi merely responded with a dismissive "oh," and added, then don't seek me. Given your deep-seated prejudice against us pure humans, it is indeed wise not to. With that, she lowered her head and resumed playing with her phone. Ji Yuan. Chapter 11. The Self-Deceived Lone Wolf 3. Shang-Chi glanced at the time. There were 15 minutes until kindergarten dismissal. She was unaware of how Junlin Kindergarten operated, but during her previous experiences, parents often engaged in silent competition, rushing to be the first through the school gates to meet their children. After spending a day at kindergarten, children yearned for their parents, eagerly watching the entrance for their arrival. When Shang-Chi attended kindergarten, she often found herself the last to be picked up, cared for by her uncle's family, who were busy with work and would let her play for an extra half hour before coming to get her. Witnessing her classmates being picked up one by one, The lively atmosphere would eventually fade, leaving a sense of loneliness that was difficult to bear. Thus, Shang-Chi silently vowed that she would never allow her son to experience such feelings. When her son started kindergarten, it was shortly after she took over the flower shop. Even amidst the busyness, she preferred to earn a little less money just to be the first to pick him up. However, it seemed that at Junlin Kindergarten, there was no need for her to rush for the front spot. The kindergarten had a designated waiting area for parents, spacious and brightly lit, furnished with exquisite teas and fresh fruits. Parents sat inside, conversing softly, creating a tranquil atmosphere. She and Gu-won, having scanned their cards and had their faces recognized, were greeted with smiles by the school staff, who invited them to sit and informed them that the teachers would bring the students over one by one. Is it really possible? She concealed her astonishment as she took a seat. When Gu-won exited the car, he wore a black mask that accentuated his sharp features, and he settled across from her. Shang-Chi could surmise the reason behind his mask. The parents in this hall were predominantly affluent, and he likely wished to keep his identity concealed. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, "Mama." Shang-Chi's eyes widened as she turned her head. The parents in the waiting room also glanced over. Shang Bao, with his little backpack, ran towards her. He was the first to be escorted out by the teacher, and upon spotting his mother amidst the unfamiliar crowd in the strange hall, he couldn't contain his joy. "Mama, did you miss me?" Shang Bao leapt into Shang-Chi's embrace, holding her tightly. "I saw you the moment I came out." Shang-Chi nodded repeatedly, her smile radiating warmth. "Of course. Mama's greatest wish is to see you." The mother and son duo instinctively ignored the man beside them. Ahem. Ji-Yuan cleared his throat. Only then did Shang Bao notice his father's presence. Instantly dropping his playful demeanor, standing upright, and pursing his little lips, "Papa, let us go home." Ji-Yuan bent down to lift the child, who suddenly felt as though the ground was far below him. He tightened his little face, suppressing his urge to cheer out loud. This person is holding him again. More children began to emerge, several of whom called out Shang-Shu's name. "See you tomorrow." "Shang-Shu Gij, Shang-Shu Gij, let us go play." Upon hearing this, Gu-won raised an eyebrow. Shang-Chi couldn't help but smile. "It seems you're quite popular." However, Shang Bao frowned slightly. "They are so noisy." "It's annoying." "That's just because they like you." Shang-Chi gently patted her son's furrowed brow. "Isn't it wonderful to be liked? Being adored is a joyous affair. Isn't it? Consider it from another perspective and try to get along with them." She had been worried about her son not adapting, but seeing so many children who liked him eased her concerns. Shang Bao slowly responded with an "oh." Yet Gu-won frowned, quickening his pace while holding the child. Being liked is a happy thing. That must depend on the person, right? Having spent so long in the pure human world, he could naturally discern the underlying meanings in their words. This woman is hinting at something. Chapter 12. It's rude to keep staring. Shang-Chi was oblivious to Gu-won's thoughts, completely focused on her conversation with her son as they made their way to Nanfeng Garden. Nestled halfway up Qingqing Mountain, a group of werewolves howled in joyful greeting, and Shang-Chi smiled as she returned their salutes. During dinner, she felt a gaze fixed upon her. Lifting her eyes, she spotted a werewolf with gray-black ears staring intently at her. Upon noticing her glance, he averted his gaze. She had rarely seen this werewolf during her few days here. Was his name Hui Wei? Had he just looked at her with disdain? She bit her lip. Uncertain. She didn't believe she had offended him in any way. If memory served correctly, they had never even spoken. She shrugged off the thought, for she still had work to do at the shop. The two aunties' culinary skills were quite commendable, and she enjoyed the meal, devouring an extra half bowl. A massive television adorned the living room wall, where He Wei and Lu Wei were arguing over what to watch. "What do you know? We must watch the news to understand what is happening in the human world. You, on the other hand, know nothing. Cartoons are far more entertaining." Shang-Chi mused to herself that even werewolves enjoyed watching television. She observed their keen interest in human electronics, often engrossed in their phones, scattered around the house, absorbed in their screens. She glanced over at Gu-won, who sat silently eating. He seemed the most human of them all. Having grown up in the human world, she pondered about Gu-won. Her gaze lingered a moment longer than intended, and then Ji-Yuan abruptly stood up, leaving his meal unfinished, and ascended the stairs. The other werewolves were taken aback. "Oh, is the master not feeling well today? It must be your noise." The master got irritated. "I told you we should watch the news," they bickered, while only scarred Wolf Songling's gaze remained fixed on Shang-Chi. His mouth slowly chewing, his eyes filled with unspoken intent. Hui Wei clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Ji Yuan returned to his room, standing by the wash basin, taking a deep breath, closing his eyes. Feeling his ears flush with heat, that woman could not even eat her meal peacefully, staring at him with such a dazed expression. Had she lost all sense of restraint? Downstairs, Shang-Chi finished her meal and prepared to head to the shop. She looked down at her son and asked, "Are you staying at home or coming with me to the shop?" Shangbao rushed over to grasp his mother's hand together. "All right, I'll drive you." Hei Wei chimed in, having overheard their conversation, shaking his tail in boredom. "Please, let me have something to do." Shang-Chi, feeling exhausted from the day and not wanting to drive, smiled and nodded without hesitation. "Sure, thank you." Hei Wei was momentarily dazzled by the woman's smile, muttering to himself, "I really don't understand what the master is thinking." "What?" Shang-Chi asked softly. Hei Wei cleared his throat. "Oh, it's nothing. Let us go." He cast a sidelong glance at Shang-Chi, noting her fair, delicate face that radiated warmth and friendliness. He couldn't fathom why the master was so averse to her. If he could find such a human partner, he would surely beam with joy in his dreams. He would offer her the freshest meat and the finest pelts from his hunts. Werewolves were absolutely loyal and protective of their partners. What a pity, he had yet to encounter his own. Arriving at the destination, "Thank you." Hei Wei watched as Shang-Chi unbuckled her seatbelt and took the child out of the car. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" He shook his head. "No, I'll go for a stroll." He feared that he might inadvertently transfer his scent onto Shang-Chi and face the master's ire. After Hei Wei drove away, Shang-Chi opened the shop. Shangbao played quietly with his toys nearby, not making a sound, ensuring he wouldn't disturb his mother's work. Half an hour later, Nancy arrived with her daughter. "Just finished eating, thought I'd take a walk." Shang-Chi inquired, "Where's Fu Xing?" Fu Xing was her elder brother, 5 years old this year. I called him. "He wouldn't come, he is spoiled by our grandparents. He doesn't need me anymore." Nancy sighed. "In that environment, I feel suffocated, and why grandparents act as though they don't see us. They give all the food and toys to my brother. Fu Xing is bound to be spoiled rotten." After her marriage, she had lived with her in-laws. When she had her first child, her in-laws treated her decently, even helping to prepare nourishing soup. But after the birth of Fu Bao, their attitude had changed significantly. Now, it was even worse. They were unabashedly favoring their grandson, openly calling her granddaughter a fool. She had just had a quarrel and walked out in frustration. Nancy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I told Luo Zhong, either we move out or get a divorce. If the child continues to live with the in-laws, it will ruin them completely." She lifted her gaze to the two small figures at the doorway. Managing a feeble smile, "They are even less than a child. Look how kind and patient Shangbao is with Fu Bao, and Fu Xing, being his biological brother, still follows grandpa and grandma in calling his little sister a fool." Shang-Chi, wrapped in flowers, pondered for a moment before asking, "What if Fu Xing chooses not to move with you?" Nancy fell silent for a second, tugging at her lips. "Let him be. If he wants to be with grandpa and grandma, so be it. I am his mother. If he does not choose me, what can I say? Just make sure you are clear about your decisions." Shang-Chi observed the little girl squatting outside, softly remarking, "We have already committed a breach of etiquette by bringing them into this world without their consent. All we can do is ensure they do not regret their existence here. That is the very least we can offer." Thus, she devoted herself entirely to her son's happiness, holding no expectations for his future greatness, only that he be kind. Beyond that, he was free to choose. Her, the home where Fu Bao currently resided, could only be described as hell. Nancy clenched her fists, her throat tightening. After a moment, she nodded resolutely. "I understand and I will find a job. I cannot endure this any longer. This child chose me to be his mother. I cannot let him down." Outside, darkness had descended, and the streetlights transformed the cityscape as pedestrians hurried home. Shangbao, holding a toy car, was intently disassembling it, while Fu Bao silently squatted beside him, watching his every move. At that moment, a man approached them with a peculiar gait. His legs appeared to be impaired, causing him to walk with an erratic, unsteady rhythm, his feet thudding heavily on the ground. He was unlike anyone else. Passers-by turned to glance at his unusual manner of walking. Shangbao heard the sound of the man's footsteps, glanced briefly before returning his focus to the toy. However, Fu Bao was captivated. her large eyes fixed on the stranger. In the next heartbeat, her head was gently pushed down. Shang Bao, with a youthful seriousness, cautioned, "Don't stare. It would be impolite." Mother has said that sometimes the curious gazes of strangers can also be a form of harm. Chapter 13. Out of control again at 9 o'clock. She closed the door, and with He Wei at the wheel, the mother and son returned to Nanfeng Yuan. The werewolves howled amiably, greeting her with enthusiasm, presenting various small trinkets to Shang Bao. "Cub, look what I found on the street today. Do you like it?" Huang Wei exclaimed, shaking a wooden carved rabbit in his hands. "Cub, this wind chime is for you. Humans truly possess remarkable craftsmanship, capable of creating anything." "Cub, see what this is?" The pack surrounded Shang Bao, tails wagging, offering little gifts. She watched them with a gentle smile, feeling a sense of joy. The wolves here held a fondness for her son, which delighted her. In her childhood, she felt as though she were a ball kicked around, with no one to cherish or welcome her. Instead, she was merely a burden. Here, however, it felt quite wonderful. Just then, the clothing designed by the tailor arrived. A collection of beautiful, elegant dresses that were perfect for her to wear while picking up her child from Junlin Kindergarten, saving her a considerable sum. By 10:30, after freshening up, she found her son already lying in bed. On the verge of sleep, she opened her phone and sent a message, "I want to see Shang Tian. Mr. Gu, you may come over." Mr.Gu replied, "Mm." She opened the door and stood at a distance. Gu Wen entered the room, casting a glance her way without speaking, striding purposefully to the bedside. The cub, wide-eyed, gazed up at him with a hint of curiosity. The previous nights, he had been too drowsy to notice his father. But today, he resisted the urge to drift off, wanting to observe this and Gu Wen still bore the chill of the ice chamber. Ruffling the cub's hair, he said, "Since you're awake, drink this on your own." "Oh?" The cub took the small bottle, gulping it down in one go, licking his lips in satisfaction. Shi leaned against the balcony door, watching the father and son, her lips curling into a smile. "Shang Bao, have you thanked your father yet?" Shang Bao lifted his gaze to his father, murmuring softly, "Thank you, Dad." "Time to sleep." Gu Wen's eyes landed on Shi, pausing for a moment before turning and leaving the room. Shang Bao, with a slight pout, fell asleep. The next day, Shi donned the dress crafted by the designer, a white, fitted long gown made of soft, skin-friendly fabric that draped elegantly just above her knees. In her high heels, her fair legs moved alluringly beneath the fabric. At the staircase landing, she encountered Gu Wen, who was descending. With a bright smile, she greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Gu." Glancing at her dress, she added, "I really like the dress you had made for me." "Thank you." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wen visibly shuddered, as if snapping back to reality. He pressed his lips together and abruptly turned, pushing open the nearest door with a loud bang, slamming it shut behind him. Standing at the door, Gu Wen's expression darkened as he extended a trembling hand towards his ears, disbelief widening his dark eyes. He had lost control again, for the second time. He failed to rein himself in. Was he truly going mad? It seemed that her identity as the cub's mother affected him profoundly. He had encountered women more beautiful than Shang-Chi in the snow-capped mountains and human world alike, yet had never lost control before. Therefore, it was not about affection. It was merely due to this unique, ambiguous identity. Chapter 14. This requires mother's assistance. Shang-Chi stood at the door, her smile gradually fading. What did Mr.Gu mean by that? It had been the same last time. She was aware that he did not particularly favor her and sensed his strong prejudice against humans, yet was his reaction not too overt? She merely considered herself to be offering a polite smile and greeting, without encroaching upon his space or proximity. Was his response not excessive? This wolf truly was the most difficult to deal with in the household. Never mind, she thought, turning to head downstairs when she spotted a gray black-eared wolf leaning against the wall not far away, coldly staring at her. It was Hui Wei. Shang-Chi paused, pursed her lips, pretending not to see him, and turned to descend the staircase. The sharp click of her high heels echoed on the tiled floor, leading her to believe that she was not the only one in this residence who was unwelcome. Aside from Gu Wen, she did not understand why Hui Wei disliked her and had no intention of pondering it further. She was not currency to be valued or devalued. She would not cater to anyone's whims. Her presence in this house was solely for her son's treatment with the cold spring. After breakfast, she needed to take her son to kindergarten. That was her priority. Shang-Chi, good morning, howled Hongwei, wagging her tail and circling around her. You look beautiful. Good morning, Hongwei. Shang-Chi smiled back. He-Wei emerged from the kitchen with a large platter of meat, lazily greeting her. Shang-Chi, you're up? Good morning, He-Wei. You look lovely today, Greenway chimed in. Shang-Chi sat at the dining table with a smile. Thank you. Aside from Hui-Wei and Gu-Wan, she could clearly sense the warmth and kindness from the other wolves. Their presence uplifted her spirits. Is the cub still asleep? She inquired. Shang-Chi nodded. Yes, I've had breakfast, so he should be awake soon. Since there was still time, she felt it was fine for her son to sleep a little longer. Not long after she sat down, she heard the wolves greeting Gu-Wan. Master, good morning, Master. Shang-Chi did not turn around but remained seated, checking her phone for messages. Ji Yuan walked straight to the head of the table without acknowledging anyone. One by one, the wolves took their seats and began their breakfast. Shang-Chi kept her gaze lowered, eating her meal while occasionally glancing at her phone, never once looking at Gu-Wan. Once she finished eating, she rose to head upstairs and rouse her SON as she left her seat. The sound of her high heels clicking away caught Gu-Wan's attention, his gaze deepening as he watched her retreating figure. He needed to find a moment to clarify things with her, and no matter how she endeavored to be amiable, their paths could never truly converge. Upon entering the room, Shang Bao was awake, having dressed himself in a little shirt and was now putting on his school uniform jacket. His eyes lit up upon seeing Shang-Chi. His little ears perked up as he sweetly called out, Mama. Shang-Chi, enchanted by her son's adorable ears, smiled and asked, Does the lovely Shang Bao need Mama's help? Shang Bao shook his head, pursing his lips as he diligently dressed himself. While tying his little tie, he paused for a moment and said, This, Mama help. All right, Shang-Chi smiled, assisting him, adjusting his collar. All done. Now, let us head downstairs for breakfast. And Mama will take you to school. Although Gu-Wan had a professional driver at his disposal, she still wished to spend more time with her child. After leading Shang Bao downstairs, she encountered Daisy. Gu-Wan had already finished breakfast, and Daicin was draping Gu-Wan's coat over him as they prepared to leave for the company. Shang-Chi felt Gu-Wan glancing her way for a brief moment before he said, No, I'll take the cub to school first. Would he be accompanying them today? Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback as her little one tightened his grip on her hand. She looked down to see the corners of her son's lips curling upwards. Did he want Gu-Wan to take him too? It made sense. Aside from the initial resistance he showed towards Gu-Wan, he had gradually come to observe him with curiosity. The fierce demeanor of the little wolf had vanished, replaced with innocent curiosity reflected in his dark eyes. Chapter 15. The self-deluded lone wolf at the vast dining table. A group of well-fed werewolves watched as the cub enjoyed his breakfast. The chubby little face of the cub puffed out with delight, tiny hands clutching a small meat pie. With one bite followed by a sip of milk, he savored each morsel. Shang-Chi sat beside her son, gently urging, Take your time. Ji Yuan also gazed at the little one, his lips curling into a smile as he thought, This is his cub. He has a cub now. Far away on the snowy mountains, his grandmother, along with the wolf father and mother, remained oblivious. He harbored a disdain for pure humans and an even greater aversion for Shang-Chi, yet this had nothing to do with the cub. The issues of parents would never tarnish the innocence of the cub. After all, they had no say in their own birth. He would treat the cub with great care, ensuring that nothing necessary would be lacking. Little Shang Bao finished the last sip of milk, licking his lips, and swayed his little tail as he was lifted into the air by a pair of large hands. Let us go to school. Gu-Wan cradled the cub, reaching up to smooth down the little tufts of fur that stood up on the top of his head. He had long wished to tame them, but the stubborn tuft defiantly sprang back up. Gu-Wan pursed his lips and pressed it down once more, but as soon as he released his grip, the tuft stood upright again. With a scoff, he decided to let it be and strode forward. Shang-Chi followed closely behind, observing her son's serious little face, tight-lipped and earnest, in Gu-Wan's arms, his small hands gripping the fabric of Gu-Wan's shirt. It was clear he relished being held by his father. Yet he maintained that little expression. Shang-Chi couldn't help but chuckle as she boarded the car equipped with a child seat. She noticed Gu-Wan intently securing Shang Bao's safety belt with his long, fair hands, which clicked with a satisfying sound. Then, he lowered his gaze to the cub's wolf ears and instructed, Take 3 deep breaths and tuck your ears back. Shang Bao blinked his big eyes. extending his chubby little hand to touch his ears, responding with an "oh," and complied, tucking them away. "Practice at home," Guwen added. Shangbao nodded. Guwen fixed his gaze on him. "Howl for me, let us see." Shangbao clenched the edge of his shirt and opened his mouth. "Awu," in a sweet, childish voice. "Remember, if you howl 3 times in succession, it's a distress signal in our wolf clan. Ordinary wolves can hear calls from up to 200 kilometers away." That night, he had heard the cub's call and had come to find him. He was among the few in the pack who could hear sounds from 300 kilometers away. "How many kilometers?" Shangxi could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out. Ji Yuan glanced at her with mild annoyance. "Don't compare us to those lowly, foolish creatures." "All right then," Shangxi thought, "you all are impressive." Thus, she arrived at the kindergarten, still in a state of astonishment. After they exited the car and exchanged a few words with the little one, they watched him being greeted by the teacher, disappearing from sight before getting back in the vehicle. Inside the car, it was just the two of them. Ji Yuan contemplated that if this woman were to show him goodwill again, he would need to clarify matters. However, the reality was, Shangxi kept her head down, engrossed in her phone, not glancing at him even once, not uttering a single word, as if he were invisible. Only when getting out did she hurriedly say, "Goodbye, Mr. Gu," before opening the car door and, in her high heels, walked briskly into the store without looking back. Ji Yuan. This woman, could she possibly read minds? Did she know what he was thinking? Was she temporarily concealing her intentions of goodwill? Author's warm reminder. Werewolves typically keep their hearing toned down, only slightly better than that of ordinary humans, as the human world is too noisy. If they were to unleash their hearing, they would surely be overwhelmed by the clamor. Chapter 16. If you're struggling, it's a slap in my face. Shangxi could not read minds. She was unaware of Guwen's thoughts about her. Upon entering the store, the first thing she did was change out of her dress into something more comfortable. At 11 o'clock, Zhou Zio appeared in the shop. "Just checking to see if you're still alive." She wore a white long dress, one hand carrying a bag filled with large, ripe peaches. Shangxi was busy wrapping flowers and laughed. "See, I'm doing just fine." Zhou Zio picked a peach and washed it at the sink, then sliced it into neat squares, taking 2 toothpicks from the box on the table. She sat beside Shangxi, spearing a piece of peach with a toothpick and bringing it to her lips. "It should be quite sweet." Shangxi naturally opened her mouth to take a bite, nodding, "It's sweet." Zhou Zio continued feeding her bites of peach, glancing up and down at Shangxi. "So, how is it going at the Gu household? Is everything all right?" Although Shangxi had reassured her that everything was fine, Zhou Zio still felt uneasy. Ordinary folk like them and the affluent Gu family were worlds apart. She feared Shangxi might be devoured whole. She did not view connections with wealthy families as inherently positive. Instead, she held a deep-seated anxiety about the uncontrollable unknown. After all, she had never seen the world. Her understanding of the wealthy came solely from television, novels, and comics. To her, the wealthy were a terrifying presence, as people would do anything for money in her eyes. One did not need an abundance of wealth to live. A simple, ordinary life felt much safer. Wealth often brings trouble. I've scoured the internet over the past few days, but found no mention of you having a girlfriend. Odd. Not even a rumor. I'm just worried that there might be a woman around him who looks down on you. Have you met his family? What are they like? Would they think you're after money? Shangxi found it amusing. Authors of comics are truly different. Zhou Zio shot her a glare. Cut the nonsense. I'm genuinely worried about you. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Shangxi considered the pack of wolves in the house. Were those werewolves Guwen's family? As for Guwen's parents, she had never met them. They seemed quite nice, so there was no need for concern. Zhou Zio frowned, speaking earnestly. "If things seem off, run away quickly. If you need anything, call me." All right, I'll heed your advice," Shangxi added, glancing at Zhou Zio. "By the way, have you lost a bit of weight?" Women on diets generally appreciate such comments. Zhou Zio smiled. "Really? You noticed? I'm down to 123 pounds now." Zhou Zio stood at 1.60 meters, weighing 130 at her heaviest, losing 7 pounds in a month. Quite impressive. My goal weight is 100 pounds. Once I'm slim, I'll wear all sorts of beautiful dresses. Zhou Zio winked playfully at Shangxi. "You're already beautiful," Shangxi complimented sincerely. Zhou Zio, with her slightly plump figure, fair and tender skin, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a charmingly round face, indeed looked quite adorable. Zhou Zio sighed. With my current figure and looks, those I like don't like me back, and those who like me aren't my type. It's understandable. In this world, everyone values appearances. If I don't change soon, I'll truly miss my chance. Don't say things like there will be someone who loves you for who you are or someone will be waiting for you. Zhou Zio chuckled helplessly. I am a comic author. I know better than anyone that those are just dreams. As a full-time comic author, her circle was small, meaning fewer interactions with the opposite sex. She remained quite aware of her situation. Shangxi pressed her lips together and nodded. As long as you lose weight healthily, I support you. Extreme measures that harm your body are not acceptable, I know. I truly envy you. You never seem to gain weight. I gain weight just by drinking water. Shangxi chuckled softly, eyeing her. Are you sure it's just water making you gain weight? Zhou Zio sighed. All right, not really. It's that I eat too much and my body absorbs everything too well. Zhou Zio stayed with Shangxi in the shop for 2 hours before heading back. Shangxi quietly worked, and when the time came, she changed into her dress to pick up her son from kindergarten. A black WUS car slowly came to a stop in front of the Qingfeng flower shop. As soon as Shangxi stepped outside, she spotted Daitsun standing by the car, dressed in a silver gray suit. Smiling and nodding, Miss Shang, here to pick up the young master, right? Please, get in. Without hesitation, Shangxi nodded decisively. Sure. Right away. She quickly closed the shop door and walked over with a smile. Did Gu ask you to pick up Shangbao? There was no way Gu Wan, being so busy, would personally drop off or pick up every day then. Daitsun smiled and opened the car door. Inside, she saw Gu Wan, casually seated with his long legs crossed. Glancing at her with a calm expression. Mr. Gu, you're here too? Shangxi was somewhat surprised. Gu's presence would surely delight that cool little guy at the kindergarten. Seems I'll be the one to pick up and drop off the cub from now on. Gu's voice was low, his tone inscrutable. Oh. The ball driver remained silent as he drove, while Daitsun, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke at the appropriate moment. Miss Shang, if you wish, you only need to wait at the shop entrance. And we will come to pick you up together. I would love that. How could she refuse such convenience? It would be foolish not to take advantage of a ride. Mr. Gu, please let me know when we arrive. Feeling a bit fatigued today, she closed her eyes once in the car, hoping to catch a bit of rest. Gu's gaze shifted from the window back to her slowly, his high nose slightly twitching as he pressed his lips together. The car was filled with the floral fragrance emanating from her. With her eyes closed, her long eyelashes formed a delicate fan, and her plump lips were gently pressed together as she drifted into slumber. Teske, Guwen withdrew his gaze, looking out the window. Working so hard, was it out of financial need? As far as he knows, the tireless efforts of pure humans are all in pursuit of wealth. Upon awakening, Shangxi was startled to find that the car had already come to a halt, mistakenly believing that Guwen had exited without calling for her. However, in her flustered state, she lifted her gaze only to see Guwen seated across from her. Mr. Gu, what time is it? She inquired hurriedly, glancing out the window while unbuckling her seatbelt. 10 more minutes, he replied. Shangxi breathed a sigh of relief. How long have we been here? You should have woken me. There was no need, Guwen said nonchalantly. We've been here for a while, but since you were sleeping so soundly, I thought it best to let you rest a little longer. Guwen observed Shangxi quietly. Her hair was tousled from sleep. He gradually spoke. You are the mother of a cub, and I believe I am qualified to take responsibility for your needs. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? On the table, Guwen pushed a stack of cards towards her. Take what you need. Feel free to spend. His thin lips pressed together, and the sharp line of his jaw was evident as he spoke in a low voice. Your exhausting pursuit of wealth feels like a slap in my face. Regardless of your feelings, you are still the mother of a cub. Chapter 17. Mr. Gu, with all due respect, you are delusional, Shangxi exclaimed. Perplexed? Delusional? Guwen replied, slightly uncomfortable. Don't overthink it and don't misunderstand. It's simply because you are the mother of the cub. Shangxi found it strange. What could I possibly misunderstand? Our connection is solely due to the child. Isn't it? Guwen's dark eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze upon her. What do you think you could misunderstand? Wasn't it you who was offering me goodwill? Huh. What? Shangxi's eyes widened in confusion. What goodwill? Guwen stared at her, his elongated black eyes appearing somewhat piercing. Are you pretending not to understand? Why? Shangxi was genuinely bewildered at this point. She cleared her throat, her eyes wide as she looked at the man before her. No, why would I pretend not to understand? Is there something I should understand? Her mind was filled with questions. Mr. Gu, could you please clarify? Gu Wen leaned back, slightly lifting his chin, his gaze condescending as his voice turned cold. Do you need me to spell out your own thoughts? What is this woman thinking? Is she attempting to feign ignorance to conceal her past? Is it shameful to admit she desires to be my partner? Regardless of whether you are a pure human or one from our werewolf clan, many have aspired to be my partner. You need not hide it. I have grown accustomed to it. Shangxi fell into a profound silence. She felt that her speechlessness was her mother tongue. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. She had not expected a wolf clan leader, a powerful figure in the human business realm, to be so self-absorbed. What had led this wolf to believe that she wished to be his partner? In an instant, her gaze towards Gu Wen shifted. She had previously thought him impressive, but now certain illusions had shattered. She straightened her posture, bowing deeply towards him, sincerely apologizing. Mr. Gu, it is my fault that I apologize for giving you such a grand misconception. Ji Yuan pressed his lips together. Speak seriously. Even after spending so many years in the human world, he still did not grasp their complexities. What I mean is, you misunderstood. I have never considered being your partner. Shangxi met his gaze directly. I swear, I have never thought that. Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying I overthought it? Fine, you know the truth, and we cannot be. That is my answer. I would like to know what I did. What goodwill? Shangxi felt a generational gap in communication with this wolf. Had she been rejected before even having feelings? How infuriating. Gu Wen, upon her question, actually averted his gaze, no longer looking at her. As if slightly uncomfortable, he cleared his throat. In a deep voice, he slowly said, You smile at me time and again. Isn't that goodwill? Why do you look at me with such inviting eyes? He halted, unable to articulate further. Yet, the car had fallen silent. The driver and Daitsun had seemingly exited the vehicle at some point. Standing by the side, suddenly, the car door was yanked open forcefully. A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed from within. Mr. Gu, with all due respect, you are delusional. I cannot communicate with you normally. Daitsun was startled, his eyes wide with surprise. He saw Shangxi stepping out of the car in high heels, not looking back as she strode toward the kindergarten waiting hall, the sound of her heels striking the ground heavily. Daitsun hesitated. Slowly approaching. Mr. Gu? He queried. What happened to Miss Shang? It was quite the spectacle. Miss Shang had openly rejected Mr. Gu, even calling him delusional. Having been by Gu's side for 5 years, he had never witnessed anyone daring to speak to him in such a manner. He quietly gave a thumbs up to Shangxi in his heart. She was impressive. Ji Yuan remained seated, motionless. After a moment, he violently unbuckled his seatbelt, his handsome brow furrowed, gritting his teeth in a cold smile. So what if she is the mother of a cub? What an attitude! Daitsun cautiously retreated, silent. Gu Wen shrugged off his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. For the first time, he had been publicly humiliated. His chest heaving with anger. She is not my partner. Who gave her the audacity? Whether in the human world or among the wolf clan, no one dared to treat him this way. This woman was becoming rather audacious. Daitsun faded into the background, trying to become invisible. On the other side, Shangxi stormed into the waiting hall, swiping her card with indignation, taking a seat. Delusional. That man is delusional, just because I smiled at him. He thinks I want to be his partner? Ha! Anyone would burst into laughter at that. She considered herself quite attractive and had never lacked suitors. She had never encountered someone so self-absorbed. Oh, right, he was a wolf. Did all werewolves share his delusions? From today onward, she vowed never to smile at him again. To outsiders, the head of the Gu family was undoubtedly impressive. After this incident, she felt that Gu Wen was merely a self-deluded lone wolf. The thought of that stack of cards made her laugh in frustration. She should have taken one earlier. She should have grabbed one and made it clear to him, word for word, that she was merely riding on her son's coattails and had not thought anything of it. As she scrolled through her phone, she noticed Gu Wen's contact name. Mr. Gu. She paused, then swiftly changed it to Lone Wolf. Ji Yuan, wearing a grim expression beneath his mask, his sharp black eyes piercing, entered the waiting hall. From a distance, he spotted the woman sitting in the center. Instead of approaching her, he chose an empty seat nearby. After a while, he saw the cub being led by a staff member. Rushing towards Shang-Chi, the mother and child embraced with affection, a heartwarming sight. He sat alone, feeling as though he were just another passerby. Shangbao, clutching a toy airplane, sat on a small stool in the store, focused on disassembling and reassembling it. This was his hobby. Occasionally, he would glance up with his striking black and white eyes at his mother, and upon seeing her engrossed in work, he seemed reassured, returning to his task. He was like a little guardian, a small protector. As long as his mother was healthy and happy, he would follow her anywhere. Currently, he was quite satisfied with moving into his father's house. His mother no longer had to cook, and someone was always there to drive him to school. His father provided him with cold, sweet drinks every night, alleviating the burning pain he used to endure. In that large house, there were many uncles with big ears and tails. Although some appeared rather dim-witted, they treated him and his mother well. In his youthful innocence, the little one harbored simple thoughts. Whoever treated his mother kindly, he would favor. The flower shop, illuminated by warm lights, was a vibrant spectacle of blossoms, exuding a myriad of floral fragrances. The mother and son were each preoccupied with their own tasks, the scene radiating warmth reminiscent of a picturesque painting. At 9 o'clock. Shang-Chi closed the door. Outside, Highway, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, resembling a young university student, stood beside a car, waving at her. Shang-Chi, I'm here to take you home. Shang-Chi, somewhat surprised, pulled her son along and approached. Highway, when did you arrive? About 2 hours ago. Then why didn't you come inside for a while and have something to drink? Highway settled into the driver's seat. His long legs folded as he tucked away his ears and tail, presenting himself as quite the handsome young man with defined features, thick brows, and bright eyes, a striking figure who, surprisingly, was not human. While fastening his seatbelt, he replied, I was quite content waiting outside. What he refrained from saying was that Shang-Chi was the mother of the family's young one, and they needed to maintain a certain distance. He feared that an unintentional act might leave Shang-Chi reeking of his scent, which could lead to the family head expelling him from the residence and sending him back to the snowy mountains. With no place to weep, Shangbao, with his large, dark eyes, quietly regarded Highway and said, Thank you, Uncle Highway. Highway, taken aback, replied, No need to thank me. Young 1.20 minutes later, they returned to Nanfeng Garden. Aunt Huang in the kitchen took her hand and asked, Would you like something to eat? I heard you opened a flower shop. You must be tired. Shang-Chi felt somewhat fatigued today. When she was tired, she lost her appetite. After being startled by Gu Wen's presumptuousness in the afternoon, she had eaten even less. Thank you, Auntie, but I'm not hungry right now. All she wanted was a shower and then sleep. With that, Shangbao, clutching a bottle of milk, followed his mother back to their room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Shang-Chi awoke, roused by the grumbling of her stomach. She sighed, realizing that she should have eaten when Aunt Huang had asked her. She had intended to hold out until dawn. But the longer she resisted, the hungrier she became. Ultimately, she carefully climbed out of bed, glancing at her sleeping little bundle. She dared not make too much noise, tiptoeing out of the room. In the kitchen. There should still be food available. If not, she could easily boil some noodles. She felt ravenous. The house was eerily quiet at night. Using the light from her phone, she navigated the dark hallway. There wasn't even a sensor light. She recalled hearing Greentail mention that werewolves had excellent night vision. Lights were optional for them, and they preferred the darkness. This was Shang-Chi's first time leaving her room at such a late hour. During the day, the stairwell, the railing, and the sofa were bustling with werewolves. Now, standing at the top of the staircase, the surroundings were desolate and silent, enveloped in darkness. She grasped the railing and slowly descended the stairs. The silence so profound that only her footsteps echoed. Halfway down, her body stiffened, and she halted. Someone was behind her, watching her. She felt as though a ferocious beast had its gaze fixed upon her. And in an instant, she thought of Greentail. Shang-Chi pressed her lips together and turned. Under the glow of her phone, she first noticed the silhouette on the wall, tall, with large ears and a bushy tail. Standing upright. The face was unlike any werewolf she had seen during the day. As she fully turned, she recognized that wolf's face. Indeed, it was a wolf's face. Its broad nose, deep-set beastly eyes, and sharp fangs, standing upright in human clothing. In truth, over the past week, Shang-Chi had completely embraced the wolf pack, harboring no fear whatsoever. She found Highway endearing, perceived Songling as a mature older brother, and thought Redtail to be a lovely and charming young girl. She even secretly praised herself for her remarkable adaptability. Often, she observed the wolves, feeling as though she was glimpsing another facet of the world. It was utterly fascinating. She looked at her son's little ears and found them adorable. Truly, she was not afraid at all. Everyone welcomed her with such warmth and kindness, far better than some humans. She genuinely felt no fear. Their faces were indistinguishable from humans, save for the addition of ears and tails. And they were all quite handsome. They wore clothes, walked upright, and spoke just like humans. What was there to fear? Yet, at this moment, upon seeing Greytail's wolf face, she comprehended the true meaning behind the term werewolf. She was living among a pack of werewolves. She clenched her teeth, widened her eyes, and fought the impulse to flee. Was she afraid? It stood upright, speaking with human words. Shang-Chi took a deep breath, her face pale, her hand trembling as she held the phone. The light flickering. Yes, she was afraid. So what does that mean? She stood halfway down the staircase, looking up at the werewolf at the top. The family head despises you. Do you know that? Shang-Chi paused. I know. How could I not? Greytail sneered. Our kind can have only one mate for life. After he engaged with you, he lost the right to pursue werewolf females. Yet he would rather live in solitude than seek you out because he loathes pure humans. He detests you. He had to bring you along for the sake of the young one. In truth, he finds you bothersome. Do you understand? Shang-Chi clenched her fists. She knew that Guwen didn't like her. Just today, he had gone to great lengths to remind her that he had no desire for her to think of being his mate. In the morning, when she greeted him, he had turned and shut the door in her face without a hint of discretion. If they happened to brush against each other, he would coldly remind her to keep her distance. But so what? Did it matter whether he liked her or not? Shang-Chi's voice was soft. Well, I don't like him either. He finds me bothersome. That's his issue. Greytail didn't expect her to be so brazen, his fangs clenching in surprise. Shang-Chi raised her chin defiantly, her fists tight. His disdain for me is irrelevant. He brought me here, not I sought this place myself. That's his concern. She tightened her posture, her tone resolute, gazing at him without an ounce of fear, though her back was drenched in cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, she smiled lightly. So, are you done speaking? This doesn't concern you, does it? This house isn't yours, after all. Greytail seemed enraged, opening his mouth to emit a low growl, his sharp fangs glinting in the light. His eyes glowing with an eerie green. Roar. Greytail took a step forward. Shang-Chi's body involuntarily trembled. This is not a place for a mere human like you. You do not belong in our world. Leave the young one and return to yours. Initially, Shang-Chi felt a twinge of fear, but upon hearing the phrase leave the young one, she froze in place. The light from her phone ceased to flicker. Chapter 19. There will be no next time. Her gaze hardened. That is my son. Why on earth would I leave him behind? Roar. That is the family head's young one. Greytail twisted his neck, baring his teeth as he took another step down. Shang-Chi glared at him fiercely. That child is the result of 10 months of arduous labor. I named him and raised him alone to this point. What right do you have to tell me to leave my son? Not even Guwen would dare to say that. What gives you the authority? Having spoken her piece in one breath, she panted heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Perhaps something clicked in Shang-Chi's mind as she coldly smiled. Was Guwen the one who sent you? Does he want Shangbao? Shut your mouth, Greytail growled. Unable to contain himself any longer, striding towards Shang-Chi with an intimidating presence. Guwen, control your pack of wolves. Shang-Chi could not help but shout, her anger overtaking her fear. It was Guwen who had brought her to this residence, claiming he had the right to provide for her needs. Was this his notion of responsibility? He meant to harm her, plain and simple. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but her foot slipped. Greytail instinctively reached out, but it was too late. Shang-Chi had already tumbled down the stairs. Simultaneously, the door to the 3rd floor swung open violently, and a tall shadow leapt from the 3rd floor, landing effortlessly at the 2nd floor staircase before springing to the 1st. Shang-Chi lay at the bottom, dazed and disoriented, her phone lying far off, still casting its light. Home, family head. Greytail appeared flustered and at a loss, standing frozen in place, stammering as he looked at the towering werewolf with enormous ears and a bushy tail that had emerged from the 1st floor. The imposing werewolf's eyes glowed with a fierce green light, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, fixed intently on Gray Tail. Gray Tail. Gray Tail opened his mouth. I only meant to scare her. I didn't intend to harm her. Family head. She likely does not wish to see you again. Gray Tail's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening silently in realization. Slowly, he lowered his gaze. Yes, family head, Gu1. Looking down at the woman sprawled on the ground, crouched beside her. Shang-Chi felt the weight of a pair of dark eyes upon her. In a voice that was slightly familiar and deep, he asked, "Are you all right? I can take you to the hospital." As she hazily opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a pair of enormous black ears. Shang-Chi thought, quite inopportunely, that what Highway and the others said was true. Gu-wen was indeed a pure black wolf. Yet this solitary black wolf had brought her here, subjecting her to this misery. She felt exceedingly dizzy, but her heart was aflame with anger, and she weakly spat. "You can't even manage a wolf, I despise you." The words she struggled to articulate came out as mere whispers to others. However, the werewolves had exceptional hearing, and Gu-wen caught her words. He paused momentarily. The next moment, she heard the woman, eyes closed, muttering, "Narcissist, I despise you. You want my treasure? Not a chance. You're all a bunch of fools. What's going on?" A voice echoed in the hall, belonging to Tsongling, who entered with a furrowed brow. Gu-wen's expression shifted. Retracting his ears and tail, after a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands and picked up the woman from the ground. Tsongling furrowed his brow and turned, proclaiming, "I shall drive." As he pivoted, he caught sight of Hui-Wei positioned at the top of the staircase on the second floor. His ears drooping despondently in the vehicle, Shang-Chi had succumbed to unconsciousness. A small wound on her forehead, seeping a trickle of blood. Gu-wen's thin lips were tightly pressed together, his brow furrowed in concern. This was his oversight. This was his fault. He was acutely aware of Hui-Wei's disdain for Shang-Chi, yet he had failed to pay heed or issue a specific warning. Due to his negligence, he had allowed Hui-Wei to act as he pleased. He had previously expressed his aversion to Shang-Chi without reservation among the pack. His disregard for her had led to this predicament. Gu-wen closed his eyes in anguish. Nanfeng Garden was nestled on the hillside of Qingqing. Tsongling clutched the steering wheel as the car sped down the main road, the lush greenery on either side blurring past. He struck the steering wheel in frustration. Hui-Wei, how foolish. He was the first werewolf to pledge allegiance to Gu-wen and had known him the longest within the estate. When Hui-Wei first arrived at the residence at the tender age of 15, he was nothing but skin and bones, having suffered grievous injuries among humans. It was Gu-wen who offered him shelter and tended to his wounds. He harbored deep respect and gratitude towards Gu-wen, coupled with a profound hatred for humans. It seemed he had no wolf parents and had unknowingly wandered into the human world. He regarded Nanfeng Garden as a fragile sanctuary, for the master not only saved him but also shared his disdain for humans. Hui-Wei was fiercely loyal, eager to take on any task, regardless of how grimy or laborious it might be. However, Shang-Chi was the mother of a cub. She was no ordinary human. Her unique relationship with the master earned her the respect and welcome of the wolves in the estate. Hui-Wei had lost the home he so painstakingly wished to protect. Gu-wen remained silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor hastily dressed the wound. It was merely a superficial injury. Should there be lingering concerns, further examinations could be conducted the following day. And if all was well, they could return home. Shang-Chi gradually regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to the sight of the man's sharply defined chin, realizing she was cradled in Gu-wen's arms, prompting her to frown. "Please, put me down." In the hospital corridor, Gu-wen paused, not glancing down at her as he continued walking, merely stating, "We are returning to the ward. After tomorrow's examination, we will go home." "I said, put me down," Shang-Chi reiterated, her lips pressed together. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of its usual friendliness. "You truly wish to avoid any interaction with me, don't you? Why bother?" Chapter 20. 6 months later. I depart with the child. Hui-Wei's words echoed in her mind, causing her expression to grow increasingly detached. Gu-wen halted, silence enveloping them for a moment as he gradually lowered his gaze to meet hers. Shang-Chi averted her eyes. "I apologize," Gu-wen murmured, his voice heavy with remorse. "This was my oversight." He set her down gently, wearily rubbing his forehead as he quietly explained. Hui Wei was confined and mistreated by humans during his cubhood. He harbors animosity towards them. I never anticipated he would dare to act against you. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. Confined and treated like a dog. Given the current circumstances, the intelligence of werewolves seemed no different from that of humans. Kept in filthy conditions while being abused at IT must have been profoundly painful, especially as a CUB, and a wonder Hui Wei had looked at her with such disdain over the past week. She had been perplexed as to what had provoked him. In an instant, she felt a pang of sympathy for Hui Wei, but that was absurd. A surge of anger welled within her. So, he hated all humans indiscriminately? Why condemn everyone for the actions of a few? He was pitiable, yet what crime had she committed? She gestured to the wound on her forehead. Can you identify anyone else who harbors animosity towards us humans? I truly fear for my life should this happen again. After speaking, she directed a scrutinizing gaze at Guwen. Aside from Hui Wei, who else in this household despises humans? Is it you? The tall man standing beside her, his piercing gaze suddenly comprehending her expression, furrowed his brow. What is that look you're giving me? Do you believe I would attack you? Shangxi took a step back, her eyes darting. Who can guarantee that? Shangxi, a flicker of disbelief crossed Gu Wen's eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of indignation. Are you insulting me? You are the mother of my cub. Oh, Shangxi replied with a nonchalant nod, uncertain of her own belief. Over the past 6 months, her child required cold spring water, which was only available through Gu Wan. Her desire to return to her new home had been thwarted. Such matters would not have a second chance. Ji Yuwen's handsome face was etched with seriousness. Oh, Shangxi replied, still distracted. She stood in the hospital corridor, a small piece of white cloth atop her head, her arms and thighs smeared with ointment, the pungent odor of medication surrounding her. The hospital at 2 in the morning was eerily quiet. The doors to each room firmly shut, the occasional beeping of machines echoing within 6 months. She uttered softly. What? I said, endure for another 6 months. Shangxi turned to meet his gaze, her eyes unwavering. After 6 months, I will take my son and leave, no longer lingering before you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Wen's features. Shangxi tightened her grip. I will not give you my child, not even in death. Gu Wen's brows knitted together, and Owan is forcing you to leave. The pack has already accepted you. Hui Wei's words are not worth considering. He paused, averting his gaze. As the mother of a wolf cub, I have no right to compel you to stay. Shangxi pressed her lips together. What are you saying? I have my own home. I possess my own life. The notion of being forced out reminded her of her childhood, when she had relied on others, feeling like a burden to her relatives, who openly spoke of her as a nuisance. In that moment, she clutched the hem of her clothing, the humiliation and confusion washing over her. Now, she casually tugged at her clothing and spoke gently. To be honest, I came to Nanfeng Garden primarily for Shangxu's illness. Since the ailment has been cured, I shall return home with him. Therefore, you should endure for another 6 months. With that, she turned to leave. It's merely an external injury. I do not need to stay in the hospital. Ji Yuwen frowned, his gaze fixed on her retreating figure. Despite her insistence on distancing herself, he found no joy in her words. He indeed did not harbor strong feelings for Shangxi, but he did not desire this outcome under such circumstances. As he listened to her words, his expression darkened. 6 months, she kept repeating that. The elevator arrived, and they exited in succession. He observed her silhouette, his voice icy. What did Hui Wei say to you? At the entrance of the hospital at 2 in the morning, a cold breeze swept through, causing Shangxi, clad in a thin nightgown, to shiver slightly. She halted, not looking back, feigning nonchalance as she replied. Oh, I nearly forgot. He mentioned that my presence has caused you some inconvenience. Gu Wen fell silent for a moment, neither affirming nor denying her statement. In our werewolf clan, mothers are the bearers of life, holding an absolute status. A mother who has given birth to a cub is entitled to access all resources belonging to the cub's father. The implication was clear. His feelings and opinions were inconsequential. Shangxi was the mother of his cub. If she desired anything, he was obligated to provide it, regardless of his own willingness. What if I do not require anything? Why should you force yourself? She had her own home and job, and was perfectly capable of supporting herself and her son, having endured the indignities of relying on others in her childhood. She had finally established her own life. She had no desire to seek favor or endure disdain. Hu Weiwei's words compelled her to reassess their relationship. She now wished for 6 months to pass, for her son's health to be restored, and to return to her new home. Ji Yuan's expression darkened. Shangxi, that is my most fundamental responsibility. Enough, she replied. Just treat Shangbao well. I see that he quite enjoys your company. Gu Wen remained silent for a moment, as if contemplating something, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Are you sulking? Do you want me to appease you? He had observed that when human women became upset, they often sought their partner's comfort, a trait not dissimilar to their werewolf counterparts. In this moment, he inexplicably found himself drawn to that line of thought. Shangxi. She opened her mouth, but fell silent. She was at a loss for words. The corners of her mouth twitched. In our world, sulking signifies a close bond between two individuals. However, with you, Mr. Gu, I am no different from a stranger. The idea of Gu Wen comforting her sent shivers down her spine. I do not dislike you. I am not demanding anything of you at present. I respect your prejudice against humans and your various opinions of me. Let us refrain from discussing those matters. For the next 6 months, let us coexist normally, especially in front of the child. Shall we? Though her demeanor remained calm, her gaze steady as she regarded him, he felt a growing discomfort. Ji Yuan pressed his lips together, a spark of frustration igniting within him. He had not anticipated her reaction to be so fierce, a stark contrast to her previous gentleness. She was not merely displeased, she outright rejected him. This sudden shift in attitude, was it due to Hu Wei? Did she despise him because of it? Repeatedly rebuffed, his ire began to boil over. He coldly smirked and replied, very well, suit yourself. If she did not want him, then so be it. He would not grovel for her affection. She was not his mate. Now that she was drawing such a clear line between them, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. After all, he had never liked her. This was perfect. Chapter 21. Let her sleep, then it is settled. With the matter resolved, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. A sleek black car came to a gradual stop before them. The door opening automatically, Songling, gripping the steering wheel, glanced over. Songling, brother, Shangxi greeted with a faint smile and a polite nod. Inside the car, Shangxi settled into the far left seat. Gazing out the window, Ji Yuan took the seat on the right. Staring ahead, his expression indifferent. The two sat in silence, akin to shared transportation, neither uttering a word. Through the rearview mirror, Song Ling observed the two individuals and slowly began to speak. Shangxi, on behalf of Hu Wei. I apologize for tonight's events. Shangxi turned her gaze back. I did not come to seek your forgiveness. I merely wish for you to understand that we do not harbor any animosity towards you. Aside from him, our pack welcomes and cherishes you. Finally, Song Ling added, isn't that right, master? Shangxi thought to herself, how astute you are in your inquiries. Ji Yuan was one of the only 2 werewolves in the household who disliked her. Just as she expected the man beside her to scowl and deny it, she heard him respond with a low, affirmative grunt. Shangxi wondered if there was something wrong with her hearing. Gu Wen's expression was serious, contemplating how Hu Wei could act in such a manner, which was undoubtedly linked to his initial attitude. He had never concealed his disdain for Shangxi within the pack, which likely led to Hu Wei's misunderstanding of how tormented and resentful he truly felt towards her. From this moment on, he needed to alter his demeanor in front of the pack. Just then, a loud grumble echoed, followed by a series of similar sounds, originating from Gu Wen glanced down indifferently. The source was the woman's stomach. Shangxi paused. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she calmly said, Song Ling, please stop at the snack shop. All right, Song Ling replied, coming across one just in time. He halted the vehicle and opened the door. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Please wait a moment with the master. No, I'll go buy it myself. Shangxi retorted without a second thought. It would be utterly awkward to share a car with Gu Wen right now. The shop sign read barbecue, fried noodles, fried rice, wontons. Shangxi ordered wontons and began to eat inside the shop. At 3 in the morning, Shangxi returned to Nanfeng Courtyard once more. After experiencing so much tonight, she was truly exhausted. She had to send the child to kindergarten tomorrow, and there were only a few hours left for sleep. The 3 of them entered the house one after another. She silently ascended to the 2nd floor and retreated to her room. Ji Yuan stood on the 1st floor, watching her figure disappear before withdrawing his gaze. Master, Hu Wei has left, he stated, Ji Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds before murmuring in acknowledgement. Saying nothing further and returned to his room. Song Ling stood still for a long while, sighing deeply. He pondered, what must the master be feeling? The werewolves in the household were all his kin. He had always generously accepted the werewolves who descended the mountain. And Hui Wei was fiercely loyal to the master, much like a pure human pursuing a star. However, this time, Hui Wei had truly erred. That was the mother of a cub. The master refrained from taking action. Perhaps out of a final shred of mercy in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warmly enveloping the little wolf cub on the bed. The cub revealed his ears, rubbed his eyes, and sat up. He glanced at his mother, who lay sleeping with her back to him, sniffing the air and detecting a peculiar scent emanating from her. He climbed out of bed, ready to approach and investigate. Just then, he heard his mother tiredly stretch out her hand and ruffle his hair. Don't make noise. Mommy will sleep a little longer. Oh. The little wolf cub nodded earnestly, unable to see his mother's face. Of course, he also did not notice the small bandage on her forehead. After gently patting his mother's head, he quietly climbed out of bed, tiptoeing into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Then, with a serious expression, he pursed his lips and began to put on his school uniform, diligently fastening each button with his small hands. He was still unsure about the little tie, so he glanced at his sleeping mother, attempting to tie it in a crooked manner. He did not want to wake her and wished for her to sleep a little longer. Then, stepping on the soft carpet, he left the room to go downstairs for breakfast. After eating, he intended to wake his mother. Sometimes, when he fell asleep, his mother would do the same for him. At the staircase, the little wolf cub encountered his father. Dressed in all black, his father's tall figure and dark eyes fixed upon him. Come here. Shang Bao quietly walked over. Daddy Datum, the towering werewolf, stared at his cub, his gaze lingering on the crooked little tie. You can't tie a tie. He slowly crouched down, extending his hand, and with a calm demeanor, began to tie it for him. Is your mother still sleeping? He asked softly. Shang Bao nodded. Yes, I'll wake her after breakfast. Ji Yuan fell silent for a moment before saying, Don't wake her. Let her sleep. I'll take you to school. Shang Bao thought for a moment and nodded in understanding. Yes, mommy is tired. Ji Yuan gazed at his little cub, so small and with soft, fluffy black hair topped with 2 furry black ears. His fair skin and large, dark eyes, along with his slightly thin lips, resembled him. It seemed he was still unaware of Shang-Chi's injury. Otherwise, he wouldn't he appear so calm. Regarding last night's events, deep down, he did not wish for the little one to know. The cub was most protective of his mother, and if he learned that a werewolf had attacked her, he would likely become wary of all werewolves. It was difficult to gain his trust, and he had come to regard this place as a safe haven. Yet, he didn't want to hide the truth from the cub. Though small, he was an independent being deserving of equal treatment and communication. The cub wore a serious expression, pretending to be stern, but his large eyes gazed at Gu Wan with a hint of eagerness, indicating he had some fondness for his father. Ji Yuan sighed, intending to take his son to breakfast first before broaching the topic. Chapter 22. Fear of the cub, disliking them at the large dining table. Shang-Chi was absent. Shang Bao sat next to his father, sipping milk and eating small pieces of beef. He was clearly enjoying himself, his little legs swinging beneath the table, and his tuft of hair bobbing above. The black-tailed werewolves, having learned of last night's events, now looked at the cub with a mixture of guilt and fear, all falling silent. They were afraid that the cub would come to detest them. That foolish werewolf Hui Wei had harmed one of their kind. Shang-Chi was so beautiful and easy to get along with. How could he have acted so cruelly? In their eyes, even if Hui Wei did not genuinely intend to bite her, merely wishing to frighten her was excessive. They relied on the master for food and shelter. Who was Shang-Chi? She was the mother of the master's cub. Quietly speaking, they all regarded her as the master's partner, hence their respect, welcome, and sincerity towards her. Hui Wei was truly a foolish werewolf. His actions not only harmed Shang-Chi and the cub, but also put the master in a difficult position. Ji Yuan ate little that day, mostly keeping his head down, quietly observing his cub. Once Shang Bao finished eating, Gu Wan pursed his lips and spoke slowly. Your mother gave you a human name. It is Shang-Shu. The cub looked up, a hint of pride in his voice. Mommy named me Shang-Shu. That's a nice name. Gu Wan nodded slightly. Shang Bao's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Daddy thinks it's nice too, right? I think so too. Mommy is amazing. Guwen pressed his lips together, swallowing hard. Shang Shu, I must tell you something. You have the right to know. The black-tailed werewolves froze, their meat seemingly losing its flavor. Here it comes, Dotto, how they wished to hide beneath the table. They did not want to be disliked by the cub. Such an adorable little bundle. They hadn't even finished giving him the little trinkets from the human world they had bought. Upon hearing his father had something to say, Shang Bao sat up straight, his big eyes focused on Guwen, fully attentive. Mommy had said that when others are speaking, one must listen carefully. I owe you an apology. Shang Shu, it was my oversight. Last night, a werewolf caused your mother to be injured. Ji Yuan fixed his gaze on the cub and continued, her injury is not severe. That werewolf has already left this place. I assure you, such an incident will not happen again. Shang Bao was taken aback. He recalled the strange scent that had emanated from his mother, reminiscent of medicine, and her unusual tendency to sleep in. Why harm Mommy? Is it because they dislike her? Mommy is the best person in the world. Why would anyone dislike her? He turned his gaze towards the other werewolves at the table and then back at his father. Confusion filling his eyes, without uttering a word, he dashed upstairs. In the vast hall. Aside from the sound of the cub's little footsteps, there was an eerie silence. After a moment, the black-tailed werewolf scratched his head. It's over. We've been disliked. The red-tailed one whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. The cub must think we are a threat too. Oh no, he may not let me hold him anymore. If someone can get hurt at home, they must be disappointed in us. The green-tailed one lamented. Ji Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Disappointed? So that was it? Shang-Chi's demeanor last night was rooted in disappointment? Did she feel so unwelcome that she chose to leave after half a year? Shang Bao ran to the door of his room, pausing to catch his breath before pushing the door open and quietly stepping inside. His mother had changed her sleeping position and was now lying flat. The white bandage adorned her forehead, while bruises marred her arms. She slept with her eyes closed. Shang Bao stared intently at his mother, his eyes moistening and his little hands clenched tightly. Here, werewolves had harmed his mother. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be a next time? He wished to take his mother away from here. He would no longer drink the icy sweet water. He could endure the pain. However, he was too small. Mommy would not agree. He was too weak to do many things and could not protect her. Suddenly, the alarm on the bedside table rang. Blaring into the silence, Shang Bao hurried over to press the snooze button. The 8 o'clock alarm signaled that it was time for him to be taken to kindergarten. He thought he could hear his mother gently saying, "It's time to go to kindergarten, dear. If you're late, you'll miss it." The school he currently attended seemed a bit larger, brighter, and more beautiful than before, but there was not much difference. However, Mommy was very fond of it and was genuinely happy for him. Shang Bao clenched his small hands tightly, remaining silent for a moment before planting a kiss on his mother's cheek. Wordlessly, he turned and exited the room. Ji Yuan stood at the doorway, observing him quietly. "If you don't want to go to school, I can help you take a leave. I want to go." His mother hoped for him to attend. All right. Upon reaching the staircase, Shang Bao paused at the foot of the stairs. A pair of werewolves leaned against one another, waiting for something. The moment they spotted the young cub, their eyes widened in surprise, mouths agape, yet no words escaped them. Shang Bao felt an eerie familiarity with the scene before him. When he had first arrived here, these werewolves had reacted similarly. Would other werewolves truly harm his mother? He gazed down at the werewolves, uncertainty creeping in. Having lived with his mother since childhood, he had never met any of her relatives, and there were few who treated him kindly. However, since coming here, these peculiar werewolves had cherished him like the moon and stars, encircling him with conversation and presenting him with small gifts. Could he not trust them? He lifted his gaze to his father beside him, lowering his eyes. "Can I not trust you? My mother won't be hurt again. Can you not truly guarantee that?" "I can," Guwen replied, reaching out to gently ruffle the cub's hair. The werewolves present listened intently to their exchange. And Heiwei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Cub, we really like humans, and we all appreciate your mother. She is most welcome here," Wei urged. "Do you understand? Not all werewolves are the same. Please don't be afraid or dislike us." Hongwei howled, "Cub, will you still let me hold you?" After a moment of silence, Shang Bao nodded. He chose to trust. He must believe in his feelings. His mother once said that one must not judge all by a single stick. While his mother had been harmed by a certain werewolf, These werewolves before him had not inflicted any harm. The pack howled in jubilation, raising their hands in cheers, tails wagging excitedly. Only Guwen remained silent. Over the years, he had firmly believed that pure humans were fickle and superficial, devoid of genuine emotion. Was he not the same? Hui Wei had harmed Shang-Chi, and he thought the cub would harbor animosity towards all werewolves, including him. He had contemplated how to regain the cub's trust. Yet the cub said that judging everyone by a single stick would lead to collateral damage. For the first time, Guwen began to reflect on whether his previously held beliefs were correct. The cub was truly remarkable. Indeed, each of us werewolves is an independent individual. Hui Wei had exemplified the very act of judging all by one. The cub was remarkably well behaved, having learned nothing from him. From now on, if I see Hui Wei, I shall give him a good beating, Lu Wei exclaimed. Shang-Chi is truly wonderful, beautiful, easy to get along with, and teaches the cub so well. How cool! I really like her. After saying this, he felt the sharp gaze of the family head upon him. It seemed the family head did not favor pure humans either. Did he still harbor resentment towards Shang-Chi? Chapter 23. No elevated perspective in the car headed to kindergarten. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. The large and the small sat inside, both at a loss for words. Shang Bao's mood was affected. His head bowed as he stared at the toy car in his hands, remaining silent. He was thinking of his mother back home. Just as they were nearing the school, Guwen's private phone rang. Upon seeing the name Shang-Chi, he hesitated before answering. The woman's voice gently emanated from the phone, her tone quite neutral. Mr. Gu, I apologize, I just woke up. Have you arrived at the kindergarten? Guwen noticed the cub immediately perk up, his large eyes fixed on his phone. We're almost there. On the other end, the woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Could you please hand the phone to Shang Bao? Whether he did or not made little difference. The werewolves possessed remarkable hearing. Mommy! Shang Bao exclaimed impatiently, reaching out his small hand. Ji Yuan silently passed the phone to him. Moments later, he heard the woman's voice soften considerably. Cubs, I'm sorry. I overslept and couldn't take you to school. Despite the phone being held quite far, the cub pressed it tightly against his ear, as if wishing to be closer to his mother. With his chubby little face, the phone appeared rather large, leaving an imprint on his cheek. Upon hearing his mother's voice, he shook off his earlier gloom, wiggling his short legs and shaking his head vigorously, replying earnestly, It's all right, Mommy. You're tired and need to sleep a little longer. You're fine. Just a scrape on your forehead. Don't worry. Okay. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon, Ji Yuan observed as the cub furrowed his brows, adopting a surprisingly serious demeanor. Mommy needs to rest. You must be obedient. He had a knack for mimicry, often echoing what he heard from other parents at kindergarten when speaking to his mother. However, his tender, childish voice lacked any authority. The woman on the phone couldn't help but chuckle softly, not scolding him for his lack of formality, responding in a familiar tone. All right, then I'll rest for another 2 hours. No more than that. She had merely sustained a superficial injury, and it was truly not a significant issue. Shang Bao pressed his lips together, his small brow still knitted, but he realized he could only negotiate so much, understanding that if he demanded his mother rest all day, she would not heed it. He nodded earnestly. That's fine. Ji Yuan watched with keen interest, raising an eyebrow as he listened to their exchange. Having spent so long in the human world, he had seen nothing but parents issuing commands and directives to their offspring. Pure human parents often sought to control their descendants, wishing to grasp every aspect of their lives. Even when their children grew up and became self-sufficient, these parents still hesitated to loosen their grip. In the werewolf clan, once the young could fend for themselves, wolf parents would step back, as they had their own lives to lead. Unless their offspring faced difficulties and sought assistance, they would not interfere. Shang-Chi, in her treatment of the cub, did not possess a sense of superiority as a provider nor an elevated perspective. She regarded the cub as an equal, engaging him with a direct gaze. Throughout these past few days, he had yet to witness Shang-Chi raise her voice in anger towards the cub. Perhaps this very reason contributed to the cub's emotional stability, preventing sudden outbursts or tears. Before seeking out Shang-Chi, he had envisioned the type of woman she might be. There was a pure human aunt in the old residence, a single mother. It was undoubtedly challenging for a woman to raise a child alone, leading to anxiety, sleepless nights, emotional instability, and the imposition of strict rules. He had encountered her son a few times in his childhood. He had anticipated encountering a similarly unstable, perhaps timid and cowardly cub, somewhat unfortunate, yet unavoidable given his long absence. He had no right to complain. However, after spending a week together, the cub's demeanor had pleasantly surprised him. He thought, Shang-Chi was indeed quite adept at educating the cub. Reflecting on her resolute decision to leave in 6 months. Chapter 24. How many faces does a werewolf have? He desired the cub. Yet he had no standing to demand it. Only if Shang-Chi was willing to remain in Nanfeng Garden could he have close contact with the cub. Shang-Chi's presence indeed posed some difficulties for him, and she was not wrong. However, for the sake of the cub, those difficulties could be overlooked. How could he persuade her to stay in Nanfeng Garden? He could roughly guess what Hui Wei had said to her. If he were to act contrary to Hui Wei's words, would she still wish to leave with the cub in 6 months? The werewolves in the residence seemed to get along well with her. Perhaps he could learn from them. Firstly, it was a matter of attitude. He observed how the pack interacted with Shang-Chi. Their voices light and cheerful, smiles wide and friendly. This was not difficult to emulate. Thus, time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Daitsin bent down to open the car door as Guwen leaned in. They arrived at the flower shop. Just as they did, a girl emerged, cradling flowers, while Shang-Chi stood at the entrance, smiling as she bid farewell to her customer. When she withdrew her gaze, spotting the familiar black car, her smile instantly vanished, and she retreated into the shop. Ji Yuan noted this with pursed lips, a frown forming. Daitsin was momentarily taken aback, pondering what had transpired with Miss Shang. A short while later, Shang-Chi emerged from the shop, having changed into a casual white dress. As the sound of her high heels echoed beside the car, Daitsin heard his boss's voice, which had typically been low and somber, take on an oddly cheerful tone. Good afternoon, Shang-Chi. Daitsin shivered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he slowly turned his head, unable to comprehend that this was the voice of Guwen. It sounded bizarre, almost terrifying, as if he were possessed. Yet the most astonished was Shang-Chi. One hand resting on the car door, she froze in the posture of about to enter. The man before her had an expression of mockery, with his elegantly arched brows and slightly curved black eyes. What is wrong with him? Is he displeased due to last night's incident? She was bewildered, thoroughly shocked. Shang. Miss Shang, please get in the car. Daitsin urged himself, pinching his arm to ensure he maintained his composure, refraining from staring too much or overthinking. Shang-Chi entered the car, lowering her head as she slowly fastened her seatbelt, glancing up briefly at the man opposite her. Seeing him gaze out the window, his profile appeared sharp and cold, making her wonder if what had just occurred was merely a figment of her imagination. With a click, the seatbelt fastened securely. Perhaps it was indeed an illusion, she mused. Then, she noticed the man's ears twitch as he turned to her, his naturally deep voice softening as he inquired, "Does your injury still hurt? Is it getting better? Had this man been bewitched?" "It doesn't hurt. It is merely a superficial injury. Last night, I just fainted from a moment of dizziness, feeling both hungry and exhausted." The man furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but for a fleeting moment, she felt that Guwen was contemplating what to discuss next in a way. It must be a figment of her mind. Feeling somewhat awkward, she took out her phone and began aimlessly scrolling through it. She then heard the man ask, in a tone that was both light-hearted yet strangely rigid, "How is business today?" "Ah, well, it's fine." Shang-Chi opened the search bar. "How many faces does a werewolf have? Can a werewolf suddenly mutate? Can a werewolf be possessed?" None of the answers were satisfactory, as, in the eyes of humans, what werewolves even existed? Fortunately, Guwen did not pursue the topic any further. She thought it peculiar how he behaved today. Unable to resist, she touched the small bandage on her forehead, confirming that she was indeed the one who had been injured last night. Meanwhile, Guwen resumed his usual indifferent expression. He had momentarily completed his act. He was mimicking how the Blacktails typically interacted with Shang-Chi. He took the initiative to express concern with a friendly demeanor and a warm tone, leaving her seemingly bewildered, which indicated he was performing quite well. Chapter 25. What kind of look is that? The two of them picked up the little one from kindergarten. The child, glancing around anxiously at his mother, furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry. Once in the car, he clung to her hand, gazing at her with an expression of heartfelt concern. "It's all right. Mama is fine." Shang-Chi reassured him, patting his head. Upon arriving at Nan Fengyuan, they were once again warmly surrounded by a group of werewolves, just as in the morning, presenting her with small gifts. That morning, as she dressed and stepped out of her room, she was startled by the enthusiastic werewolves. They expressed their apologies for the actions of the Grey Tail last night, their tails drooping and ears hanging low, apologizing while offering her little presents. Shang-Chi felt a warm glow in her heart. Indeed, the appearance of the Grey Tail had frightened her somewhat, but at this moment, she glanced at the Black Tail and the Red Tail, feeling no fear whatsoever. The Black Tail pointed to the ceiling and howled, prompting the lights to illuminate. Look, Shang-Chi, the house is now as bright as day. There won't be any dark corners anymore. Also, if you ever feel hungry, just call me, and we will bring you food. Currently, the werewolves, feeling remorseful about the Grey Tail incident, were treating Shang-Chi with extra kindness, even overlooking Gu Wan, who quietly made his way to the dining table, observing their merriment in silence. He noticed that the Black Tail's tail was wagging almost frantically. Originally intending to imitate the pack's behavior, Gu Wan thought, TSK. There are myriad ways to express friendliness. Perhaps this method is not worth emulating. However, the woman at the center of it all seemed to be enjoying herself immensely, causing Gu Wan to briefly press his lips together before he averted his gaze. He couldn't manage such behavior. What was the point of wagging his tail and acting cute like the Blacktails? All he could do was alter his facial expressions and modulate his tone of voice. Yet, 3 days later, it became intolerable for Shang-Chi in the quiet corridor. She fed the young cub with cold spring water. Mr. Gu, if you have any issues with me, please speak up. Gu Wan furrowed his brow. What are you talking about? Shang-Chi tugged at her lips. Isn't it obvious? Since that night we clear the air. Every time you see me, you wear a mocking expression. Is there anything I haven't conveyed clearly? Gu Wan fell silent. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. What kind of look is that? When the Blacktails treat you like that, you smile, but when I do, it's a mocking expression. So, it turns out that his pretense of being amiable and cheerful had come off to her as disdain. Gu Wan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, and in a fit of anger, he left. Shang-Chi stood there, bewildered. Why had he suddenly brought up the Blacktails? Yet, after that night, Gu Wan returned to his usual indifferent demeanor, no longer greeting her in that peculiar, cheerful tone, nor smirking with derision. Shang-Chi found herself more accustomed to this version of him. Meanwhile, putting aside her relationship with Gu Wan, her rapport with the other werewolves in the house had improved significantly. On her days off from work, Shang-Chi would sit on the lawn of the estate, narrating stories from 1001 Nights, surrounded by a circle of captivated werewolves who listened intently. Enchanted by her tales, they were curious about everything pertaining to pure humans. Master, Shang-Chi is about to tell a story again. Aren't you going to listen? Gu Wan paused on the stairs, turning with a cold gaze. Do you think I am as ignorant and foolish as you? The werewolf who spoke was accustomed to the master's sharp tongue and chuckled. True, the master grew up in the human world and knows many words. What strange human things hasn't he heard of? Following that, no werewolf invited the master to listen to the stories again. They didn't want to be met with scorn, and some even felt that the master didn't particularly like pure humans. So they refrained from calling him. Consequently, Gu Wan returned to his room alone after every meal. On the lawn, the refreshing evening breeze blew, and the bright lights illuminated the surroundings. Shang-Chi turned a page in her book, her voice soft and serene. Once upon a time, there was a poor old fisherman who had a wife and 3 children. He was accustomed to casting only 4 nets each day. No more, no less. 1 noon, he arrived at the seaside, removed his coat, and cast the first net, intending to wait for it to sink before pulling it back. Strangely, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't haul it up. Old fisherman, I have good news for you. What good news? The fisherman asked eagerly. I am going to kill you right away, and then I will dismember you. At this point in her narration, several werewolves couldn't contain their anger, exclaiming, why does this demon king want to kill someone right off the bat? How unreasonable! That old fisherman is truly unfortunate. The Red Tail howled, if I go to the seaside, I won't dare to pick up any bottles anymore. Shang-Chi laughed at this, and once the werewolves finished their serious discussion, she gently added, whether or not you pick up bottles is another matter, but I hope you don't throw any into the sea. The little wolf cub nestled against his mother, nodding earnestly, I know. If we throw bottles carelessly, The sea will get hurt. Shang-Chi patted her son's head. What you said is right. Well done with that. The little one gently lifted the corners of his mouth. Gu-wen came downstairs to get some water, and the vast living room was exceedingly quiet. Without needing to guess, he knew where they were. On the sofa sat a lone werewolf, drinking from a can of beer. It's nice that the master brought Shang-Chi to Nanfeng Yuan. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the lively and joyful scene on the lawn. Ji Yuan responded with a nonchalant Before turning to leave, Song Ling took a sip of his drink and, undeterred, asked, "Isn't the master going to listen? Did Shang-Chi forbid you?" Gu-wen replied with a cold smile, "You think I want to listen to something that sounds like it's meant for elementary school students?" Song Ling laughed. "The master is so clever. Do you really think the story is what matters? It's the person." The one-of-a-kind woman telling the story in her sweet, gentle voice. Ji Yuan remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together as he strode upstairs. Listen to Shang-Chi tell stories? How could that be possible? Upon returning to his room, he noticed a group of werewolves outside the window, laughing joyfully. Ji Yuan inexplicably felt a tinge of annoyance and coldly drew the curtains shut. He had no interest in such childish stories. It was not that he was uninterested. He simply did not want to hear them. Days like this passed for another 3 days, and Song Ling had joined the ranks of story listeners. To this, Gu-wen mocked him. "Haven't you ever heard a story before?" Song Ling replied earnestly, "I have, but I've never heard Shang-Chi tell a story." "Shouldn't the master join?" "Not interested." Ji Yuan turned and headed upstairs. Shang-Chi felt quite comfortable with her recent life. After finishing breakfast in the morning, she would send her son off to school and return to work at the shop in the afternoon. She and Gu-wen would go to pick up their son. With Gu-wen's attitude returning to normal, she felt much more at ease, preferring to avoid unnecessary conversation with him. She felt she was managing quite well. She would not go out of her way to provoke disdain in front of Gu-wen. Thus, half a month passed. One day, they went to school again to pick up the child after class. Once in the car, both Gu-wen and the little one instinctively glanced at Shang-Chi's pocket. The next moment, as if performing a magic trick, Shang-Chi produced a fresh, delicate flower from her bag. "Here, this is today's freshest little flower from the shop," Gu-wen thought to himself. Today's flower is a sunflower. This woman picks a flower from the shop every day to greet their child, selecting a different one each time, and every day she would say the same line. "This is today's freshest." Little Shangbao carefully cradled the plump sunflower, his lips curling up slightly. "Thank you, Mama. What flower will you prepare for me tomorrow?" he wondered excitedly. Ji Yuan cast his eyes down, casually pondering what flower this woman would prepare for tomorrow. Upon arriving at Nanfeng Yuan, Shang-Chi was again surrounded by the pack of wolves, completely ignoring Gu-wen in the past. As soon as Gu-wen entered the house, the werewolves would swarm around him, calling him master. Now, due to Shang-Chi's storytelling, they quickly gravitated towards her instead. He didn't require such adulation. It was quite bothersome. He merely felt embarrassed. These clan members were embarrassing him. What a disgrace. That woman had merely told a few stories and had them all wrapped around her finger. "Shang-Chi, are you working overtime today?" Yes. "Are you going to tell a story today?" Shang-Chi replied, "Unless something unexpected happens, I won't be working overtime. The shop isn't busy right now." The werewolves cheered. Gu-wen, however, lowered his gaze, deep in thought. If the shop wasn't busy, it meant there was no business and no money to be made. Did this woman seem to be short on funds? Remembering the card he had not given her, Gu-wen clicked his tongue. It was her own choice not to accept it, so he couldn't be blamed. He certainly wouldn't rush to give her money to spend. However, that night, as he watched the werewolves surrounding her, that woman smiled gently, her long hair swaying softly in the breeze. Ji Yuan found himself inexplicably staring at her for quite a while. The green-tail drew closer, and the strands of her hair brushed against his clothing one by one. Ji Yuan inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. He simply did not wish to witness the lack of ambition displayed by the werewolves. Thus, the following day, despite it not being a special occasion, the business of Shang-Chi's 2 flower shops was booming. It turned out that a company from Qingcheng was holding an event and had placed a substantial order at her shop. As she observed the bustling activity, Hongwei and Lanwei arrived to lend a hand. Naturally, Shang-Chi would not let them assist without compensation. She would pay them and taught them the simpler tasks. While she tirelessly wrapped flowers without a moment's pause, she presumed it would only be for that day, but for the subsequent week, Nearly every day brought new orders from various companies. Shang-Chi earned money until her hands ached, working overtime every day, leaving her no time to sit on the lawn and tell stories anymore. Chapter 26. Not continuing the tale, that afternoon, after lunch, Shang-Chi hurriedly took her son to the shop once more. The werewolves, deprived of their stories, lay on the sofa like wilted bean sprouts, sighing in dismay. Two female werewolves had already gone to help at the shop, rendering the male werewolves, who only knew how to rely on brute strength, unnecessary. Until when would Shang-Chi be working overtime? Would she be working again tomorrow? Awu longed to hear more stories after finishing his meal. Gu Wen had some work to attend to in his study. Hearing the dejected sighs of the werewolves, his expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "If you wish to hear a story, can't you search online? There are plenty of professional storytellers among mere humans." Its, not as if only that woman can do it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a plaintive awu from Lu Wei. "Master, you don't understand. Shang-Chi's storytelling has a certain magic. It feels so healing. Those online storytellers simply cannot compare to her." "Indeed, Master, if you listen just once, you'll understand." Yuan let out a cold laugh. Gazing at this pitiful group of his kin, he chose not to say more and turned to ascend to the second floor to handle his work. Not long after, his phone chimed. He casually opened it to find a message from Tsang Ling. Sharing a link. "While Shang-Chi was telling stories, I recorded it. No need to thank me." Yuan scoffed at the message, tossing his phone aside nonchalantly as he resumed his work. He was not one to humiliate himself like those hapless werewolves. Having lived in this world for so many years, what had he not seen? A mere woman's stories held no particular significance. After finishing his work, the clock struck 9, and he heard the sound of a car outside. That woman had returned. Ji Yuan lowered his gaze, inexplicably perking up his ears. He heard her being surrounded by the werewolves, greeting them with laughter, announcing that she would be working overtime again the next day, and then heard her footsteps ascending the stairs. Suddenly, Gu Wen sprang up from behind his desk. Having completed his work, he too would return to his room. He opened the door and stepped into the corridor. Spotting the woman leading the cub up the stairs, upon seeing him, her smile instantly faded, and she merely nodded slightly, her expression neutral, as a form of greeting. The cub, however, brightened up and exclaimed, "Daddy, good evening." Gu Wen replied with a curt acknowledgement, his gaze softening slightly at the sight of the cub. Then, mother and child entered their room. Ji Yuan's room was on the 3rd floor. Once inside, he pressed his lips together. Since that night when Hui Wei had ambushed Shang-Chi, she had changed her demeanor towards him considerably, believing she had resolved the matter between them. She no longer smiled at him. Aside from him, she was chatty with everyone else. She treated him with a polite yet distant attitude. Just as he had hoped, she had indeed achieved that. It was ironic that they were the closest within the household, yet now they felt like strangers. Any random werewolf from the house had a better rapport with Shang-Chi than he did. She was performing admirably in this regard. It was the outcome he desired. Ji Yuan dismissed the slight discomfort stirring within him. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Undeniably, the cub was closest to its mother. In the few days they had spent at Nanfeng Yuan, the cub had become attached to Shang-Chi, and he could not find opportunities to bond with it. Regardless of the state of his relationship with Shang-Chi, it mattered not. However, the cub was different. It was his cub, his only cub. Mother and child had been at Nanfeng Yuan for over half a month, and aside from the initial wariness, the cub had shown no other reservations. It smiled at other werewolves and even extended its arms to be held by Hui Wei. But what about him, its father? The more Gu Wen pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. Moreover, would that woman still wish to leave in half a year? She got along so well with those werewolves. Would she truly persist in leaving? The last time he had set aside his pride and acted amiably for several days, her expression had been one of derision, leaving him feeling humiliated and enraged, prompting him to abandon any pretense of friendliness towards her. There was no way he would allow himself to be like Hui Wei, wagging his tail in submission. That was simply unacceptable. He had never lowered himself to such an extent for anyone. Even if he were to genuinely develop feelings for someone, he would never behave in such a manner. It was utterly cringeworthy, a disgrace to werewolves. After washing up, he went to the underground ice room to fetch cold spring water. Shang-Chi's room was open for the cold spring he held, and this time, She did not retreat to the balcony as she usually did. Instead, she stood at the doorway. The last time she had done this, she had called out to him, questioning him. "What does your perpetual smirk mean?" Gu-wen cast a glance at her, and neither spoke. When he emerged after feeding the cub, he indeed heard her call out to him. Ji-Yuan did not turn around, but his brow furrowed slightly. What more did this woman have to say? Had she come to question him again about his expression? Shang-Shi, unaware of the depth of his inner turmoil, politely maintained her distance, saying, "Mr. Gu, I have to rise at 5:30 tomorrow to procure supplies at the flower market. I might need you to take the child to kindergarten alone. Just thought I'd let you know." Ji-Yuan remained silent. Shang-Shi, realizing he did not wish to hear more from her, pursed her lips and stated, "I'm done. You should rest now." With that, she turned and entered her room. Ji-Yuan shifted his gaze, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his eyes. Was this woman truly overwhelmed with busyness? Tomorrow would be Saturday, and the kindergarten would be closed. Just then, Hei Wei and Lu Wei ascended the stairs, engaged in conversation. "I'm also heading to bed. Shang-Shi asked me to rise early tomorrow to accompany her to procure supplies at the flower market. Apparently, an employee who usually handles procurement is injured and on leave. She'll have to go alone for the entire month." "Haha, Hei Wei, you're getting quite close to Shang-Shi. Be careful of the master." "Ah, master, you're here?" Lu Wei, caught off guard by the towering black figure, nearly stumbled down the stairs. "Master, you haven't rested yet?" Gu-Wen's gaze swept past him, landing on Hei Wei. Hei Wei, under the piercing glare of the master, recalled Lu Wei's unfinished remark and shivered. Master, don't overthink it. You don't need to go tomorrow." "Huh?" Hei Wei was taken aback. Ji-Yuan shot him a cold glance, smirking as he said, "Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the flower market." Hei Wei, eyes shut in panic, hurriedly replied, Yes, you're right. I'll make sure to keep my distance from Shang-Shi." "Huh? You're going with Shang-Shi to procure supplies?" All right, you should go. You're the most qualified for it." It seemed the master still cared for Shang-Shi, although Hei Wei was pleased he wouldn't be accompanying her to procure supplies. He hoped the master would grow closer to Shang-Shi, as they were clearly the most intimate pair. It appeared the master had finally come to his senses. Hei Wei and Lu Wei exchanged gleeful glances before one of them stumbled, causing both wolves to tumble down the stairs. Their resilient bodies suffered no harm. Ji-Yuan, disinterested, returned to his room. The next day, Shang-Shi woke at 5:10, quickly washed up and dressed. It was already 5:30. She hurried downstairs with her bag as the sky outside gradually lightened, while the house remained somewhat dark. However, with each step she took, the motion sensor lights illuminated, brightening the space as if it were day. Ever since the incident with Hui Wei, the house had been ablaze with light. The werewolves did not require illumination to navigate, as they were more accustomed to the dark. Yet for her sake, the house sparkled like stars. Shang-Shi felt a warm glow in her heart as she exited the house and entered the black car, spotting Hei Wei's silhouette in the driver's seat. She greeted him with a smile. "When did you wake up? Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a delicious breakfast later." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to fasten her seatbelt. Not noticing the man's shoulders had broadened, his posture straighter, and his hands gripping the steering wheel more elegantly. "Hei Wei, let us set off. Ever since I opened the second shop and hired employees, I haven't gone to procure supplies myself. It's essential to get there early to secure the freshest flowers." Shang-Shi had grown most familiar with Hei Wei during this time, and being with someone she was comfortable with made her more talkative. "Business has been thriving, hasn't it? I just want to stock up on more supplies, so you understand, right? Today, I'm calling you to be my laborer." "I'm sorry about that. I'll tell you stories when I have the chance." After a lengthy monologue, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Hei Wei, who usually spoke just as much as she did, was surprisingly quiet. The next moment, a familiar deep voice, laced with a hint of coldness, interrupted her thoughts. "Why have you stopped talking?" Shang-Shi paused slightly, gripping her seatbelt, astonished. "Mr. Gu, what are you doing here?" Gu-Wen said nothing, merely driving, his lips pressed into a discontented line as he thought. This woman had much to say to Hei Wei. "I have something to discuss with you. Let us just talk here. Otherwise, we'll waste time going back and forth." She had assumed the cub was to attend kindergarten today. Ji-Yuan maneuvered the steering wheel, his expression impassive as he stated, "Today is Saturday." This week had been overwhelmingly busy, and waking up early that day left Shang-Chi's mind still foggy. At that moment, she failed to grasp the significance of his words, her eyes reflecting confusion. Oh, so what? Gu Wen found her to be rather dim-witted. How had she managed to raise the cub all these years? He furrowed his sharp and haughty brows slightly, yet as the mother of a cub, he still responded earnestly. The kindergarten is closed on Saturday. Shang-Chi finally comprehended, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. I apologize. I've been quite overwhelmed lately. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, her expression remained composed as she stated calmly, So, Mr. Gu, please proceed with your matter. There's no need for you to see me off. Gu Wen was straightforward. Tomorrow, I wish to take the cub to the Imo mountain grassland for some leisure. Shang-Chi replied with a casual, oh, that's fine. If he agrees, I have no objections. Her tone was rather nonchalant. Gu Wen clenched his jaw slightly. Do you truly believe the cub will agree? We haven't spent much time together. He isn't familiar with me. Without needing to ask, he was aware the cub would likely refuse. In truth, he quite likes you. He clings to you all day. Gu Wen's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, for as you distanced yourself from me, the cub would gradually do the same. Shang-Chi felt a touch of awkwardness at his candor. After all, she was merely human, and aside from those with exceptionally low emotional intelligence, most individuals tend to consider others' feelings when conversing. Indeed, she had been avoiding Gu Wen lately, opting to refrain from meetings. He spoke of distance. They had hardly even approached that point. They had never been close in the first place. Since he was so forthright, she decided to be blunt as well. Isn't that what you wished for? Mr. Gu, you harbor disdain for us pure humans and detest me. I do not detest you. The man's voice lowered considerably, with an air of discomfort as he cleared his throat softly. The car was enveloped in silence. As the vehicle wound its way down the winding road along the mountainside, Shang-Chi glanced out the window, where, through a thin layer of mist, she could vaguely see the high-rise buildings constructed by pure humans clustered tightly at the foot of the mountain. Gu Wen withdrew his gaze and continued, regarding my feelings for you. I neither despise nor cherish you. Noticing Shang-Chi's silence, he furrowed his brow. What, do you wish for me to like you? Shang-Chi was taken aback. Of course not. I'm not one to be enamored with myself. Gu Wen paused, understanding. Are you referring to me? Shang-Chi replied. I don't know. Gu Wen preferred not to dwell on that incident, for it was a misunderstanding on his part. Quite embarrassing, he spoke in a serious tone. I believe I've made myself clear. There is no need for you to deliberately distance yourself from me. I hope you understand that we have an innocent cub between us. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi fell silent as well. Did she not know? She had never intended to leave 6 months later, especially since Nan Fengyuan was filled with werewolves, which would greatly benefit her son's upbringing. If not for Gu Wen's narcissistic outburst, and the words spoken that fateful night by Hui Wei, it felt as though these two formidable werewolves were acting as if she were clingy towards Gu Wen. His narcissism urged her not to harbor feelings for him, while Hui Wei intimidated her into leaving. Who could withstand such pressure? Moreover, she had grown up under someone else's roof, making her heart more sensitive than others. Gu Wen noticed her silence and pressed his lips together. I apologize for the incident with Hui Wei. Since that night, Shang-Chi had not seen Hui Wei again. Her superficial injuries had healed long ago. Yet Gu Wen continued to apologize for that incident. The wolf remained silent for a moment, his voice taking on a more serious tone. I will not allow any werewolf to harm you again. Including myself, isn't that what you said? At least for these 6 months, we should interact normally, especially in front of the cub. Shang-Chi, unaware of his shift in demeanor, nodded. I did say that Gu Wen had been waiting for this affirmation. Sneering coldly, then look, are we truly interacting normally at this moment? What do you wish to convey? Shang-Chi regarded him, as the traffic light turned red. The car came to a halt. Gu Wen's gaze pierced through the rearview mirror to meet her eyes. His tone leaving no room for argument. You are coming tomorrow as well in matters concerning the cub. I hope we can work together. We are comrades, and you must cooperate with me. Without much thought? Shang-Chi nodded in agreement. All right, as for the store, let Song Ling take a few werewolves. He can handle it. Gu Wen scrutinized her. How long has it been since you took the cub out for some fun? Shang-Chi fell silent, her gaze dropping. Her expression betrayed a hint of guilt. It had been over 2 months since she last took her son out to play. Gu Wen glanced at her, then turned his gaze away, saying, previously it was difficult for you, a woman, to manage the cub alone. That was not your fault. However, Now that I am here, if things remain the same, it becomes my issue. The car fell into silence again. Half an hour later, the clock struck 6, and daylight had fully arrived. Ji Yuan gradually halted the vehicle. Is this the place? Yes. Shangxi unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out. You wait in the car. Originally, she intended to call He Wei to assist her with the heavy lifting, but she hadn't anticipated Gu Wen's presence. She was more familiar with He Wei and not so much with Gu Wen. Asking him to help her carry flowers, she didn't want to soil his expensive clothing. The words simply wouldn't leave her lips. To her surprise, Gu Wen exited the car, pursing his thin lips. I will go too. He recalled how this woman had casually asked He Wei to be her laborer when she entered the car. Yet when it came to him, she merely said, you wait in the car. He felt inexplicably displeased. Chapter 28. Don't compare me to you, he thought. That damned innate possessiveness of the cub's mother was surfacing again. On one hand, he knew she was better acquainted with the He Wei pack, who wagged their tails around her, seeking her favor. On the other hand, he was the least favored in their relationship, and he understood the rationale. Yet, he was also incensed, thinking he was the cub's father. Their bond was far more intimate than with any other werewolves. Did this woman truly understand that? Why didn't she come to him? He stepped out of the car, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within him, and barely concealed a frown as he faced the bustling crowd. The cacophony of sounds and the myriad scents of humanity, the fragrance of flowers overwhelming his senses. He closed his eyes momentarily, centering himself to dull his heightened senses. Shangxi heard he was going to help with the flowers and glanced at him. Just to be clear, your clothes will get dirty, Ji Yuan replied. Indeed, so you should wait over there. Shangxi widened her eyes. Huh? Gu Wen shot her a sidelong glance, observing her delicate skin. Indeed, pure human women tended to be more fragile. He was clad in a black shirt and was already rolling up his sleeves. You have a reliable source for your supplies, correct? Where is it? Shangxi replied. She slowly raised her hand, pointing to a nearby shop marked Zhao Family Flower Nursery. Ji Yuan strode over without hesitation. Shangxi followed behind, watching the tall man with long legs and broad shoulders, momentarily perplexed by Gu Wen. The werewolf, Shangxi, here to pick up supplies. A middle-aged man stood atop a small truck, busily passing flowers to those below. Upon seeing the man, Shangxi greeted him. Yes, Uncle Zhao. I will be coming every month. Uncle Zhao glanced at Gu Wen. Oh, who is this? Have you found a boyfriend? Not bad. The young man looks handsome. Quite the coincidence. He resembles Xiao Bao. Shangxi felt a bit awkward. Uncle, this is just a friend. Little did she know, as soon as she finished speaking, Gu Wen's low and serious voice interjected. I am Shangxi's child's father. Uncle Zhao chuckled. Yes, indeed he must be the father, Gu Wen clarified. The biological father with a blood relation? Uncle Zhao's smile gradually faded. Ah, I see. Shangxi thought she was at a loss for how to react. She didn't even glance at Gu Wen, pulling out a list and mechanically handing it to Uncle Zhao. Uncle, here is the list of flowers I need. Please take a look. Best to get down to business. Next came the task of moving the flowers. Just as she prepared to step forward, the man was already ahead of her. Wait here for me. Aren't you afraid of getting dirty? I didn't say I was afraid. I merely mentioned you should be cautious. Ji Yuan scoffed. Who do you look down on? As he spoke, he embraced 10 bundles of neatly wrapped roses, placing them onto a cart. After 5 trips of this, he effortlessly pushed them to the trunk of their car, his motions fluid and practiced, even more adept than her. Uncle Zhao chuckled. What strength! My son is impressive, but you can carry 5 bundles at once with ease. Now that Xiao Bao's father is here, Shangxi, you'll have it easy from now on. Shangxi, not realizing it, she hurried over. I'll help load them onto the car. Gu Wen clicked his tongue. Didn't I say you should stay put? Shangxi found it hard to articulate her thoughts on the scene before her. This man, was he not the chairman of the Gu group? Was he not the head of the werewolf clan? You. What? Gu Wen glanced at her while holding the flowers. Aren't you afraid your employees will see you? They won't show up here. Even if they do find out, it's no big deal. It would just create some minor gossip. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, raising his gaze as 2 men approached from 10 meters away, observing them. They were executives from his company. Do we have any masks? He inquired. Shangxi sensed he was still concerned about his identity and nodded. There should be some. With that, she pulled out a white mask from her pocket. Well, although it isn't individually wrapped, I haven't worn it before. Ji Yuan paused, glancing at his already soiled hands. Shang-Chi noticed as well and said, "Shall I put it on for you? Or would you prefer to wash your hands over there?" This man clearly did not wish for her to get close. She remembered that distinctly. Ji Yuan looked deeply into her eyes. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her complexion radiant without any makeup, yet a rosy glow adorned her skin. He bent slightly, lowering his gaze before her. "You put it on." He aimed to appear a bit closer to her. Only then would this woman cooperate as his comrade, and perhaps she wouldn't leave in 6 months? Regardless of whether she was pure human or werewolf, physical contact would invariably intensify their relationship. Shang-Chi, maintaining an impassive expression, merely responded with an "oh" as she picked up the mask to place it on him. Being careful not to let her fingers brush against his ears, she swiftly retracted her hand. The man in the white mask revealed only a pair of dark, upturned eyes. He remained silent, bending down to rearrange the flowers. However, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint blush. This woman had inadvertently touched his hair. "Why did you feel the need to speak the truth to Uncle Zhao?" Shang-Chi pondered. Feeling that it was better for their current relationship if one less person were privy to their situation. He wasn't particularly fond of himself, and thought he cared about this more than he actually did. Gu Wen cast her a fleeting glance. If it is the truth, why lie? As someone who had navigated the complexities of society for many years, Shang-Chi was no longer taken aback by such words. In the adult world, the occasional harmless fib was a commonplace occurrence. Hearing a statement reminiscent of elementary school left her momentarily speechless. Ji Yuan did not linger on this topic for long. Shifting the conversation, he inquired, "What does the cub fear or enjoy? Share with me." Shang-Chi sensed his genuine concern for the child. Feeling a warmth in her heart, "I'll write it down for you later. It's too much to remember if I say it all now." "Say it now," he replied, his voice low, continuing to move the flowers. "Don't compare me to you." She didn't seem particularly astute. Perhaps it was she who wouldn't remember. He cast her a light glance, his meaning unmistakable. Shang-Chi surrendered. "All right, given your assistance with the flowers, I'll oblige." She bent down to help with the flowers as well. Yuan furrowed his brow slightly as she began. Shang Bao disliked strong odors, noisy places, and water. Chapter 29. You are different from her here. By the time Shang-Chi finished speaking, the flowers had been moved. "Let us wash our hands," she suggested. Leading the way, the man, tall and composed, followed her with an indifferent expression. As he walked through the bustling human market, the striking arch of his brows framed a pair of inky black eyes that held no warmth unique to humanity, cold as ice. His presence was indeed remarkable, drawing many curious glances. He slightly furrowed his brow, clearly disliking the attention. He preferred not to be watched. The predatory instincts of a werewolf dictated that they thrived in darkness and concealment. Cautious yet fierce, as he washed his hands, Shang-Chi felt a peculiar mix of emotions. As the head of a vast commercial empire in the human world, he was helping her move flowers in this chaotic environment. No signs of a cleanliness obsession or airs of wealth. After all, he was not purely human. He was a werewolf. She would do well not to regard him as one of them. "Thank you so much for today," Shang-Chi expressed earnestly. Ji Yuan shot her a casual glance. "Feel free to call on me in the future if needed." His words were sincere. After all, she was the mother of the cub, and as long as there was no physical contact, he was willing to assist with emotional matters. It was his duty. Shang-Chi casually nodded. "Thank you, let us go." It was evident she did not take his words to heart, nor would she consider them seriously. Ji Yuan pressed his lips together slightly, choosing not to comment further. In both the wolf clan and human society, his identity was one that compelled others to seek his favor, to look up to him and treat him well. Her only distinction was being the cub's mother. His gaze fell upon the dirt specks on his black shirt, his expression growing even more indifferent. In truth, Shang-Chi had treated his offer as mere pleasantries. The clock was nearing 7. She still needed to deliver flowers to 2 shops. But what about Gu Wan? Sending him back to Nan Feng Yuan first would take too long, and leaving him here to take a taxi home felt equally inappropriate. Just as Shang-Chi found herself in a quandary, Daitsun appeared. He greeted her with a smile. "Miss Shang." Shang-Chi was taken aback. "Mr. Dai, when did you arrive?" "I've been here for a little while," he replied. Ji Yuan's gaze lingered on Shang-Chi for a fleeting moment before he stepped forward. His voice light. "Let us go." "Yes, then, Miss Shang, goodbye." As she observed the two of them depart, she climbed into her vehicle, It dawned on her that Gu Wen had acted as her driver upon his arrival, lowering himself to help with the deliveries only because he had something to discuss, completing the task at hand. Now that the conversation was over, there was no reason for him to squeeze into a small car with her on the way back. She started the car, immersing herself in her own affairs. On the other side, Gu Wen had decided not to work today. Upon returning to Nan Fengyuan, he first took a shower and changed into clean clothes before heading downstairs for breakfast. When the cub appeared at the foot of the stairs, rubbing his eyes in a sleepy haze, Gu Wen looked up and found his gaze softening instinctively, as if the cold ice within him was thawing. Gone was the aloofness he had displayed while interacting with Shang Shi. That was something he could never fake. Shortly after, Shang Bao was carried down by his father, nestled within the broad embrace of Gu Wen's arms. The little one clenched his tiny fists and pursed his lips, remaining silent. "Your mother has gone to work, you know?" "I know," Shang Bao nodded dully. "Mommy is very busy and tired." He would grow up to earn a great deal of money, all of which he would give to his mother. Everything she desired, he would provide. The little wolf cub thought to himself. On the way there, Gu Wen had called the kitchen to prepare the dishes that the cub loved. Now, he was keen to indulge in the role of a father, eager to feed his young. Yet, when the cub held the little fork, he declared, "I'm not little anymore. I can eat by myself." Gu Wen did not press him, "Just taste the food, and if it's not to your liking, we have plenty of other options in the kitchen." Shang Bao was a bit perplexed, especially when several plates of food arrived, all of which he adored. A 4-year-old cub could hardly consume so much. He looked around, wondering where all the familiar werewolves had gone. Why was it only him and his father? Give it a try. If it's not good, just say so. We have plenty of chefs, Gu Wen said, resting his chin on his hand, watching the cub. This was the first time he was alone with his child. And in this moment, something felt different. His expression relaxed significantly, no longer deliberately disguising himself as purely human. His eyes filled with a casual air. Shang Bao paused for a moment before asking, "Has Mommy eaten?" One plate seemed enough for him, yet his father urged him to taste the flavors. Why not simply call it a meal? He found it somewhat confusing. Ji Yuan had not anticipated the cub would suddenly mention Shang Shi. And he hesitated for a moment. "I'm not sure." Logically, that woman would find food on her own once she was finished with her work. Shang Bao furrowed his small brow. "Why prepare so much?" "Food that I can't finish," Gu Wen responded, "because I want to know which chef's food you like best." "Did Mommy get to taste them too?" the cub asked innocently, gazing at the table laden with food. "What did Mommy say?" Gu Wen fell silent, diverting his gaze from the cub's expectant eyes, speaking softly, "You and she are different here." Why would he expend effort to discern what Shang Shi enjoyed? Wasting precious leisure time on her tasting food? If she wanted something, she could simply inform the kitchen. If she wished to switch chefs, she could arrange it herself. He had no objections. Yet, he would not invest thought into her either. His bluntness momentarily stunned Shang Bao, who genuinely inquired, "What makes me different from Mommy?" Gu Wen smirked subtly, thinking, of course, there is a significant difference. One was his only blood-related cub, while the other was a mere human woman who had opportunistically entered his life. Any werewolf would prioritize the former. Having spent days with both mother and child, he found the cub adorable and endearing, growing fond of him. As for the past events, he was no longer overly concerned. What had happened, and dwelling on it was futile. Better to let it go. His feelings toward Shang Shi remained as he had expressed that day. He neither liked nor disliked her. However, when it came to comparisons with the cub, there was no contest. Finally, he stated, "You are my cub. You are the most important." Shang Bao responded slowly. Oh, he couldn't quite articulate what felt off, yet he inexplicably disliked it. He continued eating from his own plate without touching the others. After the meal, Gu Wen took him to explore the estate in the backyard. He pointed to a cleared patch of soil, asking the cub, "Do you like peaches? I've decided to plant 8 trees here. In a year, you'll be able to eat them. The saplings will arrive soon. Would you like to try your hand at planting?" "Wow." Shang Bao's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Ji Yuan smiled faintly, ruffling his cub's tousled hair. "I can give you anything you like." Shang Bao pointed to the adjacent patch of soil. "Dad, can we plant oranges here? Mommy loves to eat them." Gu Wen's gaze softened imperceptibly. "Yes," he replied. Shang Bao gleefully ran over. "Can we plant lychees here? How about grapes over there? Mommy loves to eat those too." Ji Yuan glanced disinterestedly at the spots the cub was indicating, plant more of what you like. As for what Shang-Chi enjoyed, there were plenty available on the streets. If she wished, he could buy her fruits that she could never finish in a lifetime. However, in the backyard of Nan Fengyuan, a place where werewolves resided, he preferred to cultivate fruits that his cub enjoyed. Shang Bao was a somewhat sensitive child. He was polite to strangers and would become furious at anyone he perceived as a threat to his mother. In the presence of his somewhat unusual father, he felt uncertain. He thought his request might be excessive. "Oh, I'll just plant a few peach trees, thank you, Dad." Yet, he already had peaches, while Mommy had nothing. It had always been that whatever Mommy had, he had too. Now he possessed something that Mommy lacked. He felt a twinge of reluctance to even plant the peaches. Just then, he heard his father's deep voice. Almost as if in concession, "Here, we'll plant oranges for Mommy." "All right." Shang Bao's face brightened, and his tousled hair bobbed excitedly. "Okay. Thank you, Dad." Guwen spent some time playing with the young one, and as the clock struck noon, a call from a friend came in. He lowered his gaze and asked the child, "Shall we go out for a meal and let you meet your father's friends?" Shang Bao pouted slightly, expressing his reluctance. "But I want to stay in the shop with Mama. I've already spent so much time with Papa." Ji Yuan closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating, "What if your Mama comes along?" He initially intended to take the young one to meet his friends, but as for Shang-Chi, their relationship was not yet close enough to warrant such an introduction. Regardless of the perspective, it felt too intimate and inappropriate. However, the child clung to his mother, leaving him with no choice. Reluctantly, he dialed Shang-Chi's number. A friend mentioned that Lone Wolf, Gugu, and Big Bully, the male lead from another book, are opposites. Which seems to be true. At first, Lone Wolf only cared about the child, while Big Bully showed little concern. Haha, both will end up being slapped in the face by reality. For the new story, I would appreciate any encouragement, ratings, and comments. The length of this book depends on the affection of my readers. I am the kind of mediocre author who loses motivation when no one reads. Chapter 30. It was when the call came that Shang-Chi was busy in the shop, with Hong Wei and Lan Wei assisting her. "Once this order is ready, we can go eat." Hong Wei and Lan Wei cheered joyfully. As her phone rang, Shang-Chi smiled and said, "I'll take this call." Upon seeing the name Lone Wolf in her contacts, she hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Gu, is there something you need?" The man's voice on the line was somewhat cold. "I want to take the young one to Menglai Mountain Villa for a meal and let him meet my friends. Will you join us?" He added, "The child hopes you can come." Upon hearing those words, Shang-Chi readily agreed without much thought. It was only natural for Guwan, as a father, to introduce his son to his friends. However, the fact that he called her indicates that the child might not want to go, or so she speculated. Considering that her son might feel helpless in the presence of strangers, she thought it would be better for her to accompany him. Thus, she washed her hands and went to the small room to change her clothes. Although the little flower shop was small, it contained a tiny room with a bathroom, which she had specially designed. It was inconvenient to keep running to the nearby supermarket for restroom breaks. The small room held her clothes, and since she was going to meet Mr. Gu's friends, she didn't want to embarrass her son. So she applied some makeup and donned a suitable and elegant fitted long dress. Ji Yuan had mentioned he would come to pick her up. As she stepped out after changing, she noticed a sleek black luxury car quietly parked to her right at the entrance. Its glossy exterior exuding an aura of sophistication. It was the latest model from Vayu, priced at 130 million. She recognized some cars and, upon seeing it stationed in front of her shop like a low-key dormant beast, was momentarily taken aback. The next second, the car door opened, and a familiar childish voice rang out, "Mama." She watched her little one run towards her, clad in a simple white t-shirt and loose black pants. As he dashed over, grasping her hand, looking up at her with eyes full of joy, "Mama, did you come to pick me up?" she asked. "Yes, is Mama tired?" He tugged at Shang-Chi's hand, leading her towards the car. Glancing back at her after a few steps, his lips curving into a smile, "My Mama is the most beautiful person in the world." Shang-Chi chuckled. "You are quite the sweet talker, little darling." Only then did she notice that it was Gu when driving the car. To her surprise, a child safety seat was installed in the back. Shang-Chi was genuinely astonished for a moment. She felt a renewed sense of how much Guwen cared for the child. Unlike some parents who found it bothersome or unsightly to install such seats, she did not dare to take such chances. Her son was her life. Ji Yuan's attitude towards the child truly touched her. With such an expensive and beautiful car, he had acted swiftly to ensure it was equipped. Throughout the journey, Gu scarcely spoke to her. Only upon arriving did she receive a text from him. Lone Wolf, when you meet my friends, I hope you can keep your words to a minimum. Thank you. She paused momentarily, but brushed it off, replying, okay. After all, she was merely accompanying her son and was not well acquainted with Gu friends. How much could she possibly talk? She understood Gu implication. He did not want her to mingle with his social circle. Calling her to dinner was likely a last resort due to the child's reluctance. With a nonchalant smile, she got out of the car, uninterested in engaging with his friends. Everyone has their own social circles. She had no desire to introduce Gu to her friends either. After all, he was not even a person in her eyes. Who knew whether his friends were human or wolves? It was she who should be more guarded. Considering the stark disparity in physical prowess and aggression between humans and werewolves, Shang Bao, oblivious to the adult matters, simply felt that he had arrived at a particularly beautiful and spacious place. The air was refreshing, calm, and devoid of unpleasant odors. It gave off a feeling akin to being in a deep forest, which he adored. She kept her eyes on the man leading the way, pondering whether he was a werewolf or a pure human. Lost in thought, she realized they had already arrived at the dining venue. Just as they reached the entrance, 4 men cast sharp gazes in their direction. She felt an immediate chill run down her spine. She had never experienced such an oppressive atmosphere even while surrounded by numerous werewolves in the mansion. She was certain these men were not human but werewolves. They emanated an aura similar to Gu. She wondered how many werewolf clans had come down from the mountains and how many were present in Qingcheng. Among them was a man dressed in a white shirt, whose face seemed familiar. She felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. How long had it been? Gu, holding the young one's hand, walked inside. He pulled out a chair beside him. Glancing at Shang-Shi, please, have a seat. Shang-Shi sat down somewhat stiffly. She felt relaxed around the black-tailed men, but here, she felt completely out of place. Once Shang-Shi was seated, Gu embraced the young one and took a seat beside her. This is my child, known by the human name Shang-Shu, aged 4 years and 6 months. After introducing the child, Gu cast a sidelong glance at Shang-Shi, his tone slightly more subdued. This is Shang-Shi. Chapter 31. This is Shang-Shi. After delivering this succinct introduction, Gu casually averted his gaze, opting not to elaborate further. He did not introduce the men to Shang-Shi. The man she found familiar, with a high nose and serious demeanor, nodded slightly in her direction without uttering a word. Next to him sat a man with deep blue long hair, whose features were exquisite. Evoking an androgynous impression, he offered Shang-Shi a gentle smile but remained silent. The third man was muscular and had a buzz cut. He was more direct, scrutinizing Shang-Shi for a moment before shifting his gaze away. The fourth, Shang-Shi had forgotten, but their attitudes were all rather indifferent. She paid them no mind, as her purpose was simply to accompany her son and fill her stomach. The attitudes of these werewolves were of no concern to her. Thus, throughout the meal, she focused on eating, feeding her son, and attending to work on her phone. During this time, she overheard Gu patiently introducing the werewolves to his son. The serious man in the white shirt was named Qin Ming. The deep blue-haired man was called Fu Suo. The muscular man with the buzz cut was named Zhang Biu.as for the fourth. She had forgotten again. Not that she cared to remember. As Shang Bao finished eating, Shang-Shi suggested they leave, and the young one followed her out. After their departure, the handsome man with deep blue hair spoke up. Did you all go a bit too far just now? He referred to their earlier dismissive attitude towards Shang-Shi. Fu Suo. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Speaking up for your pure human compatriot? Zhang Bu, with an air of agitation, retorted bluntly, that was my best attitude. Just take the child away, give her some human money, and send her off. If it weren't for her shameless seduction of Gu that night, I would have already found a partner I truly love. In contrast to Zhang Bu's fury, Qin Ming, the serious man in the white shirt, remained composed as he looked towards Gu, asking, are you aware of what you are doing? Gu nodded, recalling the young one's soft, adorable face, his dark eyes curving into a smile. The child is really cute, isn't he? With him, what does it matter if I face a lifetime of solitude? As for Shang-Shi, his tone grew indifferent. She is the child's mother and my business partner. Zhang Bu, seemingly angrier than Gu, expressed his indignation. Are you just going to forgive her like that? She was truly excessive back then. I have nothing against pure humans, but I simply cannot stand her. When we came to get Gu, that woman had already vanished without a trace. Back then, the incident had left Gu Wen's brothers feeling both pained and resentful. A pure and outstanding werewolf had been taken advantage of by a human woman and had fled, which spread throughout the werewolf community. Ji Yuan was not a pure werewolf. He had a small percentage of human genes. Nevertheless, his pure werewolf form was exceptionally tall and strong, with beautiful and smooth fur. Regardless of the form he took, he was universally acknowledged as a handsome werewolf. Yet, he had been completely consumed by a pure human woman who had then left without a word. As Gu Wen's brothers, they had once harbored the same hatred for that woman. Now, even though Gu Wen appeared unfazed, they found it hard to display any goodwill towards her. Fu Suo, although you are a pure human, don't forget that it was our werewolf clan that raised you, Jiangbu said brusquely, implying that Fu Suo should not defend pure humans. Fu Suo smiled amiably and replied, I will never forget. He added, Wolf brother, he was rescued and raised by the wolf parents of Jiangbu, returning to his biological parents only at the age of 12. His biological parents held a certain status in the human world, possessing endless wealth, and he remained their sole offspring, leading a life of considerable comfort. Jiangbu, his non-blood-related brother, was not inherently malevolent. However, his emotional and intellectual intelligence were rather lacking, and he had a fiery temper. He had always tended to acquiesce to his wolf brother, preferring not to engage in lengthy disputes over trivial matters. Yet at this moment, his smile faded slightly, as he felt reluctant to indulge his brother any longer. Wolf brother, among the werewolves who went to the hotel room to meet Gu Wen back then, you were present. I have always been curious about how you concluded that Shang-Chi had left after a brief encounter. Fu Qiu was a dandy who flitted through the flower gardens of life, and under the tutelage of his adoptive parents, his flirtatious nature remained uncorrected. He had encountered numerous human women, each exuding a distinct aura. For instance, there were the frivolous and promiscuous women, the strikingly cool and aloof ones, the virtuous housewives, the pure and innocent. He could discern them all by intuition. As for Shang-Chi, she reminded him of the cool and reserved neighbor sister. The woman had just been sitting across from him, seemingly indifferent to their conversation, her demeanor apathetic to their identities and appearances. In her world, there existed only one person of significance, her cub. 4 years ago. Was it not she who had flirted with a stranger and fled after their encounter? If she were truly a lecherous woman, would she have regarded them with such indifference, akin to viewing mere stones? Fu Qiu recalled the women who typically screamed upon sighting him and clicked his tongue in disdain. After meeting Gu Wen, did you seek her out? He fixed his gaze on his brother, whose eyes were gradually filling with rage, and posed the question. You have indeed completely aligned yourself with the pure humans. Jiangbu exclaimed incredulously, why are you making excuses for her? Is it because you are also one of those who flirt and indulge in vice? Have you completely disregarded the teachings of our wolf parents? In his fervor, he found himself blinking back tears of grievance. Fu Qiu, feeling helpless, responded, Wolf brother. You are not my brother. Fu Qiu then fell silent, sensing that a conflict between the two siblings was about to erupt. They did seek her out, Gu Wen interjected. After awakening in the snowy mountains, he had been deeply affected, having engaged with the very human woman he despised the most. And it had caused him great anguish. He had painstakingly convinced himself to find that woman. Jiangbu and the others discovered her 30 kilometers away. Ji Yuan spoke in a detached manner, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. At tea that time, while he was submerged in a deep pool, he received news of her whereabouts. Although reluctant to admit it, he felt an inner thrill of anticipation. What did he hear next? The woman was strolling along the riverbank, admiring the scenery and observing others flying kites. She had been visiting the riverbank for an entire week, sometimes laughing as she chased after the kites released by humans, running and laughing to the point of tears. She seemed utterly carefree, having completely forgotten her master. We approached her to inquire whether she remembered the person with whom she had shared the most intimate relationship in the world. What was her response? Jiangbu sneered repeatedly. I still recall it vividly. Her gaze was chillingly vacant, staring at me coldly. So what? Does it matter? Do you think I care? I don't care about anything anymore. The more Jiangbu spoke, the angrier he became. After she committed such an act, she had the audacity to question me. To be honest, I loathed her to the core at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he stood up, fixing his stare on his brother. Fu Qiu, we were werewolves. destined to have but one partner for life. You still do not comprehend the extent of the harm she inflicted upon Gu-won. Having said that, Jiangbu left without another word. And what followed? Proud and self-respecting, Gu-won refused to hear anyone mention that woman again. Whoever brought it up would be met with his wrath. Indeed, he would bite. His pure wolf form had grown to be the largest among the pack in recent years, marking him as exceptionally strong. The werewolf clan had ceased to vie for territory and dominance, beginning to learn to coexist peacefully with humans. Years ago, Gu-won would have undoubtedly been the true alpha, followed by dozens of werewolves who revered him as their master, not solely due to his status in the human world. I will only update once today, as I am taking my father out for some fun. Good night. Chapter 32. The manager Shang-Chi remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding her among the werewolves. She returned to the shop with her son, took a sip of water, and began her work. In a fleeting moment, a realization struck her, and she murmured softly. The man in white, Qin Ming, it turns out it was him. He was from the criminal police department of the neighboring city, though she was unaware of his specific rank. She had occasionally seen videos discussing his recent arrests. He seemed to be quite a formidable figure, always maintaining a low profile. The rare snapshots of him apprehending criminals were typically taken at night. To her astonishment, he was not human. Shang-Chi's eyes widened in shock. How could a werewolf become a human police officer? The werewolves present overheard her murmuring, and Hong Wei excitedly bounded over to ask, Shang-Chi, were you just talking about Manager Qin Ming? Did you see him today? I haven't seen him in ages. However, his presence in Qingcheng could indicate that some rogue werewolves had descended from the mountains. Shang-Chi was somewhat bewildered. What is a manager? Does bad wolf mean a villain? Indeed, those fallen scoundrels who seek to gain without effort, committing all manner of wrongdoing, have utterly devolved into lowly, foolish beasts. They will wreak havoc in your world. The resources available to humans are far too abundant. In fact, we have connections with the highest echelons of your human society. The manager is chosen from among the werewolves and humans, selected for their exceptional prowess. Only the most capable wolves qualify for this role, specifically tasked with capturing the rogue ones. After stating this, Hong Wei glanced at her. By the way, the master is the manager of Qingcheng. Should rogue werewolves appear, it is the master's duty to address the situation. Shang-Chi felt as if she had opened a door to a new world. Gasping in astonishment. So, Qin Ming's identity as a police officer was merely a facade, and the criminals he apprehended were not ordinary offenders. She recalled the news she had seen regarding Qin Ming's arrests. Robbers, petty thieves, and swindlers. Well, the petty thieves were manageable, but the truly fallen were. Hong Wei abruptly halted mid-sentence. Shang-Chi gazed at her, curious. Why did you stop? I'm afraid to say it. Hee. Hong Wei stuck out her tongue. Turning to Rat Bouquets, don't ask me. If you do, I won't tell you. The master would be angry if you were frightened. Shang-Chi found it all rather exasperating. These werewolves often engaged her in pleasant conversation, only to suddenly drag Gu-won into the discussion, as if in their eyes, she were a precious treasure sheltered in Gu-won's palm. She shook her head, feeling that these werewolves simply did not understand her. Behind her, Lan Wei, unlike the clever and lively Hong Wei, wore a slightly pale expression, as if she had heard something terrifying before long. She expressed a desire to return to Nanfeng-Yuan, feeling it would be safer there. At Menglai Mountain Villa, Gu-won's expression was calm as he spoke softly. There are 5 in Qingcheng, of which 2 have completely fallen. I understand. Qin Ming replied seriously, nodding. We will gather here tonight for a night of apprehensions. Indeed. At this moment, the clock indicated 2 o'clock, and there was still some time before nightfall. In a remote, dim, and damp old neighborhood, an elderly man carrying fresh pork from the market was suddenly accosted by a tall man who brushed past him. The elderly man fell in shock, not yet able to cry out before witnessing the man kick off the wall, launching himself into an astonishing leap to escape. The elderly man was left dumbfounded. 10 kilometers away, in another alley, a fair-skinned woman was gradually cornered by 2 towering men. If Shang-Chi were to see the woman's face, she would gasp in horror, for the woman was her dear friend, Zhou Ziyo. What do you want? Stay back. I will call the police. Zhou Ziyo felt utterly unfortunate that day. Having been on a diet, she had lost more weight, and dressed in a beautiful skirt with a lovely makeup. She had gone out shopping only to encounter thugs upon her return. Damn it! Was she a character in a comic for these men? She tried her best to appear unafraid, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. In broad daylight, you are too brazen. I advise you to calm down. The two men remained silent, continuing to close in, their eyes fixed on her as though she were prey. A chill ran down Zhou Ziyou's spine. She felt a cold sweat break out, realizing that they did not seem human. But this was a new era. One ought to believe in science, right? The next moment, one of the men revealed a fierce glint in his eyes and lunged at her. Ah! Zhou Ziyou's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground, instinctively raising her arms to shield her eyes, curling up in fear. The anticipated harm never came. Instead, she heard a feral roar, "Gray Tail. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Zhou Ziyou cautiously opened her eyes to find a figure standing before her. No, it was a cosplayer, adorned with gray-black ears atop his head and a matching tail behind him, appearing quite realistic. Was this a cosplay of a werewolf? Or a husky? She heard the man in front speak, his voice unexpectedly youthful, and judging by his silhouette, he was tall and likely quite young. The manager of Qing Cheng is my master. I have reason to apprehend you. Ha! How amusing. A master, you say? I recall you being expelled, don't I? Look at the clothes you are wearing. Haven't you changed them in days? Zhou Ziyou's gaze fell upon the attire of the man before her. Indeed, it was somewhat soiled. However, what were these individuals discussing? A family head? A manager? Arrest? Was this a comic convention? Were they engaging in role-playing? Those two ruffians earlier had quite the acting skills. Moreover, she was merely a bystander. Why drag her into their performance? Zhou Ziyou's mind raced with thoughts, and in the next moment, she raised her hand and slapped her own face, exclaiming, "Ah, get a grip. Stop thinking. This is not a comic." She had simply encountered thugs. Now, she was being rescued by this cosplayer. Oh, briefly rescued. Seizing the moment while they were at an impasse, she cautiously took out her phone and dialed the emergency number, slowly crawling to the corner of the wall. "Hello, this is..." Simultaneously, the tone of the two thugs grew increasingly impatient. "Get lost, Graytail. You are nothing but a despicable, spineless wretch. Do you think that werewolf cares about you? He has so many werewolves following him. What are you to him? Does he care if you live or die?" Graytail gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "That I may be despicable, but that is still a step above your self-degrading kind. Ha! You speak so nobly of yourself? Have you forgotten how you were expelled by your family head? I heard you attacked the mother of a pup, didn't he? I did not attack." Graytail was utterly enraged. "I merely intended to frighten her." As he spoke, his face morphed into the terrifying visage he had worn that night when he had frightened Shangxi, fangs bared and green eyes aglow, claws sharp as he lunged forward. Zhou Ziyou had called the police, and upon looking up, she was taken aback. The three were entangled in a fierce struggle. The low growls of beasts pierced her eardrums, akin to wolves, no, even more guttural and terrifying. Amidst the chaos, crimson blood splattered across her face. Zhou Ziyou clenched her fists, eyes wide, frozen in shock. Something felt amiss. That cosplayer's tale was real, right? His face, in that fleeting moment of clarity when she discerned his wolfish visage, Zhou Ziyou's world went dark, and she fainted. She had no notion of how long she slept, but eventually, she felt someone calling her. Wake up, was it you who called the police?" Had she been bitten by this large, gray-black dog lying on the ground? No, the blood on her face was not hers. She was unscathed, while this large gray dog seemed severely injured. "Hey, Xiaogu, what breed is this big gray dog? It's the largest I've ever seen. Is this dog dead?" Zhou Ziyou jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. "Dead? What do you mean dead?" Then, she froze. Not far from her, a massive gray dog lay, covered in blood, the stench of iron thick in the air. The three from earlier had vanished. No, that wolfish face. Zhou Ziyou's eyes widened as she slowly glanced at the tail of the large dog, identical to that of the cosplayer. "Big sister, did you call the police?" Zhou Ziyou, in a daze, remained silent. "Did this large dog attack you? You're not hurt, are you? Shall we take this vicious beast away for processing?" "No." Zhou Ziyou snapped back to reality, running her fingers through her hair, bewildered as she spoke. "I'm sorry, this is my dog. It ruined my 30,000 yuan bag, and out of anger, I hit it and called the police. I apologize for the trouble." "Did I kill it?" she muttered, dazed. Could you help me carry it to the hospital? No, to the veterinary clinic? No, it should be our human hospital, right? She fumbled through her hair again, momentarily losing her sanity. The police officer cast a sympathetic glance. Although he didn't understand why women favored bags so much, a 30,000 yuan bag being ruined by a dog would infuriate any owner. It seemed like it was nearly killed. This woman, looking so delicate and slightly plump, didn't strike him as someone capable of such brutality. He thought of his wife's expensive bag at home and silently resolved to steer clear of it from that day forward. Ultimately, they assisted her in taking the injured dog to the veterinary clinic. After the bandaging and treatment, Zhou Zio heard the veterinarian say that it would be fine, and in about 2 hours, the dog would wake up, advising her not to worry. She was unsure whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to hold her breath. Should she stay or should she go? The indecisive thoughts were driving her mad. At that moment, the veterinarian tentatively spoke. What breed is your dog? I've truly never seen one like this. It seems almost like a wolf. Zhou Zio. It's not seriously injured. You just take it back now. I want to report you. The veterinarian closed his eyes, appearing disinclined to get involved. Big sister, my child is about to return. You should take it away quickly. Zhou Zio was on the verge of losing her mind. Doctor, do you also think it's a wolf? It's 100% a wolf. However, I've never seen one this large. What were you thinking, raising this? It's not mine. Zhou Zio felt like crying without tears. The events of the day had far surpassed her comprehension, but thankfully, she was a comic author, her mind wandering in endless directions all day. What scenario could she not accept? In the end, she was ushered out by the veterinarian. To avoid startling passers-by, she had the veterinarian provide a cloth to wrap the wolf in. Fortunately, her home was nearby. She felt as though she was carrying a muscular man, bending down so low her forehead nearly touched her knees, huffing and puffing as she bore the large gray wolf home. There was no way she could leave it outside, covered in wounds, to fend for itself. Though everything felt like a dream, she was acutely aware that it had saved her, sustaining such grave injuries in the process. Surely, someone capable of rescuing a stranger could not be a wicked being, right? With this thought, she placed the wolf, named Greytail, in the guest room and, after some contemplation, bound him. This was her apartment in Qingqing, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom space, more than enough for 1 person. When Greytail awoke, every inch of him throbbed with pain. That moment, he had been in a fierce confrontation with the 2 ruffians. Outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Greytail, why not just join us? Look how free we are now. Everything we desire, the human world has to offer. Women, food, entertainment. Isn't it grand? Greytail's eyes glinted with ferocity. Get lost. You are the shame of the werewolf clan, scum. The family head will come looking for you tonight. Then, his memory became hazy. The 2 scoundrels were hellbent on his demise, and he felt his flesh being torn and consumed. Blood seeping from his wounds. Numb with pain, he thought that this time, he truly would die here, as a child, being choked by that pure human and locked in a foul pigsty, deprived of food and constantly beaten. How had he managed to escape and survive? This time, he felt utterly drained. Upon hearing the sound of human sirens, he thought that he had protected a pure human for the family head. He still had some worth, perhaps? He was nearly 20. Being saved and accepted by a werewolf as powerful as the family head was no small feat. He had no regrets. Those 2 fallen werewolves claimed the family head didn't care about him. He didn't believe that for a moment. The woman had fallen from the building, not because he had pushed her, but it was indeed his fault. Yet, the family head had only uttered a single sentence, neither striking nor scolding him. Hadn't he that already spoken volumes? He merely wished for the woman to leave, to ensure the family head was happy and unburdened. He had not intended for her to be harmed. However, it seemed he had meddled too much, neither bringing joy to the family head nor alleviating his burdens. When the human police arrived, the 2 wretches fled, and he closed his eyes, transforming directly into his wolf form. Believing he had met his end, upon opening his eyes, he hesitated for a moment, only to discover he could not move. He was bound. Had he been captured by pure humans again? He was filled with shock and despair. Unable to believe it, he began to struggle violently, regardless of his injuries. If not for his wounds, he could have easily escaped these bindings. He was no longer the useless pup he once was. The next moment, A woman rushed through the door. Don't move, you're injured. You're bleeding again. Zhou Zio gazed at the large gray dog on the bed, anxiously asking, can you understand what I'm saying? You are the one who saved me just now, a person, right? I bound you to prevent you from harming me. Please, don't be agitated. As she finished speaking, the creature indeed halted in his pure wolf form. Greytail could not speak, only emitting low growls. He saw the woman trembling, as if it were she who was bound. I'll help you untie. You must not harm me. Zhou Zio trembled as she fumbled to free him from his bindings. As soon as he was released, Greytail lunged towards the door. Hearing the woman's terrified scream, he paid no heed. Racing into the living room and towards the entrance, he wanted to escape this strange woman's home, but his body would not permit it. As he reached the threshold, he collapsed, unable to move. He heard the woman slowly hiding behind a table. Heal your wounds here, then leave. I won't harm you. And you mustn't harm me. Thank you for saving me. Greytail lay weakly at the entrance, his tail instinctively wagging slightly, his eyes drawn to a pair of silver high-heeled sandals on the shoe rack. Those belonged to the woman. He felt unworthy of looking at them and simply shut his eyes, surrendering to the struggle. When Shangxi finished work, she sat on the ride home, noticing a message from her friend. Yuyo. It's so magical, I feel like this world is surreal. She sent this abrupt and disjointed message. Shangxi, exhausted from the day, rolled her eyes and typed, speak plainly. After a while, Zhou Zio replied, I no longer comprehend this world. I can't make sense of it. Can't make sense of it, Shangxi. I want Shangtian. Sister, do you want me to pay for a psychologist appointment for you? 2 updates merged. Good night. Thank you for your comments urging me to continue with the small gift. Sob sob sob. The mere presence of an audience fuels my motivation to write. Chapter 33. The lament of the werewolf. Shangxi was oblivious to the troubles befalling her friend. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she had retreated to her room early to freshen up. Ji Yuan had fed their son Lingquan in advance and, as nightfall enveloped the surroundings, summoned 5 werewolves to depart. Shangxi stood on her balcony, silently observing their departing figures. Leading the group was Gu Wan, followed closely by the 5 werewolves. She was aware of their intentions. They were heading out to capture the fallen, malevolent wolves. Just like humans, there exist both virtuous and wicked beings. Among the 5 werewolves was Hai Wei, who noticed Shangxi's gaze and waved cheerfully at her. Ah, Shangxi, are you enjoying the cool breeze out there? Shangxi chuckled at his words. Indeed, but please do be careful. The rest of the werewolves turned back to wave at her. No worries, we shall return shortly. Only Gu Wan remained indifferent as he stepped into the vehicle without a glance back. Seemingly disinterested in their exchange. Leftai waved goodbye. We're off now, Shangxi. Sleep well, good night. Shangxi waved back with a smile. Aside from Gu Wan, she genuinely liked these werewolves, each one sincere and endearing, treating her and her son with great kindness. She cherished this experience. With no work the following day, she and Gu Wan, as parents, planned to take Shangbao out for a day of fun. She was also contemplating preparing a grand meal for them. At that moment, she had no inkling that unforeseen events were about to unfold, as the entire city succumbed to slumber. A young man, weary from a late-night vigil, switched off his phone and prepared to relieve himself before heading to bed. Yawning as he passed by the window, a shadow leapt past. The young man froze mid-yawn. Was that just his imagination? He resided on the top floor, which wasn't particularly high, only the 9th. What could possibly cast a shadow at such an hour on the 9th floor? Trembling with fear, he recalled the tales that claimed this world was devoid of ghosts. On the rooftop, 3 werewolves stood vigil. One of them was exceptionally tall, standing on 2 legs, revealing its enormous ears and tail. The mere sight of it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, compelling one to instinctively submit. Its elongated, slanted eyes glowed with a menacing green light. The master, there's but one left. The master, it is completely fallen. Bearing the scent of having consumed its kin, the black-gray werewolf spoke, its eyes shimmering with disbelief and sorrow, as if the scent belonged to the gray-tailed eye. In that moment, the formidable green eyes widened, and it fell silent for a considerable time. Unable to articulate a response, Hai Wei's eyes reddened as he growled, Master, I shall tear that disgrace apart. I care not for any management regulations. Why must we hand it over to the management bureau? It devoured the gray tail. I must kill it. The one referred to as the master, Gu Wan, spoke, his voice hoarse. The law must be upheld. We shall capture it and deliver it to the Management Bureau. The werewolves pressed against his legs in desperation. As the administrator, Gu Wen remained resolute. It cannot be done. This mission is concluded. Return to Nanfinjuan. Ultimately, the werewolves, with eyes of flame, did not waver. They leaped effortlessly through the human-constructed edifices, the moonlight casting a haunting glow upon them, each werewolf radiating sorrowful rage. Suddenly, Highway shouted, "I see it." Before he could finish, a towering figure had already leaped after it, reaching the ground from the 10th floor in a heartbeat. Mere seconds later, the anguished howl of the captured echoed through the night. They had succeeded. The master had succeeded. All the werewolves rushed forward. The fallen werewolf, exuding a foul stench, now resembled a grotesque mound of flesh. Bloodied and mangled, its agonized cries the only evidence of its continued existence. Amidst the overwhelming scent of blood, a familiar aroma wafted from its maw. The flesh of gray-tailed, Ji Yuan clenched his eyes shut, recalling the gray-black werewolf that had always trailed him. The commercial empire he inherited from his grandmother, established in the human realm, flourished with ease. Numerous kin had descended to seek refuge with him. The wealth of mere humans could procure the most tender of meats. He had plenty of money, and he welcomed those who sought his protection, inadvertently saving some of his kin. The gray-black young werewolf, whom he had rescued, seemed to harbor immense gratitude and admiration for him. Ji Yuan thought it was merely a trivial act of kindness on his part. Many of his kin followed him, and the demands on his attention were numerous. Thus, he had not paid much heed to the gray-black young werewolf, as long as they remained safe within the confines of the estate, causing no trouble and living peacefully. It mattered little to him whether they chose to stay or leave. That night, the impetuous young werewolf had launched a surprise attack. No, rather, it had frightened the mother of a cub. He had been somewhat angered at that moment. When he saw the blood on the forehead of the cub's mother, he had no desire to hear any explanations. He did not wish to hear any self-justifications about not attacking and merely intending to frighten her. Highway and Luftai were now frenziedly tearing at the fallen werewolf. Observing that it was barely clinging to life, Gu Wen spoke, "Enough. Take it to the Management Bureau, Master. I beseech you, allow us to avenge Greytail." "Master, do you not wish to avenge Greytail? He once admired you the most. He was unwaveringly loyal to you." Luftai's voice trembled with emotion. Ji Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. He replied solemnly, "I have stated. Take it away and hand it over to the Management Bureau." The brown-eared werewolf, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "If only Shangxi had never come to Nanfinjuan." Highway retorted fiercely. "Zhongwei, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhongwei's eyes glistened with tears. "Isn't it true? Had it not been for her, Greytail would have considered the master and merely intended to frighten her. He only wanted to scare her. The master had no choice but to expel him, which led to..." Zhongwei faltered, unable to continue. "Though reluctant to admit it, I too believe it to be so. One cannot blame her. Can one?" Luftai lowered his head in silence. Highway exclaimed, "You are all mistaken." Zhongwei suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Highway, are you unwell? Why do you persist in defending her?" He shot a glance at Gu Wen, his heart brimming with indignation. "Surely you do not harbor feelings for Shangxi? You?" Highway, exasperated, retorted, "You have lost your mind. My kindness towards her is solely because she is the mother of the cub. I have indeed gone mad. Greytail is dead. Do you comprehend? He was devoured." Zhongwei's voice crescendoed, tears spilling forth. "Are you not saddened? Greytail, he is dead. He was so pitiful, devoid of wolf parents, mistreated by humans." For a moment, silence enveloped the werewolves. The heavy atmosphere of grief was suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Wen, without uttering a word, lifted the wretched remains of the fallen and departed. The remaining werewolves stood momentarily stunned, wiping their eyes before howling in sorrow and following suit. They had entirely forgotten how they had carried the damned murderer to the Management Bureau and how they silently returned to Nanfinjuan with their taciturn master. As long as they followed the master, they could command their own bodies, understanding their purpose, finding solace in their leader. 3 in the morning. Songling sat on the sofa in the grand living room, feigning sleep. Tonight, he was the watchful werewolf. Upon hearing movement, He opened his eyes and saw Gu Wen leading the way. He rose and approached. Master. Returning this late must have been quite troublesome. Then, he noticed the werewolves trailing behind Gu Wen. Their ears drooping, tails lowered, exuding an aura of profound sorrow. Songling was taken aback. What has happened to you all? Greytail is dead, Zhongwei mumbled. His head bowed. Songling's typically indifferent scarred face stiffened in disbelief. Throughout the night, the werewolves found no respite. Some climbed to the rooftop, others ventured to the lawn, and some retreated to Greytail's favorite spot, letting out mournful howls. A woo, a woo. Shangxi, having worked tirelessly during the day, slept soundly, completely unaware. Beside her, the little wolf cub, filled with curiosity, quietly ventured outside and encountered its father at the door. He regarded the cub with his dark eyes, saying, "Return to your room and sleep. I shall take you out to play tomorrow." Oh. Shangbao set aside his curiosity and silently returned to his room. At 6:30 in the morning, Shangxi awoke. Her slumber had not been particularly restful. She had dreamt multiple dreams, leaving her more fatigued than before. Rising quietly, she dressed and groomed herself, then made her way to the kitchen to prepare food for the werewolves. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Luftai at the landing. "Luftai, good morning. What brings you up so early?" she greeted with a smile, recalling that he had gone out with Gu Wen the previous night, wondering when they had returned. Luftai, somewhat stiff, managed a brief smile before hastily retreating to his room. Shangxi found his demeanor peculiar but thought little of it. Calling after him, she added, "Do come down for breakfast. I'm not working today, and I'll be cooking." She intended to ask if he had sustained any injuries, but thought better of it. The two aunts, unaware of the events of the previous night, offered her a smile. "Aunties, I wish to prepare something. What would you like to make? How about we help you with the washing?" Shangxi smiled and said, "Then thank you all." The three of them busied themselves in the kitchen. Strangely, although Shangxi had prepared all the food and the clock pointed to 8, there was still no sign of the werewolves in the grand living room. Adding Gu Wen to the mix, they had gone to the 6 last night, hadn't they? They should still be sleeping, but what about the others? Shangxi found it peculiar. She was closer to Hongwei and, after some thought, sent a message. "I've made some delicious food. Are you awake? Come down to eat." After a while, Hongwei replied, "That I think I'll pass. I'm not really in the mood." Shangxi typed back, concerned, "Are you feeling unwell?" While typing, she noticed Gu Wen descending the stairs, dressed in casual black attire. His fair complexion revealed nothing, as if nothing had happened, and he took a seat at the main table. Shangxi glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and felt it polite to ask, "That would you like to eat?" "I made it." Ji Yuwen's gaze swept over the several dishes before him. "Thank you, but I won't." "No need to thank." Shangxi frequently glanced towards the staircase, hoping to see a werewolf come down. Still, there was none. She turned her attention to Gu Wen and inquired, "So, was everything smooth for you last night? I remember there were Heiwei, Elin, and Zhongwei.O, and Huangwei and Qingwei, right? No one got injured, did they?" She recalled each werewolf's name. Could it be that someone was hurt, which is why they hadn't come down? Otherwise, with their keen sense of smell, she thought they should have sensed the food and come rushing down. Ji Yuwen fixed her with a steady gaze and replied curtly, "No." Shangxi breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I was worried about them getting hurt." Upon hearing her evident concern, Gu Wen paused for a moment. Shangxi, however, noticed a trickle of red blood seeping from his arm and was taken aback. "Did you get injured?" At this point, she noticed Gu Wen's lips appeared slightly pale. Upon a closer look, the blood extended from his arm to his back, suggesting that the bandaging had been poorly done, causing it to seep through. It seemed the wound was not small. "You should go to the hospital, right? Are you still planning to go to Mozhan Prairie today?" Gu Wen nodded yes. Observing his condition, Shangxi spoke up, "Given the situation, why don't we just skip it? Promises made to the cub must be kept." Shangxi understood this well. Her son was looking forward to the trip to Mozhan Prairie today. She always endeavored to fulfill her promises to him. But with Gu Wen like this, she pressed her lips together. "Just explain it to him well, and he will understand." Ji Yuwen remained silent. Shangxi then refrained from further persuasion. She went upstairs and returned to her room. Her son had already awakened and dressed himself in his little clothes. The mother and son descended the stairs, and at last, there was one werewolf at the dining table, Songling. "Hey, brother Songling, good morning." Shangxi felt a wave of joy at finally seeing a werewolf. "Are they all still asleep?" You should try the meat I made. You all said it was delicious last time. Songling appeared somewhat haggard but nodded gently at her. Today I am in for a treat. Shangxi smiled, seating herself and her son across from him. Gu Wen was eating beef when he unexpectedly stood up and extended his arms. Do you want a hug? Shangbao paused, glancing at his mother, and upon receiving her encouraging glance, he opened his arms and was lifted onto his father's lap. It was rare for his father to do this. What was going on today? He did not understand, but being held by his father made him smile. Ji Yuan said nothing. He ate little himself and began to feed his cub. He was even quieter than usual. Soon, another werewolf arrived. Hui, Shangxi, you made breakfast? He looked pale, with red-rimmed eyes. Come eat. I thought you were still asleep. Hui replied with a sound of agreement, then I'll start eating. His words today were few and far between. Shangxi noticed his reddened eyes and finally sensed something was amiss. 2 chapters merged. Good night. Chapter 34. The matter of Huai is not your concern. She glanced at the son in Gu Wen's arms, but ultimately said nothing. Today marked the 30th day since they arrived at Nanfeng Courtyard, exactly a month. She truly wanted to ask where the other werewolves had gone, what had happened, and if they were okay. After some contemplation, she chose not to inquire. Although she had a good relationship with the werewolves, she was, after all, a pure human. When it came down to it, she remained an outsider in this household, the only pure human. Each individual, werewolf, had their own privacy, and they wouldn't share everything with her. She understood that if they wished to speak to her, they would naturally do so. Once they finished eating, Songling took the initiative to say, Head of the household, let me drive to Mozhan Prairie. Hui quickly added, No, let me drive. Ji Yuan glanced at them both. No need. I will drive myself. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. So it would just be the 3 of them on this trip? She had expected a large group. Ultimately, Gu Wen drove another black Bentley out of the garage, and upon seeing the child's safety seat inside, Shangxi was no longer surprised. The weather was pleasant today. With bright sunshine, it was neither cold nor hot in Qingqing in May. She brought her son's water bottle, wolf milk powder, and a small jacket in case it got chilly. She also packed some fruits and snacks, as well as an insect repellent spray. After 3 hours of driving, Gu Wen took the mother and son to Mozhan Prairie. Mozhan Prairie spans an area of 5,300 square kilometers, featuring vast landscapes and abundant resources. When the sheep lowered their heads to graze, they appeared like clouds fallen to the ground from a distance. Often, the one responsible for procurement, Daitzen, would place orders at the homes of local herdsmen here. It was not far from Qingqing and a favored spot for the werewolf clan. Even in broad daylight, they could reveal their ears and tails without anyone noticing. Ji Yuan had a reason for bringing the cub here. He intended to teach his offspring certain things. He had contracted a large expanse of the prairie, and no outsiders were allowed. Shangxi was mesmerized on her first visit. Under the sunlight and gentle breeze, she stepped onto the tender grass, where unknown wildflowers had begun to bloom, emitting a delightful fragrance. Initially, she was cautious with Gu Wen present, but eventually, she couldn't resist lying down on the soft grass, feeling utterly at ease. Even the minor grievances regarding the werewolves back at the mansion were temporarily cast aside. Not far away, Gu Wen was instructing their SO and in an instant, he retracted his ears and tail. The cub appeared somewhat anxious, tiny beads of sweat forming on his fair face, but he obediently listened. The next second, his father spoke sternly, Your tail is still out. The little tail that had been swaying behind the cub halted abruptly and swiftly retracted. Disappearing, Ji Yuan's voice deepened, Do it again. This time, the cub did not forget about his little tail. It's he first. Shangxi basked in the sun, taking pictures with her eyes squinted in delight. Gradually, she began to stealthily move closer to the father and son. Perking up her ears to listen, she was quite curious about what Gu Wen would say. Our werewolf clan has 4 forms. The first form is the pure wolf form. Yuan had picked up a book at some point. And in the picture, a giant green-black wolf stood on the prairie, viciously baring its fangs. Shangbao tilted his head. Is this Uncle L-in? Yes. Gu Wen nodded. In 2 seconds, it can transform into its pure wolf form. Shangbao responded with an O and complied, successfully transforming. Ji Yuan turned the page. This is the second form. In the picture, a brown werewolf could stand in human form, wearing clothes, while its head and limbs bore no difference from its pure wolf form. This is the third form. Then, Shangbao saw the familiar figure of Uncle Hui from the mansion. He appeared unchanged, with large ears atop his head and a big tail behind, smiling at the camera in a white leisure outfit. He looked just as he did in the mansion. Ewan turned the page. This is the fourth form. Ewan pursed his lips, and the image was a 15-year-old boy clad in a white shirt and loose black pants. His chin slightly pointed, his gaze somewhat gloomy as he stared at the camera. He looked completely like a pure human. The werewolf's fourth form is identical to how they appear now as pure humans. Shangbao frowned slightly. Who is he? He felt a sense of familiarity, and if he wasn't mistaken, it was that person whom he didn't particularly like. He had once seen that individual looking at his mother with disdain. After a moment, he finally heard his father's voice. His name is Huai. Shangbao disinterestedly responded with an "oh," confirming his suspicion. Ji Yuan took one last look at the picture, his expression unchanged as he closed the book. A gentle breeze swept across the prairie, and he reminisced about the time Huai had just arrived at Nanfeng Courtyard a month ago. Aside from being somewhat amiable towards him, he disliked everyone else. The werewolf who took the photo was Zhongling. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name Huai. Ever since that day, she had not seen Huai again. In fact, for the days following that night, she had wondered where Huai had gone. It was true that she had been injured because of him, but thinking of his past torment made her feelings quite complex. The werewolves seemed to have a decent relationship with Huai. Occasionally, when they inadvertently mentioned him, they would quickly hush, casting wary glances at her, as if fearing she might become upset. In truth, she was not angry at all. Gradually, she had come to understand Huai better from their conversations. In the days of his youth, the wolf couple, known as Greytail's parents, descended the mountain only once. The two were struggling to navigate the human world, lacking education and skills, their minds not particularly agile. They resorted to manual labor at a construction site, hauling bricks to earn money for meat, hoping to avoid the need to hunt. They dreamed of amassing wealth sufficient to ensure an endless supply of meat. Tragically, their aspirations were cut short when an accident at the site claimed their lives. Overwhelmed by grief, Greytail could no longer maintain his human form and transformed into a pure wolf cub. Captured by a drunken man, he was subjected to prolonged abuse. As a pure wolf, he was unable to speak, only able to howl in despair. After eventually escaping, he fought to sustain himself and miraculously survived to the age of 15. His life took a turn when he was rescued by Guwan, who brought him to Nanfeng Yuan, where he experienced a brief period of dignified living, all before reaching 20. Now, however, the life he had so painstakingly built had once again slipped away. That conversation 2 days prior had left her feeling unsettled. In truth, her anger had waned. Could he be allowed to return? She voiced her thoughts to He Wei, considering that she would only be there for 6 months before departing. As long as Greytail promised not to harm her again, he could stay in Nanfeng Yuan for as long as he wished. In comparison, she felt like an interloper, an unexpected intruder in their midst. Indeed, Shangxi considered herself an invader in Nanfeng Yuan. Everything around her compelled this belief. First, her complex relationship with the owner, Guwan. Second, her status as a pure human, which rendered her an outsider. Third, her transient presence, as she lingered solely for her son's need for a special cold spring. And fourth, perhaps her own past experiences of feeling like a guest in others' homes, which fueled her determination to work hard and buy her own house. All these factors contributed to her perception of herself as the true intruder. As for her son, he was Guwan's only cub, the beloved darling of the household, the esteemed young master. In Daitsun's words, he was undoubtedly the one most deserving of residence in Nanfeng Yuan. Meanwhile, she, as the intruder, had driven away a native like Greytail. She felt a twinge of discomfort. After expressing her thoughts, He Wei remarked, "The master won't agree, will he? You're the cub's mother, and you're injured. He's quite upset." "Then I'll speak to him another day," she replied. These past few days had left her feeling overwhelmed. Having risen early to procure supplies, she had completely forgotten. On the ride back, her cub, tired, dozed off in his seat. Guwan remained silent, driving, the car enveloped in quietude. Slowly, Shangxi broke the silence. "Mr. Gu, I wish to discuss something with you." "Speak." "About Greytail. I'm no longer angry. Can you let him return? I feel quite sorry for him." Shangxi, seated in the back, observed Guwan's profile. He remained silent for a substantial time before pulling the car over to the side of the road. His voice, perpetually low, revealed no discernible emotion. He is dead. Shang-Chi was taken aback. What do you mean? He was eaten by a completely fallen wolf. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mind going blank. She was stunned. Shang-Chi, listen, I am serious now. Gu-Wan, seated at the wheel, raised his gaze, locking eyes with her through the rearview mirror. The matter of Grey Tail does not concern you. This is my stance. Ji-Yuan paused, then added. As for the opinions of other wolves, do not take them to heart. Shang-Chi was unsure how long she had been staring in shock before she finally processed the information. Grey Tail was dead? He had actually died? Eaten piece by piece by that utterly fallen wolf? It must have been painful, right? Was Grey Tail's death somehow her fault? She struggled to remain calm, her thoughts in disarray. Was it truly not her fault? Yet, a tightness gripped her heart, as if no matter how she rationalized, she could not escape culpability. She suddenly recalled that morning when no wolves had come down to partake of the food she had prepared. She had encountered Elway on the staircase, his stiff smile and hurried retreat from her presence. Thus, it was not merely her self-reproach. The attitudes of the wolves who greeted her cheerfully each day had already spoken volumes. They blamed her. You say that it has nothing to do with me? Then whose fault is it? Shang-Chi asked, bewildered. Gu-Wan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The origin lies with me, not you. If he had early on told Grey Tail to allow Shang-Chi into Nanfeng Yuan, it would not have caused him such torment or reluctance. Had he not initially concealed his disdain for Shang-Chi among the wolves, Grey Tail would not have had to frighten her in the dead of night. He had simply not anticipated that a 20-year-old wolf would perish outside of Nanfeng Yuan. In truth, he understood that despite expressing his feelings to Shang-Chi, she would still suffer, feeling unwell in a certain light. Both he and Shang-Chi stood precariously on a sharp edge. Later, as she reflected, she realized that an unspoken connection had formed between her and Gu-Wan, a thread that transcended their complicated relationship. Thank you for the comments and gifts prompting updates. Chapter 35. Ugh, fatty meat is so disgusting. Meanwhile, let us rewind to yesterday afternoon. Zhou Ziyou observed the large gray-black wolf sprawled at the entrance. Eyes shut in slumber, she whispered from behind the table, Are you asleep? Should I take you back to bed? Or are you unable to move? Shall I carry you back to your room? It seemed unwise to let him lie there indefinitely. Upon hearing her offer to carry him, Grey Tail abruptly opened his eyes, not wanting to be in such close proximity to her. He bared his teeth and let out a low growl. Zhou Ziyou jumped back in surprise. Then, you can stay there, as you wish. The timid woman hurriedly retreated to her room, and Grey Tail fell back into slumber. Time slipped by, and he awoke to the enticing aroma of meat. Zhou Ziyou stood at a distance, placing two large plates before him, one containing raw pork, the other cooked pork, accompanied by a side of rice. Which one do you want? I just boiled it a bit. Grey Tail shut his eyes, choosing to ignore her presence and the food. Who could say whether this pure human had poisoned it? He simply needed to bide his time until his strength returned before making his escape. That evening, he lay at the entrance, unable to move. Zhou Ziyou, clad in her sleepwear, finally asked, Are you really not going to sleep in your room? If you want to go, just move your ears or wag your tail. Neither his ears nor his tail stirred in response. After waiting a moment, Zhou Ziyou retreated into her room, shutting the door behind her. She had tried her best to communicate but was also exhausted. Before sleeping, she tossed a blanket over him, covering him. The next morning, Grey Tail awoke to find himself draped in a pink blanket. His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively howled, preparing to leap up and shake off the blanket, only to find his body unresponsive. After a full night, he had yet to regain his strength. In the morning, Zhou Ziyou cooked meat, but he refused to eat. If you don't eat, you'll die. You've sustained such severe injuries. Grey Tail ignored her. The woman spent a long time in her room, not knowing what she was doing. Occasionally, she would emerge, looking frustrated as she grabbed a glass of water, only to be startled upon seeing him at the entrance. He regarded her with disdain. By the third day, he could no longer hold on. He felt weak. Zhou Ziyou was having a rough time at work, her mood sour. After consuming some alcohol, her mind clouded. She could no longer contain her frustrations. Marching up to Grey Tail, she pointed at the meat. Why won't you eat? Do you want to starve yourself? Why do you make me feel so guilty? It's because you saved me that you're like this. And do you think this meat is cheap? It costs $15 a pound. If you don't eat, Are you afraid I poisoned it? She gestured at her dark circles under her eyes, angrily declaring, Do you think earning money is easy? I'm going crazy trying to come up with a plot. Gray Tail stood there, momentarily taken aback by her outburst. The phone from home rang again. A persistent annoyance that she had blocked yet continued to ring. Frustrated, she seized the boiled meat and took a sizable bite. See? Is there poison? I'm eating it too. Ugh, fatty meat is so disgusting. I'm not throwing up because it's poisonous. I just can't stand the fat. You understand? Zhou continued to eat while gagging. Do you know where my hometown is? My family is in Qingqing, right here. I found this place myself. Do you know what my name used to be? That doesn't matter. My name now is Zhou. Get it? I want freedom. I want to love myself. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. What is troubling you? Don't you want to live? Look at me. Having parents is no better than not having them. They favored boys over girls. Named me Zhou Zhaodi. When I was just 17, they tried to sell me to a 40-year-old bachelor for a dowry of 130,000. But look at me now. I severed ties with him and, through my own efforts, bought a car and a house. I refuse to die. I want to live well. I will live for myself. You have to eat this meat. Fueled by the alcohol, her courage surged as she grabbed the piece of meat and shoved it toward Gray Tail's mouth. Eat. Do you know you'll die if you don't? The pure human woman spoke with a quavering voice. Gray Tail stared at her, his mouth opening instinctively. He himself did not understand what was happening to him. That night, he returned to the bed in her guest room, still feeling dazed. However, even if he were to truly die, he doubted Minnie would care. It is now 4 o'clock. I am going to sleep, Soul Ascension. Chapter 36. Follow me. The scenery outside the window rushed past in reverse. Seated in the back, she gazed out, the warm, golden light of the setting sun pouring in. Her eyes were vacant, staring for a long while before she finally blinked. She was just an ordinary person. What was the most wicked thing she had done in her life? In her youth, she secretly took in a small puppy, only for her spiteful cousin to discover it and drown it in the river. Upon learning of this, her uncle retorted, Would it not have been better had you simply not taken it in? Who compelled you to bring it home? You wish for others to care for you. Yet you desire to harbor a mere creature. How laughable, her cousin, unscathed by adult reprimands, reveled in his triumph. It was you who caused its demise. You bear the original sin. Had you not retrieved it? Where would I have found the opportunity to drown it? Overwhelmed with guilt, she wept bitterly, believing she had condemned the innocent puppy. Had she left it be, perhaps a kind-hearted soul would have rescued it, providing it with a life of comfort and care. Gray Tail was a werewolf, though of a different kind. In her eyes, they could communicate, akin to human beings. That boy had perished, and she felt an inextricable connection to his death. Her mind felt on the verge of explosion, and her heart ached, constricted to the point of suffocation. As an ordinary person, she found it excruciating to navigate such experiences, especially as she had only recently begun to taste happiness after years of struggle. Just 2 years prior, her career had flourished, and she had managed to save enough for a respectable life for herself and her son. But now, her son fell ill, and his biological father, Guwan, appeared. He was not even human. She thought, no matter the circumstances, as long as her son was healthy, that was all that mattered. She endeavored to accept the existence of another world. The werewolves treated her with kindness, and she gradually found solace, even if one among them harbored disdain for her. Yet, how had circumstances spiraled into this turmoil? As she pondered this, her spirits plummeted. Had she erred in some way? Upon reflection, she found no fault. She was merely exhausted from a long day's work, seeking sustenance that fateful night. Yet, Gray Tail was gone. Her head throbbed at the thought, and she closed her eyes, grappling with the question of why her life seemed perpetually just out of reach of happiness. Each time she felt contentment, new troubles arose. Did she not deserve happiness? She glanced at her son beside her, his cherubic face adorned with long, thick lashes, one hand clutching the seatbelt and the other grasping her clothing. His head tilted in her direction. With a firm press of her lips, she blinked back the moisture in her eyes. She had indeed found happiness. In 6 months, she would endure, for her child's sake. She must be strong. Arriving at the entrance, she found no werewolves rushing forth to greet them. Jiyuan stepped out first, cradling the sleeping pup in his arms. He paused, glancing back at the woman who seemed out of sorts. With a tight-lipped expression, he instructed, "Follow me." Shang-Chi slowly raised her eyes to meet his. Ji-Yuan, tall and imposing, regarded her with a steady gaze. "I have stated before, the matter of Grey Tail does not concern you. There is no need for you to bear guilt," he continued in a deep voice. "No one dares to harm you. What is there to fear?" Shang-Chi acknowledged her fear, but it was not the fear of harm. It was the dread of facing the cold disdain of the werewolves. It was rare to have a group that cared for her and her son. Oh, they were not human, but that was inconsequential. The affection she felt was genuine. Yet now, it seemed that was all slipping away. The more she contemplated, the more despairing she felt. "And you?" As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, fixing her gaze on Gu-wen. "Do you not blame me? If I had never come to Nanfeng-Yuan, if I had not gone downstairs that night to find food, much like that ill-fated puppy, had she not taken it in? Perhaps her cousin would not have drowned it." Her eyes clouded with confusion, her composure fraying. Hearing her words, Gu-wen's dark, profound gaze fell upon her, his brow furrowing, his features sharpened by concern. His voice turned chilly. "As the overseer of the Qing Cheng werewolf clan, I have never deemed you a perpetrator." Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Ji-Yuan continued coldly, "Listen, your coming to Nanfeng-Yuan was my decision. When you choose to go downstairs for food, it is your prerogative. You possess every right. You are the mother of the pup. No one can harm you. That is my stance. Even if it were to happen again, I would still allow Grey Tail to depart. The true killer of Grey Tail resides within the Management Bureau. Why would you impersonate the culprit?" He fixed his gaze on her. For reasons unknown, her eyes began to well with tears, and she shook her head, hastily wiping at her eyes. Memories of the drowned puppy resurfaced. From the depths of Gu-wen's dark eyes, she seemed to hear him say, "The one who drowned that puppy was your cousin. Why confess to a crime you did not commit?" Taking a deep breath, Shang-Chi struggled to maintain her focus, yet her vision blurred uncontrollably. As a child, she had firmly believed that the puppy's death was her doing, and she had wept for an eternity. Ji-Yuan's words, perhaps merely coincidental, resonated with the echoes of her past. Fixing her gaze on him through the haze, her voice trembled. "Thank you," whether in her childhood or in the present. Her gratitude remained at the entrance to the living room. Song Ling leaned against the doorframe, observing the silent pack within. They had all heard the exchange between the clan leaders. Song Ling spoke, "I too believe this incident has no bearing on Shang-Chi." Haibi, eyes cast down, echoed, "I concur." Hong Wei softly whined, her eyes still red, adding, "We reside under the clan leader's roof. We ought to show respect to the pup's mother." Grey Tail acted impulsively. Her words cast a hush over the room. Indeed, the clan leader had taken them in, not to allow them to harm the mother of the pup. Even if Grey Tail's actions were not malicious, the fact remained that Shang-Chi had been hurt. Elway pondered for a moment before declaring, "If only there were no fallen wolves in this world. We all wish for that." Song Ling concluded, pulling open the living room door to greet the approaching family of three. He inclined slightly. "Clan leader, Shang-Chi, the pup. Welcome home." Ji-Yuan held the pup, while Shang-Chi lagged a few steps behind. Then, she observed Haibi, Elway, Hongwei, and Lanwei emerging behind Song Ling, their eyes puffy yet smiling as they greeted her. "Welcome back." Shang-Chi inhaled sharply, and finally, with reddened eyes, she nodded. Ji-Yuan's serious gaze swept over each clan member. "I cannot promise to eradicate all fallen werewolves, but I assure you, from this day forth, none of the werewolves of Nanfeng-Yuan shall perish at the hands of the fallen. Eliminate all the scum. They shall not meet a good end." The werewolves erupted into raucous howls. Awakening in Gu-wen's arms, Shangbao suddenly opened his eyes, only for Gu-wen to cover his ears and eyes with a hand. "Sleep now. I shall carry you to your room." Shangbao, still in a daze, murmured, "Where's Mama?" "She is beside me." Upon hearing her son's voice, Shang-Chi called out, "Kai Kai." Satisfied with the sound of Mama, Shangbao closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. In need of rest during his developmental phase, the following Monday morning, as Shang-Chi descended the stairs, she spotted a brown werewolf carrying a suitcase and a large backpack, encircled by Haibi and the others. "Are you really leaving, Browntail? Do you realize the dangers of leaving the pack?" "Grey Tail, you need to calm down." Browntail had already caught Shang-Chi's scent and glanced at her before returning his gaze elsewhere. This is the clan leader's domain. I wish to depart now. His close ties with Grey Tail seemed to leave him as the only one still harboring resentment towards Shang Xit wasn't so much about forgiveness. He simply felt a lingering grievance, but as Hong Wei had remarked the previous day, Shang-Chi was the mother of the clan leader's pup. Should anyone harbor discontent, it should be him who departed. Where will you go? You lack qualifications. How do you plan to support yourself? Back to the snowy mountains? Browntail shook his head. No need to say more. My decision to leave stands. I am free to come and go as I please. A deep voice resonated from behind Shang-Chi. She turned to see Gu-Wen, dressed in formal attire, his expression impassive as he descended the stairs with measured steps. As he passed, he glanced at her and asked, "Not going down?" Shang-Chi hesitated momentarily before nodding. She followed him downstairs, his towering figure shielding her from the stares of the werewolves, bringing her a sense of relief. Ji-Yuan inquired in a nonchalant tone, "Is the pup still sleeping?" "Yes, I had breakfast and will wake him shortly. There is still time." Ji-Yuan acknowledged her with a simple mm. He approached the gathered wolves at the entrance, his gaze settling heavily on Browntail. "If you wish to leave, have you considered your destination?" Browntail nodded. "Yes, I will go to my human friend's house." Ji-Yuan replied, "If you wish to depart, I shall not detain you. Should you wish to return, I shall not obstruct you. Go." Browntail bowed deeply. "Yes, clan leader." With that, Browntail departed, his figure growing distant. Ji-Yuan remained silent and turned towards the dining table. Haibi, gazing at the meat on his plate, pondered before speaking. "Clan leader, may we not reclaim Grey Tail's room? Sometimes I wish to visit his room when I miss him." Ji-Yuan paused, tightening his grip on his knife and fork. "I have never considered touching his room." Shang-Chi focused on him, sensing a hint of sadness within Gu-Wen. Though he barely showed it, he too must have felt pain. Lowering her gaze, she ate in silence. Listening to Huiwei Dao, Huiwei has planted a plethora of flowers and plants on the balcony of his room. Does anyone know how to manage them? Most werewolves do not cultivate plants, yet Huiwei delights in tending to them, I know. Shang-Chi spoke without a second thought. As soon as her words fell, the other werewolves turned their gazes towards her. Shang-Chi paused, feeling that her interjection might have been inappropriate. Although the werewolves did not blame her, was it too much to ask her to look after Huiwei's flora? Gu-Wen cast a fleeting glance at her and said, "You teach me, and I shall manage it." "All right." Shang-Chi nodded vigorously. It would indeed be inconvenient for her to manage them from the balcony of Huiwei's room. Moreover, Huiwei did not particularly favor her. He might not want her meddling with his flowers. The werewolves all wished for everything in Huiwei's room to remain undisturbed, naturally reluctant to move the flower pots. She quickly finished her breakfast, took out a notepad to jot down the essentials for plant care, including watering times, and handed it to Gu-Wen. "I'll go call Shangbao down." Gu-Wen lifted his gaze towards her back, the corners of his dark eyes curving slightly. "No need." Shang-Chi sensed something and abruptly turned around, only to see Shangbao, dressed in his little school uniform, rubbing his eyes as he appeared at the top of the staircase, one tiny hand holding a small tie. "The little one is up." "Good morning, little one." On the way to drop Shangbao off at kindergarten, Shang-Chi found herself once again seated opposite Gu-Wen. Her mindset felt subtly different. Their relationship had not significantly changed, yet she felt she understood Gu-Wen just a fraction more. She had to admit, this lone wolf, aside from his narcissism and sharp tongue, was rather decent. After watching her son enter the kindergarten and losing sight of his small figure, Gu-Wen turned to her. "Let us go. I'll take you to the store. Thank you." Once in the car, she began fastening her seatbelt while Gu-Wen averted his gaze. They drove in silence. When they returned to pick up the child in the afternoon, Shang-Chi had wrapped up the flowers she intended to give her son and got into the car. Gu-Wen initiated the conversation. "What flowers did you bring for the little one?" Due to his disinterest in flowers, he wouldn't even recognize the scent. Shang-Chi pulled out a carefully wrapped flower from her pocket, a delicate white gardenia. Gu-Wen said nothing further. After picking up the child, he observed Shangbao holding the flower Shang-Chi had gifted him. His small lips curled in delight, yet he ignored Gu-Wen entirely. Gu-Wen pressed his lips together, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Daitzen was also in the car, and after returning home with just the two of them, he remarked, "Mr. Gu, perhaps you should prepare little gifts for the young master daily? That way, he might grow closer to you." Gu-Wen acquiesced. Daitzen received a raise. The following afternoon, after picking up Shangbao, Shang-Chi, under her son's eager gaze. Revealed the prepared flower. This is the freshest flower from the store. It was a rose. Thank you, Mama. Shangbao's eyes crinkled with joy, revealing his tiny tiger teeth. Guwen watched the mother and son for a moment before clearing his throat and slowly pulling a beautifully wrapped gift box from the pocket of his suit jacket. Placing it on the table, under the curious and puzzled gazes of the mother and son, he looked at Shangbao and said, "See if you like it." Shangbao appeared somewhat confused. Why was Daddy giving him a gift too? He glanced at his mother. Shangxi nodded. "It's from Daddy. Take it and say thank you, Dotto." "Thank you, Daddy. Two updates combined. Good night." Guess what the gift is? Chapter 37. This place is not suitable for us. Shangxi was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected him or Gu to prepare a small gift. "Thank you, Daddy," Shangbao murmured, pursing his lips as he reached out his tiny hand to take it. "Well, let us open it and see." Guwen coughed lightly, gazing out the window, seemingly indifferent to whether his son liked it or not. Shangbao gently opened the box, and for a moment, his lips parted in astonishment, his large eyes filled with wonder. So beautiful under the starlit sky, the intricate gears spun in perfect harmony, with the minute hand resembling a small globe, the craftsmanship utterly unimaginable, moving slowly in unison. Shangbao's wide eyes were glued to the spectacle. Utterly captivated, no man could refuse such a watch. Daitzen, seated in the passenger seat, thought to himself, the little man is still a man. Unfortunately, the price was too extravagant for him to reach Mr. You must have some misunderstanding regarding small gifts. Is something worth millions truly a small gift? Shangxi also caught sight of the watch and thought it looked remarkably realistic for a toy. Shangbao, with his gaze lowered, was filled with curiosity, fixated on the watch the entire way, even contemplating dismantling it to see how it worked. Upon arriving home, Shangbao tucked the watch into his pocket, took the rose, snipped a small piece off, and tiptoed to place it in the vase in his room. The vase already held 6 flowers of various colors, all sent by Mama. He had heard his mother mention that this method could prolong the flower's life, and when they began to wilt, they could be dried. This was Mama's love. He must cherish it. Children are the most sensitive. He sensed a different atmosphere in the house. Holding the watch, he sat by the balcony, observing intently. He no longer went downstairs to play. For Mama hadn't he come down either. Shangxi indeed remained hidden in her room. She had witnessed the warm and affectionate side of the werewolves. Yet now they were much quieter, listless, some not even leaving their rooms. Shangxi lowered her gaze. Perhaps it was best for her to appear less frequently. Thus, a week passed. That afternoon, they went to pick up the child from school again, and the car was enveloped in silence. As they neared the kindergarten, Guwen finally spoke. "I want to take the little one to watch a movie." He had overheard a conversation among his subordinates when he left work that day. "When I was young, I was busy working, and I hardly had time to be with my child. Now he hardly feels close to me." Sigh. "Sometimes I wonder how to navigate life without feeling helpless." Manager Zhang, if you ask me, time is something one must carve out, and my daughter is 5. I've devoted all my time outside of work to my family. Just yesterday, I took her to see Crazy Little Dinosaur, and this morning, she didn't want me to leave for work. Guwen wished to strengthen his bond with the little one and had noted this idea, instructing Daitzen to purchase 3 tickets. He looked at Shangxi and said, "The little one is attached to you. You should go too." Shangxi also realized she hadn't taken her son to see a movie in quite some time, so she agreed. Consequently, after picking up their son, they didn't return to Nanfeng Garden but rather solved their dining needs outside, having reservations at a restaurant booked by Daitzen. The restaurant was designed with a playful, child-friendly theme, and every child entering received a small toy. The server smiled and said, "Little one, here's a gift from our restaurant for you." It was a blue dolphin plush toy. Shangbao, held by his mother, stared at the toy for a moment before reaching out to take it. "Thank you." The server, charmed by his adorable appearance, smiled even wider. The 2 adults were equally captivated by his cuteness. "This way, please." They settled at a table by the window, overlooking a serene park with lush greenery, a perfect dining view. Upon entering, Guwen immediately sensed a different atmosphere. Something felt amiss. The place was filled with couples dining with children. His hearing was sharper than that of ordinary people. Whenever he wished, he could hear sounds from hundreds of kilometers away. However, the human world was too noisy, and he typically dulled his senses to only slightly better than an average human. That moment, he could hear the chatter from the restaurant's kitchen. "Oh my!" That family of 3 has stunning looks. Are they celebrities? I declare. I've been here since the restaurant opened 3 years ago, and they are the most attractive guests I've ever seen. That man is incredibly handsome. However, he can't possibly be a celebrity, right? Guwen pursed his lips in displeasure. What sort of restaurant had Daitsun chosen? He disliked being the center of attention. He preferred to remain low-key in the human world. Rarely appearing in media, he felt grateful for his decision. Is that woman a model? She is beautiful. Her skin is so fair, and her legs are so long. Guwen paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the mother and son across from him. Shangxi, oblivious to the surrounding atmosphere, was busy looking at the menu, asking her son what he wanted to eat. Today, she wore a white V-neck top, her neck appearing slender and graceful, her complexion fair and exquisite. When interacting with her son, she radiated a uniquely gentle and warm aura. Truly tall and beautiful, and her figure was quite impressive. I adore pretty sisters. Woohoo! Guwen's gaze instinctively slid downward, catching sight of the curve of her figure. In the next moment, he quickly averted his gaze, realizing what he was doing, his brow furrowing as his ears flushed. These purely human beings were incredibly indiscreet and shameless. Shangxi also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the restaurant. It was evidently a family-friendly dining establishment. She felt little discomfort. After all, she and Guwen frequently picked up their child, often misunderstood. When the dishes were served, the server cheerfully announced, "This is our complimentary couples rose package. We wish you a delightful meal." On 2 plates, the steak was surrounded by rose petals, with cherry tomatoes arranged in a heart shape. Even Shangxi, who generally did not mind being misunderstood, felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Guwen, seated across from her, found the experience profoundly unsatisfactory. His expression grew increasingly cold, and he didn't even spare a glance at the plates. In the end, the 2 complimentary packages remained untouched, coldly ignored by both of them. Throughout the meal, Guwen hardly ate. He spent most of his time observing the little one. Upon exiting the restaurant, Guwen cast a glance at the establishment's name, Love Couple and Family Restaurant, his expression darkening. Noticing the gaze of the woman beside him, he spoke in a low voice. This restaurant was booked by Daitsun. The implication was clear. She should not overthink it. Shangxi understood and replied with an "oh," taking the initiative to suggest, "Perhaps you should clarify things with him next time. This place is not suitable for us." Indeed, was a family-oriented restaurant truly the right venue for someone like him and Shangxi? He had taken time out of his schedule merely to spend some moments with the little one, not to indulge in some romantic couples package. Given that he and Shangxi had a child, they were often mistakenly perceived as a couple, a misunderstanding they both chose to overlook, as it was an unintentional circumstance. However, visiting such a restaurant was something that could have been avoided, wasn't it? At the entrance of the restaurant, Daitsun spotted his boss exiting and moved to open the car door. Ji Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction. Daitsun? In the cinema. Parents and children, as well as couples, were all holding hands. Ji Yuan held the little one's hand as they entered. While Shang Bao naturally grasped his mother's hand on the other side, his small steps noticeably lighter. Guwen and Shangxi exchanged a glance, then averted their eyes, yet they were in sync. "Good night. Just one update, I've been dozing off. Tomorrow, I'll revise it carefully. Soon everyone will know that Hui Wei is still alive." Chapter 38. The little one plays happily. Crazy Little Dinosaur tells the tale of the protagonist, Long Long, who gets lost while out with his parents, embarking on a journey to find them. Throughout his adventures, he encounters numerous challenges and makes many friends who share his plight, ultimately reuniting with his parents who were also searching for him. In the grand finale, the little yellow dinosaur, under the watchful eyes of his companions, wags his tiny tail and dashes toward the 2 towering dinosaurs. "Dad, Mom, I found you. I never gave up on myself. I'm wonderful, right?" The gentle voice of Long's mother echoed in the theater. "My Long Long has always been the best. Long Long, we think of you every moment. From now on, our family of 3 will never be apart." Long's father boomed with a hearty laugh. "Long Long, brave, strong, smart, and kind. Your mother and I are so proud of you." Finally, as the sun set, the family of 3 slowly walked away, their shadows elongated by the golden light, accompanied by the poignant background music, which resonated with the soft sobs of many children in the theater. Shang Bao's eyes widened, his dark orbs sparkling as he glanced at his mother on the left and then at his father on the right. In that moment, his little heart raced with excitement. As if he too had transformed into Long Long, wishing to be just like him, Ji Yuan gently ruffled the little one's hair and quietly asked, "How do you like it?" Shangbao nodded vigorously. Gu Wen's gaze softened slightly as he pinched the little one's plump cheek, saying, "As long as you like it." Shang-Chi shared the same sentiment as Gu Wan. As long as their son was happy, that was all that mattered. Over the next 3 days, each time they picked Shangbao up from school, the two adults coordinated their efforts to take the child out to play. Shangbao seemed to have grown closer to Gu Wan. Standing on tiptoe to place the small gifts, his father brought him into a little box, adjacent to a glass jar filled with flowers from his mother. Occasionally, he would scurry over to touch the small box and admire the flowers, his dark eyes lighting up, his little tail wagging unconsciously. While Shang-Chi busied herself with work, arranging orders for the second shop, she caught sight of her son's joyful demeanor. A tender smile surfaced in her eyes as she shook her head and returned to her tasks. In this world, her sole concern was her son. His happiness brought her joy. As long as he grew up healthy and happy, she could endure all the trials life threw at her. Tomorrow was Saturday. Shang-Chi surmised that Gu Wen would likely take the child out to play again. She organized her work in advance, deciding to take the day off herself. Money was endless, but spending time with her child was precious. Shangbao began to anticipate when his father would come to his room to bring him cold spring water. Upon seeing Gu Wen's figure appear at the door, his eyes would light up, and he would exclaim, "Dad!" In those moments, all of Gu Wen's fatigue seemed to vanish. He would smile, tousle the little one's hair, and serve him the cold spring water. As for Shang-Chi, she would only glance at him casually when he left the room, then turn away. After he exited, Shang-Chi received a text message from Gu Wan, consisting of just 2 words, "Come out." Was he planning to arrange where to take Shangbao tomorrow? It would suffice to mention it in the text. Shang-Chi stepped out into the hallway, finding Gu Wan standing upright, his dark hair and eyes accentuating his clean-cut, handsome features. "There's something you need?" Shang-Chi inquired, Ji Yuan's dark eyes fixed on her. His voice cool as he replied, "Tomorrow is a friend's birthday. I will take the little one with me." Having grown accustomed to the two of them taking their son out together, Shang-Chi nodded with ease. "All right. I am off work tomorrow too. What time are we going?" She seemed to assume she would be joining them. Ji Yuan's narrow, dark eyes studied her for a moment, betraying no emotion, before he spoke in a measured tone. "Tomorrow? I will only take the little one." Shang-Chi was taken aback, realizing her earlier assumption that she would naturally accompany them had been misplaced, leaving a hint of embarrassment on her cheeks. After all, it was Gu Wen's friend's birthday. How could he want her there? The last time they had dined with her friends, he had specifically reminded her to speak less. Perhaps she had been a bit scatterbrained. "I hope you can communicate with the little one. He listens to you," Gu Wen said with a serious expression, as if he had not taken her previous assumption into account and was solely focused on the matter at hand. Thus, Shang-Chi felt less awkward. After a moment's thought, she replied, "I usually don't make decisions for him. I can ask him. If he wants to go, I have no objections." "Good," Gu Wen nodded, turning to leave. As Shang-Chi watched his figure recede, she patted her face, realizing it was indeed somewhat awkward. She returned to her room and shared this development with her son. Upon learning that his mother would not be joining them, Shangbao paused. "Why isn't Mom going?" Shang-Chi thought to herself that it was his father's friend's birthday, and given their unique and delicate relationship, it was inappropriate for her to attend. However, she couldn't express that to her son. Fortunately, her son was quite understanding. Before she could say anything, Shangbao nodded, showing comprehension. "I understand. Mom is very busy." Shang-Chi smiled gently. "So, would you like to go with Dad? It should be quite fun. Your dad hopes you'll join." Shangbao pursed his lips and nodded. "Okay, since he wishes for it so much." Thus, the next day, when Shang-Chi saw the designer bringing out an array of formal outfits, including a tailcoat, a small suit, and various little shoes, she realized Gu Wen had already informed the designer in advance about taking the little one to his friend's birthday party. After careful selection, she dressed her son in a charming white shirt, loose black shorts, knee-length socks, and finished with little shoes. Even at the tender age of 4, Shangbao's features were already quite distinct, with his high nose and defined jawline. Anyone who glanced at him would undoubtedly exclaim what a handsome little boy he was. Standing in the spacious, well-lit living room, he furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on his current status, indeed fitting the description of a young master. Gu Wen donned a black shirt, appearing more casual than usual. He glanced at Shang-Chi and nodded lightly. "We're leaving." Shang-Chi, feeling a tinge of worry, cautioned, Please don't leave his side for even a moment. Though she knew Guwen was capable and that their child would be perfectly safe with him, as a mother, it was difficult to quell her anxiety. She half expected Guwen to scoff at her naivety or chastise her for being overprotective. After all, as a werewolf family head, surely he could protect the little one. To her surprise, Guwen replied earnestly, I understand. He had previously expressed his belief that pure humans were fickle and frivolous in their relationships. A bias he held, however, maternal love was different. It was grand, sacred, and deserving of respect across all races. Goodbye, Mom, Shangbao said, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on her cheek before waving his little hand. Have fun, little one. After watching the sleek, black Vega carrying her son depart, Shang-Chi exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Well, now she had some time to herself. With this rare opportunity for rest, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Just then, her friend Zhou Ziyou called, inviting her out for shopping and a meal. Shang-Chi readily agreed, returning to her room to tidy up, applying a simple makeup look before grabbing her bag and heading out. Chapter 39. Are you sure it's a wolf? In the Huanan community, Zhou Ziyou emerged from her room after changing clothes, gently pushing open the door to the adjacent room just a crack. She whispered, if you're hungry, the food is in the usual spot. You can manage on your own now, right? I'm leaving on the large bed in the guest room. A gray-black tail was faintly visible. The large gray-black wolf appeared to be asleep, not moving an inch. Zhou Ziyou had grown accustomed to it. Having said her piece, she closed the door behind her. Once the sound of her departing footsteps faded, the large wolf stirred, slowly opening its eyes. Having spent 7 or 8 days in this woman's home, he was now able to move on his own. Each day, he told himself he would leave the next day, and yet here he was, still unable to revert to his pure human form. After I finish shopping with my friend, I'll buy you some beef when I return. Rest well, the woman's parting words echoed in his mind. Graytail pondered, perhaps he should eat the beef before leaving. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi and Zhou Ziyou met at a CAF. How's business going? Shang-Chi set her bag down and took a seat. Not too bad. Zhou Ziyou inquired once more, how was it at her place? Did she make things difficult for you? Shang-Chi paused for a moment, shaking her head. It was fine. We are quite courteous with each other now. Did you hear he took Shangbao to a friend's birthday party? Did he not invite you? Shang-Chi chuckled lightly. Why would he invite me? Given our relationship, it truly isn't necessary, is it? If it were your birthday, I wouldn't bring him along either, that's true. Zhou Ziyou nodded, contemplating. However, I can't shake the feeling that he seems to be quite guarded around you. Shang-Chi thought to herself that it was only natural for him to be cautious. Apart from the child, they were not just strangers. Their very races were somewhat different. It was she who ought to be wary of Guwen. Zhou Ziyou scrutinized her for a moment before teasingly remarking, Sister, weren't you once the belle of the department or campus? With some charm, could it be that he has an interest in you? Sounds like a scene from a comic. Not at all, Shang-Chi replied without hesitation. He has no interest in pure humans whatsoever. You, being the author of this comic, should temper your fantasies with a dose of reality. Indeed, Zhou Ziyou conceded. As a creator of enchanting, dreamlike love stories, she was acutely aware that such tales were mere fabrications. The jesting subsided, and her expression turned serious. But you mustn't act foolishly. A man of true wealth like him is not someone we can afford to provoke. Giving your heart to him would surely lead to it being wasted. Shang-Chi curled her lips into a slight smile, her beautiful eyes lifting as she gazed at her sister with a hint of arrogance. Sister, what kind of man haven't I encountered? I certainly do not lack for admirers. As soon as she spoke, she seemed amused by her own words. In front of outsiders, she exuded maturity and gentleness, yet she relished putting on a performance with her close friends. Noticing her friend staring at her, she straightened up and said, Rest assured, I have encountered plenty of handsome, wealthy men. I genuinely have no feelings for him. Despite her beauty, even with a child, she still attracted many suitors. Last year, a man 6 years her senior, a well-known figure, pursued her for quite some time. He, too, had a child, but his demeanor was always respectful and never crossed any boundaries. After she firmly declined, he gracefully withdrew without any further entanglement. Earlier this year, a 19-year-old boy, soon to study abroad, expressed his feelings for her. Nearly abandoning his plans to go, it took considerable persuasion on her part before he left with red-rimmed eyes. She had been fearful of his parents confronting her at her shop, branding her as a seductress. Zhou Zio huffed, observing her exquisite features. As long as you're aware. What about you? Share your story, Shangxi prompted, taking a sip of coffee. Zhou Zio fell silent. After a brief pause, she hesitantly said, I didn't mention it because I was worried you'd be concerned. Actually, something happened last week. Shangxi furrowed her brow. What happened? I said you mustn't laugh at me, and you have to trust me completely. Zhou Zio said, trying to sound fierce. All right, go ahead. Last week, I lost some weight and, feeling happy, put on a pretty dress to go shopping. On my way back, I took a shortcut and encountered a rogue. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, her confidence waning. Indeed, Shangxi was furious. She frowned, glaring at her. If I recall correctly, you promised me you wouldn't take that shortcut, right? I know. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't laugh at me. I was saved by a wolf. I'm certain the one from my home is the one who rescued me. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed Shangxi staring blankly. Hey, sister, even if you don't believe me, you don't have to go silent on me, do you? Zhou Zio scoffed. Fine, laugh if you must. Finally, Shangxi regained her voice, swallowing hard. Are you certain that it was a wolf? Meanwhile, Guwan was at a friend's birthday party with the cub. It was Jiangbu's celebration. He turned 28 today. His human brother, Fu Su, threw a lively birthday bash for him at the most luxurious hotel in Qingqing. Upon entering, a chill enveloped the air, the venue adorned in pure white. With snowflakes dancing around, Fu Su had specifically arranged a corner resembling a snowy mountain for his wolf brother. Upon seeing Gu Wan and the cub, Jiangbu was elated, ruffling the cub's hair. Hello, little cub. He glanced behind Gu Wan, noticing no one else was present, and felt satisfied. After a few drinks, he spoke without a filter. It's just as well that woman didn't come. I didn't want to see her. Gu Wan pursed his lips, remaining silent. Fu Su pulled the wolf brother over, apologizing. Sorry, just ignore him. The cub is still here, Gu Wan replied nonchalantly. It's fine. Author's note. Soon enough, you'll have matters to attend to. Chapter 40. Will you come home with mom when the time comes? The attendees of Jiangbu's birthday were all werewolves, both male and female. Some concealed their ears and tails, while many mimicked pure humans. Donning suits, tailcoats, and formal dresses, Gu Wan appeared, holding the cub's hand. The gazes of the gathered wolves turned toward them. Those who could attend such a banquet were no ordinary wolves. They possessed a measure of prowess. They were somewhat aware of Gu Wan's circumstances, and upon witnessing the cub born of a human woman, some scrutinized, some pursed their lips, while many were simply enchanted by the cub's cuteness. The werewolf population numbered in the millions, with numerous family heads among them, each followed by their own kin. However, as Gu Wan approached, an overwhelming sense of dominance filled the air, causing them to halt, lower their heads slightly, and adopt a submissive posture. They indeed possessed some degree of capability, but it depended on whom they were compared against. Despite having a trace of pure human genes within him, Gu Wan's pure wolf physique was extraordinarily large and fierce, almost monstrous in appearance, said to be larger than the snow mountain yaks. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down their spines, making them hesitant to meet his gaze. Yet, they were relieved that Gu Wan had grown up in the world of pure humans. He had ultimately been influenced and restrained by human norms. To an onlooker, he appeared entirely human. Had he been raised in the snowy mountains, his wildness would have been far more pronounced, and they could only imagine the havoc he might wreak. Gu Wan was not particularly interested in how the werewolves regarded him. This was his first time taking the cub out alone, and most of his thoughts were focused on the little one. In the food area, mountains of various meats were piled high. Snow mountain beef, do you want to try some? He asked, lowering his gaze like an ordinary human father. That's snow mountain yak meat. Want to give it a try? Shangbao nodded in response, curious about the place where all werewolves hailed from. The servers present were all kin of the Jiangbu family, their ears and tails visible, clad in white shirts and black vests. Bustling about with food and drinks. They were unfamiliar with Gu Wan but instinctively felt his formidable aura. It was their first time encountering him, and they trembled slightly. This way, please. Gu Wan casually glanced at him before softly asking the cub what he wanted to eat. Then took a seat. The snow mountain yak meat was tender and fragrant, while the snow rabbit meat was scarce, serving merely as a snack. The snow mountain goat meat had a slightly strong odor, which suited the werewolves just fine. As the werewolves praised the flavors, Gu Wan couldn't help but think of Shangxi. They had frequently dined together recently, and he had inadvertently learned her preferences. She didn't enjoy strongly flavored foods, avoiding animal innards altogether. Here, the only dish she might find acceptable would be the snow rabbit. Besides disliking strong flavors, she also didn't favor sour foods, but she had a penchant for spicy dishes. Several times, her eyes had turned red from the spice, yet she continued to eat. Realizing what he was contemplating, Gu Wen frowned slightly, pulling back his thoughts. Bored, he wondered why he was thinking of that woman in a gathering of werewolves. Shangbao, the little wolf cub, caught a whiff of the strongly flavored snow mountain goat meat, his dark eyes sparkling. He licked his lips and chimed in. None of this is what Mama likes. Ji Yuan glanced down at him, responding with a simple, thus. It was fortunate that he hadn't brought her along. Beside the food and drink area was the flower section. Most of the flowers were of human origin, but there was a small patch of white blossoms encased in ice. Emanating a chilling fragrance, they were, astonishingly, flowers from the snow mountain. This flower, named Shuelua, when it withers, its petals break into white fragments that dance in the wind like snowflakes. Bringing items from the snowy mountains into the human realm was no easy feat, which is why Fu Su's meticulous planning for his brother's birthday was truly commendable. Ji Yuan gazed at the Shuelua and thought of Shangxi, who owned a flower shop and was often scented with various floral fragrances. TSK, she had probably never seen Shuelua before, so he decided he would take some back for her. She would surely be delighted. When that woman was happy, her eyes would crescent like the moon. The thought barely crossed his mind before Gu Wen found himself frozen in place. Why did he think she hadn't seen Shuelua, and why did he want to bring it back for her to see? When had he become so kind-hearted? Moreover, bringing flowers back for her seemed inappropriate given their relationship. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and took a sip of wine, feeling as though his mind was muddled. He decided it best to focus on the cub instead, as he had promised that woman he would take care of him. He certainly didn't want to fail even in this small matter. As time passed, Gu Wen found himself lost in thought, only to realize he had been thinking about Shangxi. His expression blanked for a couple of seconds. It seemed that he had grown too close to Shangxi lately. With their shared experiences of dropping off and picking up the cub from school, dining out together, and taking the cub out to play. Today, having suddenly not brought her along, it was only natural that she would occasionally cross his mind. As he prepared to leave, he pondered and asked the cub, "Those are flowers from the snow mountain. Should we take some back?" "Yes. Mother will surely be pleased," Ji Yuan thought to himself, and so he did. Consequently, Fu Su specially prepared a large container filled with ice, ensuring that all the snow was neatly packed away. The trunk of the car conveniently accommodated the sizable box. The father and son settled into the vehicle. Halfway through their journey, Gu Wen's phone emitted a notification, followed by several more chimes. He glanced at the slumbering cub beside him, furrowing his brow momentarily before unlocking his phone, only to discover that it was a message from Shangxi. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers acted quicker than his mind, and before he could ponder further, he had already entered the conversation. Shangxi had sent 4 images. "Mr. Gu, is this wolf an ordinary wolf or a werewolf? Can you recognize it? Its fur is a dark gray. Please reply quickly." Without even tapping to enlarge the images, Gu Wen caught sight of a large gray-black wolf sprawled upon a bed, the angle suggesting it was taken surreptitiously. Lacking clarity and somewhat blurry. Another image depicted the wolf weakly lying on the tiled floor, presumably in the entryway, its body wrapped in bandages of various sizes. Ji Yuan's gaze was fixated on his phone. Just as she impatiently dialed him to "Mr. Gu, have you seen the pictures I sent? If not, please look now. Do you recognize the wolf? My friend said she was rescued by this werewolf, and she brought the injured wolf home." Shangxi's voice was tinged with excitement, trembling as if confirming something she dared not articulate. Ji Yuan finally spoke. "Yes, it is Gray Tail." "Really?" Shangxi's voice quivered slightly. "Is it truly him? You're not mistaken, are you?" Gu Wen inhaled deeply. "Yes, he is alive. Where does your friend reside? I will come over right now." After Shangxi provided an address, Gu Wen instructed the driver to head in that direction. Upon arrival, he spotted Shangxi standing at the entrance of the community alongside a plump woman. Ji Yuan exited the vehicle. The round woman widened her eyes, covering her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my!" He really came. Gu Wen narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze in her direction. The woman emanated the scent of Gray Tail. Gray Tail was indeed alive. Shangxi rushed over, her brow furrowed. Let us go inside and confirm. Gu Wen's gaze fell upon her face. It is confirmed. It is Gray Tail. Your friend is reeking of his scent. Shang-Chi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. That's wonderful. This was the first time Zhou Ziyo had encountered Gu Wen in person. She felt overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Even a casual glance from him rendered her breathless. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she awkwardly greeted him. Mr. Gu, let us take the elevator. Today she learned that this Mr. Gu was not merely human. Like Shang-Chi, she had opened the door to an entirely new world. On the 5th floor, Gray Tail had already risen from the bed, clutching a watering can, diligently tending to the succulents on the balcony. The woman had neglected them for so long that even the succulents were on the verge of dying. In the next moment, he seemed to detect a familiar scent, and the wolf froze, turning towards the source of the sound at the entrance. The door swung open. He howled and shook his head, moving his weary limbs as he made a desperate dash toward the doorway. The master. That was the scent of the master. Despite his efforts to mask it, he could still discern Iti in the hall. He abruptly halted. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, looking down upon him. Gray Tail also noticed Shang-Chi. He recalled his previous actions and was suddenly unsure how to face either Shang-Chi or the master. Lowering his ears and tail, he quietly whimpered. At WO. Ji Yuan smirked slightly, his mood somewhat lifted. You seem quite spirited. Gray Tail stared blankly at the master. Ji Yuan, not regarding him, shifted his attention to Zhou Ziyo, sincerely expressing, Thank you. No. No. It was he who saved me and got injured. Shang-Chi fixed her gaze on Gray Tail, her eyes unblinking as she softly murmured, You're alive. That's truly wonderful. Gray Tail, with his keen hearing, immediately lifted his gaze to her. Shang-Chi smiled gently. You're alive. That's great. You saved my good friend. I no longer hold a grudge against you. Let us consider it settled. Gray Tail was taken aback. Were Shang-Chi and this round woman friends? Was she no longer angry? The master didn't seem angry either. Gray Tail's dark eyes scrutinized Shang-Chi's forehead, which was unmarred. Had her injuries completely healed? Not long after, the werewolves from Nanfeng Garden arrived. Zhou Ziyo had owned this house for 2 years. Yet it had never been so lively or crowded. She observed the enthusiastic werewolves, their tails and ears visible, surrounding Gray Tail and howling incessantly. Although she couldn't understand them, she could tell they were expressing joy. Shang-Chi stood at the door, watching the scene with a gentle smile before turning to head downstairs. As dusk fell, her son slept in the car. She only wished to see her precious child. Daitzen was watching over the young master and nodded slightly upon seeing her. Miss Shang. Shang-Chi smiled back at him as she entered the vehicle. Shang Bao was still asleep. After drinking the cold spring water every night, he no longer furrowed his brows in pain during slumber. His eyes were closed in peaceful sleep, long eyelashes resting gently, and his small lips pursed. Shang-Chi settled beside him, gazing at her son for a moment before gently leaning closer, whispering, Kai Kai, Mama is no longer a criminal. She blinked, her eyes slightly reddened. In 5 months, we can return home. To our own house, all right? Your father is far wealthier than I, sweet bean. Will you still want to come home with Mama then? Shortly after Shang-Chi descended, Gu Wan, who had been absent, also left. Just as he exited the elevator, he heard a familiar woman's voice, tenderly murmuring yet fatigued. Reaching his ears, he paused slightly, unconsciously tightening his grip. 5 months. What did 5 months mean? Shang-Chi was still contemplating leaving in 5 months. Ji Yuan stood motionless in the elevator, his tall figure unmoving, feeling inexplicably displeased. Shang-Chi's murmuring voice continued to resonate. Kai Kai, were you very happy today? Did he show you the world? You like him, don't you? You want to be with him? As he is your father after all, I don't wish to take away your happiness. Her voice grew softer, and she uttered something that Gu Wen desperately wanted to hear. In that moment, he heightened his senses, and suddenly, a cacophony of sounds surged into his mind from 300 kilometers away. The sudden onslaught of noise caused his ears to ache, and he frowned, letting out a muffled grunt. Simultaneously, he caught Shang-Chi's voice in his mind. He captured her almost inaudible words. I dislike pure humans and I dislike Mama. Ji Yuan's heart tightened painfully. Mama is a bit selfish. She doesn't wish to raise you for him. So you will come with me, all right? Upstairs, the werewolves prepared to take Gray Tail away. Gray Tail seemed to recall something. glancing at the bustling round woman serving tea and water, shaking his head. Shang-Shi has already forgiven you. Last time, she even suggested you return. Heiwei couldn't hold back and remarked, she is genuinely quite good. You can dislike other pure humans, but please don't harbor resentment towards her. Upon mentioning Shang-Shi, they realized she was no longer present in the house. Liyue slowly lowered his head, reflecting on his recent attitude towards Shang-Shi. Although he hadn't, he explicitly blamed her. His evasive gaze must have hurt her. The other werewolves shared the same thoughts, falling silent. Shang-Shi was indeed wonderful. She often told them stories and prepared delicious food. She always looked at them with kind, accepting eyes, never expressing disdain for them, and she fully embraced their existence. But had they truly accepted her? Hong Wei's eyes glistened with tears. I didn't go down to eat the food she made that morning. Was Shang-Shi upset? I didn't go either. Neither did I. A wave of guilt washed over them, simultaneously giving rise to a firm resolution. It was from that day onward that Shang-Shi felt the werewolf's kindness had exceeded all bounds. Each morning, as she descended the stairs, the werewolf sprawled out on the first floor would spring up, exclaiming, Shang-Shi, good morning. Hong Wei, hurry. Hong Wei howled, dashing upstairs, and before Shang-Shi could react, he picked her up effortlessly and placed her gently on a chair at the dining table. What is happening here? The table was laden with food and juice. This is your human tea. This is milk. This is watermelon juice. This is warm water. What would you like to drink? Warm water, please. As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Wei howled joyfully. Shang-Shi wants to drink what I prepared. Later, she casually mentioned. Snow rabbit meat is quite delicious. Immediately, two werewolves began packing their bags, stating they would return to the snowy mountains to bring her back snow rabbits. Shang-Shi had no idea where the snowy mountains were or how far away they were. Nonetheless, she saw the werewolves return with snow rabbits 3 months later. She had forgotten she had ever said such a thing. After a night of review, I am satisfied. Babies, please leave a rating for me. It's only a score of 7 point something. Within the confines of the residence, 2 werewolves had already departed. All because she casually remarked in the morning that snow hare meat was quite delectable. In response, the 2 werewolves swiftly packed their belongings and returned to the snowy mountains. When they reported to Gu Wan, Shang-Shi assumed Gu Wan would dissuade them. After all, if fallen werewolves were to arrive in Qingxing, they would need to venture out at night to capture them. Even if there was no trouble on ordinary days, when actual danger arose, they would surely be indispensable, wouldn't they? Instead, the man merely stated in a nonchalant manner, go ahead, bring back more. She had intended to express that she wasn't particularly keen on eating it. But the 2 werewolves, having received permission, had already dashed off. That moment, she was unaware that their absence would extend to 3 months. Last night, when she left Yu's place, she returned with Gu Wan. As he settled into the car, he sat across from her, gazing at her with an expression she couldn't comprehend for an extended period. His dark eyes held neither the fierce coldness nor the subtle mockery of days gone by. The heart of a werewolf is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. She had no interest in deciphering his thoughts and wished to avoid prolonged eye contact, not wanting to be misunderstood by this narcissist once again. She merely tilted her head, gently resting against her son, silently observing the scenery retreating outside the window. When the residence of Nanfinjuan came into view, she straightened her posture, inadvertently casting a glance across at Gu Wan, who awkwardly averted his gaze. Had he been watching her the entire way? What thoughts occupied his silence? Shang-Shi furrowed her brows slightly and slowly directed her gaze toward him. Do you have something to say? No, Gu Wan replied, unfastening his seatbelt without looking at her. There are flowers from the snowy mountains in the trunk. Ah? Shang-Shi was taken aback, struggling to follow his train of thought. What flowers? Who prepared the flowers? Why were there flowers? Her hesitant gaze fell upon Gu Wan, and her expression gradually morphed into one of alarm. It wouldn't be that you prepared them, you're overthinking it, Gu Wan remarked, noticing her expression. They were brought back by the cub. Upon hearing that it was her own cub who had brought them back, Shang-Shi relaxed and smiled. I see. That makes sense. If that solitary wolf had prepared flowers for me. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Ji Yuan observed the shift in her expressions, furrowing his brows slightly. What did this woman mean? The flowers were indeed brought back by the cub. But what if they had come from him? What had that expression of hers indicated? As if she had seen a monster. Ignoring the discomfort brewing within him, He exited the car and gently cradled the sleeping cub in his arms. He should have entered the house without a backward glance. Yet, inexplicably, he paused, witnessing Shang-Chi approaching the trunk. As it slowly opened, a wave of coldness enveloped them, revealing a large white box, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Mr. Gu, are the flowers in here? Shang-Chi, filled with anticipation, opened the box, and the coldness intensified, leaving her momentarily speechless. How beautiful! The white flowers, nestled amidst ice, appeared delicate and vibrant, their fragrance growing richer in the chill. What flowers are these? I've never seen them before, she murmured, enchanted. They're so beautiful, just like snow. Ji Yuan stood 5 meters away, watching her as he held the cub. The woman, clad in a black and white fitted dress, bent slightly, the hem of her skirt gently fluttering, accentuating her slender waist. As she leaned down to inhale the floral scent, her chin tilted slightly upward. Ji Yuan instinctively swallowed hard. The flowers from the snowy mountains are called snowfall. Snowfall? What a lovely name! Shang-Chi exclaimed, suddenly turning her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Ji Yuan felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. In the next moment, he realized she was actually looking at the cub in his arms. Then, Shang-Chi approached him, lowering her gaze to plant a gentle kiss on the cub's face, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you, little one. Mommy really likes them. Ji Yuan felt a jolt run through him. Frozen in place with the cub still in his arms, Mr. Gu, don't the snowfall flowers need to be kept in ice? She asked, raising her gaze to meet his. It seemed Gu had just returned to his senses. Responding with a quiet he then pressed his lips together, turning to leave. He sensed something was amiss, a feeling of uncontrollable turmoil surging within his heart. The following midday, Shang-Chi was busy at the flower shop when she suddenly noticed a brown-haired boy diligently working away. Seemingly in his early 20s, with his gaze lowered, clumsily attempting to wrap flowers like the blue tails. Are you a browntail? She inquired softly. This was the werewolf who had packed up and left Nanfinjuan. Upon learning that the graytail was still alive, the immense joy was quickly overshadowed by guilt regarding Shang-Chi. After visiting the graytail, he clenched his fist and made his way to the Qingfeng flower shop. Where he was now discovered by Shang-Chi, he looked down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and said gruffly, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. No matter how much Shang-Chi scolded him, he wouldn't dare retort. She was the mother of the family's cub, and even if she berated him, forbidding him from ever stepping into Nanfinjuan again, no one would voice any objections. To his surprise, Shang-Chi merely smiled gently. It's all right. I'm very glad the graytail is alive. The browntail stared, wide-eyed, astonished by how easygoing she was. If you feel guilty, let me work for you for a week without pay. After all, I felt a bit sad when you left that day. Upon hearing this, he nodded vigorously. I'll help you for a month, even a year or two. I don't want payment. Shang-Chi responded with a faint her lips curving into a smile that seemed gentle, yet her eyes remained unbent. The careless and carefree werewolves were oblivious to the emotions behind her gaze. A tender smile had always been Shang-Chi's best disguise, and there was no need to reveal her true thoughts. Thus, the flower shop, which previously only housed the female werewolves, Bluetail, Redtail, and Shang-Chi, now welcomed a clumsy young boy. He took on all the physically demanding tasks, and the once quiet Nanfinjuan transformed into a lively hub once more. The werewolves eagerly sought to please Shang-Chi, yet they refrained from requesting stories. If she returned to her room early, their spirits would dampen, tails drooping in disappointment. Surely, she had yet to forgive them. In the next moment, Shang-Chi appeared at the top of the staircase with a storybook in hand. The werewolves in the living room below all looked up in unison. Shang-Chi smiled brightly, waving the book. Would you like to hear a story? The werewolves howled in delight, their joy palpable in their voices. Redtail dashed upstairs, swiftly scooping Shang-Chi into his arms and playfully tossing her into the air before catching her. Hey, don't do that, Shang-Chi exclaimed, genuinely startled, clinging tightly to him. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Redtail reassured her, carrying her to the lawn, followed eagerly by the Blacktails. The little wolf cub sat atop Greentail's neck, tugging at his hair, and chimed in, You guys better not scare my mommy. Howl. We'll listen to the cub. Don't worry, little one. They frolicked merrily on the lawn. Meanwhile, Guwen was in his study. Unable to focus on his work, slamming his laptop shut, he leaned back, his expression dark and filled with vexation. He felt a sense of irritation he could not pinpoint. While he had tasks to complete, the cheerful sounds of revelry from outside only heightened his annoyance. Were they not being a bit too loud? Did he really need to finish this work? TSK, perhaps he should take a break. He stood up, exited the study, and returned to his room, for the first time letting go of his work obligations. He resisted the urge to gaze out at the lively lawn, opting instead to wash up in the bathroom. Afterward, he sat on the sofa, his ears perking up. He heard the sound of her voice telling a story. Once upon a time, there was a black rabbit. In front of its home lay a murky river, and across it was a lush green meadow. The grass on its side was sparse, but it was enough to survive. During moments of boredom, it would sit at its doorstep, drooling over the verdant expanse on the other side. Though it had never ventured into the meadow, the black rabbit had once witnessed a little hamster drown in the river, swept away, and thus it deemed the river deep and perilous, instilling fear within its heart. No matter who approached the river, it would leap out, shouting, "This river is dangerous. It could cost you your life. You cannot cross." Many small animals were deterred by its warnings. One day, however, a white rabbit arrived at the riverbank. Ignoring the black rabbit's advice, it jumped into the river, only to discover the water rose to its neck. The white rabbit hopped joyfully to the other side. Rolling around in the meadow, it called out to the black rabbit, "Come over. You won't drown. See, I made it." The black rabbit shook its head. "I won't go. I've seen a hamster drown with my own eyes." Blacktail, overhearing this, couldn't he help but scoff. This black rabbit is far too timid. What's the harm in trying? Gu-won, seated on the sofa, caught Blacktail's words and coldly curled his lips. He did not view the black rabbit as cowardly. What was the point of trying? If it failed, the black rabbit could very well lose its life. Then he heard Shang-Chi's voice, laced with laughter. "I don't think the black rabbit is cowardly. Rather, it shows it loves itself and cherishes its life. The meadow across the river is not a necessity. It can thrive without crossing." Ji-Yuan paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his deep-set eyes. Redtail, feeling anxious, howled, "But in the end, does the black rabbit not get to enjoy the meadow?" Shang-Chi gently curled her lips. "It is gone." "Wow. Why? Was it not terrified to death?" Shang-Chi turned a page. "Because it fell in love with the white rabbit." "Wow?" Hongwei's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that across the river, a yellow rabbit had arrived, and it too harbored affection for the white rabbit. Upon hearing this, Songling slowly smiled. So, the black rabbit panicked. But in the end, did the black rabbit end up with the white rabbit? Shang-Chi lightly shook her head. No, the werewolves immediately sighed, gasped, and felt sorrowful. Why? It jumped into the river with all its might. Why did the white rabbit not reciprocate? The belated confession proved futile. It was too late, as the white rabbit had already developed feelings for the yellow rabbit. The werewolves expressed their condolences for the black rabbit. Sighing deeply, Shang-Chi inadvertently noticed that the light in Gu-wen's room had dimmed, and when she checked the time, it was already 10 o'clock. All right, that will be all for today. Everyone should return and rest. She took her son's hand and headed back to her room, where Gu-wen appeared at the door holding a cold drink. Shangbao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Daddy." Shang-Chi felt that Gu-wen had been acting a bit strangely these past few days. Unlike his usual self, he lingered in the room for about 10 minutes after serving the drink before leaving. This made it difficult for her to lie down, so she opted to enjoy the cool breeze on the balcony. She had no objections to him wanting to spend more time with their son. However, whether it was merely her imagination, she always felt that Gu-wen's gaze lingered on her, though she resisted the urge to look back. It must be an illusion. After all, Gu-wen was not mad. Why would he be watching her? On the 4th day, Gu-wen again remained in the room, and Shang-Chi sensed that familiar gaze once more. Unable to contain herself, she abruptly turned her head, only to find Gu-wen calmly averting his gaze. He seemed quite composed. Shang-Chi took out her phone and typed, "Mr. Gu, if you have something to say, please do." Why was he staring at her without speaking? What did that mean? Gu-wen, upon returning to his room, saw the message and felt his ears heat up from the unexpected glance from that woman. He had been acting as if he were mad these past few days, simply wanting to be in the presence of the mother and child. Lonely Wolf, don't forget about the event at the Cub School tomorrow. Tomorrow was the parent-child event held by Junlin Kindergarten. which required the participation of both parents. Both Guwen and Shangxi had canceled their work commitments. The yellow rabbit arrived. Chapter 42. Shangshu, securing first place. Your mother wants to. The next day, Shangxi donned a pair of loose black overalls and a short, loose-fitting white tank top. Being tall and long-legged, the hem of her tank top swayed as she moved, revealing a glimpse of her delicate waist. She was slender. After years of tending to flowers alone, she had developed defined abs and a visible waistline. Remembering that it was the day of the parent-child event, she dressed her son in a matching pair of overalls and a little white short-sleeve shirt. The little wolf cub was overjoyed, tugging at his own overalls before glancing at his tall mother. His ears perked up in excitement. He was wearing the same outfit as his mother. As they exited the room, he proudly lifted his chin, his little lips curling in triumph. At the staircase, Shangxi noticed Hongwei dashing towards her, wanting a hug. She narrowed her eyes and promptly stopped him. No hugs. I can go down by myself. Hongwei pouted slightly. Unmoved, Shangxi feigned seriousness. If you hug me again, I won't tell any stories. Hongwei let out a reluctant growl. Shangxi is cheating. Yet ultimately, the desire to hear a story prevailed, and he withdrew his eager hands. Observing Hongwei's displeased expression, Shangxi suddenly laughed, reaching out to gently pinch Hongwei's cheek. Her eyes filled with tender exasperation. All right, good morning, Hongwei. Humph, you and the cub have a good morning too. Unable to get a hug, Hongwei let out a growl and went downstairs. Shangxi shook her head, amused. She thought if she had a younger sister, she would likely be just like Hongwei. She laughed and turned, only to freeze. Guwen was slowly descending from the third floor, his gaze fixed on her face, though she did not know for how long. Shangxi instantly retracted her smile, nodding towards Guwen before shaking her son's hand. Say hello to your father. She wondered if Guwen might misunderstand again. She was not smiling at him. When had he stood there, he had made no sound. Having experienced misunderstandings before, Shangxi genuinely feared this self-indulgent lone wolf. Guwen noticed how her smile faded the moment she saw him, and his brows furrowed ever so slightly. Was her demeanor towards him so different from that of the other werewolves? At mealtime, the distance between them seemed to have grown. Guwen sat at the main table. Glancing at Shangxi, who occupied the fourth position on his left, his lips pressed together tightly. He was flanked by Haichui on his left and Luftui on his right, as if they were his left and right arms. They did not concern themselves with seating arrangements. When Shangxi had previously suggested switching seats, Haichui had readily agreed without a second thought. Now, with Huetue still alive, Shangxi forgave them and returned to her previous storytelling ways. He was now content, sitting next to the family head and enjoying his meal. Suddenly, he felt the head of the family watching him. With a piece of meat in his mouth, he chewed vigorously. Looking quite foolish, Guwen's lips tightened, his gaze growing colder. How long have you been in the human world? Why do you still eat like a wild boar? Haichui, with meat in his mouth, looked bewildered. Family head. I have always eaten like this. Why had the family head suddenly taken notice of his eating habits? They had already learned to use human utensils, which was quite commendable. Haichui silently decided to switch back with Shangxi. Although sitting beside the family head was enjoyable, the pressure was a bit overwhelming. After breakfast, the family of three boarded the car to the kindergarten. They arrived just in time. Guwen, dressed in a black casual sweatshirt and wearing a black mask that revealed his stern brows and eyes, carried the cub as he walked alongside Shangxi into the building. As they entered, they immediately attracted the attention of other parents who began to whisper among themselves, assuming Guwen could not hear them. Look, that attractive family of three has arrived. The male is wearing a mask. Who could he be? Just look at how devoted that husband is to his family. Why husband claims he has to go on a business trip. Do we really need that little bit of business trip money? He simply doesn't care about the child. That lady is stunning. Her outfit today makes her look like an ungraduated college student. Is he a celebrity? Always wearing a mask. Some say he resembles that fellow with the surname Gu, but this child has the surname Shang. Would someone of such status allow their child to take the mother's surname? Are you saying no, how could it be him? I haven't heard of him getting married, Guwen. He had grown accustomed to the hushed whispers of these humans, silently listening. That woman is indeed beautiful. Just look at that man's husband over there. Teske. They had been staring at her for quite a while. Upon hearing this, Guwen's brows furrowed as he glanced to the right, spotting a short, plump man with a big belly and squinty eyes. Fixated on Shang-Chi, not daring to blink, beside him sat a woman and a child, the woman adjusting the child's collar. Guwen's brows knitted tighter, a layer of coldness enveloping his dark eyes. He stepped forward, subtly shielding Shang-Chi behind him, his gaze coldly fixed on the man in the distance. The latter hurriedly averted his gaze. A hint of derision flickered in Guwen's eyes. He despised how pure humans treated their partners with disloyalty. They were clearly married yet still felt drawn to those who appeared attractive. Pure humans were insatiably greedy. One partner was never enough. For instance, he had already sensed some women stealing glances at him, some openly and brazenly scrutinizing him. Just then, a man in a white sweatshirt, embodying a casual sporty style, entered. He stood at around 6 feet tall, handsome with short black hair, leading a little girl by the hand. Followed by a woman. As he arrived, Guwen noticeably sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Oh my! His child is also at Junlin? I had no idea. What child? I heard it's his younger sister S. She died during childbirth. Is that woman his girlfriend? Ah, what a pity. Childbirth is truly a near-death experience, isn't it? No amount of wealth can change that. Guwen glanced at the man briefly, uninterestedly retracting his gaze. He recognized him as Rongwen, a businessman in real estate. What surprised him was that Rongwen, holding the little girl's hand, was walking toward him. Guwen frowned slightly. He did not wish for the other to greet him here. Rongwen approached directly, not even sparing Guwen a glance, his attention solely on Shang-Chi, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Xiaoxi, Guwen. His dark eyes widened slightly. Shang-Chi echoed in surprise. Brother Rong. Seeing her gaze shift to the woman in white beside him, Rongwen explained, This is my cousin. When did you transfer Shangbao to this school? Rongwen asked softly, extending his hand. Shangshu, do you remember Uncle Rong? Shangbao pursed his little lips, nodding. Uncle Rong at the same time. He stretched out his small hand to shake the larger one opposite him. Then he glanced at the little girl, who was slightly shorter than him, and said, Cousin Rong, hello. The little girl was extremely pretty, dressed in a white princess dress, tightly holding Rongwen's hand, staring at Shangshu with a mix of joy and contemplation, before huffing softly and averting her gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Rongwen's tone bore a hint of helplessness. Ever since our last encounter, she has persistently urged me to seek out Shangshu, yet I am apprehensive about intruding upon your lives. Currently, she is throwing a tantrum. Shang-Chi responded, It's all right. She enjoys playing with Shangbao. Ironically, I have become the villain in this scenario. Rongwen had pursued her for over 6 months, but she simply lacked the inclination. After her rejection, he did not press the matter further, departing with grace. The complexities of adult relationships are beyond the comprehension of 2 children playing together. They only understand that the absence brings sorrow and tears. Rongwen softly remarked, Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are wonderful. Shang-Chi felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure how to respond. Ji Yuwen's expression darkened considerably. The more he listened, the more agitated he became, unaware of his own actions. Others were reminiscing and chatting. What was his place in this? This man beside Shang-Chi is Rongwen had already noticed the imposing figure next to Shang-Chi, and a disquieting premonition loomed in his mind. Before Shang-Chi could utter a word, Guwen coldly interjected, Hello, I am Shang-Chi's biological father. The emphasis on biological was unmistakable. Rongwen's expression tightened momentarily but was quickly masked. Hello, I am Rongwen. After this exchange, his demeanor noticeably dimmed. Despite maintaining an air of composure and engaging in conversation with the approaching individuals, his smile carried an undertone of weariness. In this country, his status was undeniably prominent, and his presence at the young girl's school event today had astonished the parents, all of whom, to varying degrees, held some wealth. However, they could not compare to the Rong family. Perhaps in a truly dismal mood, Rongwen excused himself to rest, preferring to withdraw to the back, occasionally glancing in Shang-Chi's direction. 9 o'clock. The event commenced on the playground. The principal, clad in a gray suit, addressed the audience with a microphone. I am delighted that all parents have taken the time to witness their children's growth. Today, he kept it succinct, quickly announcing the start of the festivities. We have prepared several fun games. The first one is called Family Move. The rules are, parents must hold hands tightly while allowing their child to sit atop, and see who can carry them the farthest within a set distance. You have 10 seconds to prepare. Parents lined up at the starting point, swiftly grasping each other's hands, as their children giggled atop. Upon hearing the teacher's instructions, Rongwen withdrew his gaze from Shangxi and coordinated with his cousin, Rongxin, who climbed onto his lap. However, when it came to Shangxi, things became somewhat awkward. Their relationship with Gu Wan was already complicated, and he had previously expressed discomfort with her touching him. Should she extend her hand or not? To the outsider's view, they appeared as a strikingly attractive couple, yet now they resembled strangers. She glanced at Gu Wan, who had already reached out his hand, seemingly discerning her inner conflict, and quietly said, "Let us set aside our issues for the sake of the child." "Oh, all right." Since he had said so, Shangxi decided not to hesitate any longer and reached out. Their hands firmly clasping in that instant, both were momentarily taken aback. Shangxi subtly lowered her gaze and said, Kai, sit up here." As Shangbao settled on top, some parents had already begun racing towards the finish line. Shangxi urged, "Hurry, we're falling behind." They had wasted precious time. She tightened her grip on Gu Wen's hand and set off. Ji Yuan felt the warmth of her hand, his gaze flickering with an indecipherable emotion. He reciprocated the grip, matching her pace. Shangbao tugged at his parents' clothing, his lips curving into a smile. Determined not to lose, both Shangxi and Gu Wan, with their long limbs, quickly surged from last place to first. Their family reached the finish line first. The female teacher, microphone in hand, exclaimed, "Wow! Family number 3, the Shang family, has come in first." Shangbao suddenly burst into laughter, his little sharp teeth dazzling, while the wind caused his unruly hair to sway. Shangxi gasped for breath, releasing Gu Wen's hand as she said, Kai, are you so happy to have come in first?" Shangbao clutched his parents' clothing, grinning but silent. Ji Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at his empty palm. Lost in thought, the female teacher then excitedly declared, "Second place, the Rongxin family." Shangxi turned her gaze to meet Rongwen's eyes, who offered her a gentle smile. She contemplated for a moment and gave a thumbs-up gesture. Rongwen nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yuan observed this interaction, his expression darkening as he stepped forward, positioning himself between Shangxi and the man to obstruct their gaze. His abrupt movement caught Shangxi off guard, and from her perspective, all she could see was the man's neck and pronounced collarbone peeking from his hoodie. She hesitated, then averted her gaze. Ji Yuan remarked, "The next game is about to begin. Do not get distracted." Shangxi responded with a soft Rongwen noticed the man blocking Shangxi, and their whispered exchange sparked a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, prompting him to look away. The child's biological father had returned. Were they in love? The man wore a mask, yet Rongwen felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with him. Were they to live together now? He was beset with questions. That moment, the female teacher lifted the microphone and began explaining the second game. Teletubbies. Parents must stand back to back, holding hands, while balancing a large ball, and when the command is given, they must quickly move toward their child at the finish line. The child will receive the ball and roll it back to the starting point. 10 seconds to begin. With the prior physical contact, there was no hesitation from Shangxi. She turned her back to Gu Wan and extended her hand. Ji Yuan's expression deepened. His lips pressed together, and he turned his back to her. Gripping her hand firmly, Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to hold so tightly for merely balancing a ball? At the teacher's signal, they began to move. A group of adorable children stood at the finish line, eagerly awaiting their parents. The teacher encouraged, "Students, cheer for your mommies and daddies." The little ones shouted, "Mommy, Daddy, go, go." Some children were so excited that their faces flushed. In this lively atmosphere, Shangbao, watching his parents approach, felt invigorated, his dark eyes sparkling as he shouted, "Daddy, Mommy, go." Shangxi and Gu Wan both looked up, spotting their little one standing alone, clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and black overalls. Shangxi instantly felt a surge of energy, exclaiming, "All right, Mommy is coming, just wait for me." She quickened her pace, urging, "Mr. Gu, let us coordinate." If they did not work together well, the lightweight ball would slip away. For instance, the couple beside them had dropped the ball, losing the game, and their child was crying the loudest upon witnessing their defeat. Gu Wan he did not quite grasp the sentiments of human children, yet the thought of his own child crying filled him with dread. Thus, he and Shangxi synchronized their efforts, reaching the finish line first, delivering the ball to their child, who needed to roll it back to the starting point to win. Kai, you can do it, go, go. Shangxi, alongside the other parents, cheered for her son. "Darling, you are the best. Mommy believes in you." Shangshu gritted his teeth, hearing his mother's voice, his face tightening as he rolled the ball with precision and speed. Shangxi, filled with excitement, felt the silent presence of the man beside her and elbowed him. "Hey, hurry up and cheer for our son. Why are you so quiet?" Normally, she spoke to Guwen with a degree of politeness, but in this moment, she was swept up in the enthusiasm of the event. Guwen glanced at her, seemingly puzzled by her sudden shift in emotion. He appeared to be the most composed person in attendance, dressed entirely in black, standing tall like an outsider. Shangxi, now fervent, continued, "Look at the other fathers. Their cheers are deafening. Hurry up and cheer for our son." A nearby mother interjected. "It seems your husband hasn't he said anything. Is he feeling unwell?" Shangxi, not noticing the word husband, paused momentarily. "Are you feeling unwell?" Guwen, inexplicably, felt a flicker of delight. He turned his gaze back to his child, his lips parting slightly. "Shangshu, you must secure first place for your mother." His deep voice resonated, causing the mother who had spoken earlier to flush. Seemingly taken aback by the pleasant timbre of his voice, upon hearing his father's words, Shangbao enthusiastically shouted, "Mommy wants first place." Determined, he resolved to deliver, and he did. Shangxi, momentarily stunned, pondered, what does it mean that she wants first place? Well, she does wish for her son to secure it, right? But something feels amiss. The teacher's exuberant voice echoed across the playground. "Oh my! The Shangshu family has secured first place again. Fantastic. The most important thing for a family is unity and harmony. Wouldn't you agree?" Shangbao's excitement turned his face crimson as he leaped into his mother's embrace, holding her tightly. "Mommy, I got first place." "Yes, I know. You are the best," Ji-Yuan observed the mother and child duo. A faint smile playing on his lips. "Brother Shangshu, shall we go out to play? I have many delightful treats and fun activities at my home. Would you like to come over?" Upon seeing them, Shangshu had long since shed his sweet demeanor in front of his mother, now wearing a serious expression, with furrowed brows and pursed lips, stating, "I won't go." "Why not, brother Shangshu?" A little girl in a pink dress looked at Shangxi. Her voice sweet as honey. "Auntie, you are so beautiful, Auntie." Shangxi smiled and replied, "Thank you. You are very cute as well." The little girl, quite familiar, tugged at her clothing, asking, "Auntie, can you let brother Shangshu come to my house to play?" "I cannot make decisions for him," Shangxi said, glancing at her son. "I will follow his wishes." Her implication was clear. If her son wished to visit this classmate's home, she would not object, but she wouldn't make promises on his behalf. The little girls gasped in unison. Brother Shangshu is indeed the best. He can even make his mother listen to him. It seemed her son was quite popular. At the school gate, Rongwen lowered his gaze at the little girl, then glanced at Shangbao, who was surrounded by them, and helplessly said, "Let us go home. Be good." His cousin had already rushed back to work. He felt as though he was being snatched away. The little girl stamped her foot, casting a discontented look at Shangbao, and sulked, "He never comes to play with me. I dislike him now. Why wait for him to invite you to play?" Rongwen gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "You can take the initiative to find him. But what about you, Daddy?" The little girl suddenly raised her gaze, fixing her serious eyes on him. "Why aren't you going to find Annie Shangxi? Are you waiting for her to come to you?" Rongwen was taken aback by her sudden question, momentarily stunned. He was uncertain whether to be amazed by her age and ability to articulate such thoughts or by the content of her inquiry. Rongxin chimed in with a hum. "Isn't Annie Shangxi going to be taken away too? Is that giant uncle her boyfriend?" Rongwen's usually relaxed expression stiffened slightly. He pressed his lips together, gazing ahead at the tall man beside Shangxi. It was rather amusing. The little girl had struck a nerve, as he had not seen Shangxi in over a month. Just over a month ago, Shangxi had once again firmly rejected him, and they had clarified their situation. He had indeed felt some anger then, and he had chosen not to reach out to her afterward. A small part of him harbored a glimmer of hope that she might come looking for him. Yet, before he could receive any contact from her, he unexpectedly encountered her at the kindergarten, Shangbao's biological father. What was their current relationship? If they were already married, he ought to gracefully step back. But Rongwen observed Shangxi's smile directed at the little girls nearby and wished to take that smile home. Thus, he took the little girl's hand and said, "All right, let us be proactive." Rongxin huffed but did not refuse. When Shangxi turned her gaze, she caught sight of Rongwen and Rongxin. Rongxin had been clamoring to play with Shangshu. Rongwen suggested, "How about I treat you both to a meal?" The two little friends haven't seen each other in a long while. Let them catch up. After he spoke, he distinctly felt a cold gaze directed at him. Rongwen endeavored to maintain an appropriately pleasant smile. Who was this man? The pressure he exuded was intense. He believed he had encountered many notable figures, yet none had made him feel so tense merely by locking eyes with him. As if he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast. The only one who had ever instilled such a sense of pressure had been that individual he had met only once. Rongwen suddenly paused, his gaze landing on Shangbao's small face. 3 seconds later, a flicker of disbelief and understanding passed through his eyes. He had likely guessed the identity of this man. Rongxin tightened her grip on her father's hand. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Shangshu as she called out, "Hey, Shangshu, are you coming or not? Let us go play together." Shangxi had not anticipated that Rongwen would suggest dining together. They had not seen or contacted each other in over a month. Had he truly abandoned the idea? Was he simply wishing for the children to reunite? In the next moment, the previously silent man picked up the little one and inquired, "Shall we go home?" He took a few steps to the side and whispered something to the child. Shangxi was oblivious to their conversation, only noticing her son glance back at her with wide eyes before nodding. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. Guwen held the child and looked at her, saying, "Let us go. The little one wants to return. Cubs, do you want to go back?" Shangbao nodded earnestly. Then, "Brother Rongwen looked at Shangxi. His demeanor amiable as he said, "Let us arrange another time. Rongxin has been thinking about Shangshu." All right, upon hearing this, Guwen pursed his lips slightly. The three of them exited the kindergarten and entered the car. Throughout the journey, Guwen remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Upon arriving at Nanfeng Garden, Shangxi had a light snack downstairs before retreating to her room, unable to resist asking her son, "What did your father say to you just now?" "Daddy said you were tired and that it's better to go home, eat something, and take a nap." Shangxi mused. Was she tired? She herself wasn't even aware of it. It seemed Guwen was the one reluctant to go out for dinner. However, if he didn't want to go, it was fine. He could simply leave without fabricating an excuse for her. "What about you? Don't you want to play with Rongxin? You two haven't seen each other in a while." Shangbao glanced at the flowers in the glass vase and replied, "It doesn't matter if I see her or not." Shangxi was surprised. "I thought you two were quite close when you played together." She remembered seeing Brother Rong often bringing Rongxin along, and the two children, of the same age, naturally played together. Shangbao opened a small box to examine a gift from his father, saying, "It's because of Uncle Rong that my relationship with her can be better." Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? What was this little fellow pondering?" Shangbao blinked his large, dark eyes and looked at her. "Aren't you already with a father? You don't need Uncle Rong anymore. Right? Huh?" Shangxi stared at her son in astonishment, shocked that he understood so much at such a young age. His implication was clear. Previously, when Brother Rong was pursuing her, he would accompany Rongxin to play, fostering their friendship. Now that she had a father, she no longer needed other men to pursue her. Her current life with Guwen had led her son to mistakenly assume this. Indeed, anyone would have misinterpreted the situation. Shangxi opened her mouth, ultimately deciding to clarify. "Cubs, your father and I are not in that kind of relationship. They would be parting ways in 6 months." Shangbao pondered for a moment and asked, "You don't like Daddy?" Shangxi felt a bit awkward. Yes. Shangbao responded with an "Oh. I understand now, and if Uncle Rong invites me out for dinner again, I'll agree." Shangxi. "No, what do you understand?" You haven't understood it all. Chapter 44. Don't mind them in the evening. Guwen brought Ling Chuan along again. Shangxi stood on the balcony, feeling the breeze. Initially, she sensed that Guwen did not want them to be too close, so she kept her distance whenever he came to feed the child, eventually making her way to the balcony. Today, after feeding Ling Chuan, Guwen did not leave. Perhaps he wished to spend time with his son. Her phone chimed and she opened it. Momentarily taken aback, it was Brother Rong, who had not contacted her in over a month, sending a message. "Brother Rong, may I ask, do you like him?" If she answered affirmatively, that would be the most definitive way to reject Brother Rong. Adults often weave harmless lies, but this was one truth Shangxi was unwilling to fabricate. Having experienced so much at Nanfeng Garden, both good and bad, if she were to be honest, she neither liked nor disliked Guwen. However, when it came to associating him with a romantic partner, she felt a strong aversion. Guwen was always worried about her having ulterior motives, which had left her with psychological scars. Not to mention, there had never been any spark between them. Now, that empty space had frozen over. Using this as an excuse to deny Brother Rong any hope? Forget it. She truly did not want any misunderstandings with Guwen regarding their relationship. Thus, she replied, I don't like him. We only have temporary interactions for the sake of the child. He quickly responded, all right. If you need anything, I hope you can reach out to me. He can assist you, and I should be able to as well? Shangxi pondered. It seemed she genuinely could not. That thing, Leng Chuan, existed only in that mysterious, distant snow mountain, or in Guwen's underground ice chamber. She slowly typed, thank you. Sometimes, just as Zhou Ziyou had scolded her, she felt her brain was as if kicked by a donkey. What was wrong with Guwen? Why didn't she feel drawn to him? He was flawless in his speech, actions, and character. Whenever they were together, he treated Shangbao well. Why did she feel nothing? Perhaps it was the experiences of her childhood that had made her so guarded. She did not view love as a necessity. All she needed was money to provide for her son. She held no expectations of others, and her sense of security stemmed from herself. Just like this time with the gray tail incident. The werewolves' shifting attitudes, she accepted their apologies and warmth with grace rather than glaring and refusing to forgive them in anger. She felt it was unnecessary. Perhaps at the beginning, she had been surrounded by enthusiasm, lowering her defenses slightly, but after this incident, she had closed her door again. In truth, it was simple to comprehend. The werewolves of Nanfeng Garden were not of her kind. After their kin had faced trouble, they naturally stood together. She is merely a transient presence in Nanfeng Garden. For now, it is essential for everyone to coexist harmoniously and endure the next 6 months. One of her principles in dealing with others is the belief that if one can maintain a cheerful demeanor in interactions, why should the atmosphere be fraught with tension and discomfort? As for the notion of engaging sincerely, well, that is better left aside. She cannot be as casual and carefree as the werewolves. She is acutely aware of the hardships she has faced to arrive at this point. The only happiness she has managed to attain is through her child. In the room, Guwen held a small gift, allowing the young one to unwrap it, while his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the silhouette on the balcony. He averted his eyes, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice to ask the young one, do you know Rongwon? Shangbao responded with a nod, saying, he likes my mama. Ji Yuwen's hand instinctively clenched at his side. He had long suspected as much, but hearing it from the young one still pierced his heart. And your mama? She doesn't like him, does she? Shangbao pondered for a moment. I don't know. But I can say for certain that mama doesn't like papa. He ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. There are many who like my mama. They all want to be my deity. Ji Yuwen was taken aback. He reached out, ruffling the young one's hair, his tone laced with a hint of frustration. Forget about them. Your biological father is me. Shangbao replied with a simple, I know. Meanwhile, in Huanan community, Zhou Ziyou yawned as she stepped out of her room. She had just finished updating her comic and felt dizzy from hunger, lacking energy. Mid-yawn, she froze upon noticing an unfamiliar man in the living room. He turned at the sound of her voice, his sharp gaze piercing, and he appeared to be under 20. He was clad only in a piece of fabric around his waist, leaving the rest of his body exposed. You are you that big gray wolf? Zhou Ziyou stammered in disbelief. You've turned human? Hui Wei shifted his gaze, replying with a simple His wounds had healed significantly, allowing him to change forms. Previously, he could only maintain his pure wolf state. I have to go with that. He made his way to the door. Zhou Ziyou snapped back to reality, astonished. You're just leaving like that? What about your clothes? I have none. Hui Wei had come to this woman's home in his pure wolf form, and his clothing had long since been shredded. Wait, I'll find you something to wear, she insisted. Hui Wei did not look back. No, he was already at the entrance. Zhou Ziyou was taken aback, surprised by his abrupt departure. Her emotions became complicated, and she managed to say, well, goodbye. They belonged to different worlds. Now that he was healed, it was time for him to leave. For some reason, upon hearing her words, Hui Wei paused. Zhou Ziyou cautiously approached him, expressing her concern. Be careful on your way. Stay away from those bad things. You're alone. Oh no, as a wolf, you're not their match. She felt that this werewolf seemed so young. At 25, she viewed him as a younger brother. Hui Wei remained silent, not turning back, and stepped outside. Zhou Ziyou, truly fatigued, felt her head spinning, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. She had to lean against the wall to steady herself. Bidding him farewell, thank you for that day. Hui Wei did not look back, unaware of her pale complexion. In the end, he remained silent as he turned and descended the stairs. Zhou Ziyou could no longer hold on. She collapsed with a thud, suffering from low blood sugar. Recently, she had been dieting and not eating much while staying up late to meet deadlines. There was honey water on the table. She just needed to crawl over to it. Taking a deep breath, she was suddenly seized and turned over with force, a youthful voice asking, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you dead? You're the one who's dead. If a dead brother can't talk," she weakly protested. "The honey water. Give it to me," she managed to utter, and then she was roughly placed on the floor, leaving her momentarily dazed. In the next moment, she was picked up again, her hair pushed aside, and the cup was pressed to her lips. "Here? Drink." So, he had just heard her words and immediately released her, allowing her to fall to the ground, before fetching the honey water for her. What kind of being is this? Zhou Ziyou was speechless. But her survival took precedence. She grasped the cup, only to find herself holding a large, slender hand. The hand stiffened, but she paid it no mind, drinking it all in one go. Once finished, the hand withdrew abruptly. She felt herself lifted into the air and, in an instant, placed on the sofa, while that shadow quickly moved to the door. Zhou Ziyou opened her eyes to see the tall, slender boy leaning against the doorframe. Head bowed, his ears flushed crimson. The tall boy with the spiky hair stood at the entrance, his ears reddening as he lowered his head, his hands clenched at his sides. Just moments ago, he had held that plump woman in his arms. Even touching her hand, he had already prepared to leave. Staying in this pure human woman's home for half a month was a lapse in judgment. He should have been repulsed by pure humans to the core. Yet this woman was unlike any he had encountered before. She had never treated him with such kindness. This woman harbored no intentions of harming him, and he had allowed himself to remain in her home during his most vulnerable state. In the past, when he had been confined and mistreated, he had yearned to escape from pure humans at every moment. Now, he had willingly stayed in a pure human's home for more than half a month. He had descended the stairs but paused upon hearing her muffled groan as she collapsed. Seeing her on the floor prompted him to help her up, resulting in physical contact. Every male werewolf is acutely aware of the distance they must maintain from females, especially since this woman was a pure human, whom he despised. Yet in that moment, that concern faded. All he wanted to know was what was wrong with her. A woman who could kill plants could very well harm herself. He furrowed his brow as he looked at Zhou Ziyou, who was slowly recovering on the sofa. "What is wrong?" Zhou Ziyou wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with a tissue, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing. I just haven't eaten all day." During this period, she had already been eating less due to her diet, and today she had been too busy with her work to eat, resulting in low blood sugar. Low blood sugar had become a common occurrence for her since she had severed ties with her family 4 years ago and started living alone. She had become indifferent to her meals, cooking a bowl of noodles when hungry, buying groceries and cooking when in a good mood, and occasionally dining out. Her home was stocked with various breads and instant noodles. At tea that moment, she turned to Hui Wei, saying, "Could you grab me 3 pieces of bread from that cabinet, and 2 bottles of milk as well?" Hui Wei said nothing but followed her instructions, retrieving the bread and milk from the cabinet. Zhou Ziyou accepted the milk with a smile, revealing a dimple on her round face. "Thank you." Hui Wei was momentarily taken aback. Quickly looking away, he awkwardly inquired, "Are there many friendly pure humans like you?" Friendly?" Zhou Ziyou replied dismissively. "Are you referring to how I've provided you food and shelter during this time?" "Yes," Hui Wei responded, pondering what else there could be. Zhou Ziyou took a large gulp of milk, saying, "Then there must be quite a few. You saved me, and helping you recover is the least I can do, right? Many humans are like me." She took a bite of bread, recalling an old saying about the debt of gratitude for saving a life. But she suddenly halted, realizing the sentiment was inappropriate to voice at that moment. Hui Wei gazed at her, puzzled. "What do you mean by debt of gratitude?" Zhou Ziyou felt her face heat up. "I mean that it just means being good to your savior, something like that." She heard the boy respond with an "oh." For a moment, she felt relieved that he was a werewolf and did not grasp too much. Otherwise, she would have been embarrassed. "Are there really many pure humans like you?" he asked again, his sharp gaze fixated on her, His hands clenched. He believed the woman before him was a good, pure human, one who would not deceive him. She was the first pure human he had learned to trust. Zhou Ziyou affirmed, "Yes, there are many. This isn't noteworthy. However," she added, "but there are also ungrateful people. We have all kinds of folks, kind and friendly, malicious and spiteful, pure evildoers. Just stay away from the bad ones." Upon hearing this, Hui Wei lowered his gaze, a wry smile tugging at his lips. So, was he simply unfortunate to have encountered only bad people? He thought of the woman from Nanfeng Garden, the mother of the young one. He had caused her harm. That night, he should not have acted impulsively. He had taken himself too seriously, forgetting his identity because the head of the family had treated him well. The head of the family had his own judgment in every matter. He had hurt Shangxi, and that was his fault. He needed to take action to make amends. "Perhaps you should put on some clothes?" Zhou Ziyou suggested, having wanted to say this for a while. This werewolf stood far off, wrapped only in a piece of fabric around his waist, speaking to her. "If you go out like this, people will stare." After a moment's thought, she added, "We pure humans all wear clothes. I have men's clothing here. Let me get some for you." With that, she rose and headed to the balcony, where, aside from her colorful women's clothing, a few outfits for men hung as well. "This is the largest size. You should be able to wear it." Hui Wei stared at the clothing in her hand, his nose twitching as he tried to catch a whiff of the scent of an unfamiliar man. However, all he could detect was the fresh scent of laundry detergent. Perhaps the man's scent had been washed away. He took a step back and said, "I won't wear your partner's clothes." Upon finishing her words, she turned and made her way towards the door. This woman, plump and endearing, seemed an unlikely candidate for solitude. Surely, she must be one of those who are quite popular in the human realm. After spending over half a month in the same dwelling as her, he had once again erred. A flicker of impatience glinted in Hui Wei's eyes as he pondered his recurring blunders, feeling akin to a worthless individual. Just then, he was halted by Zhou Ziyou's voice. "Feel free to wear it. I have no partner. This men's attire was purchased by me, as a woman living alone. I felt a bit fearful and thought that having men's clothing would give others the impression that there is a man in my home, thus ensuring my safety." Upon hearing this, Hui Wei's expression darkened. "Someone intends to harm you? Who?" Zhou Ziyou hesitated before offering a lengthy explanation that gradually enlightened the young man before her. After she suggested he change into the clothes once more, he retreated to his room to do so. Standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, the garments were evidently snug, but he cared little, as long as they fit. "If you ever find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to call my name." The young werewolf, still bearing traces of youthfulness in his demeanor, spoke with a hint of defiance, suggesting he would not be easy to deal with. "I will protect you." As he uttered those words, a faint blush crept to his ears. Zhou Ziyou was taken aback. Throughout her life, raised in an environment that favored sons over daughters, her brothers were always clad in new garments while she was relegated to wearing her elder brother's hand-me-downs. It was easy to imagine how a girl in elementary and middle school, dressed in old boys' clothes, was perceived by her peers. Coupled with her name, Zhou Zhaodi, which was synonymous with misfortune, she often elicited sympathy. Yet she had never been the slender type. Thus, rather than attracting admiration, she became the target of ridicule from her classmates. She never imagined that one day, a tall, lean werewolf boy would blush and declare that he would protect her. Protect her? Not even her own parents had offered her protection. She had navigated her life thus far by relying solely on herself, never considering that she could be sheltered by another. Even if this werewolf brother merely spoke out of politeness, she felt a stir of emotion within her. She had a younger brother, but he was anything but charming. He tormented her at home, blaming her for his misdeeds. He had stolen their father's money, yet he accused her of theft, with their parents always siding with him. She had severed ties with those individuals long ago. Thus, she no longer had a brother. However, this werewolf before her instilled in her a comforting sense of sisterhood. "Well then, if you don't mind, you may call me sister from now on. After midnight, a new chapter awaits." Chapter 46. Could you lend your sister a hand, sister? Hui Wei was momentarily taken aback. His wolf father and mother had only produced him, and when he was still a cub, they had ventured into the realm of pure humans. They worked for them, trading labor for coins to purchase meat, yet ultimately, they were buried beneath collapsing bricks on a construction site. Losing their lives, while the foreman fled, he was left without kin. There were no brothers or sisters. During his time in Nanfeng Garden, he had briefly regarded it as his home, with the master being his most respected elder brother. Yet, he had faltered, injuring Shangxi and disappointing the master. This plump woman, hardly reaching his chest, had shown him kindness on more than one occasion, evoking a sense of acceptance within him. Finally, he muttered, "I'm leaving." This time, he truly intended to depart. Zhou Ziyou followed him to the door, sincerely stating, "If you ever need anything, feel free to find me. Goodbye." Hui Wei nodded in acknowledgement and strode away, opting for the stairs over the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed 3 pure humans waiting for the lift and instinctively averted his gaze, eager to distance himself from them. Just then, a chubby man in a black t-shirt, appearing to be in his 20s, exclaimed, "Mom, I confirm she lives on the 5th floor. That ungrateful girl. I'd be better off raising a dog. Now that she's living well, she forgets about me, her mother. And now she has the audacity to buy a house without my knowledge. Mom, don't call her Zhaodi anymore. She goes by Zhou Ziyou now, don't provoke her. It's important that she helps me this time." The speaker was another man, appearing to be in his 30s, thin and wiry. Hui Wei halted at the mention of her name. Zhou Ziyou. Were these individuals searching for her? The nearly 60-year-old woman, short and stout with skin tinged with yellow, bore the marks of time, evident of someone often exposed to the sun. "I'm her mother." "What of it? If she's angry, so be it. What is she going to do? If I have to, I'll give her a beating, and no one will dare to say anything." Hui Wei frowned and turned, observing the elevator doors opening as the group entered. He contemplated for a moment before heading back to the stairs. He stood at the 5th floor landing, watching as the elevator doors opened, and the trio rushed out. They approached Zhou Ziyou's door, banging loudly. "Open up, Zhou Zhaodi. We know you're home. You don't even recognize your mother anymore. Do you, Zhaodi? Open the door. Stop pretending you can't hear. Ziyou, I'm your elder brother. Sister, it's Junjun. I, your elder brother and mother, have come to see you." "Calm down, Mom," said the elder brother. Lu-S eyes widened in fury. "How can I not be furious? You claim to have cut ties, yet here you are, having not contacted us for years. Hiding away, are you?" With that, she pounded the door harder. "Open up, you wretched girl. Hurry." Hui Wei observed the scene with sharp eyes. Growing colder in demeanor, he glanced toward the interior, allowing his hearing to sharpen. Inside, he caught Zhou Ziyou's furious retorts. "I'm livid. Which fool told them where I live? I'll never open the door. They can break it down for all I care." Hui Wei recalled a fortnight prior when this woman had forcefully fed him meat, a memory that made him chuckle softly as he realized how she had not displayed such a fierce side in a while. Zhou Ziyou's voice continued to ring out. "Just leave already. You're making a racket. You come here wanting me to pay your precious son's bride price, don't you? Not a chance." When will they leave? They're unbearable." Hui Wei listened quietly before striding towards the door where the humans stood. Dealing with these pure humans was quite simple. Though he wished to avoid them, he had no choice. He was without gloves. Thus, Zhou's elder brother and Junjun were about to say something when, in an instant, they found themselves lifted off the ground by Hui Wei's powerful grip. Oh my god. What is happening? Lu, initially focused on banging the door and berating her daughter, turned at her son's exclamations to find a tall, lean boy effortlessly hoisting both her sons. Furrowing his brow, Hui Wei glared at her. "Scram? You?" Lu was simultaneously astonished by the boy's strength and filled with instinctive fear. "What do you think you're doing? Put them down." Zhou Junjun and his elder brother began to struggle, but Hui Wei lost all patience, colliding them against each other with a heavy thud. Zhou Junjun, unaccustomed to hardship, cried out in pain, silenced by the realization of Hui Wei's power. Lu never anticipated encountering such a formidable individual while seeking her daughter. "Let them go. I'll leave. I'm sorry. We mistook the place. We're leaving right now." The trio had arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. The corridor fell silent, and the previously closed door creaked open, revealing Zhou Ziyou peeking out, her eyes wide with astonishment as she focused on him. Hui Wei declared, "I've sent them away. It's quiet now. Isn't it?" Zhou Ziyou shook her head. After a brief pause, she said slowly, "Why don't you stay a while longer? They will likely return, and your werewolf strength is quite impressive." She opened the door wider and winked at Hui Wei. "Hey, wolf brother, Could you do me a favor and stick around for a bit? I'll treat you to delicious food in the future. I often make typos while rushing to meet deadlines. I appreciate everyone for pointing them out. I promise to correct them all. Thank you for your comments, ratings, and small gifts. I'm truly touched. Good night. Chapter 47. Child Selling Card. Zhou Ziyou mused that with Huiwei's formidable strength, if he were to remain by her side, he could act as her temporary bodyguard while she provided for his needs. She understood why her family had suddenly sought her out. Her elder brother was getting married. How amusing it was that they remembered her now, when they began to prepare the bride price in order to marry her off to a 40-year-old bachelor. She felt utterly disillusioned with that so-called family. Her heart turned cold. She would not return to her mother's side for that meager semblance of maternal love. Her heart belonged solely to her two sons. At that moment, she gazed at the defiant youth before her and said, "If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. Thank you for your help earlier. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead." Upon hearing this, the gray-tailed boy lowered his head and scrutinized her for a moment before diverting his gaze. There was no unwillingness. He had promised to protect her. The tall, lean werewolf youth averted his eyes and retreated into the house. Zhou Ziyou chuckled softly, pleased. The little bodyguard had agreed, and she closed the door, following him inside. When Shangxi received Zhou Ziyou's venting call while washing her face in the bathroom, she placed her phone aside and switched it to speaker mode. Zhou Ziyou, filled with indignation, ranted about the visit from the Zhou family, concluding with the revelation that Graytail was now her little bodyguard. You wouldn't believe it. This little wolf brother is so adorable. He said he would protect me. Though it sounds a bit juvenile, I must admit it touched me a little. Shangxi paused, her hand halting mid-motion as she thought she had misheard. Hesitantly, she asked, "He said he would protect you?" Graytail evidently harbored a strong disdain for pure humans, likely due to the harm he had endured, which was markedly worse than Gu Wen's aversion. The last time she learned that Graytail had rescued Yu and brought her home for care. They coexisted peacefully for several days, and she had felt a tinge of anxiety for her sister. However, their mutual act of saving each other made it reasonable that Graytail would not harbor ill feelings towards Yu. Right? Yet, she never expected Graytail would utter the words of protection to a pure human. Yu, be honest, have you two developed some sort of unmentionable relationship? It was not entirely her fault for her overthinking. The stark contrast in Graytail's behavior and their prolonged coexistence as a lonely wolf and a solitary woman raised suspicions. Zhou Ziyou's voice, exasperated, emanated from the phone. "Woman, you are overthinking. What could possibly happen between us? He has been a wolf head in my house for half a month now. What could I do with a big gray wolf that can't even speak? He only transformed into a human tonight. And he's not even 20, so young. I feel nothing for him. All right. You know I prefer mature Ian. At this point, Zhou Ziyou ground her teeth in frustration, like Rongwan, for instance. You are truly squandering a great opportunity. Such a wonderful man, and you let him go. Shangxi thought to herself, if she were moved, she would pursue him too. Words failed her. Rongwan was like a gentle and reliable older brother. Moreover, he hailed from an excellent family, and he possessed the qualities derived from a happy upbringing, which made her inexplicably wish to keep her distance. Everything about Rongwan was positive, perfect. She could find no fault. Every time she saw him and interacted with him, the disparity between them became strikingly apparent. Setting aside their family backgrounds, the warmth that radiated from a happy family was something she lacked. And it filled her with a sense of pressure. Perhaps this was the essence of their incompatibility. After she finished her grooming, she emerged to find her son diligently completing the assignments assigned by his teacher at the desk. Her phone chimed, prompting her to head to the balcony. Rongwan, the day after tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we take the children to Nanshan Amusement Park for some fun? Rong Xian has been clamoring to see Shangxi. Shangxi pursed her lips, typed a reply, and declined the invitation. If it weren't for their unexpected encounter at the kindergarten, they would have had no further interactions. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit villa, Rongwen's eyes dimmed slightly upon reading her reply. On the opposite sofa, the 40-year-old elder sister of the Rong family continued speaking. Rongwen, did you hear me? My friend's younger sister is 26, a suitable match for you. She is quite good-looking, and I think it would be a perfect fit. You should meet her tomorrow. Rongwen, feeling no inclination, stood up. Sister, it's quite late. You should rest. Rest? Do you think I can sleep? You are not young anymore. Why haven't you settled down? the elder sister of the Rong family. Caught in thought, furrowed her brows. That woman is simply not suitable. Not only does she come from a different social class, but she also has a child. This matter is your fault. It's not just me who disagrees. No one in the family will approve of you marrying her. Sister, you should be aware that it is not your place to grant approval. Rongwen sighed. If she were to agree, I would not care about your opinions. You were always the most worry-free child in the family. How is it that you have become so unreasonable as you age? Your younger sister has already left, and now you are experiencing a midlife rebellion. The 31-year-old middle-aged man, Rongwen, thought the elder sister's eyes reddened as she spoke. Aside from women with children, I would also not approve of anyone from a lesser background. Sister, there is no need for you to say anything further. Rongwen turned and ascended the stairs. If he liked Shang-Shi, he would not care about her background or the fact that she had a child. If he had cared from the beginning, he would never have developed feelings for her. The past was already behind him. He focused solely on the future, imagining countless times the married life he could share with Shang-Shi. She was so gentle, kind, understanding, beautiful, tolerant, and stable in temperament, providing excellent education for her child. She embodied the ideal wife for most men. Rongwen believed he was no different from other men. Thus, he found himself deeply attracted to Shang-Shi. Feeling that they were quite alike, together, they would likely never have quarrels. He believed that marriage should be like this: mutual respect, harmonious coexistence. After sending the message, Shang-Shi set her phone down, reclining on the lounge chair, feeling the night breeze while gazing at the stars scattered across the pitch-black sky. After a while, Shang Bao completed his homework and wobbled towards his mother. Tail swaying, he squatted down, called out Mama, and nestled his cheek against her belly, exuding a complete sense of dependence. Suddenly, he pulled out a stack of cards from his pocket and said, Mama, this is for you. What? Shang-Shi reached out to receive them, noticing a variety of colored bank cards that looked somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the stack Gu Wen had given her last time. Dad gave these. He asked me to give them to you to buy a house. Shang-Shi nearly thought she was going deaf. Your father said this? Yes. Shang Bao nodded earnestly, his small brow furrowed as he focused on one particular bank card. I want to buy a house for Mama too. After finishing lunch, he had gone to his father's study. When his father embraced him and handed him the cards, he recognized the image on the computer screen as Uncle Rongwen, with words he could read. Rong Real Estate. His father had asked him, how did he pursue your mother? Did he offer a house? Before he could respond, his father had scoffed, muttering something about how he had plenty of houses, and advised him to tell his mother to buy her own house and not to be swayed by someone who merely promised her a house. He responded with an "oh," and as he was about to leave, his father called out to him again. Just say he suggested buying a house. No need to mention anything else at that moment. Shang-Shi stared at the cards, understanding Gu Wen's implication. He could not possibly expect their son to buy a house. The child was merely a messenger. Was he suggesting that she use these cards to purchase a house? But why the sudden insistence on her buying a house? She already owned one, though one can never have too many houses. Shang-Shi suddenly became alert. Could it be that Gu Wen intended to use material means to win her over, hoping to keep the child at Nan Feng Yuan? These weren't house cards. They were sell the child cards? Now, the lone wolf mused. I have plenty of money. She can buy as many houses as she likes, but don't let her be swayed by a mere human who offers a house. A mocking thought lingered. After searching for how to pursue pure human women, does he still feel embarrassment when he resorts to offering houses? After midnight, a second update follows, not necessarily on time. Chapter 48. He is sick. Shang-Shi increasingly felt justified in her thoughts. Ji Yuan wanted their son, but she would not give him up, and the child would not follow him, which meant he was now taking action to secure her allegiance. They were now in a direct competition. Sell the child cards? Forget it. She needed to be vigilant from now on. That lone wolf had already begun to act in the shadows. Thus, when Gu Wen entered the house with the cold spring, he felt an odd sensation, sensing that Shang-Shi had shot him a glare. After feeding the young cold spring, Shang-Shi followed him out in the corridor. Gu Wen's nerves instinctively tightened. Every time this woman followed him out, it was usually to discuss something, and most of the time, it was not good news. Sure enough, Shang-Shi wore a stern expression as she handed him the stack of cards. Ji Yuan, not entirely grasping the thoughts of pure human women, furrowed his brows for a moment before saying, Is this too much trouble? Are you blaming me for not directly handing you the property deed for your signature? After all, if he sent her cards, she would have to run around looking for houses. What are you talking about? Shang-Chi frowned. She found that this werewolf always seemed to speak in ways she never anticipated. Their generational gap was too vast. So she decided to be succinct, her expression unusually serious. I want to beat around the bush, Mr. Gu. Do not think you can buy me with material things. Even if you were to offer me the world, I would not hand over my child. That is my stance. Ji Yuan momentarily froze, then his dark eyes deepened as he gritted his teeth. Do you think I am using these cards to buy you? To take the cub? Isn't that the case? Shang-Chi could not conceive of any other reasoning. Absolutely not. I have plenty of houses. You can have as many as you want. Do not let someone merely pursue you with a house and have you running off like a fool. Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Setting aside the fact that Rongwen had not offered her a house, even if he had, would that truly be such a grave offense? Moreover, what did this have to do with Mr. Gu? According to your perspective, should I not desire his house, but rather yours? I fail to comprehend the meaning behind your words, unambitious and running off with someone else. I am currently single. If I have feelings for him, is it not entirely natural for us to be together? She gazed at him with a tranquil expression. Locking eyes with the woman's pristine and clear gaze, Gu Wen found himself momentarily speechless. Gradually, the wolf within him began to awaken. Since the moment he became aware of Rongwen's existence that morning, something felt amiss. He was engulfed by a sense of anxiety, utterly disturbed by Rongwen, whom he viewed as an adversary. Yet, what relevance did that have to him? Even if Shang-Chi truly developed feelings, being with Rongwen had no bearing on him. Shang-Chi was presently single. She was not his partner, and thus, she possessed the right to pursue romantic relationships or even marriage. Upon reaching this conclusion, Gu Wen ceased to speak and turned away. He was indeed somewhat disoriented. Whom Shang-Chi chose to love was of no concern to him. With whom she chose to share her life was her own prerogative. Their only obligation was to care for their offspring. This was his reasoning, yet it resulted in a sleepless night. When the morning sun filtered into the room, he heard commotion beginning within the house, pressed his temples, and made his way downstairs in the living room. On the sofa, Song Ling had not returned to his room all night, sprawled there with the scent of alcohol clinging to him, his face bearing a hint of despondence, the quantity he had consumed unknown. Gu Wen frowned. Are you now inseparable from alcohol, master? Alcohol is a fine thing. Song Ling chuckled. His eyes closed as he murmured softly, only after drinking can I see her. The pure human woman who had bestowed a name upon him had been lost to him for 5 years. I truly envy you, master. Your partner at HICIS still alive. Ji Yuan wanted to retort that Shang-Chi was not his partner in a certain sense. He was gnawed at by loneliness, just like Song Ling. Song Ling had once had a pure human partner. They had shared a sincere love. Yet that woman had met an untimely demise. As for himself, he had shared the most intimate of connections with Shang-Chi. But she was not his partner, nor did he experience the love of a partner in the werewolf clan. One has but a single partner for life. Song Ling's prolonged suffering was only just beginning. As for him, he fared slightly better, merely destined for a life of solitude. Yet, Song Ling had once known the love of a partner. This was something he might never attain in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he was, in some aspects, more fortunate than Song Ling. He still had offspring. For instance, at this moment, he caught the scent of milk wafting from the stairway, mingled with the unique fragrance of the woman. A subtle floral aroma. She had already found someone she liked, that pure human named Rongwen. He had not anticipated that this reality would rob him of sleep for an entire night. And now his heart ached dully, and uncontrollable panic surged within him. He cared deeply. When he saw Shang-Chi appear at the stairway in a light-colored dress, the sound of her high heels echoed against his heart. Confirming a painful truth, he was unwell. Chapter 49. He did not wish to leap into the river. Shang-Chi held her son's hand as they descended the stairs, greeted warmly by the werewolves. To which he responded with a smile. Upon reaching the long dining table, a small incident transpired. I'm not sitting next to the master anymore. Shang-Chi, we're not switching places, Hei Wei insisted, unwilling to change seats. The pressure of dining beside the master too overwhelming. Is that so? Shang-Chi did not press further, smiling amiably as she turned to Huang Wei beside her. Shall we switch? No, 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 I won't go. Huang Wei shook his head vigorously, his large ears flopping with each movement, the tips brushing against Shang-Chi's arm. Instantly, he felt a sharp, piercing gaze upon him. Trembling, he slowly looked up to find the master's cold, piercing eyes fixed on him, despite the master still appearing in his pure human form, with short black hair and clad in a black shirt. Yet, he sensed a massive, ferocious wolf shadow looming behind the master. Huang Wei shuddered, as though his throat were being constricted, struggling to speak. Shang-Chi, don't delay the cub's schooling. Quickly go sit down for the meal. Reluctantly, Shang-Chi returned to her former position, beside Gu Wan. Like the werewolves, she too did not wish to be there. Ji Yuan cast a deep glance at her, cradling the cub on his lap as he cut the meat into smaller pieces to feed him. Shang Bao savored his meal, alternating between milk and beef, his eyes squinted with delight, his small wolf ears twitching, clearly enjoying the feast. What would you like to do tomorrow? Gu Wan inquired gently, glancing at the woman beside him who was engrossed in her phone. His thin lips pressed together. Was she chatting with that Rongwon? The existence of Rongwon, previously unknown to him, now seemed evident. They must have maintained contact during his work hours while they were out fetching and dropping off the cub. Had she been going out for dates with Rongwon? Had they been seeing each other frequently? As for lunch, the cub ate at school, while he dined out with friends. What about Shang-Chi? Had she dined with Rongwon? Pondering this, Gu Wan suddenly lost his appetite. The family of 3 set off in their car. Left behind in the plates were sizable chunks of meat, half of which remained uneaten. Hei Wei remarked in astonishment. This is the first time I've seen the master leave meat unfinished. In the car. During a lull in the conversation with her son, Shang-Chi focused on her phone, typing away in response to messages. Her fingers were slender and fair, her hand bearing a red scratch, a remnant from yesterday's encounter with a rose thorn. It did not hurt, as such scratches were quite common for her. Meanwhile, Shang Bao felt concern for his mother, occasionally applying ointment to her hand. At this moment, he cradled her hand in his arms, gently applying the white cream. Shang-Chi was taken aback. Cubs, did you put ointment in your pocket? Imichim, Shang Bao replied earnestly, applying the ointment to her hand, then blowing on it softly. Shang-Chi was astonished by her child's attentiveness, her heart melting as she pinched his tender face, a smile of happiness illuminating her eyes. Thank you. Ji Yuan sat across from them, observing the mother and son, feeling like a mere bystander, clearly distanced from the warm and joyous atmosphere. She resumed her focus on her phone, replying to Rongwon's messages. This realization stirred a tempest within his heart, and despite his efforts to suppress it, a fleeting glimmer of green light flickered in his dark eyes. The innate possessiveness of a werewolf towards their partner began to rear its head. Though Shang-Chi had borne his offspring and they had shared the most intimate moments together, she was not his partner, and now, before him, she was engaging in flirtation with another man. Suddenly, Shang Bao sensed a shift. His little ears perked up with alertness as he glanced up at his father. He felt that his father's scent had intensified, making him instinctively uncomfortable. Father? He furrowed his little brows, questioning Gu and closed his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, his gaze returned to its usual dark hue. I apologize. The possessiveness of the werewolf clan compelled him to exude a pressure akin to that of a hunter, and he was losing control. With the cub present, Shang-Chi remained oblivious, casting a puzzled glance at the father and son duo, wondering why Gu Wan had suddenly apologized. However, her curiosity remained unvoiced. After Shang Bao entered school, only the 2 of them remained in the car. Gu Wan's gaze fell upon Shang-Chi's hand, fixated on the 2-centimeter scratch, and he spoke slowly. Shang-Chi, I have a great deal of money. So what? Caught off guard by this statement, a peculiar expression crossed Shang-Chi's face as she turned to Gu Wan. Was he boasting of his wealth? Gu Wan shifted his gaze from her hand to her face, his expression earnest. I mentioned before, you are the mother of my cub. My money and resources can be shared with you. This was his genuine intention, devoid of ulterior motives. For instance, the previous night when she suggested he might use material means to buy her affection, leading to the retention of the cub. He was sincere. Anything she desired, he could provide. What I mean is, you need not struggle so hard at present. Yet, having failed to deliver the cards twice, it became clear that this woman was highly guarded. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, her eyes brimmed with suspicion, and she immediately rejected him thrice. I am not struggling. I am living very well, and I am quite fulfilled. Thank you. Gu Wen took a deep breath, frowning. I am not trying to buy you. The cub is yours. Shang-Shi said nothing, but her expression was rife with distrust and wariness. For a moment, Gu Wen felt as though giving away money was more exhausting than earning it. Just then, the car pulled up at the Qingfeng flower shop. Shang-Shi unfastened her seatbelt, bid him farewell for the afternoon, and exited the vehicle. Watching her leave without a backward glance, Gu Wen remained seated, inappropriately recalling the day at the kindergarten when she had smiled at Rongwon, conversing animatedly. To be precise, she had been generous with her warmth and kindness towards everyone but him. This had been his initial request. Yet now, he found himself unable to tolerate this reality. Upon reflection, she had never changed. She had always kept her distance, adopting the demeanor of a passerby. The one who had changed was him. Why had he changed? He pondered bitterly with a hint of irony. Shang-Shi was a pure human, and his current transformation was akin to digging his own grave, placing himself in peril, willingly exposing his neck to the blade. There was a river at his doorstep as well, and he felt akin to a black rabbit, reluctant to leap into the water, and no matter how lively or enticing the scene on the other side of the river might be, he did not wish to take the plunge. Even if she were whisked away by a yellow rabbit, he still had no desire to jump in. Shang-Shi was a pure human, the very kind he despised and feared. His grandmother still resided on the snowy mountains, and whenever she spoke of his grandfather, a touch of sorrow would flicker in her eyes. He would never allow himself to fall into such a lamentable predicament. Compared to the anguish of a beloved partner one day embracing another, he found solace in the mere solitude of his existence. They devoted their entire selves to their partners, much like the so-called love-stricken individuals in the realm of pure humanity. They would forever hold their partners close to their hearts. It was a resolute choice, a singular devotion. He would not leap into the river to reach the other side. 18 noon. In the expansive treehouse private dining area of Minglai Mountain Villa, Gu Wen gathered with friends for their meal, as was customary. The manager from the neighboring province, Qin Ming, had arrived once more. Qin Ming, a solemn werewolf, possessed the upright demeanor reminiscent of an old human policeman. He had no penchant for jest and spoke plainly without beating around the bush. This moment, he fixed his gaze upon Gu Wen and remarked, I just learned that Lan Wei dared to step out of the gates of Nanfeng Garden. Lan Wei, the exceedingly timid and endearing female werewolf from Nanfeng Garden, had been attacked by a fallen werewolf, and it was Qin Ming who had rescued her. Since then, she had developed feelings for him. Qin Ming, who was constantly occupied with the apprehension and trial of fallen werewolves, was only 33 years old, a mere youth when considering that werewolves typically live to 300 years or more. He had no inclination for romance and could not accept her affection. Thus, he entrusted Lan Wei to Nanfeng Garden, which could serve as her sanctuary. He recalled how, after her harrowing encounter with the fallen werewolf, she had developed a psychological scar, often on the verge of tears with reddened eyes, which caused him additional concern. Hence, he would occasionally inquire about her well-being from Gu Wen. Ji Yuan replied, she has found a job at the flower shop run by the mother of a cub. Initially, it was agreed that she would assist, but just a couple of days ago, during payday at Qingfeng flower shop, he had seen Lan Wei joyfully clutching her cash, seated on the sofa with a soft laugh. As Shang-Shi had paid her, is that so? Qin Ming expressed mild surprise. I shall go visit her shortly. Ji Yuan fell silent. It was midday. The woman must be having lunch with Rongwon. Surely, he knew her preferences and little habits during meals. With that thought, he glanced at the werewolves around him and suddenly felt a distinct lack of appetite in the company of these burly creatures. After finishing their meal, Qin Ming rose to leave. Ji Yuan paused, lost in thought, and said, let us go together. As the two werewolves exited the treehouse, Qin Ming did not question Gu Wen's intent upon learning he was also heading to Qingfeng flower shop. He had never been one to pry or indulge in gossip. By the time they arrived at Qingfeng flower shop, it was already 1:30. A brown-haired boy was busily handling a box outside the door when he suddenly caught a whiff of something and looked up to see the family head and Qin Ming, the manager from the neighboring province, stepping out of a vehicle and approaching him. In the next moment, Lan Wei, who was assisting inside, rushed out, clutching half-wrapped red roses, her eyes glistening with tears. There's another update. No need to wait, we'll see it in the morning, she announced. Dear ones, you can check the second update during the day. I wrote one but wasn't satisfied, and now it's 2 o'clock, so I'm dozing off. Continuing to write would be futile. I'll revise it in the morning when I'm more alert. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50. He stood outside the bustling entrance. Shang-Chi watched as Lan Wei, who had just been speaking with her, suddenly dashed outside, momentarily stunned. "What's the matter?" she inquired, rising to follow her. Then, she spotted the two tall men approaching. Gu Wan and that fellow, Qin Ming. Both were strikingly tall, with an air of distinction, resembling male models, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to glance at them. Lan Wei, her eyes reddened, ran to stand before Qin Ming, her gaze filled with both reproach and vulnerability. "How long has it been since you last visited me?" she questioned, her expression crestfallen as she stamped her foot, though she refrained from embracing the towering male werewolf, knowing they were not mates, and fearing it might displease him. Qin Ming regarded her with a serious expression and remarked, "I heard you found employment. Congratulations." "At this?" Lan Wei's eyes brightened. "Yes, I can earn money now. I've made quite a bit of progress. Haven't I want to hold you back." Her final words made Qin Ming furrow his brow. "What nonsense are you speaking?" "I'm not speaking nonsense." Shang-Chi, listening to their exchange, understood everything. Yet, she wondered why Gu Wen had come along. Gu Wen scrutinized Shang-Chi, inhaling the scent of woman that lingered in the air, noting the absence of Rong Wen's fragrance. "So, they hadn't shared lunch together? Mr. Gu, did you come for something?" "Just passing by." Gu Wen initiated. "How's business today?" "Not too shabby." Their conversation was rather dry. While not far off, Lan Wei was pouting, and Qin Ming was softly comforting her. This stark contrast left Shang-Chi feeling a bit awkward. She contemplated retreating inside to resume her work, or perhaps politely invite them to sit in the shop. As she was lost in thought, Qin Ming approached her. "Hello," he nodded in her direction. "Thank you for providing her with a job." Shang-Chi, observing the internet-famous detective, shook her head. "No need for thanks. Lan Wei is quite capable and has been immensely helpful." Qin Ming and Gu Wen lingered briefly before preparing to depart. Lan Wei, overcome with emotion, began to cry, clutching the roses, her teary-eyed visage utterly heart-wrenching. "The last time the fallen werewolf appeared, I knew you were in Qingcheng, but didn't he come to find me? I was so frightened, do you know? And now you are leaving again." Seeing her in tears, Qin Ming felt at a loss, sighing, "Don't cry. I will come to see you next time." "When will that be?" "I miss you. I like you." Qin Ming pressed his lips together, his expression earnest. "I'm sorry." Lan Wei halted her tears, gazing up at the tall werewolf with longing eyes. "Go on. I understand you are very busy." He was so exceptional, so radiant, adored by many, both pure humans and female werewolves. She was merely one of his rescue cases. He had no desire for a mate and likely did not harbor feelings for her. As this realization dawned upon her, she fought to suppress the urge to beg him not to leave, bidding a reluctant farewell goodbye. Turning, she made her way back into the shop. After her silhouette vanished, Qin Ming glanced at the brown-haired boy assisting at the shop entrance, who appeared to be in his early 20s. He detected the scent of this young werewolf on Lan Wei. With this thought, he turned to leave, having underestimated this young werewolf. Shang-Chi was not particularly busy today, allowing her to forego overtime. After accompanying Gu Wan to retrieve the cub, they dined as dusk descended. She took a storybook and went to the lawn with the werewolves. At the stairway, she encountered Gu Wan ascending, who glanced at the book in her hand, hesitating momentarily, yet said nothing. In that instance, she inexplicably asked, "Would you like to join me?" She felt as if his eyes were saying yes, but she had misread him. Ji Yuan declined. Thus, the lively atmosphere of Nanfeng Garden congregated on the lawn. The werewolves joyfully concluded a story when someone suddenly exclaimed, "In half a month, it will be the family head's birthday. I wonder if he will return to the Snow Mountain or remain in Qingcheng." The family head's 30th birthday was approaching. Shang-Chi thought in surprise. In just over half a month, her own 26th birthday would also arrive. Surely, he would return to celebrate in the Snow Mountain. She had heard he adored the Snow Mountain, but regrettably, his grandmother had chosen him as the heir werewolf. Indeed, I have been at Nanfeng Garden for so long, and have yet to see the family head with any pure human friends. He practically grew up in the human world, yet it seems he hasn't integrated. He doesn't enjoy human electronic games or entertainment activities. I love playing Little Star games and watching television. Greentail whispered. I heard he was brought to the human world at 8 years old, and even after attending human school for several years, He couldn't fit in, leading to his solitary existence. Eventually, his grandmother sent him back to the old residence and hired a tutor for him to study at home. So, when we want to descend the mountain, does the family head wish to return to the snow mountain? Why not seek another air werewolf? Foolishness, of course, he is the most outstanding. He has completely made himself appear as a pure human. If I were to interact with those pure humans, I would reveal my true self within a day. Just the thought of such pressure made one feel uneasy. The family head was truly remarkable, maintaining the facade of a pure human for so many years without error. You've been at Nanfeng Garden for several years. Have you ever seen his ears or tail? What about the family head's wolf father and mother? The family head's mother is not in good health, while his father remains in the snow mountain. This was the first time she had heard of such matters. She pressed her lips together and listened in silence. He arrived in the human world at 8. It must have been difficult to assimilate. Look at the cubs. They were born into the human world and had a pure human mother to guide them, fully integrating into society. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi released a deep sigh of relief. She feared her son would struggle to fit in, becoming lonely like Gu-wen. Little Gu-wen had entered a foreign human world at 8 years old, amidst the clamor of school, acutely aware that he was not like the others. He had no interest in pure human activities, finding them noisy, feeling the constant need to remain vigilant against the risk of exposure. In the snow mountain, however, he could freely reveal his ears and tail or transform into a pure wolf to run. He despised school and wished to avoid contact with pure humans. His 8 years in the snow mountain had instilled in him a fondness for exposing his ears and tail, for it felt liberating. He would occasionally dash to the deserted outskirts or a quiet park, unreservedly showing his ears and tail. But once, a pure human had spotted him and harmed him with a stone. Once again, he briefly formed a bond with a pure human cub, sharing 10 delightful days of play. However, his sole human companion vanished without a trace, and as he caught the lingering scent of her presence, he transformed into his pure wolf form. Adorned with the bow she had gifted him, he roamed the bustling streets of the human world, overwhelmed by the cacophony and the multitude of scents that enveloped him. He could not find her. When he finally did, she was joyfully engaged with new friends, and her scent had changed significantly. In the discerning nose of a werewolf, the essence of a pure human solidifies and remains unchanged only after the age of 18. Little Gu-wen, unable to assimilate into the human realm and having little experience in human interactions, found himself speechless and perplexed by their emotions. He was proud, reclusive, awkward, and rigid, often contradicting himself while preferring solitude. Just like now, the lively atmosphere of the lawn did not belong to him. The room was shrouded in darkness as he muted his senses, sitting on the sofa, feeling utterly out of place in this world. The other werewolves reveled in the novel inventions of humanity, while he stood outside the lively entrance, a solitary wolf that seemed to have inadvertently wandered out of the depths of the forest. His shyness and loneliness, his wild restlessness, his nostalgia, and his sense of homelessness enveloped him. Note: this last passage is sourced from the works of Hermann Hesse. Huang Bao. So, Lone Wolf, has your mother sent you a wife? If you want one, jump into the river. Chapter 51. Off to drink the following day, Saturday, Gu-wen enjoyed a day off while Shang-Chi decided not to go to the shop. They planned to take the cub to the amusement park. Shang-Chi awoke with a yawn, relieved not to have to drop Shangbao off at school, and felt no inclination to dress up. She casually tied her hair into a bun, applied just a hint of lipstick, and donned an all-white ensemble, a short, cropped white top, loose white wide-leg trousers, and white canvas shoes. This outfit exuded youthful vitality, and with her tall stature and long legs, she could pull off anything effortlessly. As for her son, she had also dressed him in white, creating a matching parent-child look. Shangbao sported a white tracksuit, complete with white shorts and white sneakers. With his wolf ears peeking out and his little tail wagging, he clutched a small handbag designed for girls, marching down the stairs with his short legs, his small face bearing a serious expression, his chin held high. Normally, he would scamper down the steps with glee. But today, he felt the weight of responsibility, determined to assist his mother by carrying her bag. Gu-wen, descending the stairs, spotted the cub carefully navigating the steps with the bag in his arms. His cautious demeanor suggesting he was carrying something of great importance, perhaps even a landmine to the untrained eye. The cub caught a whiff of a familiar scent, paused, and turned around with his big, glistening eyes. "Daddy," Guwen replied with a soft hum, hurried down the remaining steps, and scooped the cub into his arms, cradling him gently. He gazed at the cub's soft, delicate face and whispered, "Where's your mother?" "Mom asked me to come down for breakfast first. She has to take a call." "That a call?" Guwen furrowed his brow. What call could possibly be so important this early? Was it with Rongwen? He refrained from eavesdropping on Shangxi's private matters. The father and son settled at the dining table, and shortly after, Shangxi joined them, her complexion radiant, her eyes sparkling with mirth, suggesting she was in excellent spirits. Guwen observed her every movement, his thin lips pressing down slightly. What could they have discussed that had her so elated? It was evident that the individual named Rongwen was quite the charmer. He had sensed that much during their last encounter at the kindergarten. As he brooded over this, he suddenly heard Shangxi burst into laughter while gazing at her phone, her raven-like eyelashes fluttering, her smile blooming like a flower. Guwen found himself momentarily entranced, forgetting to blink. So this was how she appeared when smiling at someone she liked. He mused over how misguided he had been to think she desired to be his partner. Gradually, he lowered his gaze. Feeling foolish for his previous thoughts, in the next moment, he couldn't restrain himself from stealing another glance at Shangxi, yearning for that brilliant smile that was not meant for him. After breakfast, the three of them boarded the car heading to the amusement park. Driven by Dai Ciyin throughout the journey, Shangxi engaged in conversation with her son, while spending the remainder of the time focused on her phone, typing away in a chat. She had many friends but rarely found the time to converse. Today, however, she had the luxury of leisure. Several women in the group were letting loose, exchanging humorous banter. "Zhou Daziyu, ladies, how about we go drink a little later and partake in some adult activities?" "Hee hee. I want Shangtian. You, a perennial single dog, what do you want to do? Just all talk." "The sister who defies all. My flight arrives in Qingqing this afternoon. Shangxi, are you free tonight? Let's gather for a drink. And let that scoundrel of a father take care of little Shangbao." Shangxi pondered for a moment and agreed, as Sister Dao had been a benefactor to her, helping her significantly during the year of her son's birth. Now that she had returned to the country, it was essential for her to see her. "I want Shangtian. Sister Dao, tonight we shall indulge in adult pleasures, and tomorrow, I will bring Shangbao to meet you and treat you to a meal." The sister who defies all. Okay. The women agreed on a time. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyo, having replied to the group messages, languidly rose from her bed, having stayed up late the night before, finally waking up at 10:30. She wandered into the living room with disheveled hair and encountered the lean werewolf. Not caring for her appearance, she yawned and approached him. "What are you doing?" Hui Wei, seemingly just returned from outside, held a heavy burlap sack in his hands. Zhou Ziyo froze momentarily, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. "What's inside that?" she asked, a troubling premonition creeping into her mind. She noticed a hint of bloodstains on the bag. Zhou Ziyo. Werewolves were inherently associated with ferocity, and her eyes widened as memories of their previous encounter with thugs resurfaced, along with their dialogue. "I remember. You don't eat humans, right?" Zhou Ziyo's eyes widened in shock. "Have you turned into one of those fallen werewolves? Could she escape now? Wolf brother, snap out of it." Zhou Ziyo began to slowly inch toward the door. Hui Wei unceremoniously opened the sack, and the stench of blood wafted out, startling Zhou Ziyo, who screamed and shut her eyes. "Don't show me. What is it? What kind of meat is this?" Hui Wei stared at her as if she had gone mad, somewhat bewildered, and replied dully, "Wild boar meat." "What? Oh, so it was wild boar meat." Zhou Ziyo cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and regained her composure. "Is wild boar meat being sold at the market now? I saw in the news that wild boars have become rampant locally. They are no longer protected, and they are even encouraging people to catch them. It's not from the market," Hui Wei said as he dragged the burlap sack toward the kitchen. "I went up to the mountains." "Huh?" Zhou Ziyo paused, quickly following him. "You caught it yourself? When did you go?" "I had no idea. At 3 in the morning. Wow, you're amazing. Is this really wild boar meat?" Zhou Ziyo felt no fear as she watched Hui Wei pull out a black pig. "What is so impressive about this?" Hui Wei didn't he understand. Hunting a wild boar was merely a task, but the compliment from the woman made the corners of his lips curve upward slightly. Indeed, it was a wild boar, thoroughly lifeless, with deep bite marks on its neck exposing the bone, blood, and flesh, a gruesome sight, causing Zhou Ziyo to shudder uncontrollably. she silently lit a candle for the wild boar. Having observed Huiwei's pure wolf form for half a month, she noted that when he was on all fours, his back reached just above her abdomen, and when his tail wagged, it could easily brush against her face. To her, Huiwei appeared to be a very large wolf. "You have a piece of grass. Don't move." Zhou Ziyou tiptoed closer to Huiwei and plucked a dried blade of grass from the back of his neck. She failed to notice that Huiwei's body tensed. "Are you hurt?" she asked with concern. Huiwei faced away from her and shook his head. No, he crouched down to begin processing the wild boar. Engrossed in his task, so Zhou Ziyou didn't see the flush of his youthful face. A new chapter will be posted during the day. The pace is quickening. The lone wolf is nearing his limit. Chapter 52. He and the cub were left behind. At the end of the previous chapter, a few hundred words were added. Those who missed it should take a look. Zhou Ziyou assisted in processing the wild boar. She cut a piece of lean meat and stir-fried a dish, but upon tasting it, she found the flavor somewhat unappealing, carrying a hint of an indescribable gamey taste. In contrast, Huiwei simply boiled his portion and sat silently across from her, devouring the meat in large bites. Zhou Ziyou. "So, do you find it tasty?" Huiwei nodded. "As long as it fills me up, the taste doesn't matter." When he was smaller, finding food in the human world was a challenge. It was difficult to hunt even in the mountains. Hunger was a constant companion, leaving him emaciated, and he had eaten whatever unpalatable food he could find. By the age of 12, things improved as he grew larger, and satisfying his hunger became less of an issue. At 15, he believed himself to be a formidable werewolf, ready to challenge himself by hunting a bison. However, he failed, getting shot by a human hunter. It was then that the clan leader brought him back to Nanfeng Garden for treatment. Nanfeng Garden was home to many werewolves, a paradise for him where every werewolf welcomed him with warmth and kindness. He was well cared for, enjoying fresh beef and mutton delivered from the grasslands every day, and he grew ever larger. Now, hunting food in the mountains was a task he could accomplish with ease. He is preparing for his next hunt, aiming to track down a wild buffalo, and it should be feasible. Although he has never hunted alongside the clan leader, he has heard from Songling that the leader can bring down a buffalo in less than a minute. He admires the clan leader and yearns to grow strong himself, hoping one day to be of assistance. Yet, in his eyes, the formidable clan leader is currently at a children's amusement park, behaving like an ordinary human, cradling a young one and buying cotton candy. The vendor possesses commendable skills, twisting the cotton candy into various animal shapes. They appear as a genuine family of three, observing the vendor's craft while parents with their children pass by. The dialogue of the children and parents drifts through the air. "Mommy, I want cotton candied. And no more sweets? You need to eat less. But Mommy, I haven't had any in a long time. Please buy me one." "Absolutely not. Can't you just listen to me? If I say no, then it's no. Be good now. Or Mommy won't tea like you anymore." A little girl, upon hearing the last remark, pouts and falls silent. As she is pulled away by an adult, she glances back at Shangbao with envy. Shangbao watches the girl depart, pursing his small lips, hesitantly turning to Shangxi, nervously asking, "Mommy, am I well behaved?" Upon arriving at the amusement park, he immediately requested a cotton candy shaped like a little rabbit. Shangxi, with her backpack slung over her shoulder and arms crossed, smiled upon hearing him. She hadn't anticipated that the conversation of the passing mother and daughter would spark concern in her son. "You are the best. And whether you are good or not, Mommy will always love you." She believes sweets are acceptable, but moderation is key. This outing with her child is a rare treat. She thinks it best to indulge his desires as long as they are reasonable. The essence of a day out is to relish joy. Dismissing her child's enthusiasm would be disheartening. Held in his father's arms, Shangbao relaxed at her words, his mood lifted, his tuft of hair swaying gently in the breeze. Sensing the shift in the young one's emotions, Guwen glanced at the woman beside him, who was dressed in white. She possessed a tall, graceful figure, standing casually with her hair tied up in a bun, revealing her slender, alabaster neck and pronounced collarbone. Her skin was flawless, devoid of any blemishes. Guwen's dark eyes deepened as he unconsciously licked his sharp fangs, momentarily entranced by the thought of leaving a mark upon her. The primal instincts of the werewolf surged within him. During hunts, they relished biting through the necks of their prey. Similarly, the ancient, brutish werewolves, in their most intimate moments, would bite their partner's neck to prevent them from fleeing in fear. Over time, as female werewolves dwindled, The more aggressive males were eliminated, leaving behind genes that respected their partners. Though they lacked the ferocity of their ancient counterparts, they still harbored an innate fixation on the neck. A place of unique allure for werewolves, Shang-Chi is not his prey. She is the mother of his young one, a role that should ideally make her his mate. Were she to assume that position, he could act without restraint. That area must be one he frequents often. Guwen fiercely closed his eyes, forcing himself to avert his gaze. Shangbao placed a small hand on Guwen's back, tugging at his shirt lightly. After acquiring the rabbit-shaped cotton candy, his eyes sparkled as he eagerly presented it to Shang-Chi. "Mommy, you eat first." "Thank you, my dear." Shang-Chi, indifferent to sweets, naturally did not wish to refuse her son, lowering her gaze to take a bite of the rabbit's ear. So sweet." Shangbao beamed, taking a bite of the other ear, the sugary flavor blooming in his mouth. Suddenly, he noticed his father's silence. The little one paused, glanced at the cotton candy, then looked back at Guwen, silently offering it to his lips. "Daddy, you eat?" asked the forgotten tool. The father Guwen finally heard his young one speak to him. It was his first taste of cotton candy as well. He fixated on the ear Shang-Chi had bitten, his expression darkening slightly. His lips parted, and seemingly casually, he took a bite from the same spot. Indeed, it was sweet, he mused, just as Shang-Chi cast him a peculiar glance. She had noticed. Guwen paused, his face flushing, feeling a bit flustered. Cradling his young one, he suddenly turned, clearing his throat and adopting a grave tone. "Shang-Shu, what do you wish to play?" The little one, oblivious to adult matters, munched on his rabbit cotton candy and pointed ahead. The drop tower. The children's drop tower appeared to be no taller than 3 meters, accommodating 5 little ones per ride. Guwen, cradling his young one, made his way towards it. Shang-Chi, savoring the sweetness, found Guwen's behavior as a werewolf to be quite contradictory. Previously, he had been so sensitive about physical contact, yet now he was consuming a treat she had bitten into. Logically, this was far more intimate than mere touch. It was akin to an indirect kiss. She smirked and scoffed, thinking that if Guwen were to broach the subject of physical contact again, she would bring this incident up. Did he perceive indirect kissing as trivial compared to physical touch? Though she was not well versed in werewolf customs, she understood that the former was indeed more intimate. Observing the man ahead, seemingly unfazed, Shang-Chi increasingly felt that this werewolf was quite peculiar. Shangbao, expressionless, sat through a ride on the drop tower, finding it somewhat dull. After all, it was merely a children's attraction, with its slow ascents and descents lacking any real thrill. Yet the children riding alongside him squealed with delight, one even crying. Shangbao watched them, seemingly perplexed by their fear, quietly returning to his mother. "Wasn't he at fun?" Shang-Chi inquired, noticing her son's expression. Shangbao shook his head. "There's a roller coaster over there. You might enjoy that." The family-friendly roller coaster offered seating for 3, and Shangbao's eyes lit up. Thus, in the eager gaze of the young one, Shang-Chi and Guwen exchanged a glance and both sat down, with the young one nestled in between. Shang-Chi thought it was merely a children's ride, nothing to be afraid of. However, she was mistaken, as the roller coaster shot forth along its winding track. Shangbao clearly found it exhilarating, his chubby face breaking into a grin. "Ha ha, Mommy, it feels like we're flying." Guwen remained as stoic as if seated on solid ground, his expression devoid of any emotion. Shang-Chi, feeling out of place, let out a startled scream as the coaster plunged down a small incline, completely unprepared for the thrill. Her cry, laden with tension, drew the attention of both father and son. "Mommy, are you scared? I'll hold on to you." Shang-Chi felt embarrassed. "No, Mommy's not scared. What is there to fear?" Guwen turned his gaze, observing the woman's slightly trembling shoulders. After a moment, he extended his hand, crossing over the young one's head to act as a makeshift barrier in front of Shang-Chi. Though he had yet to utter the words "hold on to me," Shang-Chi cried out again, grasping his arm. Guwen's eyes widened slightly in that instant. Shang-Chi was oblivious to whose hand she had clasped. She simply saw a barrier before her hands gripping it tightly as the wind whipped around her. Banishing fear, leaving only exhilaration, she was now thoroughly thrilled. This is amazing. Which children's roller coaster is this thrilling? Ha ha ha. Are you scared, my little one? We're about to turn again. Upon witnessing his mother's newfound bravery, Shangbao wobbled his short legs, his face flushing as he let out a delighted howl. He was no longer afraid. He only found it fun-s it was a children's ride. They quickly reached the end. It was only then that Shang-Chi realized whose arm she had been holding. Shocked, her eyes widened in terror, and she promptly released her grip, feeling as though she had used and discarded something. I am so sorry. I got a bit too excited. She feared that Guwen might become displeased again, perhaps even suspecting her feelings for him. To her surprise, Guwen merely withdrew his arm in silence. Responding with a simple, "It's fine," Shang-Chi pondered if the sun had risen from the west today. She had held onto his arm for so long, and she was genuinely astonished, unable to resist casting a glance at him. Guwen stood to the side, silently lowering his gaze, seemingly lost in thought as he contemplated the spot where she had held him. Shang-Chi bit her lip, certain that he must have something on his mind. Perhaps refraining from expressing it in front of the young one. In the next moment, Guwen met her gaze, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. As if enchanted by something, he extended his hand. Do you want to hold on again? Shang-Chi was momentarily flabbergasted, shaking her head. No, that's all right. What was there to hold on to now? Guwen silently retracted his hand, and to her surprise, she sensed a hint of disappointment in that fleeting moment. Was it merely her imagination? Surely it was just a figment of her thoughts. The amusement park featured a fenced-in grassy area where a few rabbits were kept, surrounded by a throng of children feeding them with tiny carrots. Shang-Chi led her son over to take a look. The rabbits were pure white and adorably fluffy. However, upon their arrival, the rabbits appeared startled, huddling together and trembling. She smiled at her son, saying, Kai, don't the bunnies look very cute? Before she could finish her sentence, her smile froze. Her son was staring at the rabbits with an unsettling, inhuman gaze, dark and hollow. His mouth moved slightly, as if he were licking his baby teeth. He wanted to eat. He actually wanted to eat. In that moment, Shang-Chi vividly realized the truth. Her son was a little wolf cub. Though her heart turned tumultuous, she kept her composure, saying nothing. Beside them, children were engaged in fishing, each clutching a small fishing rod. Shang Bao's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he eagerly joined them in no time. He managed to catch a struggling little fish, holding it tightly in his small hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, his lips began to move as if he were about to take a bite. Suddenly, Shang-Chi witnessed this scene and was horrified. Kai? No. Shang Bao snapped back to reality, instinctively tossing the fish away, standing there with an innocent expression, utterly bewildered as he looked up at her. Mama. He himself was unsure of what had come over him. Several children stared at him with wide eyes, filled with fear. Mama. He just wanted to eat the fish. In that fleeting moment, Shang Bao felt utterly alienated from the world around him. His gaze dimmed. Shang-Chi quickly approached, scooping her son into her arms and turning to leave. It's all right, Kai. Don't be scared, it's fine. She gently tousled his hair and kissed his little face. It's okay. If you want to eat little fish and bunnies, we'll go home and have some. Shang Bao was taken aback, not expecting such words from Mama. Even Guwen paused in surprise. As a pure human, Shang-Chi's maternal love was on full display at that moment. She disregarded whether it was gruesome, unacceptable, or disgusting. Her first thought was to comfort her child, to feed him. Holding her little one, the mother of the cub, dressed in white, radiated under the bright sunlight, making her seem almost ethereal. Ji-Yuan swallowed hard. Shang-Chi was a truly remarkable pure human, special and gentle. His heart raced violently, the wall he had built around himself beginning to crumble. For a brief moment, he felt as though nothing mattered anymore. So what if she was a pure human? So what if she had left after sleeping with him 4 years ago? She was the mother of his cub, and she ought to be his partner. Why was she the mother of his cub, but not his partner? He thought with conflicting emotions, his eyes dark and heavy. Swirling with intense feelings, he couldn't recall what he did next. It was as if two little voices were tugging at his mind point. One urged him not to jump into the river, claiming it would be unbearable. Loneliness was preferable, but if he leaped, one day would be worse than death. Could he endure the gaze of a partner who did not love him? The other voice insisted. Jump. What are you afraid of? What does it matter? Don't you want to possess her? You have so much. Spend your life loving her, ensuring she never loves another. Your pure wolf body is quite formidable, and your clan takes pride in you. Didn't you dream of the day you would carry your partner to the snow-capped mountains to see the most beautiful flowers? Carry her through dense forests, across streams, allowing her to experience the gentle breeze, the fragrance of flowers, and the breathtaking scenery, at the mountain's peak. Howl for her with the power of your voice. Your pure wolf form is grand enough to shelter her from the cold, to warm her with your very essence for a lifetime. She would never wish to leave you. Her eyes would only reflect you, a pure human. The two voices continued to bicker in his mind. Gu-won, overwhelmed, closed his eyes in pain, unknowingly following Shang-Chi out of the amusement park's gates. Kai, you and Daddy go back first. Mama is going to play with friends. Be a good boy and sleep well tonight. Don-T, wait for me, all right? Upon hearing this, Gu-won suddenly snapped back to reality. He was no longer a cub. He understood those words perfectly. Going to play with friends was merely a euphemism for a date, wasn't it? Why tell the cub not to wait for her? Did she intend to stay out all night? What was she planning? For a fleeting moment, Gu-won wished his son would cling to her, begging her not to go. However, Shang Bao failed to pick up on his father's silent plea. With a serious expression, he nodded understandingly and said, Mama can go play. Adults need fun too. Gu-won. Kai is right. Mama is living the adult life now. She turned to Gu-won. Then, Mr. Gu, please take him home first. While I'm away, please spend some extra time with him. Keep an eye on him during his bath. He likes bunny pajamas. Give him a cup of wolf milk before bedtime. He enjoys that. Gu-won felt utterly dazed, as if a bear's paw had struck his chest. Adult life? What adult life? What are she and Rong-won planning to do? His throat tightened as he watched Shang-Chi get into a taxi and drive away, feeling as though he could hardly breathe. He and the cub had been left behind, abandoned at the children's amusement park. Long-time readers know that Huang Bao is a master of discouragement. I dislike reading when it feels forced and unenjoyable. Thus, I support Bao Er in deleting the bookshelf. Chapter 53. I decided to bring you back without permission. Shang-Chi hailed a taxi and headed to a restaurant she had arranged to meet at, recommended by Zhou Ziyo, who loved food and knew some good places in Qingcheng upon arriving. She noticed a flower shop next to the restaurant and decided to buy a bouquet. As she entered, she immediately spotted Zhou Ziyo sitting by the window, dressed in a black dress, her hair down, and wearing makeup with lipstick. Beside her sat a short-haired girl in a tank top and loose pants, lounging casually. Shang-Chi approached with the flowers, and Zhou Ziyo spotted her first. I was just about to ask when you would arrive. The short-haired woman turned, seeing Shang-Chi walk over with a beaming smile. Dao Jie, long time no see. Dao Jie feigned a sigh of exasperation. I envy myself. I just sat down, and two stunning beauties bring me flowers. Zhou Ziyo had also brought flowers. Shang-Chi smiled lightly and took a seat. Dao Jie, now 30, was someone she had met years ago when she rented an apartment. She was the landlord of those buildings. Blunt and straightforward, she often helped Shang-Chi, claiming she couldn't bear to see beautiful women suffer. Before going abroad, she, like Yu, would often visit Shang-Chi, ostensibly to play with the adorable baby, but in reality, she was helping to care for her son. She had bought heaps of diapers, and Shang Bao wore many outfits she had purchased. Yu was Shang Bao's biological aunt, and Dao Jie was his biological great-aunt. Her name was Dao Luo, aptly named, as she was spirited and decisive, with a strong personality. Having money was never an issue for her, as she was the youngest, with a doting older brother and sister. In school, she was known as a troublemaker, often getting into fights and skipping classes, earning her the nickname Dao Jie. Now at 30, she had mellowed significantly and was planning to return to pursue her passions, like opening a few rock bars instead of going abroad. After chatting for a while and finishing their meals, Dao Jie suddenly recalled something with a cold laugh. That deadbeat father of little Shang Bao. My brother has met him. He's quite the big shot. Why didn't he show up earlier? What's his purpose now? Shang-Chi thought to herself. He wants her son. Dao Jie continued. Is he after little Shang Bao? Does he not realize how shameless he is to come asking? Caught off guard by such a crude and arrogant remark, Zhou Ziyo nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. Shang-Chi paused for a moment before responding. I want to give him the child. I'll be leaving in 6 months. Dao Jie retorted. Has little Shang Bao called him daddy yet? That deadbeat is enjoying himself, so he should be the one to pay child support. Zhou Ziyo nodded in agreement. I think so too, Sang, you should ask for child support. If he hadn't shown up, it would be one thing, but now that he is here with an additional son, and the child recognizes him, It's only fair that you ask. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi pondered. It seemed to make a certain sense. She had many concerns. She couldn't compete with Gu Wen's identity as the head of the Wolf clan, which frightened her. When she had just arrived, her mind often wandered, worrying that Gu Wen might take their son to the so-called snow-capped mountains, leaving her at a loss for what to do. She instinctively felt that ordinary humans couldn't enter those mountains. If Gu Wen were to abandon his humanity, no, he was never truly human. If he were to act without scruples and truly snatch their son away, she would go mad. Yet, having spent nearly 2 months together, she believed she had met many people and seen various sides of them. She was convinced that Gu Wen was not that kind of wolf. Although he spoke harshly and was awkward, antisocial and reclusive, she was certain of one thing. This solitary wolf was incapable of such acts. His perspectives on many matters, especially concerning their son's upbringing and education, were commendable, and that was undeniable. Regarding child support, she recalled the stack of cards Gu Wen had pushed toward her in the car the first time. Later passed on to her by their son, he had indeed given her something, just not directly. She had always been wary of Gu Wen, fearing he would use money to manipulate her, leaving her with the child while preventing her from taking him away. But now, hearing her friend's words, she began to reconsider. She recalled Gu Wen holding their son, feeding him, how he carried him wherever he went, and the joy of being a new father, the love he had to offer. He must be happy, right? Even if she were to leave with the child in 6 months, they wouldn't be strangers forever. He would come to see the child. The boy already knew he had a father. Would she truly let him experience having something only to lose it? Thinking back, the child was already theirs together. That wasn't he selling a child. That was child support. After dinner, the sky darkened. The three of them headed to the finest lounge in Qingcheng, where there were private singing booths in the luxurious room. Dao Jia, knowing they wouldn't drink much, ordered 5 bottles of red wine, a case of beer, and 2 bottles of champagne. Shang-Chi and Zhou Ziyou looked at the mountain of alcohol. They hadn't even had a sip yet, and were already feeling lightheaded. One was a mother who rarely drank due to managing a store and caring for a child, while the other was a solitary cartoonist, neither of whom were accustomed to the nightlife. Zhou Ziyou is faring somewhat better. At times when she suffers from insomnia, she resorts to a bit of alcohol to help her sleep. On the other hand, Shang-Chi can be described as someone who abstains entirely from liquor, as she works tirelessly throughout the day and sleeps soundly at night. However, with the thought of Sister Dao returning to the country today, she feels compelled to spend time with her and ensure she enjoys herself. Consequently, the group indulges in singing and drinking. While Sister Dao seems unaffected, Zhou Ziyou is already inebriated, her pent-up sorrow spilling forth like a raging torrent as she recalls the troubles at home and the disheartening state of the newly opened comic store, prompting her to burst into tears. Yo-Yo, please don't cry, Shang-Chi implores, her face flushed yet appearing quite sober. She offers her white handbag to Zhou Ziyou's lips, gently coaxing, "Are you hungry? Eat something, stop crying." Zhou Ziyou takes it, biting down and sobs, "I can't chew." Witnessing this scene, Sister Dao doubles over in laughter. She possesses a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, sipping her drink while enjoying the comedic spectacle of the 2 drunken novices. Thoroughly amused, she orders an array of snacks to further entertain them, encouraging Shang-Chi to feed Zhou Ziyou. As time slips away unnoticed, the night deepens in the lively atmosphere of the karaoke room. Shang-Chi's phone suddenly rings, its screen illuminating the dim space. Sister Dao, holding a bottle, strides over to grab the phone. "Lone wolf? What kind of lone wolf?" She glances at Shang-Chi, who is feeding Zhou Ziyou popcorn, and pauses the music. Quieting the room significantly before answering, a deep voice resonates from the phone. "Shang-Chi, I'm at the bar entrance. Apologies, I've taken it upon myself to come and escort you home." The lone wolf is on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 54. Jumping in the scene shifts back to the afternoon. After watching Shang-Chi's taxi depart, Gu Wen stands still, enveloped in silence for a long while. Ultimately, he gathers the young cub and boards the car. Heading back to Nanfeng Garden, he incessantly reminds himself that going on dates is Shang-Chi's prerogative and that staying out late is her choice as well. During dinner, his mind is a tumult of confusion, uncontrollably spiraling into thoughts of what Shang-Chi might be doing. Is she dining with that ordinary human? Are they sitting close together? "Master, where has Shang-Chi gone?" Yu inquires. "Indeed, why didn't she return with you?" Before Gu Wen can respond, the young cub chimes in. "Mommy is out on a date, living the life of an adult." Although he doesn't fully grasp what adult nightlife entails, he reassures himself that if mommy enjoys it and wishes to go, then nothing else matters. The moment the cub's words echo through the hall, a heavy silence descends. What? A date? The life of an adult? They exchange bewildered glances, then look towards their master. In a wonder, he returned with a cold demeanor. The oppressive aura emanating from him instills a primal fear that makes them uncomfortable. Indeed, the master must care. 8 o'clock, the werewolves, trembling with trepidation, accompany the cub in play, while the master sits alone on the sofa. Silent as a statue, BY9. Guwen takes the cub back to their room, where the pure wolf cub splashes joyfully in the bathtub, its small tail wagging and sending water flying. It is Guwen's first time bathing the young cub, and he stands awkwardly by the side, drenched from the splashes caused by the cub's frolicking. Yet, he appears oblivious, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his gaze distant, remaining mute. The young cub, curious, grips the edge of the tub and stares at his father. Sensing that something is amiss, "Awoo," the cub vocalizes, its innocent wail tinged with confusion. It seems as though Guwen does not hear, his eyes unblinking. The cub opens its mouth, revealing tiny wolf teeth, and raises its voice, "Awoo." Only then does Guwen snap back to reality, his dark eyes falling upon the cub. "Are you done?" He retrieves a towel, wrapping the cub within it and gently drying it off, before using a hairdryer to blow-dry its short fur. The small wolf cub remains still, relishing the warmth. Then, he transforms into human form, dons a rabbit-themed pajama set, drinks wolf milk, sips cold spring water, yawns, and prepares for sleep. Guwen sits on the edge of the bed, wishing to keep watch over the cub as it drifts off. Yet, as the clock strikes 10, Shangxi has yet to return. After the cub falls asleep, Guwen finds himself unaware of how he left the room filled with her scent. Downstairs, Songling indulges in alcohol once more. Jiyuan, having said nothing, descends the stairs and joins him on the side. Approaching 10:30, he wonders when Shangxi will return. Will she return at all? His facade of calm begins to crumble, overwhelmed by a surge of anxiety and disbelief. His affliction resurfaces. At this moment, he simply wishes to bring Shangxi back, to a place where he can see her beneath his very nose, as if that alone would cure him. Songling takes a sip of his drink and suddenly speaks up. "Master, I truly envy you. Your partner is still alive." Jiyuan remains silent. Songling, unbothered, lets his thoughts drift, and under the influence of alcohol, he hallucinates the image of a gentle, well-bred young lady from a prestigious family appearing before him. She turns to him, softly calling his name. Songling, a smile flickers in his eyes as he responds with a nod. However, no matter how hard he tries, his lips refuse to curve upwards, instead weighing down into a sorrowful arc. It hurts too much. He struggles to even smile at her. Ultimately, he manages a smile that is more sorrowful than tears. "Master, pure humans are truly fragile. Their lifespans are short, their resilience feeble. They fall ill easily, cannot leap or climb, and a mere bump can lead to injury," he says, glancing at Guwen. "With a moment's inattention, they may lose their lives. Sometimes, 1 second they are smiling at you, and the next, they are gone forever." Jiyuan's pupils constrict, his heart feeling as though it is gripped by invisible hands. Most of us werewolves go through our lives without ever encountering a beloved partner. If we missed the chance, it would be more painful than death, wouldn't it? Guwen closes his eyes tightly. The river appears before him once more. Resolutely, he jumps in. The black rabbit has fallen for the white rabbit. He is losing his mind, panicked, and he can no longer care about anything else, only wishing to rid himself of the yellow rabbit and be with the white rabbit. The night breeze stirs, and as the clock approaches 11, the nightlife of the city awakens. Standing outside Nanfeng Garden, the towering werewolf closes his eyes, relinquishing his sense of hearing. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds assaults him. He furrows his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as amidst the unimaginable chaos intermingled with pain, he catches a familiar voice. "Eat. Is it delicious? Don't cry. I'll let you have my phone too." For a fleeting moment, Guwen thinks he misheard. His car weaves through the streets, the woman's voice growing clearer. "Here, take a bite of the wine glass. It's crispy. Not tasty? How about the popcorn?" Guwen frowns, his vehicle gradually halting in front of a bar. He tunes out the noise. The surrounding clamor makes his complexion pale, By Sint. He believes he can locate Shang-Chi in one of the private rooms, but he hesitates to intrude, fearing that it might upset her. Reluctantly, he pulls out his phone to call. Listening to the voice on the other end, coupled with the context, Dao Luo quickly deduces, "You must be the inexpensive father of Xia Shangbo?" The voice on the other end immediately becomes alert. Turning cold, "Who are you?" Dao Luo, known as Sister Dao, a friend of Shang-Chi, and the aunt of Xia Shangbo. Understood, Mr. Gu? The tone of Dao Luo's final words carries an edge of irritation. There is a moment of silence on the line, and when the voice resumes, it has softened slightly. "Hello, I'm Shang-Chu's father, Gu Wan. Who in Qingqing doesn't know Mr. Gu? I didn't expect you to come and pick us up. How unusual." Gu Wan finds the sarcasm in her tone perplexing. Responding earnestly, "It's late. I am here as the cub's father to take her home." Dao Luo scoffs coldly. "May I ask, Mr. Gu, why have we never seen you as the cub's father before?" Only then does Gu Wan grasp the underlying meaning, realizing that Shang-Chi's friends are questioning his absence over the years. He braces himself for their inquiries. Just as he is about to speak, he hears Shang-Chi's voice on the line. "I should head home. My cub is about to cry." Dao Luo, with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, remarks, "There's a caller marked Lone Wolf, saying he wants to take you home." Then Gu Wan hears Shang-Chi's voice. "Huh? Lone Wolf? Who knows what that is? Just tell him to leave." The soon-to-be-dismissed Lone Wolf. He presses his lips together. To my dear readers wondering why the protagonists often hail from tragic backgrounds, it is because there are always some happy individuals among the unhappy ones. I lack the affection necessary to care for a happy protagonist. She no longer requires my love. I wish to grant happiness to those unfortunate protagonists instead. Having this almost superhuman ability is a privilege and joy of mine as a creator. Chapter 55. Out of control again, he would personally come to pick up Shang-Chi and, with his good temper, wait there for an hour. Dao Luo felt that something was amiss. After all, the Gu family was not without people to send for her. Why did it have to be him, according to Shang-Chi? They were living together solely for the sake of little Shangbao's health, as mere partners, without any further relationship. Would a mere partner stand on the roadside for an hour in the middle of the night waiting for her? She found this situation rather troubling. Surely, this unrefined father couldn't have developed feelings for her. She clutched onto the arms of two inebriated women, her steps a bit unsteady. The next moment, Shang-Chi spotted a familiar car. One she and her son often rode in. She released Dao Luo's hand. "I need to go back. My little one is waiting for me in the car. Take a good look at who's by the car." "Who is it?" Shang-Chi's face flushed, her body swaying slightly as she squinted at the tall figure approaching her. Her vision wavered, and after a struggle, she finally recognized the man's face. With a dismissive click of her tongue, she nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it's him, and no need to pay him any mind." All she cared about was that her little one was in the car. Typically, when she shared a vehicle with this man, she regarded him as nothing more than a stone, utterly disregarded. Thus, at that moment, she simply ignored him and staggered past him towards the car. "Lang Lang. Come back." Dao Luo, still holding on to one of the inebriated women, had not anticipated Shang-Chi's sudden departure. She didn't wish to leave her in Gu Wan's care. Who knew what he might do? Shang-Chi turned back, flashing a brilliant smile, and waved her hand. "Goodbye, Dao Jia. See you tomorrow." Just as she spoke, her foot slipped, and she was about to make an intimate acquaintance with the ground when a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist. Pulling her close, struggling, she turned her face to meet a pair of dark, silent eyes. The man's ears reddened slightly, his thin lips pressed together as he awkwardly said, "I'll take you to the car." Shang-Chi stared at him for a moment before suddenly shoving him away, standing upright with her delicate brows furrowed. "What are you doing? Always tugging and pulling at me." Ji Yuan paused momentarily. Shang-Chi had already turned away and was walking towards the car. "Little one, have you been waiting for mommy for a long time?" As she approached the car, the door sensed her presence and opened slowly, the interior illuminated. Shang-Chi climbed inside. Dao Luo sighed. "Forget it." Taking a deep breath, she turned to Gu Wan. "Mr. Gu, may I have a word with you? Would you be so gracious?" Gu Wan replied with a simple hum. This was the mother of the cub, a friend, not merely a business acquaintance. He should treat her differently. Dao Luo pulled Zhou Ziyou into her car, shutting the door behind them. Under the night sky outside the bar, she raised her chin, arms crossed, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. I'll be straightforward. Only you and Sang Sang know what happened between you back then, but this child has been raised with great effort by Sang Sang. You have been absent for so many years. I believe you have no right to claim this child. Facing a figure like Guwon, Deluo appeared quite brazen, but internally, she thought, Deluo, you're really going all out. She genuinely did not wish to go abroad. The next moment, she heard Gu Wen's serious tone. Yes, Miss Dao is correct. I indeed have no qualifications. When did G.U. discover the existence of Shangbao? 2 months ago. I'll be blunt. The child now belongs to both of you. You have gained the happiness of being a father without doing anything, and as her friend, I feel a sense of imbalance. Deluo's gaze grew fierce as she raised her chin. But internally she was pleading, Big brother, spare me. Don't send me abroad. Yet on the surface, she maintained her bravado, continuing, Shangxi is too shy to speak up, so I'll say it. Please settle the child support. As far as I know, Mr. Gu has plenty of money, right? Her fierce demeanor conveyed a clear message. Pay up. Guwen pressed his lips together, responding in a low, subdued voice, regardless of your feelings as Shangxi's friend or the child support. It is indeed warranted. His gaze drifted to the car not far away, where that woman, unable to find her child, had exited the vehicle and was circling around it, calling out little one, little one. After drinking, she had lost her usual composure and appeared rather endearing. Seeing her calmed him. His ailment had subsided. It turned out she had not gone on a date with Rongwon. This fact greatly pleased him. Hidden within his deep, dark eyes was an emotion that was difficult to decipher. As long as she desired it, and as long as he possessed it, he would provide for her in this realm, the human world. He had much that could be exchanged for money. Money, buildings, cars, planes, he could share it all with her. Whatever she desired, even if he lacked it, he would strive to give it to her. Deluo had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. While she was not as inebriated as Shangxi and Zhou Ziyo, she was still under the influence. Mr. Gu, are you reciting lines? Why does it sound like you're pursuing her, confessing your feelings? Guwen paused, suddenly realizing something. Miss Dao means that offering these things is how you pure humans pursue someone. What? Deluo thought to herself, feeling too lazy to ponder further. Yes, just send more of those planes and houses to Sang Sang. Thank you, I understand. Ji Yuan nodded earnestly. As the alcohol began to dull her mind, Deluo found it curious. She felt that Guwon was not as difficult to interact with as her brother had described. At that moment, a woman in white approached. Lo, it's time to go home. Deluo jumped at the sound and hurried over. Second sister, why are you out? Brother and our parents will be angry. The second sister of the Dao family gently nodded at Guwon and smiled softly, her demeanor warm as she then led her sister away. I haven't been out for years. I can't stay cooped up at home forever. I must come out and take a stroll. Ji Yuan did not listen to the sisters' conversation. He observed the woman by the car, deep in thought. Then, as if struck by an idea, his ears began to redden. Today, I moved houses, exhausted from a day of work, and now I'm nodding off. Tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday. I need to return to cook for the guests. I'll try to update as much as I can. Thank you, my dear supporters. Chapter 56. Once again out of control, Shangxi circled around the car searching for her little one. On her ninth lap, a tall figure suddenly blocked her path. Squinting her eyes, she looked up and recognized him, bluntly stating, "Oh, it's you. Move aside." Ji Yuan lowered his gaze to the flushed woman, his lips pressed together. He had long noticed that Shangxi's attitude towards him changed significantly when she was drunk. Ordinarily, she was polite yet distant, referring to him as Mr. Gu. Now, upon seeing him, her expression bore signs of impatience. It was as if this was the authentic her, the alcohol stripping away her usual facade and revealing her true self. He stared at Shangxi, his dark eyes shifting slightly, as if to confirm something. Do you know who I am? Perhaps she didn't recognize him, which explained her different demeanor. His question bewildered Shangxi. Aren't you Guwon? Guwon. She recognized him. Did that mean she despised him? He tightened his lips. The little one is at Nanfeng Garden. Let us head back. She had every reason to harbor resentment towards him. Over the past 2 months, his conduct in front of her had been abysmal. Miss Dao was right. The little one was 4 years old, raised solely by her. His absence for so many years, during her struggles, had left her with every right to feel wronged. Yet, He had failed to even extend a card to her. Twice. Their relationship was indeed quite strained. In an instant, the joy he felt upon confirming she hadn't gone on a date with Rowan began to teeter uncontrollably. He was startled by this emotional shift. Upon hearing that the little one was sleeping at Nanfeng Garden, Shangxi climbed into the driver's seat, clearly preparing to drive back without a care for him. Gu Wen pressed his fingers to his forehead, silently moving to the driver's side door, halting the woman who was about to start the car. "Let me drive." "Get out." "Why can't I drive?" "I have a license. You've been drinking." Ji Yuan gazed at her silently. Shangxi suddenly realized, "Oh, right. I've been drinking, so it's against the law to drive under the influence." She clumsily climbed into the passenger seat. Her movements revealed a considerable expanse of her lower back. Ji Yuan was caught off guard by the sight, his pupils narrowing, breath momentarily caught in his throat. He quickly turned his face away. His profile was sharply defined, with a clear and deep jawline, and he swallowed hard. In his mind, memories he had intentionally buried deep resurfaced, ones he had not allowed himself to recall. The tall figure stood by the car door, black hair shifting, and in the next moment, two long, large ears suddenly popped out. Behind the man, a glossy, black tail also appeared in front of that bustling bar, where anyone could pass by at any moment. He lost control once again. He was truly losing his mind. The man's breath became unstable as he swiftly jumped into the driver's seat, shutting the door behind him. He took a slow breath, ensuring no one was watching, when the familiar scent of the woman enveloped him. "Wow, isn't this a big ear?" In the next moment, his tail was firmly grasped by a pair of hands. Her voice filled with astonishment and curiosity. "What a big tail!" At that instant, he felt as if his brain had exploded, leaving him blank. Shangxi refused to let go, her wide eyes, flushed from the alcohol, filled with surprise as she grasped his tail, unable to fully wrap her hands around it, her hands sliding down to the tip. Shangxi. No one, neither 5 years ago nor now, dared to touch his tail except for her. Had it been anyone else, he would have flung them away long ago. But this was Shangxi, and he could only swallow hard, reaching out to grasp her hands and pull them away, with a hint of regret. Shangxi gazed at him. Ji Yuan paused momentarily, his voice low and slightly awkward as he inquired, "You like my tail?" If she truly cherished it, he wouldn't mind. Shangxi furrowed her brow and remarked, "I was pondering. Such a large tail must belong to an equally substantial dog, wouldn't it?" Gu Wen replied, again with the dog. "Just how much would it cost to care for such a large creature in a month?" "It looks like it would consume quite a bit. I can't even grasp this tail with both hands." Ji Yuan clenched his jaw. "Shangxi, I'm not. But I have no pocket money. My uncle doesn't give me any. If I had some, I would take care of you." Ji Yuan frowned slightly. "Uncle? Is he the pure human who raised you?" During his cubhood, he had a human friend who lived with his uncle, who was his father's brother. Most pure humans likely had such connections. "Once I can earn my own money, I will take care of you," Shangxi said, her gaze slightly downcast, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Gu Wen felt a tightness in his chest. "I have money. I will provide for you." His tone was more urgent than he even realized. After saying this, Gu Wen pulled out his wallet. Opening it revealed a stack of cards, but only 30 bills in cash. For a fleeting moment, he chastised himself for not having more cash on hand. He handed the wallet to her, his voice grave. "There isn't much cash, but there's some money on the cards." The sum money he referred to was quite substantial, one could imagine. The woman's delicate, pale fingers took hold of his black wallet. Gu Wen instinctively tightened his grip. His dark eyes dimmed a shade, captivated by the scene. This woman was touching something so personal to him, something imbued with his scent. Werewolves possess a strong possessiveness over their partners, often marking each other with their scents until it feels as though they have exchanged essences. Wherever one goes, they carry a trace of the other. It is a blatant declaration to their pack that they have found a mate. They are particularly protective of their personal belongings, which they do not easily share. Offering one's scent to another serves as a rather ambiguous signal. Thus, among werewolves, those who are naturally shy may leave behind items heavily scented as a subtle hint when they develop feelings for someone. On the other hand, many werewolves are quite direct in expressing affection, unabashedly courting their interest, once they ascertain the other party's acceptance. The most apparent gesture among them is licking. Ji Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the woman's fair fingers resting on his wallet. making them appear even whiter. Infuse more of your scent onto it. The little bit on there simply isn't enough. Shang-Chi remained blissfully unaware of the chaotic thoughts racing through the werewolf beside her. Gripping the wallet, her eyes scanned the car interior before she finally sighed. It's gone. The big dog has already run away. I can't even raise it. It didn't wait for me. It has left I in that moment. Hearing Shang-Chi's tone of disappointment and sadness, Gu Wen felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He opened his lips and uttered, I will take care of you. He had admitted to being a dog. He offered to let her raise him. Ji Yuan snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply and pressing his fingers to his forehead. He felt utterly insane. Shang-Chi surely hadn't heard his words, for her eyes were closed, and she had drifted off to sleep, without even fastening her seatbelt. Ji Yuan studied her face for a moment, and somehow, the ears and tail he had previously retracted sprang forth once more. Fortunately, Shang-Chi was asleep, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. His face flushed, he held his breath, leaned down, and extended his long, fair hand to fasten her seatbelt, as the strap glided over her. He cast a glance before quickly averting his gaze, focusing intently on securing the belt, his large tail behind him remaining still and rigid. He drove the car, stopping before a bank. Chapter 57. Wait a moment. At 1 o'clock in the morning. The tall werewolf, with ears and tail exposed, carefully cradled the slender woman in white as he approached Nanfeng Garden step by step. Nanfeng Garden was remarkably quiet. On the living room sofa lay the scruffy, bearded scarwolf, Songling, who had fallen asleep after drinking too much. Ji Yuan ascended the stairs, carrying Shang-Chi. Songling rolled over, sniffed the air, and with a content smile, mumbled in his sleep, Yuanjing, you've come to see me again. I can smell your scent. On the second floor, in Shang-Chi's room. On the large bed rested a wolf cub, clad in a rabbit-themed sleep outfit, snugly tucked in with only his chubby, pale face and fuzzy little wolf ears peeking out. His small hands rested beside his head, lips pursed, breathing gently. His sleeping posture was somewhat unorthodox, yet it radiated a sense of ease. Ji Yuan entered the room, still holding Shang-Chi. The cub stirred, rubbing his eyes as he suddenly sat up. Mama! Shoo! Don't make a sound. Ji Yuan placed Shang-Chi by the bedside, helped her remove her shoes, and let her sleep undisturbed. Bathing and changing clothes could wait, he thought, his face flushed. The cub, too, was not in a position to do so. She is asleep. You should sleep as well. Shangbao, gazing at his mother, twitched his nose. Noticing this, Gu Wen suggested, if you can't stand the smell of alcohol, come sleep with me. Shangbao shook his head, climbing to the bedside table to fetch some wet wipes, which he used to gently wipe his mother's neck and hands. This should do, he said, a smile gracing his lips as he snuggled under the covers next to his mother. Ji Yuan carefully set down a box he had been holding, placing it softly beside the bed. This is cash for your mother. Oh. Shangbao reached out his small hand to feel his mother's forehead, seemingly checking for fever. Bye-bye, Daddy. He stifled a small yawn, his long, straight eyelashes slowly closing over his dark eyes. Gu Wen observed the mother and son for a moment before quietly exiting. The next day, when Shang-Chi awoke, it was already 9 o'clock. She rubbed her forehead and sat up in bed. Not far away on the sofa, Shangbao was diligently disassembling a toy. Upon noticing her, he tossed the toy aside, slid off the sofa with his short legs, and wobbled over to the bedside, wagging his little tail. Mama! He leaned against the bed, his tail wagging, his bright, wet eyes fixed on Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi checked the time on her phone and smiled at her son, ruffling his hair. Have you had breakfast? Uh-huh. We're having lamb today. Mama, are you hungry? Not too bad. Shang-Chi's gaze suddenly fell upon the silver box beside her. What is that? Shangbao immediately turned around, straining to pry open the box. Look, Mama. Inside the box lay neatly stacked brand new cash. One bundle after another. Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time seeing such a large box of cash. This is from Daddy. Shangbao proudly held up Gu Wen's black wallet from the bedside table. Shang-Chi frowned. At that moment, some painful memories resurfaced in her mind. She couldn't recall the details clearly, but it seemed she had once wished to raise a dog, and then Gu Wen had provided the funds, suggesting she take care of it. Shang-Chi never imagined that after a night of drinking, she would find herself discussing dog ownership with Gu Wen, and that he had agreed to raise a dog in Nanfeng Garden. A place teeming with werewolves would surely be a stroke of bad luck for the poor creature, bordering on madness. Mama, Daddy said that once you wake up, we'll go out to play. However, this outing never came to fruition, for Shang-Chi had fallen ill. Chapter 58. Fallen ill. After a night of heavy drinking, Shang-Chi awoke feeling slightly unwell, though she initially thought she could brush it off, especially with her son gazing at her with eager eyes full of anticipation for their outing. Now that she had a weekend off, she wanted nothing more than to spend time with him. Ji Yuan's presence had indeed alleviated much of her stress. Regardless of their relationship, she knew her son would never want for food or clothing. He had everything he needed from his father in terms of housing and support. This realization brought her considerable peace of mind. Previously, although she had some savings, she often worked late, reluctant to close up shop for fear of missing a potential client. Uncertain of what the next moment might bring, she felt her savings, meager at best, could vanish with a single illness, while others had siblings or relatives to rely on. She had only herself, and her son had only her. She felt perpetually insecure, always striving to earn more. However, with Gu Wen's arrival, many of those worries had lightened. The short-sleeved shirt her son was currently wearing cost several thousand. A random pair of shoes was worth over 100,000. And that little backpack was absurdly priced at 500,000. She couldn't fathom whether it was made of gold or silver. Such considerations were things she had never even dared to think about before. No matter what financial crisis she faced, her son had his father to rely on. Shang-Chi mused that this lone wolf might not be good for much, but he certainly proved useful when it came to wealth. Gu Wen was not merely her friend. Despite their good rapport, relying on friends for support could be burdensome. But Gu Wen, as her son's father, had an inherent responsibility to provide for his child. Leaving her with no psychological burden, in terms of their son, he was indeed a wonderful ally and partner. They had tacitly agreed to set aside work for these 2 days to be with their child. Therefore, she could afford to overlook her discomfort. Dressed beautifully, she descended the stairs and joined the werewolf gathering. Being the last to have breakfast at the table, Ji Yuan, seated at the head of the table, was already impeccably dressed, his shirt crisp and tailored, diamond buttons fastened tight, his robust chest visibly well-defined, his long, fair hands adorned with a watch of considerable value, the veins on his hands prominently visible. The cub sat on his lap, and both father and son turned their attention to Shang-Chi. The red-tailed creature swayed its tail, standing beside Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, you were quite inebriated last night, weren't you? Are you feeling unwell? In front of Shang-Chi, the black-tailed one leaned back against a chair and sighed. Shang-Chi, it's best to drink less. Just look at Songling. What a state he's in. The werewolves of Nanfeng Garden largely abstained from alcohol, for they all bore witness to Songling's addiction. Scruffy and disheveled, he was a source of fear for those who had only recently descended from the mountain. They were still young, each yearning to find a partner. They could not allow alcohol to mar their appearances and condemn them to a solitary existence. The blue-tailed one, somewhat petite, typically sat quietly at the center of the group, rarely drawing attention to herself. Yet, observing Shang-Chi's slightly weary eyes, she couldn't help but speak up. Shang-Chi, you should drink less in the future. Listening to their concerns, Shang-Chi smiled gently and nodded. Thank you all for your care. I seldom drink. Her eating was slow and graceful, her smile warm and lovely, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of stiffness at the corners of her lips. Anyone being scrutinized by so many werewolves would surely feel immense pressure. Moreover, the solitary wolf beside her remained silent, watching her intently, his presence more palpable than that of the black-tailed ones, as if he intended to bore a hole through her with his gaze. Shang-Chi. Enough was enough. What was so captivating about her dining? She found herself eating increasingly slowly, feeling the weight of their stares. Embarrassment prevented her from indulging freely, and soon, she had no desire to eat at all. A discomfort brewed in her stomach, a heavy, sinking pain that rapidly morphed into a sharp, swirling ache. She furrowed her brows and gasped, her chopsticks clattering to the ground. The werewolves, who had been chatting and laughing, suddenly fell silent at the sound. Gu Wen's expression shifted, and he placed the cub down, rising to Shang-Chi's side with a frown. What's wrong, Mama? Shangbao, with his little brow furrowed and eyes wide with concern, hurried over. Cold sweat quickly covered Shang-Chi's forehead, her complexion pale as she pressed her hands tightly against her stomach. Gu Wen's brow furrowed deeper as he bent down to lift Shang-Chi into his arms, declaring, I'll take you to the hospital, I'll drive. Blacktail strode swiftly towards the door, surrounded by the anxious clamor of the werewolves. Shang-Chi found herself cradled in Guwen's embrace, his expression stern as he strode purposefully towards the exit. Mama! Mama! Shang Bao trailed closely behind his father, worry etched on his small face. Among the towering werewolves, he appeared diminutive, his head barely reaching their thighs, yet his concern for Mama surpassed all others. Songling picked up the cub and reassured him. Little one, don't be afraid. Shang-Chi gritted her teeth, biting back her voice for a moment. Hearing her son's worried calls, she exhaled painfully and managed to say, Don't be afraid, Mama is fine. Was it the alcohol from last night that caused this distress? The sound of rushing wind filled her ears. Guwen was not merely walking. He was leaping, by the time she realized. She was already inside the vehicle. Lying in Guwen's arms, her face ashen, she tugged at his clothes. Desperate to rise, I feel like I'm going to be sick. All she wanted was to escape from Guwen's grasp. She couldn't possibly vomit on him. His expensive shirt, diamond buttons, and pleasant scent. She could not let it happen. Let me down. Before she could finish her plea, she could bear it no longer. Yanking at Guwen's white shirt as she retched in pain, in that moment, Shang-Chi felt utterly humiliated. The last thing she wanted was to display such a disgraceful side of herself before Guwen. She had cultivated a dignified life over the years, a life she had long dreamed of in her youth. In the presence of Rongwen, at Nanfeng Garden, amidst this gathering of werewolves, she had always been mindful of her image, not out of a desire for grandeur, but simply hoping to conduct herself with grace and poise. Avoiding any missteps, she had grown weary of the phrase no mother to teach. She feared her every action would bring shame to her son. Yet, this moment of disgrace cruelly yanked her back to a life that stood in stark contrast to dignity. As if she were a monster revealing her true form, a sight both laughable and tragic, leaving her utterly mortified. Guwen's white shirt now bore the marks of her sickness. He was still a werewolf. And oh, the entire place was filled with them. Surely, they all caught the scent. The acute embarrassment rendered her oblivious to her pain. She clung tightly to Guwen's shirt, unwilling to face the reality around her. In truth, she had faced many challenges with courage and resilience. Yet, perhaps her physical discomfort had hindered her bravery at this moment. Guwen had always held a disdain for pure humans, and he had never taken a liking to her. Repeatedly urging her to keep her distance, now, she had directly vomited upon him. Such an occurrence would surely concern anyone, even ordinary humans. Just as she braced herself for scorn, expecting to be cast aside, she noticed his furrowed brows and heard him utter words that deepened her embarrassment. A soft handkerchief brushed against her lips as she was cradled into a more comfortable position, one that would allow for easier retching without the risk of choking on her own vomit. Still feeling nauseous? Guwen's voice was low, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Would this be any better? Moments later, Guwen's tone grew more commanding. Blacktail, are you merely holding onto your driving license? Head to the nearest hospital. Blacktail nodded vigorously, understood. Shang-Chi found herself momentarily stunned. Guwen's reaction was beyond her expectations. After expelling the contents of her stomach, she did feel somewhat better. She could even detect the lingering odor of bile. And surely Guwen, being a werewolf, was suffering in turn. Yet, she still lacked the courage to lift her gaze, not wanting to confront Guwen's expression. I'm sorry. For soiling your clothes, Guwen's handsome features were etched with concern and agitation. He had been pondering the fragility of pure humans, how easily their bodies succumb to illness. He hadn't anticipated that Shang-Chi's first words would be an apology for his shirt. He had been contemplating how to comfort a woman enduring pain. For whether a werewolf female or a pure human, they often sought solace during hardship. Hearing her trivial concern, he frowned and replied solemnly, It's just a piece of clothing. If it's dirty, toss it away. Do you feel any better after vomiting? Shang-Chi nodded faintly. She wondered if Guwen had been possessed by some spirit, transformed into a werewolf. Surprised, she quickly glanced at him before averting her gaze, utterly bewildered. You don't find it disgusting? Guwen's gaze remained fixed on her. Yours, I do not find it repulsive. Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by yours? Had she misheard him? Guwen's voice, deep and earnest, resonated from above her. Everyone falls ill at times. Our priority must be to restore health. The term dirty should not apply here. You are merely unwell. His tone was serious yet natural, and gradually, Shang-Chi's embarrassment began to dissipate as she found herself persuaded. It was difficult to fathom that she had vomited in the embrace of this solitary wolf, who, far from being angry, was engaging her in a calm conversation, as though he were comforting her. Surely, she must have misinterpreted the situation. How could the victim of her misfortune be the one to console her? Yet, she did feel a little lighter. Even though her stomach still churned, upon arriving at the hospital, Shang-Chi was wheeled into the emergency room. Just before entering, Songling rushed in with the cub, allowing him to see his mother. The little wolf cub's eyes were red-rimmed, yet he strove to maintain a stoic expression. "Mama, I will wait right here for you." Lying on the medical stretcher, Shang-Chi found Guwen on her left, with Songling and her son on her right, along with the hurried arrivals of Blacktail and Greentail. Shang-Chi glanced at her son, offering a pale smile. "Be good, sweetheart, don't wander off." Shangbao extended his small hand, as if to grasp hers, but then hesitated, pulling it back, his dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mama, I will be good." He pouted his little lips, managing to suppress his tears. "You must also be good and come out soon." Shang-Chi nodded and turned towards Guwen. Seemingly anticipating her unspoken words, he spoke first. "I will keep an eye on the cub." Shang-Chi felt reassured. The nurse wheeled the stretcher briskly towards the emergency room. The doctor diagnosed her with acute appendicitis, necessitating surgery. In the corridor, Guwen, clad in his white shirt, stood with suspicious stains across his torso, his striking features unyielding and sharp. Even in such disheveled circumstances, passers-by, nurses and family alike, couldn't help but glance back at him. He noticed the small cub leaning against the wall, tugging at his shirt. Silent and forlorn. Approaching, he squatted down. "Your mama will be out soon. Did you hear?" They could hear the doctors conversing about the surgery for acute appendicitis, which would last just a few minutes without major complications. Shangbao nodded. Pursing his little lips, he looked at the soiled area on Guwen's shirt and said, "Thank you, Daddy." He was too small to lift Mama, yet his father had effortlessly carried her into the car. He felt grateful to be at his father's side. The werewolves of Nanfeng Garden had all arrived, standing in a row against the corridor walls. Observing the bustling humans, they felt somewhat out of place. After all, they spent most of their time at Nanfeng Garden and rarely ventured into crowded places like hospitals. They stood rigidly, exchanging hushed whispers. "What is appendicitis? Can it be caused by drinking too much?" Shang-Chi was about to undergo surgery. They hoped it wouldn't be too painful. "After the surgery, we can't make her laugh. Or so the doctor says, the sutures might burst. I have heard that doctors wield enormous knives during surgery." Before the green-tailed one could finish speaking, the cub turned its gaze towards her, displaying a hint of nervousness and concern. "Ahem, I misspoke. It is actually a rather small knife, so diminutive that one might not even notice it if it were to fall to the floor." Only then did the cub feel reassured and divert its gaze. Soon, Shang-Chi was wheeled out. The appendectomy was a minor procedure, requiring her to stay in the hospital for just 2 or 3 days before she could return home. Having been administered anesthesia, she felt somewhat disoriented. Shangbao clutched his mother's hand tightly, refusing to let go as he accompanied her to the ward, where he remained without leaving. 2 hours later, she regained full consciousness. The father and son stood vigil at her bedside, while the other werewolves seemed to have been dispatched elsewhere. Together, they stared at her with their identical, obsidian eyes. "Mom, you're awake." Shangbao gently embraced his mother's hand, rubbing his chubby cheek against her wrist, his eyes brimming with joy and dependence. Ji Yuan cast an envious glance at the cub, managing to restrain himself as he asked, "How do you feel?" Shang-Chi, still under the effects of the anesthesia from her minor surgery, gazed at the father and son and, for a fleeting moment, felt as though they were an ordinary, happy family. For so many years, she had told herself to strive and remain strong, to persevere. Yet, in this moment of languid relaxation, she found herself free from the burdens of managing her store, no longer worried about who would take her son to school the next day. At this juncture, her partners were still available, and today she could express her gratitude, while feeling a tinge of embarrassment for the past. "That incident with the vomiting, it was my duty," she remarked at Ji Yuan. Having uttered that statement, felt his mood lift upon not hearing her rebuttal. Yet, he noticed Shang-Chi's gaze fixating on him, her expression somewhat peculiar. It felt as though she perceived a significant change in him. Was it possible that she had discerned his feelings for her? Guwen turned away, his ears flushing with warmth. Had she truly realized that he harbored thoughts of her? He pressed his lips together, his hands clenching at his sides, his throat tightening, feeling increasingly parched. 2 updates merged. Thanks for the little gift from Bauer. Let me reiterate. It's impossible to change the male lead or write him off. If you dislike the male or female lead, there's no need to read on. There's no point in causing yourself distress. There will be a chasing after the wife scenario. I believe the reason the male lead becomes the male lead is that he possesses a deeper, more suitable love for the female lead, a love tailored specifically for her, a humble lone wolf, seeking a wife. Chapter 59. I only like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi must remain in the hospital for 3 days. Physically, she felt little discomfort. She occasionally got out of bed to stretch her legs or play on her phone. What puzzled her most was still Gu-won, the werewolf. The following morning, Daitsun and a well-dressed man entered her room. While listening to Gu-won discuss work matters, she inadvertently caught snippets of their conversation, which only grew more perplexing. It seemed that Gu-won intended to forego going to the company for these 3 days to care for her. For a moment, she questioned whether the anesthesia still clouded her mind, wondering if she was hallucinating. Who was Gu-won? He had countless pressing matters awaiting his attention, all lucrative business dealings, yet he was choosing to care for her. Setting aside her current health, what was their relationship that warranted such concern? When had they grown so close that he would prioritize her over work? After Daitsun and the executive departed, she turned to the tall man and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Gu, did you just say that you wouldn't be going to the company for these 3 days? Tio take care of me? The last few words left her tongue with an awkward hesitation. Even if a cat were to speak before her, her astonishment would not compare. Ji-Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, nodding. You are unwell. It is imperative that I prioritize this matter. The monetary aspects of work held little interest for him. Everything he did was for his grandmother. The company was the final legacy she had cultivated over 80 years in the human world. His duty was to protect it. Yet now, Shang-Chi was ill, and her well-being was his foremost concern. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi momentarily lost her composure. Furrowing her brow, she opened her mouth, feeling that it was quite strange. Was there truly a need for this? Mr. Gu, you really don't have to. Please, you need not take leave to stay here with me. She was genuinely taken aback, bewildered. He should attend to his own duties. His insistence on prioritizing her felt overwhelming, inexplicable, and burdensome. Ji-Yuan was taken aback by Shang-Chi's response to his decision to remain by her side. He had anticipated that, sober now, she would graciously thank him and allow him to stay. He keenly sensed the palpable tension emanating from her. She was wholly resistant to his presence. Completely, Gu-won pressed his lips together, lowering his tone. Then who do you wish to care for you? Rong-won? Shang-Chi was momentarily stunned. What? Why are we suddenly discussing Rong-won? Gu-won's intense, dark gaze bore into her, and he swallowed hard. Do you wish for me to leave? As their eyes locked, she felt an inexplicable depth of emotion in his eyes, something she could not quite grasp. The atmosphere around them chilled inexplicably. She averted her gaze, neither shaking her head nor nodding. You only need to pick up Shang Bao from school this afternoon. There is truly no need for you to take leave. Please, go to work. She had stopped looking at him entirely, her intent to dismiss him unmistakable. Ji-Yuan stood awkwardly in the center of the ward. Feeling more unwelcome than ever before, left to bask in her disregard in both the human world and among werewolves, he was accustomed to being surrounded by others. Shang-Chi was the first to consistently show him disdain, to dismiss him. Typically, he would scoff and walk away, but in Shang-Chi's presence, he had long since lost that familiarity. Like a defeated soldier, he merely muttered an "oh" before exiting the room. Shang-Chi's rejection pierced his heart like a dagger. He drove himself, his lips pressed into a thin line as he soon arrived at the company. Upon seeing him, his secretary was momentarily taken aback. Why is Mr.Gu here at this hour? There are no urgent matters. That remark seemed to strike a nerve with Gu-won, his expression darkening as he scoffed. So? Have I lost my position as well? As if being unwelcome in Shang-Chi's presence was not enough. He was now being dismissed at the headquarters too. Was he not allowed to be at the company if there were no pressing matters? Gu-won tightened his lips, his jawline sharp, his expression frigid as an Arctic winter, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The secretary trembled. No, Mr. Gu, that's not what I meant. Ji Yuan appeared genuinely furious, his eyes glinting with menace. Why do you think I came to the company? Do you think I wanted to come to this wretched place? She asked me to come. How could I not? The secretary wondered if Gu Wen had perhaps overlooked something in his day. How had a single remark earned him such ire? There was no one more unfortunate than him. Gu Wen lost track of time until noon, as the employees went off for lunch. He rose, subconsciously intending to return to the hospital. The next moment, he recalled Shang-Chi's earlier resistance and, pursing his lips, sat back down. Just then, Fu Su called, inviting him to lunch at the Montaigne restaurant designed for werewolves. Ji Yuan sat silently at his table, sipping his drink, enveloped in an unusual quietude. Fu Su and his wolf brother, Zhang Bu, were seated across from him, while Qin Ming had also come to Qingcheng. Sitting to his left, a quiet young man with a mushroom haircut sat to his right, the fourth individual whom Shang-Chi had failed to remember. He was the son of Gu Wen's aunt, residing in the Gu family estate. At that moment, he locked eyes with Gu Wen. Wolf brother, your birthday is in 4 days. This meal is to discuss your celebration. Fu Su raised an eyebrow. Gu Wen, how do you want to celebrate? A gathering at the estate? Or perhaps a trip to the sea? Or maybe a hunting competition on the grasslands? Everyone turned their attention to Gu Wen. Several empty bottles lined his table, and Jiangbu chuckled. Did something good happen to you today, Gu Wen? Celebrating with drinks? His tone and expression suggested he genuinely believed Gu Wen was in high spirits. They all awaited Gu Wen's decision. He silently set down an empty bottle, the alcohol rendering his once vibrant gaze dull. Let us go to the sea. I'm unsure if she gets seasick. Hunting might frighten her. Given that she just had surgery, let us keep it casual at the estate. He spoke as if oblivious to the others around him. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, while Fu Su's expression reflected surprise. The mushroom-haired cousin's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Bu displayed the clearest bewilderment, staring agog, before finally finding his voice, nearly leaping out of his seat in excitement. What? Who is this she you speak of? Is it Bai Wei? I heard she has come down from the mountain. Could she be seeking you out? The more Zhang Bu pondered, the more convinced he became. What? Do you like Bai Wei? Gu Wen's hollow, dark eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on him. Be quiet. You are the one who likes her. I only like Shang-Chi. What? Zhang Bu was utterly flabbergasted, his voice cracking. Qin Ming seemed not to understand. You're only 30. How can you be so certain? Werewolves have such long lifespans. 30 is still quite young. He felt there was no rush to find a partner. There were many things he wanted to accomplish first, and he wasn't prepared to settle down just yet. Yuan's lips curled slightly as he mused. Why the uncertainty and affection? If you hesitate any longer, Shang-Chi might just run off with someone else. Once the matters at hand were wrapped up, he continued, tomorrow at midnight, I appreciate all your support. Let us hasten the progress. In Chapter 60, do you still wish to entice her? Gu Wen believed he was not a bashful or reserved werewolf. He simply cherished Shang-Chi and desired her as his partner. He would willingly leap into the river, shedding all insecurities and prejudices, racing towards that elusive white rabbit. Although Qin Ming found it perplexing that Gu Wen had settled on a partner so early, he refrained from further inquiries, respecting the choices of his friends. He regarded Gu Wen and said, I wish you the best. I'm in no hurry. Perhaps in a few years. His expression was calm, bordering on apathetic, as if he bore no worldly desires. Ji Yuan replied. Your lack of urgency merely indicates you have yet to encounter someone you admire. He could not fathom that once Qin Ming found someone to cherish, he would still utter the words not in a hurry. Unlike him, who was on the verge of desperation, Shang-Chi exhibited not a shred of affection for him and even resisted his assistance. The possibility of her pairing with Rongwen loomed large. He was not a pure human, and in this respect, Rongwen held the upper hand. Rongwen understood what pure human women desired, what they disliked, and what words resonated with them. Gu Wen pondered these thoughts. His thin lips tightened further, extinguishing any appetite he might have had. Was it true that one would not feel urgency until they met someone they liked? Upon hearing Gu Wen's words, Qin Ming paused. Responding with feigned indifference, perhaps. Perhaps he had yet to encounter a partner he cherished as Gu Wen had at present. He was more inclined towards maintaining peace within the human realm, fostering harmonious coexistence between werewolves and pure humans. Apart from a handful of depraved werewolves, the majority held a fondness for the human world and pure humans alike, in the werewolf clan. Female werewolves were naturally fewer in number. Qin Ming had observed some of his kin, seemingly ordinary in every aspect, who, upon descending from the snowy mountains, found human partners and lived contentedly, even raising offspring. Among them were those who toiled on construction sites to provide for their families, as well as werewolves who opened restaurants with their human partners. They had fully integrated into human society, ordinary, unremarkable, and harmonious. As a manager, Qin Ming sought to protect the joyful smiles of his kin. To settle on a partner early would only add to his concerns. He was far too busy for that. Yet, an image of the red-eyed female werewolf from Nan Fengyuan, who exuded affection and dependence, flickered in his mind. He had merely saved her, alongside countless others. When they professed their affections, he had always gently declined, not taking it to heart. However, the female werewolf from Nan Fengyuan seemed uniquely special. Perhaps it was her propensity to weep, her fragility, and her ability to invoke a sense of protectiveness in him, as if she could not survive without her kin, which left him with a tinge of worry. The fact that Guwen had fallen for a pure human he once despised suggested that this pure human must possess commendable qualities. Qin Ming contemplated silently, listening to Jiang Bu's incredulous voice beside him. "Did you just say you like someone? Shang-Chi, the mother of the cub?" "Yes, I do," Guwen affirmed. Jiang Bu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You no longer harbor any disdain for her? Wait, have you forgiven her for entering your room and sleeping with you back then? I recall you were quite close to Bai Wei, and everyone thought you two were destined for each other. Had it not been for that incident, you would likely be together by now, right?" Guwen frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not spread rumors. I merely know Bai Wei. I'm not the one spreading them." Jiang Bu retorted, agitated. "Many werewolves share this belief. Do not bring this up again," Guwen warned, his expression growing increasingly grave. He did not wish for Shang-Chi to misunderstand. "Let the past remain in the past. My sole desire now is for Shang-Chi to be my partner. She is wonderful, and those of you who have not spent time with her cannot comprehend." Jiang Bu was taken aback. "Wow, I never expected you to change your stance so rapidly. What transpired between you two over the past 2.5 months?" Caught up in the moment, he blurted out, "Didn't you previously claim you were merely partners?" Guwen paused before responding. What was true then is not necessarily true now. Jiang Bu scratched his head in confusion. "But didn't you express your disdain for pure humans being fickle in their partnerships? Has your prejudice vanished?" He voiced his doubts, genuinely perplexed, astonished that Guwen had developed feelings for Shang-Chi. Inadvertently slapping Guwen's own face with his words, Ji-Yuan shot him a frosty glance. "To label everyone with a broad brush leads to collateral damage. I retract my prejudices." Jiang Bu exclaimed, "Wow, so you're serious? I recall you once adamantly stated you would never choose a pure human as a partner." "Ha ha ha ha, how ironic." Guwen's gaze turned icy as he regarded Jiang Bu. "Is it amusing to you?" Jiang Bu, known for his lack of social awareness, replied, "Of course it's funny." "Ha ha, look at you, slapping your own face." Guwen pressed his lips tightly together, as if on the verge of snapping. Fu Shuo, fearing for the safety of his wolf brother, quickly interjected, "Well, I think it's quite good. If you can truly let go of your biases, you two are a fine match, especially with a cub on the way." This sentiment struck a chord within Guwen. He and Shang-Chi had shared the most intimate of connections and were now expecting a child. They were indeed the most suitable pair. What was wrong when in comparison? In the past, Guwen had failed to understand Shang-Chi, his prejudices clouding his vision. Now, reflecting on it, did it really matter that he had once resisted? Not in the least. Together with Shang-Chi, their little family would live harmoniously. She would never take the cub away. She would be his partner, and they would hold hands, kiss, embrace, and Guwen was suddenly interrupted by a coughing fit from the wine he had inhaled, his handsome face turning crimson. What was he thinking? Before they had even officially begun their relationship, he was already crossing boundaries. The mushroom-headed youth piped up, "So, does this mean you want to grow old alone?" Congratulations. At this proclamation, a hush fell over the group. Indeed, if Guwen could truly set aside his past grievances, and if Shang-Chi reciprocated his feelings, wishing to unite, would that not be the most splendid outcome? Their prior worries had been that Guwen would remain without a partner. They had never considered that his partner could indeed be Shang-Chi. Yes, Guwen's partner could be Shang-Chi. And with a cub on the way, was that not a perfect resolution? They were Guwen's friends, and if he, The werewolf in question bore no ill will towards the past. They had little left to say. Yet, could that cub's mother withstand the profound, stern, and possessive love of a werewolf? Every werewolf, when in a relationship with a human partner, approached it with the utmost caution. Still, there were those who quietly returned to the snowy mountains, nursing wounds of disappointment. In truth, well-placed male and female werewolves often encountered their favored kin on the snowy peaks. If fate did not smile upon them, or if unexpected feelings did not arise, they typically would not consider pure humans as partners. Relationships between pure humans and werewolves bore significant risks. Differences in lifestyle, physical traits, lifespan, and loyalty to partners were all pressing concerns, while other issues could potentially be resolved. The matter of loyalty remained paramount in this regard. Pure humans had to relax their standards considerably, which was an undeniable fact. Moreover, the cub's mother had a history, which could not help but provoke concern. Yet Gu Wen was no fool. If he had developed feelings for Shang-Chi, it was a testament to her exceptional character. Jiangbu hesitated. So, does the cub's mother prefer muscular, handsome men? Gu Wen frowned and shot him a cold glance. Jiangbu himself was often found in the gym, possessing a strong, muscular physique, and his handsome appearance attracted the attention of human women, who frequently sought his contact information, professing their admiration and, more alarmingly, inviting him to hotels. He believed that women who favored muscular men were often more perilous and unreliable, and he felt a twinge of fear. The apprehensive glint in Jiangbu's eyes appeared to Gu Wen as mere shyness. In an instant, Gu Wen's expression darkened ominously. So, you wish to entice her? In Chapter 61, what about Rong Wan? Jiangbu, mid-drink, choked and spluttered. What? Who are you trying to entice? In the human world, a tale circulated of a man who, upon falling for a woman, perceived every male friend as a threat, sending warnings to each one. You wouldn't happen to be that type of werewolf, would you? Gu Wen neither nodded nor denied it. Shang-Chi was not yet his partner, and uncertainty gnawed at him. Even the slightest breeze sent his nerves into a frenzy. She was right there in that hospital room, and if he tuned in, he could catch her voice amid the chatter of thousands. That cool, polite voice was unmistakable. Yet, why did it feel as though she were leagues away, far enough to induce anxiety and unease within him? Upon returning to work at the company, his mind wandered. He found himself glancing at the clock, awaiting the moment he could collect the cub and head to the hospital, crafting a legitimate excuse for his presence there. At the hospital, upon learning of Shang-Chi's illness, her friends began to trickle in. Does it still hurt? Zhou Ziyou inquired. Shang-Chi shook her head. Not really. I can't believe you ended up with appendicitis. Zhou Ziyou remarked, placing her hand on her own abdomen, contemplating. Do you think I might? Shang-Chi shot her a deadpan look. Stop being ridiculous. Can't you wish for something good for yourself? Do you think this is something desirable? Contemplating, she felt a lingering sense of unease. Had she not been at Nanfeng Garden, and instead at home with her son? In the event of such an unforeseen circumstance, if she had collapsed, her young child would be utterly helpless. Not knowing how to cope, perhaps crying inconsolably. Just the thought of it made her heart ache. Living alone, one must exercise even greater caution. Shang-Chi suddenly paused. Oh, is Grey Tail still with you? Zhou Ziyou chuckled lightly. Indeed. My little bodyguard is rather impressive, don't you think? That day when I had too much to drink, it was Daojia who escorted me home, and my little guardian was waiting for me downstairs. At that time, Daojia had intended to take her back to the Dao residence, but she insisted on returning home. In her drunken stupor, she kept repeating, I don't have a bodyguard at home. I must go back. To feed him. When did you get a pet? Thus, Daojia returned her to Huang'an community. With her head bowed, she seemed devoid of strength, supported by Daojia. As she exited the CART, in her line of sight appeared a pair of long legs. And the owner of those legs spoke with youthful exuberance. Hand her over to me. Who are you? Daojia shot him an ambiguous glance before turning to Zhou Ziyou. You're quite the sly one. Claiming to be a single dog while secretly dating a young man. Zhou Ziyou, hearing this, burped, hicced, P.S. my little bodyguard. Noticing her inebriation, Daojia joined them upstairs. As for Zhou Ziyou, she was handed over to the tall, slender boy, standing at 1.6 meters and weighing 120 pounds. She squirmed restlessly in his arms. Despite his slender appearance, the boy possessed surprising strength, holding her securely without breaking a sweat. However, he did exhibit a hint of annoyance as Zhou Ziyou, like a plump, mischievous pet pig, wriggled in his embrace. Extending her hands to pinch his face, he leaned back, furrowing his brow and raising his chin to evade her. You said you wanted me to pick you up? So stop squirming. His expression was sour, revealing his displeasure, and Daojia noted the faint blush on his ears. So this younger brother was actually shy. Zhou Ziyou thought to herself, where else could she find such a tall, handsome young wolf? All she remembered was Daojia visiting her home, where she jokingly remarked that Zhou Ziyou had become frivolous. Laughing as she left, Daojia now believed Grey Tail to be her boyfriend. Doubting her sincerity, Zhou Ziyou, amused, replied, Have you ever seen a boyfriend who, after returning home with his drunken girlfriend, tosses her onto the living room sofa for the entire night without even taking off her shoes? She felt that between her and Grey Tail, there could hardly be any ambiguity. They resembled true siblings, maintaining appropriate boundaries. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed two beautiful women lounging on the sofa behind her. One with red-black hair and the other with blue hair. When did you arrive? Shang-Chi smiled. They've been here all along. You're simply nearsighted, with your head in the clouds. Red Tail let out a playful howl. Giggling, Shang-Chi's friend, please continue. Blue Tail, somewhat bashful, added, Did we interrupt you? Zhou Ziyou. Red Tail stifled a laugh, noting that Grey Tail, one of the two werewolves at Nanfeng Garden who disliked pure humans, had been residing in a pure human's home for so long and even embraced her. That spoke volumes. Zhou Ziyou, being a pure human, likely considered such displays of affection to be trivial, Red Tail whispered with a smirk. Grey Tail is so young yet already desires a wife. Upon hearing this, Blue Tail paused, her expression dimming slightly as she glanced at Zhou Ziyou, a hint of envy in her gaze. After Zhou Ziyou departed, Nancy arrived, looking significantly thinner and more haggard than Shang-Chi post-surgery. Shang-Chi frowned. Are you all right? Please let me know if you need anything. Nancy forced a faint smile. I'm about to be liberated. If all goes well, I should be divorced this month. Initially believing she was entering paradise, she now realized that home felt more like hell. Shang-Chi responded with a soft if you haven't found a job yet. My second shop is in need of a manager. It includes meals and accommodation. Would you be interested? You're quite capable of handling the tasks. Ever since entering Nanfeng Garden, both of her shops had been inundated with flower orders, leaving her overwhelmed. It seemed that every business in Qingqing planning events or opening restaurants sought her out. Nancy nodded in agreement. When Rongwen arrived, Nancy rose to leave, as it was nearly time to pick up her child from kindergarten. Rongwen placed a bouquet of corn lilies on the bedside table, his expression filled with concern. Does the wound still hurt? Shang-Chi shook her head. You should rest a bit longer. Can't you postpone the shop matters for now? Rongwen lowered his gaze, a hint of resignation tugging at his lips. I genuinely wish to care for you, but I know you won't grant me that privilege. If possible, I would like you to leave that man as home. I have a house by the river, quite close to Shang Bao's kindergarten. Shang-Chi again shook her head. Thank you, but I prefer not to go to anyone's house. I simply wish to return to my own home in 3 months. I am not the useless person I once was. Now, I can support and take care of myself and my child. After a brief conversation, Rongwen took his leave. I'll come to see you tomorrow. If you feel bored, just call me. I look forward to it. Shang-Chi nodded awkwardly. Meanwhile, Guwen left work early and waited at the kindergarten gate for a while before picking up his child and heading straight to the hospital. As his car entered the hospital grounds, he spotted Rongwen descending from the inpatient department. His child was playing with the small gift he had brought, while beside him were the flowers that Shang-Chi had asked him to bring. Guwen's gaze instantly turned icy. Rongwen had come to see Shang-Chi. How long had he stayed? What had they discussed? Did Shang-Chi send him away? And what about Rongwen? Did he leave as well? After exiting the car, Guwen bent down to lift his child, settling him comfortably in his arms. Daddy, I can walk by myself. Shang Bao did not understand why his father insisted on carrying him. At first, he found it amusing, but over time, he felt he could manage without being held. However, upon voicing this, his father responded with an oddly low grunt. I am your biological father. If you don't want me to carry you, who else would you prefer? Then, Shang Bao spotted Rongwen approaching from a distance. He felt himself being hugged tighter and lifted slightly, as if he were a prize trophy, proudly displayed as they moved towards Rongwen. Shang Shu, school us out? Rongwen greeted with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with warmth. Lastly, his tone shifted slightly. Mr. Gu, Good to see you. Hello, Mr. Rong.Gu1, taller than Rong1, cast a curt glance downward, his tone equally cool. My son mentioned that you took good care of him in the past. Thank you, Rong1 replied with a light laugh. No need for thanks. It was my duty. His duty? On what grounds did he say that? Gu1 felt a surge of irritation, ruffling his son's short hair and pinching his soft, plump cheeks. What Rong1 had done was in the past. The present was different, and it made no sense for him, as the biological father, to trouble an outsider. Say goodbye to Uncle Rong. We're going to see your mother now. Tonight, we'll rest in her hospital room, all right, okay. Shangbao waved his small hand. Goodbye, Uncle Rong. Rongwen nodded with a smile. Shangshu, see you tomorrow. Your mother will be very happy today. Shangbao's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, Uncle Rong. Ji Yuan pursed his lips, holding his child as he stepped forward. Let us go. Your mother will be even happier when she sees us. This precious treasure, most cherished by Shangxi, was in his arms. What was Rongwen in comparison? He had nothing, nothing at all. Thinking of Rongwen leaving in a disheveled state, Guwen couldn't help but let a smile slip. Then he noticed the corn lily bouquet on the bedside table, the room filled with its scent, unmistakably marked by Rong Wen. In an instant, Guwen's mood plummeted. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Realizing Rongwen was indeed cunning, having begun to send flowers. What kind of flowers were these? After a quick search, he nearly exploded with anger. Corn lilies. Symbols of brave, persistent love. Ji Yuan, the werewolf, felt utterly undone. His heart was gripped by an invisible hand, and as he watched the woman chatting with his child, he felt as though she could be taken away from him at any moment. An uncontrollable panic set in. Thus, the following day, Guwen did not go to work. After personally dropping off his child at kindergarten, he returned to the hospital and sat in silence on the sofa in the ward. Engrossed in a book, Shangxi, leaning against the hospital bed, observed him with curiosity. Mr. Gu, aren't you going to work? I'm taking a day off now. If you're resting, there are plenty of places to enjoy. Why remain in this disinfectant-scented hospital room? As Guwen read quietly, she felt it was inappropriate to interrupt. After a while, Guwen turned a page, speaking casually as if commenting on the pleasant weather. I'm planning to transfer the street where your flower shop is located to your name. What? Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. Why? Guwen's ears flushed red, and he cleared his throat. No particular reason. I simply wish to gift it to you, Shangxi. After a brief pause, Guwen spoke again, seemingly unfazed as he surveyed the room, expressing dissatisfaction. Don't you think this hospital room feels a bit empty? Does it? It does. Ji Yuan gazed at the lilies on the bedside table. His voice softened a few notches. A single bouquet seemed rather meager, hence I ordered a few more. The additional flowers he mentioned had filled every crevice of the spacious and bright hospital room. An array of blossoms and a riot of colors. When the nurse entered, she paused in surprise, mistakenly believing she had stepped into a flower shop, as for the white lilies on the bedside. Their fate had long been forgotten amidst the floral abundance. Shangxi mused that her hospitalization for appendicitis had turned out to be rather ostentatious. The flowers were too numerous and fragrant. As if she were the proprietor of a flower shop, she had grown accustomed to their presence. In contrast, Mr. Gu, seated on the sofa, had already sneezed 4 times. What on earth was he doing? Instead of working, he lingered in her hospital room, surrounded by an overabundance of flowers that left him sneezing, yet he showed no sign of leaving. She slowly rose, preparing to take a stroll around the room. Guwen immediately set down his book and strode over with purpose. Shall I assist you? No, thank you, she replied. She could manage a slow walk, perhaps just a couple of laps around the ward. Guwen silently accompanied her as she made her way to the sofa. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced down at the book he had been reading. The 36 Stratagems, Pursuing a Woman. She hadn't finished reading it when, in a flash, Guwen snatched the book away, clearing his throat awkwardly, claiming it was merely boredom that prompted his interest. Shangxi surmised the book's subject matter was indeed about courting women. And a thought struck her. Did Guwen have a romantic interest in a female werewolf? He harbored an aversion to pure humans, so it was no surprise she had swiftly ruled out any possibility of herself being the object of his affection. Within the confines of Nanfeng Garden, the only female werewolves she had encountered were Bluetail and Redtail. Could it be one of them? Bluetail? Surely not. Bluetail had feelings for Qinming, who, she heard, had visited Qing Cheng yesterday but had not sought out Blue Tail, leaving her in tears, a sight that tugged at Shang-Chi's heartstrings. As for Red Tail, she seemed to have something going on with Dai. A name echoed in her mind from the previous day's discussions among the werewolves, White Tail. This stunning beauty had also descended from the mountains. Shang-Chi felt an undeniable urge to meet the silver-haired werewolf. Secretly anticipating the encounter, so Guwen had feelings for her after all. The next afternoon, Guwen arrived at the hospital with his young offspring, carrying a stack of contracts and various documents for Shang-Chi to sign and fingerprint. The street where Shang-Chi worked was in the bustling heart of Qingcheng, known for its high expenses and steep rental prices. Shang-Chi recalled his casual mention of this yesterday. But she hadn't taken it seriously, never anticipating that Guwen would follow through. Shang Bao stood by the bedside, clutching a bottle of milk, sipping contentedly, his large, glistening eyes fixed on his mother. His father had instructed him on where exactly she needed to sign and place her fingerprint. This was a gift for Mama, he had said. He observed her in silence, took a sip of milk, then pointed with his tiny finger to the signature line on the first page of the contract. Mama, here, write your name. Shang-Chi looked at her son, with his chubby cheeks and the sweet scent of milk wafting off him. His long, straight eyelashes framed his dark pupils, and he was so small, so innocent, with a long life ahead of him. Dao Jie's words echoed in her mind once more. Whatever Guwen offers you, accept it. You deserve it. Even if the heavens themselves came, they would still owe you. Once it was in her hands, it would ultimately belong to little Shang Bao. Guwen was still unmarried, and given his stature, he would undoubtedly have children in the future. Perhaps he already had others. Look at that family, so wealthy, with over 20 children. More children meant more division of inheritance. She should secure more for little Shang Bao while he was still young and unaware of the value of money, for he would surely be grateful in the future. Dao Luo had an elder brother and sister, and being the youngest, she was quite laid back, not one to compete. The family's main business was in the hands of the eldest brother. While she managed a few buildings, hotels, and bars, Shang-Chi reflected on her oblivious son. Indeed, how had she not realized sooner? What Guwen offered her was ultimately for their son. Without much thought, she lowered her gaze and signed. She accepted it. Guwen watched as the woman with her hair cascading down, clad in a hospital gown, sat on the bed, her delicate figure bent over as she signed. A wave of sweet satisfaction began to swell within him. She accepted it. This was a promising beginning. He had attempted to gift her twice before, but had faltered, leaving him somewhat traumatized. For the past 2 days, Shang Bao had returned from Nanfeng Garden to drink cold spring water, only to be brought back to the hospital by his father. The child was quite attached to Shang-Chi and did not wish for her to be alone in the unfamiliar hospital. Cold spring water, once removed from its icy chamber, would quickly warm up within minutes, making it impractical to transport it from Nanfeng Garden to the hospital. The hospital had spare rooms available for family members to rest. Yet Shang Bao was adamant about not sleeping with his mother, his little face serious as he declared, "What if I bump into Mama's wound?" He chose to sleep in the family room instead, and the bed seemed enormous for the 4-year-old. That first night, Shang-Chi, feeling concerned, quietly entered the room in the middle of the night to check if her little one had kicked off the covers. Fearing he might catch a cold, fortunately, she found him on the large bed. The little fellow had already kicked his blankets aside, exposing his tiny belly, his small hands resting beside his head, revealing his little wolf ears. Blissfully asleep. Qingcheng was renowned as a summer resort, with no truly hot days throughout the year, and it would even snow by late August. Now, in mid-June, the nights were pleasantly cool. Shang-Chi had heard the black-tailed werewolves mention that they favored Qingcheng for its coolness, as they preferred the cold and abhorred heat. She gently covered her son with a blanket. The next morning, she awoke early and went to check on him, only to find the little rascal had kicked off his covers again. When Guwen arrived at the hospital that morning to take his child to school, he overheard the exchange between mother and son. "You can't kick off the covers, or you'll catch a cold." Shang-Chi extended her finger, gently pressing against her son's plump little belly. "Kicking off the covers is one thing, but exposing your little belly? What if you catch a cold?" "All right," Shang Bao replied, looking down at his belly, tugging at his shirt. "Mama, I'm covered now, and of course you are now. But tonight, you're sleeping with Mama. I'm not at ease. No." Shang Bao frowned, his little face scrunching up. "I don't want to kick the covers and hurt Mama's wound." Shangxi pursed her lips, still wanting to kick off the covers. Shangbao mumbled softly, I don't want to anymore. How about you return to Nanfeng Garden and sleep with your father instead? He can watch over you. Shangbao shook his head vigorously in protest. I want to stay with Mama. Guwan, hearing this, shifted his gaze and spoke. I can stay here for the next few nights as well. I will keep an eye on the little one. Shangxi glanced at him. If it is convenient for Mr. Gu, then that would be splendid. Her son was unwilling to return to Nanfeng Garden to sleep with his father. Now, in the hospital, he wouldn't share a bed with her either, opting instead to sleep alone and kick off the covers. Truly, her son had always been obedient and sensible, which brought her relief but also a twinge of heartache. She typically refrained from forcing him into anything or making decisions for him, always respecting his opinions and finding it hard to be stern with him. In this regard, Guwan was quite similar. As a father, he did not impose expectations on his child, a stark contrast to the human father Shang she had encountered. With Guwan having voiced his willingness, it was settled. Thus, on the second night at the hospital, the ward was equipped with a bathroom, and Guwan first bathed the little one before tending to his own hygiene. After finishing in the bathroom and donning his nightclothes, he emerged to find Shang-Chi at her bedside. That evening, with the presence of a child, an inexplicable awkwardness lingered between the two adults. Fortunately, Shang Bao served as a buffer. Shang-Chi held a storybook, and Shang Bao lay beside her, resting his cheek against her leg, one small hand playing with a strand of her hair. As he listened to the tale, Ji Yuan quietly took a seat on the sofa, ostensibly distracted by his phone but truly listening to Shang-Chi's gentle voice narrating. The little hippo lost its friend, forever lost. Its friend would never return. As the story unfolded, Gu Wen's brow furrowed tighter. In his view, the little hippo deserved its fate. It was helpless and foolish, only capable of weeping. What good was crying? It resolved nothing. It clung to its river, waiting for its friend to return on its own. What a naive dream. If he truly cared, he would search high and low to bring his friend back. He would not be so foolish as to simply cry. The little one had already succumbed to slumber on his mother's lap. Shang-Chi gently pinched her son's chubby cheek, her gaze filled with tenderness. Who wouldn't envy your quality of sleep? She looked up at Gu-Wan and softly said, Mr. Gu, why not carry him to the room to sleep? The little one was sound asleep. In the room, only two adults remained awake, a man and a woman. Once again enveloped by an air of awkwardness, Shang-Chi watched as the man, clad in a black nightgown, approached her. His handsome features bore an indifferent expression as he bent down and gently lifted their son into his arms. She instinctively leaned back, evading their physical contact. The proximity between them was palpable. Yet neither dared to gaze at the other. Ji Yuan, feeling slightly uncomfortable, turned and retreated to the bedroom, cradling the child. Shang-Chi twitched her nose, musing that the scent of this solitary wolf was rather pleasant. With Gu-Wan beside their son, she felt reassured and soon drifted off to sleep. In the family room, Gu-Wan found himself wide awake. Shang-Chi lay on the bed outside. Whenever he wished, he could behold her. What a splendid opportunity, yet she had fallen asleep. Wasn't this an occasion to gaze openly? Why was he still lying here? The woman, her long hair cascading down, possessed skin as pale as snow and a delicate face nestled into the pillow, breathing gently. The room's lights had been dimmed by Shang-Chi, too bright for her slumber, leaving only a single soft, golden glow. Werewolves possessed remarkable vision, rendering night indistinguishable from day. Ji Yuan stood at the bedside. His gaze fixated longingly on the sleeping beauty. He yearned to touch her soft hair, to kiss her forehead, to nibble at her neck, to taste her collarbone. Of course, these were mere fantasies. Shang-Chi had yet to agree to be his mate. Some desires were best left unfulfilled. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the balcony. A soft thud. Gu-Wen's dark eyes sharpened instantly as he turned sharply toward the sound. This was the 8th floor of the hospital, and the probability of a mere human entering the balcony at this late hour was exceedingly low. Why would anyone choose to enter through the balcony instead of the front door? His eyes darkened as he instinctively shielded Shang-Chi behind him, his gaze glowing with a faint green light aimed at the balcony. The balcony door creaked open, revealing a tall woman clad in white. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, the moonlight illuminated her, making her appear almost luminescent. She greeted Gu-Wan. Hi. No need to be alarmed. I'm one of you. Ji Yuan frowned. It's you. Surprised? She retorted. Didn't you catch my scent? Recognizing her presence was not a threat, Gu Wen's eyes gradually returned to their usual darkness. He replied coolly, I forgot. Why would he remember the scent of an inconsequential female werewolf? What brings you here at this hour? The woman stepped closer, a playful smile gracing her lips, just satisfying my curiosity. She approached the bedside, gazing at the slumbering human woman. In the next moment, she leaned in closer, whispering, She's rather lovely, is she? You not doing too badly. Gu Wen's brow furrowed in displeasure as he lowered his voice, keep your distance from her. The woman sniffed the air, such a strong floral scent. Gu Wen's icy glare intensified. By way, I suggest you tread carefully. Oh, I'm a female werewolf. Why are you so worked up? Gu Wen scoffed, apologies, but you hardly embody the essence of a female werewolf. Years apart, and your words remain as harsh as ever. Bai Wei replied, shaking her head in no hope for you. Just wait for your demise. With a light leap, she bounded away into the family room. The child slept soundly, radiating a delightful scent of milk, utterly adorable. As Bai Wei exited the room, she scoffed. I once felt pity for you, but now I see you've thrived as a wolf. Gu Wen's patience waned. If you're done, then leave. Shangxi, a light sleeper, awakened at that moment, slowly opening her eyes to witness a figure gracefully leap towards the balcony, illuminated by moonlight, pale and beautiful. Just as she thought she was dreaming, she heard the figure say, I'll be staying at Nan Feng Garden for a while. You should be grateful. I'm adding myself to your birthday celebrations. You ought to feel honored. Shangxi paused, realization dawning upon her. This was Bai Wei, the female werewolf whom Gu Wen favored, come to the hospital to seek him out. Bai Wei had likely gone to Nan Feng Garden, discovered Gu Wen was absent, and specifically ventured to the hospital. As Bai Wei's silhouette vanished from the balcony, Shangxi slowly sat up. You could go spend time with her instead of lingering here. To be continued. Tomorrow, the solitary wolf clumsily confesses his feelings, much to the amusement of his mother. Actually, you could go keep her company. There's no need for you to remain here, Shangxi said earnestly. She came all the way down to find you. You should join her. Bathed in the soft glow of light, Gu Wen stood at the center of the hospital room, each of Shangxi's words sinking deeper into his ears, causing his brow to furrow tighter. He found it utterly perplexing. In a tone that bordered on indifference, he replied, whether she came down is her business. Why should I accompany her? There were many werewolves descending the mountain. Was he expected to join them all? The very thought struck him as nonsensical and tedious. Here, with her and their child, was where he found true joy and contentment. She is Bai Wei, right? Did she perhaps mistake him for someone else? Shangxi began to doubt herself. Otherwise, Gu Wen's response seemed too abnormal. But Gu Wen nodded yes, she is Bai Wei. His feet moved almost involuntarily towards the bedside, where they spoke in a calm and normal tone. And as he gazed at her sitting there, he instinctively desired to be closer. Shangxi, on the other hand, felt bewildered if it was indeed Bai Wei. Was Gu Wen's attitude not a bit off? Or perhaps werewolves simply did not concern themselves with such trivial details? Gu Wen's birthday was approaching, and Bai Wei must have come specifically to celebrate with him. Unable to contain her thoughts, she remarked, she is truly beautiful. Her hair is entirely white, while Gu Wen's is jet black, two wolves. One black and one white. Indeed a striking pair. Gu Wen replied apathetically, average. He cast a glance at the woman resting on the hospital bed, her hair cascading lazily, her skin fair and unadorned, her raven-like lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. Without lipstick, her naturally full lips bore a paler hue, only a hint of blush, lacking the vibrancy of her usual makeup. He couldn't help but wonder that if he were to kiss her, would her lips not flush a lovely shade of red? Merely by sitting there, doing nothing at all, she had become an irresistible temptation for him. Bai Wei may have been appealing, as his kin often proclaimed. Yet beauty was always subjective. Others might find Bai Wei charming, but he found Shangxi far more captivating. Average? Shangxi mused. Gu Wen's standards seemed exceedingly high, and to label his favored partner as merely average? Was he perhaps a bit inept with words? No wonder he had been perusing a book titled The 36 Stratagems for Pursuing a Partner. With his conversational skills, he likely struggled to impress Bai Wei. Realizing she had come down, he hastily purchased a book from a roadside stall. Shangxi smirked slightly, finding amusement in Gu Wen's plight. He was both deserving of her pity and rather laughable. He was known for his lack of verbal finesse. And now here he was secretly studying. What a sight it was, reminiscent of a student cramming for an exam the night before. As she thought of Bai Wei's stunning white hair, curiosity piqued within her. Are there pure white male werewolves in your clan? If she had once been with a pure white male werewolf, their son might have had a coat of white fur. How adorable that would be! Both white and black fur were equally charming. Upon hearing her inquire about male werewolves, Gu Wen's eyes flickered with caution. Indeed, the next moment, he heard Shangxi exclaim, "Pure white is truly beautiful, like snow." Ji Yuan's heart tightened, his pulse racing. What did Shangxi mean by this? Did she favor pure white werewolves? Was she probing him for information? What was her intention? He, a pure black werewolf, akin to the darkest ink or the pitch-black night. Did she not favor black? Pure white male werewolves certainly existed. But he found himself reluctant to divulge that information. Not wishing to deceive Shangxi, he fell silent for a moment before tactfully shifting the subject. Ahem, next Saturday, the kindergarten will have an outing for a picnic, and parents are encouraged to participate. As soon as Shangxi heard it was about their son's school, her attention was instantly diverted. Ji Yuan internally sighed in relief, stating, the main tasks involve setting up tents, preparing food, and fostering parent-child relationships. The school recommends that all parents join. Shangxi listened intently, nodding, I understand. I will arrange my work schedule accordingly. Her gaze dropped as she began contemplating the upcoming week. How much stock to order? What arrangements to make? Which holidays lay ahead? As for her earlier questions to Gu Wen, they became inconsequential and faded from her mind. Bai Wei had descended from the mountain. She felt it prudent to avoid any misunderstandings with Gu Wen, refraining from unnecessary conversation. Even if Gu Wen initiated discussions, she responded swiftly and returned to her own thoughts. When Gu Wen stared at her with furrowed brows, she assumed the demeanor of a dutiful bank teller. Inquiring, is there anything else you wish to discuss, Mr. Gu? Gu Wen. Caught in her businesslike demeanor, he found himself suppressing his thoughts. How utterly infuriating. He dared not express his discontent to Shangxi. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing out at the distant forest, sharpening his teeth in frustration. He longed to hunt, to release the pent-up feelings of irritation and slight grievance, which he refused to acknowledge. On the fourth day, Shangxi was discharged from the hospital, coinciding with Gu Wen's birthday. Her health had stabilized, and she intended to leave the hospital and visit a couple of shops before the evening's festivities at Nanfeng Garden. Gu Wen accompanied her to the shop. As she was about to alight from the vehicle, she paused, turned her gaze back, and said to Gu Wen, Mr. Gu, happy birthday. Wishing you all your heart's desires, and may everything go smoothly. Over the past 2 months, her relationship with Gu Wen had experienced its ups and downs. At this moment, it could hardly be described as especially good or particularly bad, but overall, it was quite satisfactory. Gu Wen was fixated on her silhouette as she prepared to leave the car. He did not expect her to utter those words upon turning back. His dark eyes widened slightly, and the entire wolf seemed momentarily stunned. Shangxi pressed her lips together and said, well then, farewell. She turned to depart. Ji Yuan remained motionless for a long while. In the next moment, Shangxi returned. Oh, I almost forgot this. Here, for you, she said, pulling out a white box and extending it through the car window. It's not valuable, but to me, it's priceless. You should like it as well. Ji Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected gift, feeling both flattered and overjoyed, believing this birthday was indeed worthwhile. He reached out to take it, suppressing the nervous excitement within, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, thank you. Shangxi walked away, and he watched her retreating figure as she entered the flower shop until she vanished from sight. Only then did he withdraw his gaze, fixating on the white box in his hands, his eyes gleaming as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wary of anyone around him, it was not safe to open it now. Returning to the South Wind Garden, there were many wolves, which posed a risk. Going back to the office, that would mean encountering too many people, which was also unsafe. He drove out of the city in one breath. Into the tranquil wilderness, traversing a muddy path beneath towering trees, surrounded by thorny underbrush. Sitting in the car, he secured the windows, exhaling softly, and cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a small, thick photo album. Record. Photos of the baby before the age of 1. As he turned to the first page, he was momentarily stunned. The first photo depicted a baby with a slightly flushed face, sleeping in a swaddling blanket, round and pudgy. The child appeared to be about 3 months old. The photo was somewhat blurred, with poor resolution, clearly taken with a cheap phone. That was his offspring, shortly after birth. Such a tiny bundle, soft and delicate, sleeping with its eyes closed. For a fleeting moment, Gu felt a pang of heartache. He had missed out on 4 years of a small life. Through the photograph, he imagined holding the little one in his arms, envisioning the gentle scent of milk emanating from the infant. Warm and comforting. Yet, imagination was a cold solace. He was left with emptiness. If only he had sought out Shang-Chi back then, would he have missed nothing? It was in this endless cycle of regret that Gu began to grasp the depth of his pain. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze to the second photo. The child, still of similar age, was wailing in its swaddle, its face flushed from crying, displaying a fierce little temper. The chubby face, however, was undeniably adorable. Ji-Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly, though the ache in his heart only spread further. His fingers brushed against the photo, touching the crying little face. "Why are you crying, little one?" he thought, lamenting that he could not wipe away the tears. Could not caress that soft, chubby cheek, nor could he hold and soothe the child. He couldn't help but wonder, at just 2 or 3 months old, how could his mother cope with your cries? Given that she was still in her recovery period? The next image showed the child sucking on a pacifier, big eyes glistening with unshed tears, having stopped crying. The hand gripping the bottle was pale, thin and frail. That was Shang-Chi's hand. Although she was of considerable height with long fingers, she had become so emaciated that her knuckles barely bore any flesh. Ji-Yuan knew that for any female of the species, pregnancy and childbirth were no easy feats, but those were other people's experiences. He had not been kind enough to feel sympathy. However, seeing Shang-Chi's hand, so thin it seemed almost skeletal, his heart twisted painfully. In the hastily gathered information from that night, there were just a few simple lines. Shang-Chi, 26 years old, female, a local of Qingcheng, single-handedly raising a child for 5 years, with no male partner. Initially, aside from the lingering resentment over past events and his prejudice against humans, Gu had not thought much of her. Yet, he could never deny the hardships she endured in raising her child alone. He could not bring himself to forcibly take the child away from her, at first. He believed that the only way to compensate for her struggles was through financial support, as he had nothing else to offer. Only when one truly loves another do they begin to feel genuine heartache and concern for that person. This love encompasses familial, platonic, and romantic bonds. When a stranger faces hardship, people merely sigh and express sympathy, but soon forget. Such profound, gut-wrenching heartache can only be felt by those who deeply love a child, a close friend, or a beloved partner. The greater the love, the deeper the pain. He admitted that while he was aware of Shang-Chi's struggles in raising her child alone, he had never truly felt heartache. At this moment, his heart had undergone a profound transformation. Simply witnessing the child's tears made him empathize with Shang-Chi's postnatal vulnerability. Observing that thin, bony hand caused his heart to ache unbearably. If only he had sought her out in person, they could have raised the child together, which would have made things easier for her. Alas, he could not turn back time. He had missed the opportunity to be a part of their lives. The third photo depicted the child at 5 months old, with a plump, pale face, smiling broadly. Ji-Yuan stared intently at the image, unaware of the emotions swirling within him, and unconsciously flipped to the last page. There, the child was 1 year old, significantly larger, with a head full of black hair and a round face adorned with a charming smile, sitting in the embrace of a woman clad in a white short-sleeve shirt. Only half of her face visible, she was pale, slender, and beautiful. Holding a chubby 1-year-old, she smiled blissfully, her eyes sparkling, the curve of her brows and eyes radiating immense anticipation for the future. Ji-Yuan gazed at the photo for a while before carefully taking it out and placing it in his wallet. He had missed the early years, but he would not allow himself to miss any more in the years to come. He intended to hold Shang-Chi dear to his heart, to protect her from further hardship and suffering. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming desire to know every detail about Shang-Chi's life before and after their encounter. He wanted to learn everything about her. On the way back, he instructed Daitzen to look into this matter for him. His car came to a stop once more at the Qingfeng flower shop. Today was his birthday. His friends had already arrived at the South Wind Garden, where the wolves were busy preparing food. As the guest of honor, he should have been at the South Wind Garden by now. Yet, at that moment, he had no desire to go anywhere but to be as close to her as possible. Suddenly, he spotted Shang-Chi coming out. "You all can keep busy, I'll just check out the second shop," she said. Upon hearing this, Gu-wen pushed open the car door without a second thought and stepped out. Shang-Chi turned and was surprised to see the tall figure standing by the roadside. "Oh, Mr. Gu, why are you still here?" Gu-wen silently approached her, lowering his gaze to focus intently on her. "I want to give you something in the end." He parted his thin lips and asked, "May I?" Shang-Chi furrowed her brows slightly, regarding him as if he were an alien. What was wrong with him? His tone was strange, evoking memories of their previous encounters where he had spoken to her with a mocking demeanor. Yet, there was a difference. This time, there was no trace of sarcasm on his face. And he seemed to wear a frown, as though troubled by something, his gaze cast downwards, tinged with a hint of humble pleading. Shang-Chi felt as if a wounded dog had come to her seeking comfort. What was wrong with him? "Well, today is your birthday. You should be at the South Wind Garden, right? Why have you suddenly come to give me something? Are you offering to be my free chauffeur?" Wolves were such enigmatic creatures. Each day she could only guess at their intentions. It was no wonder she felt this way. After all, this lone wolf was exceedingly toxic. Just as she pondered this, Gu-wen's phone rang. "Sorry." He glanced at Shang-Chi, a hint of impatience crossing his features as he took out his phone and answered the call. Shang-Chi heard a woman's voice, the voice of That Bai Wei. "Perhaps? Where are you?" "Everyone is here." Indeed, it was a reminder for the birthday boy. Bai Wei had called, and he should. "I don't have time right now. Let us talk later," Ji Yuan concluded, hanging up the call. Shang-Chi was left in a daze. She found herself perplexed yet again, wondering if the wolves' attitude towards their beloved partners was always so dismissive. Would Gu-wen truly win over his goddess with this demeanor? Was he merely reading a book about love in vain? If this continued, he would surely end up alone. No, it couldn't be that unreliable roadside book that taught him this. After some contemplation, she felt compelled to offer a piece of advice. "You know, the female wolves are women too. If you want to pursue someone, perhaps you should improve your attitude." Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to catch up. You noticed?" he stammered. Shang-Chi replied. "Of course I did." Ji Yuan lowered his gaze, his ears turning crimson. His heart raced uncontrollably now. She unexpectedly discovered his thoughts. Was he being that obvious, or was it simply the terrifying sixth sense of a pure human woman? Shang-Chi, puzzled, scratched her head and attempted to speak. "It's not that I can't talk. I just don't want it. I wouldn't be that annoying, would I?" Consequently, Gu-wen's expression relaxed, and his mood brightened. He took Shang-Chi to the second flower shop, where she lingered for a while before stepping out and getting into Gu-wen's car to return to Nanfeng Garden. After all, it was her son's father's birthday, and everyone was present, so she should head back. Nanfeng Garden was bustling with activity. In addition to the dozen or so werewolves from Nanfeng Garden, many others from different places had come, all following Gu-wen. Totaling over 50, they were all seated at tables spread across the vast lawn, with Gu-wen's table positioned in the center, surrounded by his friends. Shang-Chi changed into a light-colored long dress, holding her son's hand as they wove through the crowd. Feeling the multitude of werewolf gazes fixated upon her. She was the offspring of the family head, a pure human. How beautiful she was! Would she become the family head's wife? Initially, she intended to sit at the far end. But it was the Black Tail who shook his head and said, "That one do. You must sit beside the family head." Next to Gu-wen, by the time she arrived, there was only one seat left at Gu-wen's table. Right beside him, while the White Tail had yet to appear. That must be the White Tail's spot. Thus, she consciously took a seat at the adjacent table, distancing herself from Gu-wen. There were far too many werewolves present today. Shang Bao had never seen so many werewolf children his age. In fact, it was his first encounter with peers among the werewolves. They were leaping and bouncing with great energy, not in any hurry to eat. Frolicking in the open spaces of the lawn. Shang Bao had few friends in kindergarten and struggled to connect with them. Yet, in this moment, he was utterly captivated by the werewolf children of his age. "Mom, I want to go play with them. I'll eat later." "Okay." Shang-Chi glanced at the group of werewolf children and, without much thought, agreed. "Just remember, safety first." As Gu-wen watched Shang-Chi approach, his ears began to heat up uncontrollably, and he lowered his gaze, his heart racing. The seat beside him was reserved for her. This was a blatant declaration to the werewolves. He had intentions towards Shang-Chi. She was the family head's lady, and everyone should regard her with respect as the family head's partner. Clearly, she hadn't yet agreed to this. He had presumptuously taken such a rude and intrusive action, but she was a pure human. She likely wouldn't understand that merely sitting beside him implied that meaning, right? On his 30th birthday, under the watchful eyes of so many kin and friends, he wanted to be selfish for once. As he watched Shang-Chi draw nearer, his face flushed hotter, and his heart raced faster. After today, many of his kin would regard her as his partner. Just the thought of it filled Gu-won with a sense of joy that made him want to hunt. However, Shang-Chi had seated herself at the adjacent table, among the werewolves of Nanfeng Garden. Ji-Yuan's gaze faltered for a moment. His heart sank. Did she not wish to sit beside him? Did she not want to be misunderstood by their kin? Did she realize his ulterior motives? Meanwhile, as soon as Shang-Chi sat down, she heard the green tail gasp. Hey, Shang-Chi, you're not sitting next to me. Oh no, I'm so scared. Shang-Chi felt awkward and stood up. Aren't all these seats available? She rose and took a step back when a sudden force from behind bumped into her, causing her stomach to collide with the table. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a youngling, about Shang Bao's age, a girl. Shang-Chi clutched her aching abdomen, frowning, and shook her head at her. It's fine. She had just been discharged from the hospital. Walking around was manageable. But being bumped like this genuinely hurt in the next moment. Before she could react, she was swept off her feet, picked up by a man who hurriedly declared, I'll take you to the hospital. You, put me down first. I'm fine. She felt a bit uncomfortable, her face flushing, with so many eyes upon them. Your wound is bleeding. I can smell it. With that statement from Gu-won, Shang-Chi froze. Ji-Yuan, cradling the woman in his arms, strode through the crowd of werewolves, who all lowered their gazes in respect. Family head, Shang-Chi called out to him. Wait, anyone can be called, just not you. Her tone was serious. Mr. Gu, please don't just pick me up. What is our relationship? If Bai Wei sees, she might think too much. Gu-won frowned. Why should I care if she thinks too much? He finally began to sense that something was amiss. Shang-Chi stood on the ground, equally perplexed. Aren't you fond of Bai Wei? Don't you care if she thinks too much? As soon as Shang-Chi's words fell, the air grew silent. They were on the other side of the Nanfeng Garden Villa. Near the pool area. Ji-Yuan's expression froze in disbelief. The peculiar occurrences of the past few days suddenly connected, forming a farcical narrative. That night in the hospital, Shang-Chi had suggested he accompany Bai Wei. So that was her meaning. In the afternoon, she advised him to speak with a better attitude, and he had thought it was her discontent that he should amend. Thus, she was offering him advice? Advice on how to pursue Bai Wei? She had misunderstood again. Why? Another misunderstanding. She always misinterpreted him, always twisted his intentions. For a fleeting moment, Gu-won felt like a complete fool, a simpleton who hadn't caught on at all. Whenever he saw her or spoke to her, he lost his way. They had never been on the same wavelength. Did I ever say I liked Bai Wei? He sarcastically tugged at his lips, feeling a mix of frustration and laughter, but he could not find the humor in it. His heart felt as though it might burst from the pressure. He had never failed so spectacularly at anything. Time and again, under Shang-Chi's cool and rational gaze, he fell apart. I don't like her. Why would I like her? I've never uttered a word about liking her. He was truly losing his mind. No matter what he gave her, she perceived it as ulterior motives. Even his current feelings were the same. I don't like Bai Wei. I don't like any female werewolves. I only like you. His dark eyes brimmed with desolation and despair. Do you understand? The one I like is you. Shang-Chi, you are clearly a pure human I've lost. I'm going crazy. I like you. He cast aside all prejudice and fear, willing to plunge into the depths of the river, offering his neck to her knife. Yet, she thought he liked Bai Wei, and so, she offered him advice. She pushed him towards another. Gu-won felt as though his heart might explode with pain. Nothing could be more agonizing. Shang-Chi stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. She saw the reddened rims of his eyes, the bloodshot veins in Gu-won's gaze, as if they had been soaked in torment and anguish. She couldn't help but take a step back, having not felt this lost in a long time. Ji-Yuan liked her. Gu-won liked her. Why? Why did he like her? She couldn't comprehend. Couldn't understand. Bewildered and confused, a fierce wind swept by. Her eyes suddenly widened as she watched Gu-won, as if in self-destruction. wearing a black shirt, standing right before her, and atop his head sprouted enormous black ears, followed by a large, fluffy black tail. What does this mean? Shang-Chi was stunned. This was the first time Gu Wen had revealed his ears in broad daylight. He had always strived to appear as a pure human, maintaining vigilance around them. What did it mean to expose this in front of her? Gu Wen's deep, hoarse voice carried no emotional fluctuations, as if he had just been emptied. He earnestly stated, I'm showing you. I have what they have, is that okay? Look at me more. She is the imagined rival in her little cousin's eyes, there to usurp the love of their parents. Always standing by, she clutches the hem of her clothing in confusion, uncertain of what to do. After all, it is someone else's home. Why must there be an additional presence? The young ones have no reason to greet her with smiles or acceptance. Thus, during her time at Nanfeng Garden, upon sensing Gu Wen's displeasure, she is struck by a feeling of, here we go again. Another person who dislikes her has arrived. Consequently, she adeptly keeps her distance from him. It is not difficult at all. She has always evaded the children of relatives in this manner. After all, while children may express disdain verbally, some of her older cousins would seize the opportunity, when adults were not watching, to pinch her or strike her with their small fists. It is best for her to keep her distance. When Gu Wen enters the room to tend to his son, Leng Chuan, she gradually positions herself further away, ultimately retreating to the balcony for a breath of fresh air, waiting until he departs before returning. She has always regarded herself as an intruder in Nanfeng Garden, merely a passerby. Ji Yuan seems quite perturbed by her misunderstanding, pouring out his feelings in a single breath. Deeply wounded, I apologize for misinterpreting you. She feels awkward. I always thought you favored Bai Wei, but I like you. Ji Yuan has been left with scars, taking a deep breath, his thin lips pressed together. I only like you. He gazes intently at her, unable to resist stepping closer. He had not intended to reveal his feelings so soon, yet the moment has arrived. Would you be willing to be my partner? I will remain loyal to you for life. And you may pursue any endeavor your heart desires. I will heed your words, just afraid you might not speak. Everything I possess, I offer to you, just worried you may refuse. There are far too many wolves in Nanfeng Garden. We could move out, and you may reside wherever you wish, prioritizing your experiences and feelings. Shang-Chi, after a brief contemplation, shook her head. I'm sorry, but I do not harbor feelings for you. Let us remain as partners. Her response does not surprise Gu Wen. He realizes that this hasty, awkward confession is utterly disastrous. It is evident that Shang-Chi could never agree. She has shown him no affection whatsoever. Having been in Nanfeng Garden for so long, he had failed to make a good impression from the start, indulging in foolish acts of self-delusion that only dug him deeper into a pit. Well, let us set that aside for now. We should head to the hospital. Take your time. Partners are pursued. Shang-Chi opened her mouth. Call the others. They are unavailable. Shang-Chi, the guest of honor on their birthday is free. Yet they are not. Her wound, having just been bumped by a little wolf cub, had throbbed for a moment, but now was not too painful, likely not serious. There was some blood, but not much. Still, she needed to go to the hospital for a bandage change. That moment, a sound echoed from a distance. Mama! Not long ago, Shang Bao had spotted a group of wolf cubs of his age gathered to play, and out of curiosity, he had wiggled his little tail and quietly approached. Suddenly, the pack of cubs ceased their games and began to stare at him. Who are you? A plump wolf cub asked. Ears and tail perked up, scrutinizing the unfamiliar Shang Bao. A little girl wolf cub in a dress asked, Is your father that huge devil wolf? I've heard he's very fierce. The little cub spread her arms wide. He's that big. He even eats little cubs, Shang Bao. He glanced back at his father in the distance, pondering before explaining. My father does not eat little cubs, and my name is Shang Sichuan. Is that your wolf mother? She doesn't smell like a wolf at all, just pure human. Shang Bao pursed his lips. She is my mother. The others were unimportant. The little girl wolf cub exclaimed with envy. Your mother is so beautiful. She isn't fierce at all. Shang Bao nodded earnestly, a hint of pride in his smile. My mother is the most beautiful. The little girl jumped up in excitement, dashing over. I want to see your mother. After running a short distance, she spotted Shang-Shu standing up, taking a step back, unable to stop as she collided with Shang-Shu's back with a yelp. Hearing Shang-Shu's cry of pain, the little cub panicked, realizing she had caused trouble. I don't know. Her wolf mother had told her not to run around. Would Shang-Shu's devil wolf father devour her? As Gu Wen nimbly leaped away with Shang-Shi in his arms, Shang Bao only caught a glimpse of his parents' retreating figures, momentarily stunned before scampering after them. Wait for me, Mama. I can't keep up. Just then, a large hand scooped him up. It was Scarface Uncle. Shang Bao rather liked Scarface Uncle, who always appeared at such times to carry him along. Scarface Uncle, I want to find my mama. All right, little cub, hold on tight. After a brief while, Scarface Uncle came to a halt, leaving Shang Bao puzzled as to why they had stopped at it. Seems your parents have something to discuss. Let us wait a moment, shall we? Shang Bao frowned slightly, watching his parents by the pool from afar. Okay. Then he heard his father excitedly proclaiming his love for his mother. He furrowed his little brow. My father likes my mama. Cub, do you wish for your father and mother to be together? If they are together, your family will never be separated. Shang Bao's little face tightened in seriousness, his tiny hands tugging at Song Ling's hair. Whether I want that or not is unimportant. My mama will make her own decisions. Sure enough, he then heard his mother say she did not like his father. Cub, does your mother have someone she likes? Shang Bao gave him a curious glance. Of course she does. Song Ling paused. Is that so? In the distance by the pool, Gu Wen, just rejected, perked up his ears and turned his gaze towards the cub. His heart dropped heavily. Shang, she has someone she likes? Is it Rong Wen? It must be him, then, he heard his precious little one proudly declare. My mama likes me. She has said it many, many times. Song Ling, Gu Wen. This little wolf cub. Seeing his parents about to leave again, Shang Bao began to shout, rushing over. Mama, too far away. Shang she did not hear. For a brief moment, Gu Wen considered pretending he hadn't heard. However, with the cub present, Shang she was likely to take him along to the hospital. As soon as Shang she caught wind of her son's voice, Gu Wen spoke up. Since the cub has come along, I'll drive. I want to spend more time with him. Shang she glanced at the cub racing towards her and nodded. Thank you. With Gu Wen saying that, there was no need for her to refuse any longer, despite the somewhat awkward nature of their relationship. After all, knowing Gu Wen liked her was one thing. Now that she was aware, it was another entirely. She needed to be more mindful of the distance between them to avoid misunderstandings. If she did not harbor feelings for someone, she should not give them hope. This had always been her way of conducting affairs. Thus, the family of three boarded the car to the hospital. Gu Wen sat in the driver's seat, steering the vehicle, his gaze occasionally flicking to the woman in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The sounds of music filled the car, complemented by the conversation between mother and son. Mama, she said she wanted to come see you. I should have stopped her. I'm sorry, Mama. Does it hurt? Shang she gently stroked her son's hair, pinching his soft, chubby face. Mama, doesn't he hurt anymore? It's nothing. You don't need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Shang Bao clung to his mother's arm, his plump face pressed against her, his big eyes fluttering as he earnestly declared, Mama, I want to stick with you from now on. To be your eyes. Gu Wen, observing the little cub's affectionate display in the rearview mirror, furrowed his brow slightly. If the little wolf cub was always with Shang-Shi, then what could he say or do with her? For the first time, he felt that the cub should give the adults a bit of private space. Moreover, at nearly 5 years old, shouldn't he be sleeping in his own room? In the next instant, he recalled that he needed to go to their room each night to tend to Lingchuan, which afforded him another opportunity to be with Shang-Shi. Well then, let us wait until after we catch up before discussing separate sleeping arrangements. With this thought, he locked eyes with his son's wide gaze. Daddy, happy birthday, Machim. Shang-Shi reminded him. Didn't you prepare a gift for Daddy? Shang Bao lowered his eyes, pulling a small box from his pocket. Daddy, this is for you. It's my treasured collection. Just as they reached a traffic light, Gu Wen halted the car. He turned to take it. Thank you, little cub. Opening the box, he was taken aback. Inside lay an assortment of buttons in various colors and shapes, each one a cherished piece from Shang Bao's collection, including some belonging to his mother. Whenever clothes became too tattered to wear, he would sit on the sofa, his gaze focused, extending his little hands to twist them off one by one, his strength precise and unwavering. What others deemed mundane, he found delightful. He genuinely liked his father, hence gifting him his beloved treasures. Gu Wen appreciated the thoughtful gift from his son. He stared blankly at a small button, noticing it still carried a hint of the cub's milky scent. clearly one from the top of a garment, nestled under his chin. The next button, pure white, was significantly larger, exuding a faint floral fragrance, one that belonged to Shang-Chi, such a strong scent, that must be from the garment she wore alone, like a shirt. Wolves are sensitive to smells. Scents are crucial for them, serving as a means to discern many things. Ji-Yuan sat in the driver's seat, pressed his lips together, and felt his throat involuntarily swallow. Unable to resist, he picked up that button, preparing to bring it to the tip of his nose. These were all items collected by Shang Bao, and he delighted in tinkering with them. Suddenly, Shang-Chi spoke from the back seat. Ji-Yuan's body stiffened, his movement halted, and he snapped back to reality, clutching the button tightly in his palm. He cleared his throat and murmured, it's quite nice. He had lost his mind. Just moments ago, he had actually intended to deeply inhale the scent of that button within the confines of the car. His face began to flush. If Shang-Chi were to discover his thoughts, would she be angry? She was a pure human. She likely could not comprehend the werewolf's obsession with scents, the yearning and fondness for the smell of a partner's personal belongings. Yet, what could he do? Shang-Chi was a pure human. If they were to be together in the future, he would be unable to restrain himself from burying his face in her clothes, inhaling deeply. Would she be frightened? Unable to accept it, scolding him, and ultimately leaving him? What was commonplace and normal in the eyes of a werewolf seemed uncertain and alarming to him in Shang-Chi's presence, filling him with anxiety and insecurity. She was a pure human. He had fallen in love with a pure human he had once avoided as a child. The family of 3 arrived at the hospital. The nurse was momentarily taken aback. I remember. Weren't you just discharged? Shang Bao held his mother's hand, looking up earnestly to explain. My mom was bumped into by another child. Could you please check on her? The nurse replied, just discharged. Be careful. After an examination, it was confirmed that there was indeed nothing serious, a minor bleeding from the wound, and a new bandage was applied. The family of 3 embarked on their journey back home. The little wolf cub girl who had collided with Shang-Chi was reprimanded, whimpering as she wiped her tears, while her wolf parents apologized to Shang-Chi. Having children herself, Shang-Chi understood and was more forgiving of the mistakes children made. Expecting children to behave like perfectly programmed robots, flawless and without issues, was too harsh and unrealistic. Moreover, adults made mistakes too. My apologies, esteemed guest, the couple said, having hurried from a remote county in Qingqing after closing their supermarket, feeling embarrassed about their daughter's misbehavior. The lady of the house graciously replied, it's quite all right. Yet, they prepared to leave. Have you had your meal? Shang-Chi politely inquired as she observed them turn to leave. It's nothing. We're not hungry right now. Let's talk after we finish our meal. You truly do. I feel terribly sorry. Thank you for your generosity. After the head of the household took that pure human to the hospital, the werewolves with children hurriedly gathered their cubs to their sides. They overheard the conversation and watched the beautiful pure human, her demeanor refined and gentle. Though they could not discern whether she genuinely forgave or felt otherwise, she certainly demonstrated high emotional intelligence. She had every right to be angry and to raise a fuss. As the mother of the head of the household's cub, she was entitled to do so, and she was undoubtedly noble. However, the scene would have been rather unpleasant. With so many werewolves attending the head of the household's birthday, she did not allow the situation to become awkward, and most werewolves had a positive impression of this pure human. Gu Wan, holding the cub, gazed at Shang-Chi. Feeling a faint warmth creeping into his ears, he initially uttered a simple thank you. Shang-Chi, still trying to comprehend the meaning behind his gratitude, noticed Gu Wan typing a message on his phone. The next moment, her phone chimed. Ji-Yuan awkwardly glanced at her and said, check your phone. Shang-Chi paused, then opened her phone to see the message Gu Wan had sent. Lonely wolf, may I invite you to sit beside me for dinner? If someone else had said this, she would have thought nothing of it. However, Gu Wan took the time to send a message, making her feel as if this dinner was not so straightforward. Shy yet scheming lonely wolf. I want my kin to know she is my mate. Tomorrow's update. Don't wait for tonight. Chapter 69. Thoughts. Shang-Chi stared at the invitation on her phone, then lifted her gaze to Gu Wan, a hint of strange confusion evident. Ji-Yuan had invited her with a personal agenda. When she looked at him, he awkwardly averted his gaze, raising his hand to adjust the cub's neatly arranged clothing. With his eyes cast downward, his long lashes shielded the deep-seated shyness and emotions within. Shang-Chi hesitated, sensing something was amiss. She glanced at the main table not far away, where Gu Wen's friends were seated, the same ones she had seen during their previous encounter. On that occasion, Gu Wen had similarly sent her a message, but the content was entirely different. Back then, he had said, "When you meet my friends, please try to speak less. Thank you." Now he said, "May I invite you to sit beside me for dinner?" The contrast was striking. At that time, he had clearly not wanted her to integrate into his social circle. Had he changed so much simply because he had developed feelings for her? Shang-Chi's lips curled slightly, her eyes narrowing. What should she do? It seemed she did not wish to accept his invitation. In truth, today was Gu Wen's birthday, and they had just welcomed a cub. Given her usual demeanor, she could have chosen not to mind. As a child, when bullied by cousins, adults often advised her not to take it to heart. After she nodded, her relatives would pat her head and commend her for being understanding. Living under the roof of her relatives, she had no choice but to endure. Over time, she had grown accustomed to feigning indifference, appearing generous and gentle on the surface, while harboring a cold and sarcastic heart. After all, they were not important people. Nor were they individuals with whom she would spend a long time. They didn't matter. She could manage them with her long-standing attitude. At tea times, she felt as though she were living a split existence. She was not gentle at all, nor was she magnanimous. She harbored grudges. If someone wronged her, she would shut the door and refuse to deepen the relationship. Since childhood, she had never possessed the luxury to storm out in anger. Living with her relatives, if she got upset and ran out, would anyone come to fetch her back? She had tried it, and nobody came. She envied those children who could sulk and refuse to eat. Those who could have quarrels with their parents. If they chose not to eat, then so be it. They were merely being rebellious. Ji Yuwen's invitation to dinner was both significant and trivial. She should have accepted it without concern. After all, it would make everyone happy. Yet, inexplicably, a certain string within her that had adhered to reason for many years suddenly refused to comply. Thus, she also began to type her response. Still, no, that table is filled with Mr. Gu's good friends, right? I tend to talk quite a bit, and I'm afraid I might inadvertently become too familiar with your friends. After hitting send, she strode toward the couple from earlier, naturally joining their table. Would Gu Wen be angry? Few would likely refuse his invitation, right? However, whether he was angry or not was of no concern to her. You? The wolf mother of the little wolf cub was momentarily taken aback. Seemingly not expecting the head of the household's mate to join their table, Shang-Chi smiled, "Let's dine together. I happen to be a bit hungry as well." All right. Yet the wolf mother glanced back at the head of the household. Gu Wen, holding the cub, was focused on the text message on his phone. The entire werewolf clan was somewhat stunned. She had declined. He recalled that previous dinner gathering, where he had wanted to introduce the cub to his friends. At that time, the cub had not been familiar with him, and without Shang-Chi present, the cub may have been unwilling to go. Thus, he had reluctantly invited her and sent a rather foolish text message. Now, it was only natural for her to decline his invitation. There was no reasoning that dictated he could have everything his way. She was the cub's mother, not his subordinate. Ji Yuwen took a deep breath, suppressing the fleeting dimness in his gaze, and walked straight toward Shang-Chi, holding the cub. If she did not come, that was fine. He would approach her instead. After all, he was bound to reach her eventually. Once Shang-Chi sat down, she greeted the werewolves at her table with a smile. They looked at her in stunned surprise, and Shang-Chi thought, wasn't dining together delightful? Why must she sit with Gu Wen's friends? During the previous gathering, she had only seen them once, and it was not her imagination. She sensed that a few of Gu Wen's friends held some reservations about her. While she pondered this, she felt someone standing beside her. Simultaneously, she heard the soft clinking of the table as the werewolves grew more animated, their surprised voices rising. The head of the household, my goodness, the head of the household is here. Shang-Chi blinked slowly and raised her gaze. Locking eyes with Gu Wen's dark orbs, he pressed his lips together, his long lashes casting shadows over his downturned eyes as he spoke. I was in the wrong before. May I sit here? With so many werewolves present and in front of their son, how could she possibly say no? What astonished her even more was how this solitary wolf had suddenly set aside his pride. Did he really need to ask her where to sit in his own home? And wasn't he no longer sitting with his friends? The werewolves at the table turned their gazes toward her, practically pleading for her approval. It seemed they were eager to share a table with Gu Wen. Meanwhile, murmurs began to circulate. Has the head of the household angered his mate? Clearly, he's trying to make amends. So the head of the household is truly with this pure human. Well, of course, they have a cub together. Why wouldn't they be in a relationship? It turns out even the head of the household is just like us in such moments. I dread when my mate gets upset. Her bite can be quite painful. The head of the household's mate is a pure human. Does her bite hurt? How wonderful. Shang-Chi did not hear these discussions. But Gu Wen certainly did. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he saw Shang-Chi nod. You can sit wherever you wish. It's your freedom. Gu Wen's lips parted. And without a moment's hesitation, he responded, but I only wish to sit beside you. As soon as he spoke those words, a chorus of howls erupted from the werewolves. Shang-Chi was caught off guard by the somewhat ambiguous remark, her brow furrowing slightly as she cast a glance at Gu Wen. What was this lone wolf's deal? She observed Gu Wen, who, after uttering such words, seemed flustered, his dark hair contrasting sharply with the flush creeping up to his ears. With his long lashes lowered, he glanced at her before averting his gaze once more. A flicker of chagrin swept through him. Would Shang-Chi think him too frivolous? Suddenly, Shang-Chi leaned closer to him, causing Gu Wen's body to stiffen slightly. She extended her hand towards him to in that moment. Gu Wen felt like a cornered wolf, unable to move. He then heard Shang-Chi say, "When did you fall asleep? It's almost time for dinner." She was speaking of the cub. She was referring to the cub. Gu Wen released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, yet a peculiar sense of disappointment washed over him. Disappointed? What was he even thinking? The cub had indeed succumbed to slumber. Nestled in his father's embrace, long and straight eyelashes resembling delicate fans, tiny hands clutching the edge of his garment, sleeping soundly. Gu Wen had previously mentioned that during this period of skeletal development, ample sleep was beneficial. And Shang-Chi had no intention of waking their son. Let him eat after he wakes up. Aside from her, the werewolves were all indulging in meat. The Nanfeng courtyard had prepared beef, lamb, pork, horse meat, snow hare meat, and snowbird meat, essentially a meat lover's paradise. Shang-Chi mused. At the main table, Fu Shi spread her hands, shaking her head with a smile. All right, let us eat in peace. Having a beloved partner truly makes a difference. Was Bai Wei not coming down? Her suitors were too numerous. She had already hidden away. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze from Gu Wen, silently reflecting that he hadn't anticipated Gu Wen becoming one of those werewolves trailing after their partners. Did he not find it a bit troublesome to confirm a partner so early? Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him from the side. It was Lan Tu, sitting at the same table as Haitu. She appeared oblivious to her meal, her beautiful eyes locked onto Qin Ming, filled with an array of emotions, affection, longing, sadness, and grievance. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment before averting his gaze. The last time he visited Qingqing, he hadn't sought her out. Now, with so many werewolves present, she dared not approach him. Her timid nature prevented her from speaking to him. Despite her clear desire to do so, he sighed and, after finishing his meal, made his way to the tranquil lakeside. Sure enough, the female werewolf approached, her blue dress swaying as she jogged over, stopping 2 meters away. When did you arrive, and when are you leaving? Tonight, don't you want to see me? Have I been a bother? I know you came to Qingqing last time, but you didn't come to see me. I've been waiting, hoping you'd come find me. Lanta's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, tears brimming in her eyes. Do you dislike me now? Do you think I'm useless? Qin Ming turned around, letting out a sigh. I don't dislike you. Lan Tu, adorned in a blue off-shoulder gown, revealed her fair skin, having made an effort with her appearance, her lips painted with lipstick. Do you like things that pure human women use? Qin Ming inquired. Lan Tu immediately covered her face, feeling the awkwardness of her actions, hesitating to lower her hands, her gaze cast downward. Shang-Chi taught me. Her head lowered further, bashfully adding, Is it not pretty? Qin Ming studied her intently, neither affirming nor denying, saying, Wear whatever you like. Whether it looks good or not is not important. He was not her partner. And there was no need to seek his approval. The thought hovered on his lips, but somehow remained unspoken. He sniffed the air, catching a faint trace of the male werewolf's scent lingering on her, the brown one. Known as Zhongwei, Qin Ming felt a surge of agitation rising within him. I in the flower shop. How old was that male werewolf? He unexpectedly blurted out. The abrupt change of topic caught Lan Tu off guard. But she answered honestly. He'll be 20 in a month. Qin Ming pursed his lips, his tone somewhat unrestrained. You know this so well? It seemed to exacerbate his irritation. No, was his own admission. Lan Tu, sensitive to his mood, cautiously asked, Are you unhappy? No. Qin Ming took a moment to steady his breathing. That young male werewolf either lacked awareness of his scent or was intentionally flaunting it. No, it was none of his concern. Lanta's desire to discuss a partner was her own freedom. He had no promises to offer, so he should not hinder her. Lan Tu needed protection, and finding a partner sooner rather than later seemed wise. With that thought, he exchanged a few more words before leaving without a backward glance, yet an undeniable discomfort gnawed at him. Guwen's 30th birthday unfolded harmoniously and peacefully, the clan members feasting and chatting at Nanfeng Courtyard. Departing with their families as the sun dipped below the horizon. Only familiar faces remained in Nanfeng Courtyard. Baiwei had vanished, and Shangxi had been eager to catch another glimpse of her but was unsuccessful. As night fell, the Haidas were busy transporting gifts sent by the clan members, who had all heard of the clan leader's new cub, bringing small presents for Shangbao. There were snow hair bones for the cub to gnaw on, a necklace crafted from translucent, pristine snowstone, and blue stones from the mountain streams. After the werewolves helped unwrap the exquisite outer boxes, they presented the small gifts to the cub. Shangbao adored these peculiar little treasures, stuffing them into the folds of his clothing, taking one step at a time as he made his way to his room. When Shangxi emerged from her bath, she found her son spreading an array of small trinkets on the blanket in his room. Mom, this is the prettiest necklace. It's for you. He handed her the snowstone necklace. What is this? Jade. Shangxi picked it up, scrutinizing it, finding it quite lovely. It was a translucent white, subtly glowing with a soft light. The mother and son shared a curious moment over it until Guwen arrived to feed the cold spring. Clad in a white nightgown, Shangxi instinctively rose to the balcony upon seeing him. Guwen's gaze never left her, yet Shangxi, engrossed in her phone, did not spare him a single glance. Guwen pursed his lips and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, sleep eluded him, his mind filled with thoughts of Shangxi and the progression of their relationship. He held the button in his hand, staring at it for a long while in the darkness, his ears heating up, yet he unhesitatingly brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. It was suffused with her scent. His ears and tail involuntarily emerged. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, retrieving the small box and carefully extracting all the buttons belonging to Shangxi, holding them tightly in his hands. No one would ever know that. In the dead of night, a towering werewolf in his room gently swayed his large tail, holding the buttons with a mix of excitement and shyness. He was at a loss as to how to draw closer to Shangxi. Only in this solitary midnight hour did he indulge in his obsessive fantasies. He even dug up his chat records with Zongling, listening to Zongling's recordings, the stories Shangxi had first shared. Hearing her gentle and melodious voice felt as though it resonated in his ears. So close yet surrounded by emptiness. Guwen felt restless, his mind racing with thoughts, at times bashful, at others frantic, sometimes despondent, and at times exhilarated. When morning dawned, he recalled some rather impolite images from his dreams, prompting him to take a cold shower before heading downstairs. He realized that this state of affairs was untenable. Though he had yet to enter his heat cycle, his heart was already in turmoil. Not unlike those younger werewolves who had never experienced love, like Haitu and his companions. Yet, he seemed to have never been in a relationship. Guwen resigned himself to the thought that he was no different from Haitu and the others. Or perhaps he had underestimated Haitu. That fellow had already found someone he liked. At this moment, Haitu was being shyly surrounded by clan members, pressed for details. Come clean, Haitu. Where did you meet her? She's a pure human woman. Not a female werewolf. Haitu, you sly dog. You're the only one who's found love. Introduce us. Haitu clutched his phone tightly, unable to suppress a grin. We're just talking online now. It's called online dating, and we haven't met yet. But I like her voice. Shangxi quietly took a bite of her meal, pondering how, in this day and age, werewolves were beginning to engage in online relationships. Did the other party know she was conversing with a werewolf? Haitu wore a blissful expression. We've known each other for half a year, and she calls me Big Brother. We play games together. It would be wonderful if she became my partner. The other werewolves were visibly envious. Wow, this traitor has secretly found love. Get him out of here. Ugh, I feel sick all over. I truly like her. She says she doesn't look very good, but I'm not just interested in looks. I genuinely like her. Haitu was enveloped in a bubble of happiness. Shang-Chi listened, sensing something amiss. We're meeting this Saturday, Shang-Chi. Can you help me pick out an outfit? Oh, sure. Guwen silently continued his meal, increasingly irritated as he watched Haitu's unseemly demeanor. Haitu had a partner. He glanced at Shang-Chi, his heart racing like thunder. Cough. Shang-Chi, are we going swimming today? He stole another glance at Shang-Chi before posing the question. His exterior betrayed nothing, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. TSK. Electra Point 2 updates merged. Good night. Let's play a little game for an extra update. If the total comments reach 1,500 by midnight tomorrow, there will be 3 updates. Currently, there are 1,163 comments. Chapter 70. She could still lie on top and sleep. Swimming? Upon hearing his father's words, Shangbao's eyes lit up, his little tail wagging in excitement. He wanted to transform into his pure wolf form to swim. But, mother, he tightened his grip on his little bunny chopsticks, his large eyes lowering slightly. Although mother had said she wasn't scared anymore and liked his ears and tail, he still didn't want to reveal his pure wolf form in front of her. Transforming into such a fluffy body, with 4 little paws, he wouldn't be able to speak, only able to howl. While the werewolves would understand, mother wouldn't comprehend what he was trying to express, and it would worry her. I believe it is best to refrain from going up. By the way, little cub, how long can you swim at one time? When you transform into your pure wolf form, will you be able to swim? Gu Wen's words reminded the werewolves that they grew up in the snowy mountains and had to learn many skills: jumping ability, swimming speed, climbing capability, running speed. The cub grew up in the human world. And if it had always been under Shang-Chi's care, it might have been raised as a purely human cub. However, since the master has found him, he should be trained and assessed for his abilities. Right? The master is so strong. Perhaps he wishes for his cub to keep pace with him? Shang Bao is uncertain about how far he can swim in one go in the past few days. He was taken by his father to swim in the bathtub, but he has yet to swim in a pool. Lua side, in our werewolf clan, every werewolf must learn to swim. The fish in the Tian Shan Snow Lake are fresh and tender. My wolf mother didn't leave even a single fish tail for me, insisting I catch my own. I yearned to eat those fish as a child, so I practiced diligently and eventually feasted on snow fish to my heart's content. To cultivate the swimming skills of the cubs, they were brought to the snow lake, where the cub chased after schools of fish, devouring one small snow fish after another, growing more energetic with each bite. Upon hearing this, Shang Bao licked his little lips. I have a lake here too, Gu Wen spoke, gazing at the cub. There are plenty of fish inside. If you catch one, it's yours. What do you say? Shang Bao's eyes widened, his little heart racing with excitement, and he licked his little fangs before turning to look at his mother. He wanted to eat. The desire for living creatures has been increasingly intense lately. But, mother, he noticed his mother smiling at him. Then the little cub needs to work hard. Catch more. Mother wants to eat fish too. Shang Bao clenched his little hands, nodding vigorously, his little tail wagging incessantly. His round face puffing up in evident joy. He decided he would eat 5 for himself and leave the rest for mother. Hearing Shang-Chi's words, Gu Wen's thoughts deepened. By the edge of the Nanfeng garden lawn, there lay a natural lake. Only the 3 of them had come. The rest of the werewolves, under the watchful eyes of the master, claimed to be busy and did not attend. Shang Bao hid behind his father. Transforming into his pure wolf form, a plump little wolf cub, entirely black, with erect short ears, a fluffy little tail and short, stout paws. He was solid in comparison to his human form. He appeared significantly chubbier. It seemed that upon becoming a pure wolf, his plumpness was laid bare. He felt a bit embarrassed and wished to avoid his mother's gaze. Cub, where are you? Let mother see. Upon hearing this, Shang Bao shrank further behind his father's legs. Ji Yuan glanced at Shang-Chi, who had just undergone surgery and was moving slowly. He bent down and scooped up the hiding little wolf cub. Shang Bao's eyes widened, round and chubby, as he let out a little howl at his father. Gu Wen's voice was deep and serious. If you hide from her, she will only be frightened. Shang Bao whined softly. Ji Yuan paused and tried to speak. Are you feeling shy about your pure wolf form being too plump and not wanting her to see? The little wolf cub nodded earnestly, seemingly quite embarrassed, using his little paws to cover his eyes. Ji Yuan asked again. So, if I see it, will it be all right? Ah. The little wolf cub nodded even more vigorously. In his perspective, both he and his father looked alike, both covered in a mass of black fur. But Mother was different. She was white, so beautiful, and always smelled lovely. He certainly did not want to embarrass himself in front of her. Gu tugged at his lips, pinched the cub's back, and turned to walk towards Shang-Chi. Shang Bao. Gu chuckled lightly. In front of your mother, why worry about appearances? We can discuss that when you meet a partner you like someday. And then, Shang-Chi saw the tall man walking towards her, cradling a plump little wolf cub in his arms. Shang-Chi was acutely aware that her son was not an ordinary human. Upon seeing the chubby little creature, she struggled to contain her excitement. She had always adored such fluffy little animals, and her son seldom transformed into this form. She felt a tinge of regret. She had always respected her child's wishes. Since her son had not revealed his pure wolf form voluntarily, even if she wished to see or touch it, she would not insist on him transforming. Oh my, cub, so adorable! She reached out her hand, and the bashful little wolf cub extended his little paws, leaping into his mother's embrace. However, he did not raise his head, his little paws still covering his eyes. Suddenly, his belly was pinched by Mother. Not bad. The milk and meat you've consumed are not wasted. Shang-Chi caressed her son's back repeatedly, soft and fluffy, her heart nearly melting. She leaned down to plant a kiss and held him tighter. So incredibly cute. She was reluctant to let go, wishing to carry him everywhere, as he could serve as a hand warmer in winter. Wasn't he just a hand warmer that didn't require charging? Gu cast a jealous glance at the wolf cub. Seeing how much Shang-Chi adored her son's pure wolf form, was it the same for him? He felt the only difference between his and his son's pure wolf forms was that his was just a tad bigger. Just a tad bigger. She could even lie on top of it to sleep. Chapter 71. You are truly wonderful. The little wolf cub obediently nestled in Shang-Chi's arms, and she felt a strange illusion wash over her. As if she had returned to the time before her son turned one. Holding her son like this, leisurely strolling about, watching his fair and lovely face, filled her with happiness. The werewolves of the snowy mountains were indeed unlike ordinary wild wolves. Wild wolves at 4 years old equated to a human over 50 years old. Yet her son was nearly 5 and still a little wolf cub in his pure wolf form. After holding him for a while, she reluctantly set him down, her arms beginning to tire. After all, this little fellow weighed over 40 pounds. She was only able to hold him for this long due to her usual strength from lifting things. However, it seemed that from that day onward, her son began to frequently reveal his pure wolf form in front of her. During bath time, he would swim around in the tub, insisting that Shang-Chi use a hairdryer to dry his fur. After drying him, the little guy would fall asleep. Shang-Chi found immense joy in this, as she had always loved puppies and kittens, never expecting that years later, she would indulge in this with her son. Meanwhile, Gu had divided the lake into sections. The left side was shallow water, while the right side was deep water, and he forbade entry into the latter. He allowed the cub to swim a bit first to assess his swimming ability. And to his surprise, the little wolf cub seemed tireless, splashing around energetically, those short legs kicking furiously. He swiftly swam to the opposite side and then darted back. Both of his little ears were soaked, and the black fur was damp against his body, yet he did not appear to have lost much weight. He was still solid, but a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Gu's eyes. As a werewolf, he understood that the cub's swimming skills were quite commendable. Shang-Chi was left in awe. She had no idea her son could swim so well. To exaggerate, he was like a little yacht. Cub, you are amazing. She clapped her hands. Wow. Whose cub is this formidable? Adakta Wu. The little wolf cub beamed with pride, and the next moment, his gaze sharpened as he lunged beneath the water's surface to bite. Shang-Chi, watching her son from the lakeshore, paused for a moment. Cub, did you catch a fish? The little wolf cub silently turned, facing away from his mother, opened his mouth wide, and devoured the little white fish he had caught. The fresh, tender fish meat, the fishy blood, and the prey's desperate struggle invigorated him, causing a fleeting glimmer of green light to flash in his dark eyes. Something within him surged to life. He licked his sharp teeth. Still not satisfied, wanting more, he glanced at his mother on the shore and let out a soft whine before swimming further away. Shang-Chi was momentarily stunned, instinctively calling out, Cub, don't mind him. Ji-Yuan focused on the little creature splashing about in the water. The little guy had caught another fish, facing away from them as he devoured it. The primal instincts began to take over. Having been fed cooked food, he would lack vitality. Can you accept this? Gu Wen looked at Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi crossed her arms, focusing on the distant little creature. What is there for me to not accept? If he goes hungry, that is what I cannot accept. Her son was a wolf cub. Was it not entirely normal for him to eat these? Should she expect him to munch on vegetables? Gu Wen lowered his gaze to her, suddenly stating with seriousness, "You are truly wonderful." Shang-Chi felt goosebumps all over, frowning as she glanced at him, utterly bewildered. "Is that all? You just think I'm wonderful? I'm his mother. Isn't this how it should be? Not every mother is like you." Ji Yuan had interacted with many werewolves and pure humans in the human world, witnessing various types of individuals. About 10 years ago, a pure human woman fell in love with a werewolf, married him, and bore a cub. However, she could not accept the cub's ears and tail, insisting that the cub only reveal his human form and only be fed cooked food. Later, when the cub was 5, he caught a snake in the grass and was hiding to eat it, only to be discovered by the woman, and then Shang-Chi could not help but ask. Ji Yuan's eyes darkened, his lips pressed tightly together. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. That woman screamed as if she had seen a monster and killed the cub. Shang-Chi's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word for a long time. She clutched her chest, feeling a pang of pain. Some mother. She could not bear to hear such a tale. She found it unimaginable how that woman could take such a drastic action. And what about the werewolf? Was he at work at that time? Yes. Gu Wen recalled the werewolf who had come to the old residence. He knew a group of his kin were to return to the snowy mountains and would gather at the Gu family. He fell silent again, his eyes reddened and swollen, as if he were filled with despair for the entire world. Sitting alone with his deceased cub, as if no one could reach him, he was still alive. Yet already dead at the pinnacle of the snow-capped mountains, an eternal chill prevails. He must hasten to embrace his young offspring and return to the snow-capped peaks, fearing the decay of his corporeal form. Within the icy caverns at the mountain's summit, the flesh of the young remains untouched by time. Contemplating this, he resolved to take a look, as long as he still drew breath. The werewolves have always been thus. Their departed kin linger there. The Gu family werewolves have thrived in the realm of humans. It is well known that ordinary werewolves take 3 months to race back to the snow-capped mountains, while the Gu family possesses unique tools that allow them to return in merely half a month. That werewolf never anticipated that, while in love, his human partner would overlook his nature as a werewolf. Yet after she bore wolf cubs, she could not accept it. When she treated the cubs with harshness, he, out of love for his partner, dared not voice his discontent, turning a blind eye to the growing estrangement. His heart ached, but he could never have imagined that she would take the life of the cubs. Disheartened and in despair, the werewolf cradled the lifeless cub and journeyed back to the snow-capped mountains. Pure humans are capricious, forever unable to provide werewolves with a sense of complete security. When love blooms, it is fervent and consuming. When it fades, it transforms into enmity, leading to a complete estrangement. Each werewolf who chooses a pure human as a partner does so out of true love, willing to place their neck before the other's blade. What became of that woman later? Shang-Chi clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Did she regret it? She remarried. Ji Yuan's eyes held neither mockery nor anger. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. He gazed at Shang-Chi, and in the depths of his dark, profound eyes, the shadow of a woman appeared. You are truly remarkable. Not just in this regard. Every aspect of you is exceptional. You are a rare and unique pure human woman. He spoke with such sincerity. This time, Shang-Chi felt no chill. She merely averted her gaze. Was she truly so remarkable? Her actions were nothing more than what an ordinary person might do. Receiving such high praise from Gu Wen evoked a sense of indescribable emotion within her. In the next moment, she froze. Could it be that this lone wolf was speaking sweet nothings to charm her? Despite having confessed his feelings, Shang-Chi shook herself back to reality. Her suitors had lavished her with flattery as if it were free, yet she remained unmoved. Why was she momentarily taken aback by Gu Wen's simple remarks? Shang-Chi, please wake up and be cautious. Though he is a werewolf, he is still a male werewolf. His methods are no different from those of men pursuing women. Thus, she took a few steps aside and nonchalantly uttered an "oh." If Shang-Chi were to glance up, she would see the tips of the werewolf's ears turning a shade of red, as he became flustered once more. There will be another update tonight. You all are amazing. Chapter 72 A Woo. After the little wolf cub devoured 4 fish in one go, he indeed felt invigorated. Just as Uncle Blacktail had said, he caught a silver carp, which, for him, was quite substantial, his largest catch yet. Weighing over 4 pounds, he decided not to eat it, but to bring it back to his mother for lunch. The silvery tail of the carp flailed in vain, creating ripples that obscured the little wolf cub's vision. After several attempts, he let out an angry howl and sank his tiny teeth into the carp's flesh, silencing it. Shang-Chi watched as her son swam toward her, proudly clutching a white object, as he drew nearer. She discerned that it was indeed a fish. "Cubs caught a big fish," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. Upon hearing this, Shangbao swam even faster, striving to reach his mother. Once ashore, he scampered before her, his little paws firmly planted on the fish's back to prevent it from flopping away. He then looked up and opened his mouth wide to exclaim, "A woo! A woo, a woo! This is for you, Mama. Mama, am I the best cub? A woo, a woo, a woo! Mama, in the future, I'll catch fish for you." Shang-Chi chuckled as she crouched down, retrieving her phone. "Mama will take a picture. My cub has grown and can catch fish now. How amazing!" The little wolf cub lifted his chin with pride. Shang-Chi snapped a photo and casually plucked a scale from her son's head. "Are you cold? Have you eaten enough? Do you want more? A woo." Shangbao shook his head. He wasn't cold and didn't want to eat anymore. He wanted to catch fish for Mama. With a howl, he turned and dove back into the water. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi was messaging Zhou Ziyu. She pressed her phone and sent a voice message. "Did you see the picture I sent? This is the fish Shangbao caught. Impressive, right? You'll have good fortune from this little nephew in the future." Ji Yuan's gaze fell upon the carp lying on the ground, and he suddenly spoke up. "I can catch even bigger ones." Shang-Chi replied, "Oda, isn't that to be expected? Comparing yourself to a 4-year-old cub, this lone wolf is truly." Before she could finish her thought, she watched as Gu Wen suddenly revealed his large ears and bushy tail. His hand broadened, and his nails elongated into formidable wolf claws. With a swift leap, he plunged into the water. In a way, was he really going to compete with her son? Wasn't that a bit unfair? This lone wolf was rather childish, wasn't he? Shang-Chi found herself speechless. In the next moment, the water erupted, and Gu Wen's upper body emerged, his massive wolf claw gripping the fish's gills as it thrashed violently, splashing water everywhere. This was astonishingly swift. Shang-Chi stood in awe. He was not of this world. Hadn't he just entered the water less than a minute ago? Gu Wen seemed to operate as though he were endowed with superhuman abilities. Tossing 6 large fish before her, bass, carp, and perch, each nearly a meter long. Particularly, the large perch, likely weighing nearly 20 pounds, made Shang-Chi gasp. She recalled that in the market she used to frequent, it was 80 yuan per pound. Since arriving at Nan Feng Yuan, she hadn't purchased groceries for months. The perch was tender, sweet, and nearly devoid of fine bones. She was quite fond of it. She stared at the large perch for a while when another of equal size was flung beside it by Gu Wen. Shang-Chi, lacking composure, exclaimed, "Heavens!" Gu Wen emerged from the water, shaking off droplets that glistened on his sharply defined face. He stood before Shang-Chi, droplets cascading down his features, his eyelashes damped. "I caught more fish. You should praise me." Shang-Chi was momentarily at a loss. Still reeling from the shock of the large perch, Gu Wen's plea for praise left her speechless. Was he truly the powerful figure of the Gu family discussed in the news? With such a vast pack of wolves at his command, this was all he had to show. Now, at this very moment. "I didn't know you liked fish. If you're willing, I'll catch fish for you every day." Gu Wen's voice was deep and earnest. He then inquired, "What else do you like to eat?" After asking, he bit his lip and lowered his gaze. "I apologize for asking so late." It seemed he had neglected her too much. Not even knowing what she liked to eat, only aware that she enjoyed spicy food and despised offal. Ji Yuan felt dissatisfied with himself. His approach to courting her was lacking, and it was a wonder she would agree. "At that time, our relationship was quite unfamiliar. You needn't apologize." Shang-Chi spoke her true feelings. The awkwardness of their identities made it all the more complex. She herself didn't even know what Gu Wen liked to eat. You don't need to catch fish every day, thank you." Catching fish for her daily? That was excessive. He was neither her family nor her husband. Even as friends, she couldn't comfortably accept fish caught by him. Oh, but her son could catch fish. Eating fish caught by her son was entirely justifiable, and it made her happy. Ji Yuwen's thin lips pressed tightly together, a twinge of discomfort settling within him. He could tell that Shang-Chi was rejecting him, pushing him away. You won't mind if I offer you these fish, will you? If you refuse them all, it would be rather foolish of me to stand here. Dripping wet, Shang-Chi glanced at him, struggling to find the right words. She realized that, at some point, Gu Wen had lowered his stance before her. It was as if, should she shake her head and decline, he would be genuinely saddened. This proud wolf had entrusted all his emotions to her, allowing her to dictate their interactions. Her feelings were quite complicated. What was it that this lone wolf sought? With his status and position, what could he possibly lack? Yet he came to her, relentlessly pursuing her. Even when she barred her door, he continued to knock, seemingly undeterred by the potential for heartache. She had encountered many suitors who would simply leave if she didn't answer the door. Perhaps Gu Wen was merely more persistent than the rest. How long would it be? 2 months, half a year? Eventually, would he give up and depart? She would witness that day. I can't consume all this alone. I'll take this one. She pointed at the large perch. The rest, you can handle as you wish. This lake would likely become a frequent haunt for her son. All right. Shang-Chi noted that while Gu Wen's expression remained unchanged, the large tail behind him began to wag. Was he happy? She felt a flicker of curiosity and glanced at the wagging tip of his tail. Then, she heard Gu Wen's somewhat awkward voice as he cleared his throat. Speaking in a low tone, you still haven't praised me. Shang-Chi inexplicably felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Who else could be like him? Such a large wolf, yet he repeatedly sought validation. Well, I think you're quite impressive. This is no mere flattery. You are strong. She forced herself to utter a few words, feeling her face heat with embarrassment. Just then, Shangbao returned, clutching another fish weighing over 4 pounds. Upon finally emerging from the water, he beheld several enormous fish laid out before his mother. Without a frame of reference, the humble catch he had just brought in, a silver carp, instantly appeared insignificant and pitiful. Shangbao was momentarily stunned. Looking at his father, the realization struck him. Father had cheated. How excessive of him! A howl of indignation escaped his lips, echoing his frustration. With a whimper, the little wolf cub tossed the fish aside and scampered towards his mother. Seeking comfort, good night. The 3rd chapter concludes. You were remarkable. I thought it wouldn't be possible. Chapter 73. He actually contemplated kissing her. The playful little wolf cub, drenched from head to toe, was cradled in his mother's embrace. Her gentle hand soothing his head in rhythmic strokes. Heavens, my little one has caught another big fish. You are the best, aren't you? Mother is so delighted. Look, even your Aunt Yu is praising you. I am genuinely surprised and thrilled that you can catch fish at such a young age. Shall I give you 10,000 points? The little wolf cub's whimpers began to diminish. Soon, he felt a bit bashful from all the compliments, covering his eyes with his tiny paws and burying his head in his mother's warm embrace. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to examine the large fish his father had caught, revealing a small grin with his tiny teeth. With his mother's comforting words echoing in his mind, she proclaimed him the best. He cast a proud glance at his father, his little tail beginning to wag with delight. Shang-Chi's clothes were thoroughly soaked by the little wolf cub, yet she paid it no mind, knowing she could easily change later. Ji Yuwen observed the cheerful little wolf cub, the corners of his thin lips barely lifting in amusement. After all, he was merely a cub in the afternoon. Shang-Chi prepared a dish of braised fish, cooking the fish caught by Shangbao. It was the first fish her son had caught for her, and she was determined to savor it. Hei Wei gazed longingly at the large platter of meat, inhaling the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen, his mouth watering. Shang-Chi couldn't possibly consume it all by herself, and she had no objections to the werewolves partaking after she served her portion. She loved spicy food and seasoned it generously, but could the werewolves tolerate such heat? The answer was a resounding no. Hei Wei, overwhelmed by the spice, guzzled down water, while Hong Wei howled and dashed around the spacious living room. Lu Wei's mouth was swollen from the heat, and Huang Wei, with a splash, leapt into the swimming pool. Shang-Chi chuckled awkwardly. I should have warned you to eat less. She recalled the last time she had taken the initiative to prepare human food for the wolf pack, waking up early to do so, only for Hei Wei and Song Ling to be the sole diners. Since then, she had refrained from cooking. Occasionally, she would venture into the kitchen to whip up some fried snacks for her son to satisfy his little cravings. Gu Wen sat at the head of the table, observing his kin's foolish antics with a dismissive snort. He did not partake in the meal. He was well aware of Shang-Chi's penchant for spicy food. Each time the three of them dined out, she would remind the restaurant staff to add extra chili to her dishes. Curious, he once sampled the dish she had ordered, only to grimace silently. This woman was formidable. In contrast to the raucous howls of the other wolves, Shang Bao appeared remarkably composed, sitting next to his mother and behaving nicely at the table. His portion of fish was pan-fried to a golden crisp without any chili seasoning. The little cub chewed on the fish, bones and all, his cheeks puffing adorably as he bit into it, producing a delightful crunch that amused him, causing him to squint his eyes and smile sweetly. "Is it delicious, my little one? Delicious, Mama? Listen," Shang Bao exclaimed, as one of his little sharp teeth crunched through a fishbone. "Wow! How impressive! Mama can't even bite through it." Shang-Chi had heard Gu Wen mention that cubs could now practice their teeth on meat with bones. Shang Bao's lips curled into a small smile, his eyes crescent-shaped, the tuft of hair on his head bobbing as he recognized his growing abilities, eager to assist his mother. "Mama, I'll catch more fish for you later." Thinking of the large fish his father had caught, a frown creased his little brow. He was certain he could manage as well, but had he not already swum for quite a while today? Would he not grow weary? Shang-Chi gently caressed his little face, noting how his features were becoming more defined. The contours of his small jaw evident. It was undeniable. He bore a striking resemblance to Gu Wen. Only when he smiled did he remind her of herself. "Mama can't eat so much fish. Shall we limit it to once a day?" If she had known her son wished to catch a fish weighing over 20 pounds, Shang-Chi would have been alarmed. Her son himself was only around 40 pounds. What if he lacked the strength and was pulled underwater? Even though she understood her son was no ordinary human and possessed strength greater than his peers. To a mother, her son at just over 4 years old was still very much a child. The thought of him fishing alone in the lake made her heart race with concern. "When I'm not around, do not venture to the lake alone." She extended her hand to pinch his chubby cheeks. This lively little treasure was her everything, her sole hope for survival. Often, gazing at him filled her heart with warmth and tenderness. Happiness rippling through her soul, she felt grateful for that one fateful night. Though outsiders, her loss of education, becoming an unwed mother, and embracing single motherhood were seen as shameful, foolish, and arduous. Yet only she understood the depth of her happiness. She felt fortunate for the twist of fate that had brought Shang Bao into her life, never once regretting it. Her grandmother had passed away in her sleep, free of suffering, though a hint of loneliness lingered. Her life had reached its conclusion, and she could only accompany her grandmother to that point. Had she not had that fateful encounter with Gu Wen, she could not have prevented her grandmother's departure. Sometimes she pondered whether her grandmother had sensed her impending motherhood and departed with peace of mind. Her son had become her armor against the world, her motivation to live, and the source of her purest love. She believed it was not shameful to live through her child. How many parents existed solely for their children's sake? While it was commendable to live for oneself and cherish oneself, it was not suitable for everyone. Some individuals needed to live for others in order to endure. They had lost the ability to love themselves, donning the finest clothes, purchasing the most expensive bags, residing in the grandest houses, and indulging in the most delectable cuisine might be the life goals for many. However, Shang-Chi was acutely aware that this was not her aspiration. After her grandmother's passing, she understood that was not what she desired. What she longed for was pure, unwavering love, regardless of her wealth or appearance. To speak candidly, such love was generally found only in blood relations. What she desired was to nurture this healthy, growing little treasure before her. She gently pinched her son's tender little face, her eyes radiating warmth and affection. "Do you understand what Mama is saying?" Shang Bao tilted his head, resting his cheek in his mother's palm. His black, fluffy hair framing his face as his dark eyes focused intently on her. Then, with a sweet smile, he replied, "I understand." His little tail wagged gently between the gaps of the chair. He would always heed his mother's words. "Rest assured, Mama, we will keep an eye on the cub," He Wei assured. Holding a large bottle of milk, "I'll accompany him to the lake." Shang-Chi smiled politely in response, "Thank you, but let his father accompany him. It is his responsibility." Turning to Gu Wen, she added. Mr. Gu, do you understand my meaning? A child so young must be watched closely. He belongs to both of us. We are his guardians. Then she noticed Gu Wen's expression shift. A glimmer of pleasure in his gaze as he nodded slightly. This is our cub. She stared at him in confusion, pondering the oddity of his reaction. The following day, as was customary, the two accompanied their cub to kindergarten. Gu Wen meticulously adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, ensuring every detail was perfect. He noticed the Min's cologne prepared by Daitsun and hesitated for a brief moment before spritzing some onto himself. He despised the scent of pure human cologne, yet since she was human, perhaps she might appreciate it. As soon as he sprayed it, Gu Wen grimaced deeply, genuinely baffled by its appeal. Hearing the commotion of mother and son descending the stairs, he exited his room on the third floor, the second-floor landing. He spotted the duo, clearing his throat as he approached. He fixed his gaze upon the beautiful woman clad in a white dress, her makeup flawlessly applied, and greeted her with deep, dark eyes. Good morning. She glanced at him briefly before returning her attention elsewhere. Shangbao also greeted his father but scrunched his little nose, even rejecting his father's embrace. There was something strange about his father's scent that he found unpleasant. As Hei Wei dashed down the stairs for breakfast, he greeted the werewolves boisterously but suddenly frowned, taking a deep whiff of the air. What is that smell? It's awful. Can't you all smell it? It's so strong. As he approached the dining table, the odor intensified, yet he failed to notice the unusual silence from the wolf pack. No one responding to him, Liu Wei cast him a sympathetic glance. Upon reaching the table, he sniffed the air, locking eyes with the family patriarch's cold, indifferent gaze. It was the patriarch's scent. Hei Wei froze, a surge of survival instinct prompting him to think quickly. I just remembered that I left the water running in my bathroom. He turned and bolted upstairs, exclaiming, "Can't waste water." He dashed into his room, slamming the door behind him, panting heavily. After a moment, he sensed something was amiss. When had the patriarch developed a taste for human products? Shangxi chewed her food thoughtfully, pondering the pleasant aroma of the perfume wafting from Gu Wen. She had noticed it while they were descending the stairs together moments ago. Though somewhat overpowering, it was undeniably enticing. Did Heitai find it unpleasant? After all, were werewolves not distinct from one another? Perhaps Gu Wen himself found it appealing. The family of three settled into the car bound for the kindergarten. Shangxi perceived the fragrance emanating from Gu Wen becoming increasingly intense. Shangbao had already buried his head in his mother's embrace. Covering his little nose, "Daddy smells quite foul today," he remarked, causing Shangxi to lose her desire for his affection. She rolled down the car window and exhaled softly. Gu Wen was equally distressed. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. He wondered if Shangxi appreciated the scent at all. He had gleaned from a guide, titled "How Men Can Win Women's Affection," that a man ought to consistently wear a single fragrance, as women would remember the scent and develop fondness for it. Naturally, it had to be the most expensive option. While he had no qualms about the price, he feared that continuing to wear it might lead to his own discomfort. After parting ways with Shangxi, he resolved to change his clothes and take a shower. He would apply the fragrance again when they picked up the children in the afternoon. As they watched the little ones enter the school, Shangxi and Gu Wen climbed into the car. She gazed out the window, inhaling the fresh air. To be honest, the perfume on Gu Wen was beginning to induce a headache. She had never been fond of fragrances. A simple shower and clean clothes sufficed for her. What had prompted this lone wolf to suddenly start wearing perfume? Gu Wen cleared his throat softly and retrieved a small booklet from his pocket. Its cover adorned with a pink sports car. "Shangxi," he spoke in a gentle tone, placing the booklet on the dashboard. She turned to look at him. "Not sure what cars you like, so I thought you might like to peruse these. I've only selected 10 for you. I hope you find them appealing." Gu Wen cleared his throat again, attempting to emulate the behavior of typical humans pursuing romantic interests, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Shangxi furrowed her brow slowly as she examined the booklet. Was Gu Wen seeking alimony? She contemplated this before picking up the booklet and flipping it open. The first page revealed a red Ferrari, with a woman wearing sunglasses seated inside. The second page showcased a pink Lamborghini. What on earth? All the cars were vividly red or pink. Was this truly Gu Wen's taste? No, surely he did not believe these were the kinds of vehicles women would favor. Suddenly, she recalled that this lone wolf had once confessed his feelings for her. Shangxi stood momentarily stunned. She finally managed to ask, "Why are you suddenly offering me a car?" Guwen's heart raced as he met her gaze, holding it for several seconds before awkwardly averting his eyes, his ears flushing with warmth. "Because I like you, I'm pursuing you. What others have, I wish for you to have too." Shang-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. That's rather blunt, too honest," she exclaimed, incredulous that he would speak so plainly. The car fell silent, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. Shang-Chi had initially assumed this was merely about alimony, which she could accept without guilt. However, with Guwen's declaration, she felt reluctant to accept it. She did not harbor feelings for him and had no intention of being together with him. Accepting such overtly affectionate gestures would only give him false hope, wouldn't it? She pressed her lips together and returned the booklet. "I may not have been clear last time, Mr. Gu, but I'm not considering a relationship with you, so please don't abandon that idea." "Not considering?" Guwen fell silent for a moment. His thin lips pressed together. "So, you like that pure human, Rongwen? What does he possess that is so admirable? All he does is grinning and sweet-talking." "I do not like him." Guwen was taken aback. "You don't like him?" Shang-Chi regarded him quizzically. "Of course not. If I did, we would have been together by now. Are you saying you currently have no one you like?" Shang-Chi nodded. Guwen's spirits lifted instantly, even after being rejected just moments ago. "Good," he said, a smile tugging at his lips as he nodded. As long as she had no one else, there was a chance she might eventually like him. Upon arriving at the flower shop, an awkward incident occurred as Shang-Chi prepared to exit the car. It was partly her fault. Feeling uncomfortable in the vehicle, she hastily unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up before the car had fully come to a stop. Unexpectedly, the vehicle lurched, and she lost her balance, tumbling directly into Guwen's arms. The werewolf's reflexes were lightning fast. She barely registered how he had swiftly grasped her waist with both hands. Thus, they found themselves in a rather intimate position. Guwen sat in his seat while she was held by his strong grip, her hands resting on his shoulders, face to face across the dashboard. Her skirt and long hair brushed against Guwen's shoulders and chest. His dark eyes bore into hers, their breaths mingling in the stillness. And she felt his hands tightening around her waist. In that moment, she had no time to react. She merely sensed herself being drawn closer to him. It was Guwen. The male werewolf's presence was overwhelmingly assertive. His eyes darkening slightly as his lips parted, he intended to kiss her. Shang-Chi's eyes widened, and she abruptly pushed against his body, forcing herself back into her seat. What are you doing?" She had underestimated the situation. This was a werewolf, a male werewolf, who, in every aspect, was more aggressive than a pure human. Guwen, realizing the gravity of his actions, felt his sharply defined features flush with embarrassment as he bit his lip and inhaled deeply. "I am sorry. Please don't be angry. It's my fault," he stammered, a hint of self-reproach flashing in his eyes. Shang-Chi regarded him, thinking it amusing that the one who had initiated the kiss now appeared more flustered than she was. Were one unaware, they might assume she had been the one to initiate such a bold advance. She pressed her lips together and spoke earnestly. "You need to exercise some self-control." Guwen nodded. "Yes, I will." Shang-Chi exited the car, the sound of her high heels fading away. Guwen, his ears still tinged with red, stole a glance at her retreating figure before withdrawing his gaze, leaning back against the seat. He tilted his head back, shielding his eyes with the back of his wrist, revealing the elegant curve of his neck as his throat convulsed dryly. He was losing his mind. It felt as if he were under a spell. Having failed to win her over, he found himself wanting to kiss her instead. His hand unconsciously moved, the sensation of her waist still lingering. Soft, warm, so delicate. Guwen bit his lip, his face growing even warmer. In truth, it was entirely natural for a male werewolf to harbor such feelings for a partner they favored. Their desires were simply more intense than those of pure humans. Raised in the human world, Guwen had been taught by his grandmother to behave like a pure human, which was essential for his continued presence in the company. He had been constrained by many human norms. Moreover, he was a lone wolf. For years, he had relied solely on the depths of the snow-capped mountains to quell his urges during his heat cycles. Guwen's mind was filled with the restraint he had learned from humans. Yet his body craved otherwise. Just moments ago, holding the waist of the woman he adored, he had desperately wished to kiss her. As he pondered this, his throat tightened again, parched and dry. For a moment, the scent of the perfume enveloping him began to fade into the background. He needed to take a cold shower and drink a few bottles of ice water. This chapter is nearly 5,000 words long. Huang Bao explains, I had intended to take a quick nap last night before writing, but I ended up sleeping straight through until 4:30 in the morning, feeling utterly disoriented. I worry my future books will flop. Thank you for your support. Updates will continue in the evening. Chapter 74. Another man approaches Shangxi arrived at the shop and began her work. Although she had undergone surgery previously, the wound no longer pained her. Yet she was still in recovery, so she focused on simpler tasks. She noticed Lan Wei, head down, wrapping flowers with a despondent demeanor, seemingly in low spirits. Now employed at her shop, Shangxi felt it necessary to check in on her. Lan Wei was truly different from the werewolves she had come to know. In her eyes, werewolves possessed superior stature and abilities compared to pure humans. They were feared, ruthless, and capable of consuming raw meat that had only briefly been heated. Lan Wei, however, was entirely out of place among them. She was gentle, spoke little, and even her voice was soft, exuding a delicate, tearful charm that evoked sympathy. Shangxi approached her with a cup of warm water. Take a break and have some water, she offered. Lan Wei accepted the cup, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My feelings for him may just be a burden. Shangxi, I think I need to give up. She was referring to Qin Ming, wasn't she? I thought that you two liked each other. Lan Wei shook her head with a bitter smile. He doesn't like me. He merely pities me. He hasn't come to see me during his recent visits to Qingqing, which must mean he doesn't want to see me. I don't want to keep waiting in vain. I don't want to live in this constant state of uncertainty and unhappiness. Shangxi pressed her lips together, offering comfort. If this continues to make you unhappy, then pursue the path that brings you joy. Lan Wei nodded, her eyes reddening. She resolved not to seek out Qin Ming anymore and would no longer wait for him to visit her in Qingqing. After all, a werewolf who did not wish to see her had probably already been a source of trouble for her. From that day forward, Lan Wei resolved to stop focusing on news about Qin Ming. Even if she learned he was in Qingqing, she would no longer hold on to the hope that he would come to see her in the afternoon. Shangxi arrived early at the roadside to await Guwen's car to pick up their son. Guwen's car was just a traffic light away. Suddenly, two voices emerged from a nearby white sedan. Wow, there's a stunning beauty up ahead. Is that the flower shop owner? Is she married? Guwen furrowed his brow. Pressing his lips tightly together, Shangxi stood tall and poised at the roadside, resembling a beautiful and pristine lily. This sight caused a flutter of unease within him, as soon as Shangxi entered the car. She heard Guwen's voice. In the future, there's no need for you to wait by the roadside. I'll send you a message or come to the shop to fetch you. That sounds too troublesome. There's no need. It's not troublesome, Guwen insisted, realizing that the thought of Shangxi being seen by other men with excessive attention was what truly troubled him. They arrived at the kindergarten just in time. Shang Bao, with a small backpack slung over his shoulders, was led out by his teacher. Hand in hand, he dashed towards Shangxi, exclaiming, Mom! As he drew nearer, he called out again, Dad? The joy of seeing his parents come to pick him up each day was beyond measure, eliciting envy from his classmates. Mom, I was very well behaved at school today. Did you miss me? Shangxi smiled and planted a kiss on her son's cheek. Who else would I miss if not my darling? You are simply the best. Filled with happiness, Shangbao took a couple of steps while holding his mother's hand, then suddenly turned back to grasp his father's hand. The family of three walked out of the kindergarten, hand in hand. Once in the car, as Shangxi was fastening her seatbelt, her phone rang. Assuming it was a call regarding flower arrangements, she answered and held the phone to her ear. Hello? Hi, Shangxi. Where have you been? I've missed you. The voice on the other end, tinged with a sob, belonged to a man. I returned to the country and have been sitting outside your door for a whole day. Where are you? Did you move? What should I do? I can't find you. Shangxi was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, both her son and husband turned to look at her, especially the latter, whose dark, deep-set eyes bore an intense gaze. It was that foolish uncle. Is this Shangbao? Where have you all gone? I miss you so much. The young man on the line was the same one who had once chased her to the brink of abandoning his study abroad plans. Not yet 20 years old, Shangxi was astonished that he had returned after half a year abroad, still seeking her out. Did he truly not forget her? Gu Wen's gaze remained fixed on her. And without needing to strain his ears, he could hear the conversation clearly. Another man had appeared, yet another suitor for Shangxi. his hand instinctively clenched, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. The tranquility he had felt for less than a day began to unravel. His heart racing with unease, it dawned on him, more clearly than ever, that Shang-Chi was quite popular in the human realm. With suitors lining up one after another, the boy continued, "Shang-Chi, are you at the store? Can I come see you?" "No, absolutely not." Gu Wen's lips tightened coldly. His heart, already anxious, felt as though it was plummeting into despair. A suffocating sensation creeping up his throat. Meanwhile, in a county within Qingqing, Daitzen held a thick stack of documents, glancing back at the small town where Miss Shang had spent 10 years. Heaving a sigh as he got into his car. Finally, I can return to Qingqing. The first page of the documents bore a small, yellowed photograph of a slender 5-year-old girl, staring silently at the camera with no smile. Beneath, 2 words were inscribed. 4 years old in the car. Shang-Chi had once again declined the advances of the young man. "I have made myself very clear before. There's no need for you to waste your time on me. I'm not at the store right now, so you don't need to. But I like you, and I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. Do you have any idea how much I've wanted to return to the country this past half year? I missed you, and as soon as I came back, I didn't even go home. I just came to find you." The boy's voice on the phone was filled with a sense of grievance. Shang-Chi opened her mouth, pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a slight headache. "Thank you, but I have something to attend to. I have to hang up now." "You should head back with that," she ended the call. These younger boys truly were not focused on their studies. The mature Gu Wen did not spark her interest, and she had no intention of entertaining this younger boy either. To her surprise, upon returning to Nan Fengyuan, she encountered the presence of Bai Wei. She had returned. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Wei's long, flowing white hair was tied into a high ponytail, dressed in a simple white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts. Her fair skin and exquisite features strikingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that her eyebrows and eyelashes were white. She had concealed her wolf-like ears and was utilizing her pure human form. The younger werewolves, inexperienced in romance, gathered in the living room to chat with her, shyly keeping their distance, much like the green-tailed one, who was blushing. Bai Wei was renowned for her beauty in the snowy mountains, and they were all thrilled to meet her. As Gu Wen's car drove into Nan Fengyuan, the werewolves cheered, "Wow! The head of the family is back. Shang-Chi and the cub are here too. It's time to eat, Bai Wei. Are you starving?" Bai Wei smiled. "I'm fine." Her gaze was fixed on the car outside the floor-to-ceiling window, where Gu Wen disembarked first, then bent down to lift a cub into his arms, gently ruffling the little one's hair. Another slender woman emerged, holding a small bag. They appeared to be a genuine family of 3 as they walked towards the entrance of the grand living room. A smile flickered in Bai Wei's eyes. This was nice. He was no longer a lone wolf. That would suffice. Shang-Chi was once again in the presence of the stunning beauty. Upon seeing the white-furred female werewolf, she couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Bai Wei approached her. "Hello, I'm Bai Wei." With a gentle smile, she extended her hand. "Please, call me Shang-Chi." Shang-Chi replied with a soft smile as she shook Bai Wei's hand. Bai Wei's gaze shifted towards the cub. She took a step towards Gu Wen, who instinctively took a step back, his lips pressing thinly together. Bai Wei stepped forward again, and Gu Wen retreated once more. Before Bai Wei could speak, Gu Wen frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it and keep your distance." Given the prior misunderstanding with Shang-Chi, he was exceedingly cautious. Bai Wei, exasperated, replied, "I just want to hold the cub." "Who's trying to get close to you?" Gu Wen pursed his lips, taking the cub from his arms. As they were too close, he placed Shang Bao on the ground, instructing him to go to his mother. Shang Bao stood beside his father, a tiny figure with small hands gripping his father's clothing, looking up with wide, curious eyes at Bai Wei. White fur. Bai Wei crouched down, extending her hand. "Cub, come here for a hug?" Shang Bao pursed his little lips, his expression serious, politely responding, "Thank you, but no." He had just refused her. After speaking, he turned to his mother and, with his short legs, ran over to her, clutching Shang-Chi's clothing. He wouldn't allow strangers to hold him. Bai Wei was not disheartened. It was normal for a cub to be unfamiliar with her upon their first meeting. During the meal, aside from the small plates of cooked dishes and hot rice in front of Shang-Chi, the other werewolves feasted on meat. Shang Bao's plate contained small pieces of meat, accompanied by a bottle of milk. Bai Wei took a bite of meat, her gaze landing on the dishes before Shang-Chi. and she understood clearly that this was pure human food. Her brows furrowed slightly. Pure humans had a lifespan of merely 100 years. After the meal, Shang-Chi took her son's hand and returned to their room. Gu Wen watched the two of them leave, wishing he could join them. Another day of envying the cub passed. Bai Wei suddenly spoke. You know how pure humans can extend their lifespans? Right? Gu Wen paused, replying with a simple hymn. Besides the rare and elusive Snow Mountain crystal, she would also need to soak in the icy waters of the Snow Mountain for 10 days. Given her frail physique, it would be advisable to help her strengthen her health. The icy waters of the Snow Mountain were brutally cold and not something a pure human could easily endure. However, the Snow Mountain crystal would extend the life of both werewolves and pure humans alike. Soaking in the icy waters would heal werewolves' fur and regulate their cycles. For pure humans, it would alter their bone structure, enhancing their physical condition, enabling them to better adapt to the snowy mountain's frigid temperatures. I will accompany her, he vowed, if she is willing. Even if the Snow Mountain crystal is hard to obtain and fraught with danger. I will prepare everything for Shang-Chi. I will hold her while she soaks in the icy waters. Since he adored her, these considerations had long been made. He would arrange everything. All it took was a nod of agreement from Shang-Chi. At that moment, another car drove into Nan Fengyuan. Daitzen stepped out, clutching a thick stack of neatly packaged documents, and made his way into the grand living room, heading directly towards the dining table. Mr. Gu, everything is here. Ji Yuan cast a heavy gaze at the stack of documents, remaining silent for a few seconds before reaching out to take them. Is all of it here? Everything that could be found over the years is included. What is this? Bai Wei inquired, puzzled. Gu Wen rose. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. With that, he turned and walked towards his study, locking the door behind him. He knew that Shang-Chi might be upset if she found out about his private investigation. Yet his eagerness to learn about her past was overwhelming. Seated at the desk, he unwrapped the packaging and turned to the first page. The sight left him momentarily stunned. Memories long buried began to resurface. Almost forgotten, he recalled being embraced by that human cub, spending a night beneath a grand tree in a garden. Doggy, do you not have a home either? Keep me company, come with me. I have no home either. Doggy, are you hungry? I only have 2 biscuits, I'll share one with you. Boo-hoo, Doggy, it's dark now. Are you scared? I'm not scared, I won't be scared. At 8 years old, he too was a cub then, feeling the loneliness of the human world. Unable to integrate into school, that human cub brought him a sense of wonder. They spent 10 days together, and he would say to her, when I have money and my own home, you can come live with me. I will take care of you and give you delicious food, he thought to himself. His family had plenty of human wealth. He didn't need her to support him. Yet, he couldn't help but seek her out. But that day, in that familiar place, he faced disappointment. After a long while, he belatedly realized he had been deceived by a human cub, much like his grandmother had once been. Humans were far too cunning. Even a cub could easily weave deceitful words to ensnare a wolf. Ji Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the photograph on the first page, of that cub, nearly the same age as Shang-Chi. Her face overlapping with his memories, the words Shang-Chi, 4 years old, were nearly unrecognizable to him. This chapter unfolds from 9 o'clock in the evening until just past 1 in the morning. My mind in disarray, my recent state has not been optimal, and I am at a loss as to where the issue lies. I apologize. An update will come tomorrow. There is no need to wait today. As I am striving to improve myself, I believe that forcing out words, that writing drivel, does no good for either of us. QAQ love you all. Chapter 76. He is unworthy, then let us protect her. Gu Wen did not anticipate that, after so many years, he would once again encounter that human child while researching the details of a beloved partner. That presence, which was nearly erased from his memory, Shang-Chi. Is she truly the grown-up Shang-Chi? In his recollections, that timid, frail child, trembling in fear, has blossomed into a stunning beauty, radiating grace and warmth, always smiling. She is Shang-Chi. She is indeed Shang-Chi. In Gu Wen's deep, dark eyes, astonishment abounds, and his heart surges with tumultuous emotions, his lips pressed tightly together. Below the image, there is a lengthy passage of text. Shang-Chi, female, from Qingqing City, uncounted, at the age of 3. Her parents perished in a tragic car accident, and she took refuge with her second uncle. Image, at 4, she moved to her third uncle's home. Image, at 7, she resided with her second aunt. Image, at 8, She went to live with her eldest uncle. Image, at 10, she was taken in by a distant relative, Grandma Zhu. The girl in the photographs gradually resembles the Shang-Chi he remembers as she ages. She has constantly changed residences, such a small child, forced to move from place to place. At4. She went to live with her eldest uncle. Jiyuan's sharp brows furrow slightly. So, at that time, she was merely shuffled around by relatives. She did not leave of her own accord, nor was she hiding. She was compelled as well. Jiyuan gazes at the girl in the photograph, who has never smiled, from middle school to high school. And then to university. In her freshman year, Shang-Chi sports a high ponytail, her lips curving as she looks at the camera. This is the first time she smiles among all the photographs. Gu Wen's gaze falls on a few words beside it. Qingcheng University. Qingda is the finest university in Qingcheng. She has gained admission and is performing well academically. A softness fills Gu Wen's eyes. That once troubled child, the girl who had never smiled in any of her photographs, has finally found joy. This suggests she has been living reasonably well with Grandma Zhu. He feels happy for her. He intends to visit that kind-hearted elder and express his gratitude. Lost in thought, his gaze drifts downward, and his pupils suddenly constrict, his brows knitting tightly. Sophomore year. She withdrew from school. 2015.9.10. The guardian passed away peacefully in her sleep at the age of 70. At that time, Shang-Chi was celebrating a friend's birthday, having not returned home for the night. Not returned home for the night. Not returned home for the night. The man's gaze lingers on these 4 words for an extended period. His chest heaves deeply as he inhales, struggling to swallow, the weight in his throat causing discomfort. Not returned home for the night. It feels as if his chest might explode. He extends his hand, which visibly trembles, uncontrollably morphing from slender, fair fingers into rough, claw-like appendages, the veins bulging grotesquely. He tugs fiercely at the fabric of his shirt, the force causing a button to pop off and roll silently across the carpet. He resembles a patient on the brink of asphyxiation, feeling as though a boulder is lodged within his chest. The constraining shirt has become a burden. He coughs once, then again, more forcefully. Upon fully comprehending the truth of the situation, Gu Wen plunges into a chasm of self-loathing. He had always thought he was merely a victim of a heartless woman's whims. He believed Shang-Chi had bullied him. He had projected all his prejudices against pure humans onto her, forcing her to bear the brunt of his disdain. That night, when the respected elder passed away, Shang-Chi had been with him. In her final moments, she was not by the elder's side. She did not run away after a fleeting encounter. She simply sought out that elder. She staggered forward, overwhelmed by despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, to see the elder's lifeless body for the last time. 2015.9.16. After the funeral, the Zhu family reclaimed the elder's residence, leaving Shang-Chi homeless. In the month that followed, Shang-Chi visited Grandma Zhu's gravesite 50 times, the Qingshan upscale restaurant twice, the Qingshan amusement park 3 times, the Qingshan shopping mall 3 purchases, Qingshui Park twice, and the banks of Qingqing River 13 times. Image. In 3 photographs, she appears as a mere background figure, a passerby, captured unintentionally by others. Her eyes are vacant, her face pallid, devoid of light. 2015.10.25. A kind-hearted Mr. Wu saved Shang-Chi as she prepared to leap into the river. 2015.10.28. Kind-hearted Miss Li rescued her after she had already jumped. 2015.11.6. Kind-hearted Mr. Zhang called for help, saving Shang-Chi from the river. 2015.11.15. Kind-hearted Miss Zhao encountered a fainted Shang-Chi before Grandma Zhu's grave and rushed her to the hospital, where it was discovered she was pregnant. 2015.11.17. Shang-Chi was discharged and rented a place in Wuhan community. 2015.11.19. She went to school to process her leave of absence. 2015.11.21. Shang-Chi found a tutoring job while also selling her homemade desserts. During her pregnancy, she undertook various jobs, distributing flyers, home cleaning, setting up street stalls, accepting factory work at home, selling desserts, online fruit sales, and promoting beverages online. In September, she gave birth to a son at Qingshan Hospital. Over the next 2 years, her work included online beverage sales, serving as a customer service representative for Taobao Beverages from home, and selling desserts through her social media. 2018.9.12. Qingfeng Flower Shop opened. 2019.12.3. The branch of Qingfeng Flower Shop opened. In the final photograph, a beautiful woman holds a young boy's hand, standing at the flower shop's entrance. Smiling at the camera, her eyes now glimmer with tiny sparks of light. The spacious study is eerily quiet, as if even the drop of a pin could be heard. Behind the ornate European-style wooden desk sits a massive, pure black wolf, clad in a discordant black shirt. Its limbs have transformed into claws, and its head is unmistakably that of a wolf, its fearsome, sharp fangs clearly visible, as if confronted by a truth too overwhelming to bear. He has lost control, morphing into this terrifying, grotesque form. This is the second form of the werewolf, standing upright in human attire, yet its exposed head, limbs, and pure wolf body are indistinguishable. He sits in the carved wooden chair, his shirt torn and strained at the seams. The wolf emanates an aura of dejection, its elongated, slanted eyes devoid of their former sharpness and aggression. In this moment, one can detect a hint of self-mockery and self-loathing in those wolfish eyes. For many years, he has lived as a victim, rolling in wealth and luxury. The other victim, the so-called wicked woman in his eyes, has been enduring a life of suffering far greater than his own. Shang-Chi's tumultuous childhood was not his doing, and he could not prevent the elder's passing. Yet, that night, after her pregnancy began, she became intertwined with him. What of him? He feels as if he is dead. He has arrived too late. She no longer needs him, does she? She is so exceptional, so resilient, so intelligent. Ji Yuan is suddenly overcome with a sense of shame at the thought of meeting Shang-Chi. What purpose does his appearance serve? How dare he pursue her? What can he offer Shang-Chi? What does she need from him? He possesses wealth and love for her, yet countless others admire her. He is not special, he lacks the right to pursue her. Then let him stand aside and guard her throughout her life, like a beast protecting a goddess. After all, he has long prepared himself for a life of solitude. In the not-so-distant future, should she favor someone, should she wish for a particular life, he will do everything in his power to assist her, rather than chasing after Shang-Chi to satisfy his own happiness. Gu Wen chooses to step back, relinquishing his place, the position of the one she desires. The pain in his heart is akin to a tearing agony, spreading relentlessly. The beast safeguarding the goddess will one day, on a certain day, allow love to overflow, to howl in anguish, to wag its tail in humble submission, to lick the proud goddess, pleading for her to cast a glance his way. Chapter 77. Madness in the final photograph on the document. A beautiful woman embraces a child, her smile radiant as a blossom, so picturesque it resembles a painting. The enormous wolf's nose gently brushes against the woman's face in the image in this lifetime. This is the only way he can touch her face, lacking the expected softness and warmth, only the chill of paper and the scent of ink lingering. How he longs to reach further. He dreams of having her as his partner, envisioning a future where he holds her hand, wandering anywhere together. Should they tire, he would carry her as her partner. He would shower her with meticulous care and love. Touch her flowing hair, kiss her face and lips, embrace her. Yet now, he must halt, he must step aside. His surging affections have yet to spill forth, but he must contain them. The bitterness of having to withdraw, despite his profound reluctance, torments him endlessly. Suddenly, a crash reverberates from the floor-to-ceiling window at the back of the study. A colossal shadow leaps from the third floor to the ground, swiftly transforming into a massive black figure. Racing outward with astonishing speed, leaping as if propelled by a gust of wind, a tuft of black fur remains on the shattered window. The enormous werewolf has morphed into a terrifyingly massive wolf form. Significantly larger than any of its kin, robust and powerful, akin to a black yak, yet lacking the cumbersome heaviness that hinders movement. On the contrary, its limbs are incredibly developed and elastic. As its claws touch the ground, it propels itself forward as if flying. It dashes through the mountains and forests. In the nocturnal forest, the animals react with alarm, fleeing in terror, and soon the cries of wild boars pierce the night. Birds take flight, escaping from the wooded expanse. The python emitted a hissing warning, and in the next moment, it was seized by sharp claws and thrust into the gaping maw of a great wolf. Its neck bitten through. 7 wild boars lay silent nearby, their blood pooling, filling the air with a metallic scent. Moonlight bathed the running werewolf, his body splattered with crimson, as he ran, breathing heavily, howling mournfully. The low howl of the wolf echoed through the valley. resonating with a sense of sorrow. Oh woo, woo. Before long, the colossal werewolf stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the silent forest below. He slowly lifted his head, his elongated wolf eyes glistening with moisture under the cold moonlight. The heart-wrenching howls rang out, one after another, reverberating through the still, dark mountains. The image of a woman's gentle laughter and her melodious voice flooded his mind, consuming his every thought. The more he pondered, the sharper his heartache grew. He had lost what he had yet to possess. On nights like this, he hastily gathered his emotions, knowing he would not move forward. His place was behind her. He never expected that willingly letting go could hurt so profoundly. One day in the future, to whom would she run? Just the thought of it felt as though a giant hand was gripping his heart, tugging mercilessly, the pain unrelenting. He was driven to madness, spiraling into despair, rolling on the ground in anguish. His massive claws clawed at the gravel, leaving marks on the silent pines. Suddenly, a splash echoed from a river in the heart of the forest. The great werewolf sank slowly beneath the surface, allowing the water to invade his ears, enveloping his entire being. The gurgling sounds were deafening, and he felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe. Yet, at last, he felt a semblance of relief. Thus, he spent an entire night in the wilderness, repeatedly tormenting his numbed heart, leaving behind numerous scars of vulnerability. Dawn had yet to break. The werewolf patriarch returned to the southern wind courtyard. Bearing the 7 wild boars, after leaping over the back wall, he flung the boars aside. He stood in human form as he made his way to the residential area. By the time he reached the entrance of the grand living room, he had resumed his usual appearance, but not entirely. His black shirt was already ragged and tattered, his short black hair disheveled and damp, his eyes bloodshot. If this scene were captured on film, the headlines would surely scream, "Shocking! Goo Corporation bankrupt." Winnie opened the door to find a dozen werewolves in the living room, and he was not surprised. Patriarch. Patriarch, did you hunt alone? Patriarch, were you rejected in your confession? They had all heard the patriarch's howls from last night, a sound he had never uttered before. Winnie did not answer their questions. Instead, he fixed a deep, solemn gaze upon the werewolves, his voice grave. From now on, whatever Shang-Chi says in Southern Wind Courtyard shall be adhered to. Whatever she wishes to do or desires, comply with her. In Gu Wenny's eyes, there lay a tranquil lake. I like her, but I am unworthy of her, so do not meddle. His implication was clear. The werewolves should not interfere or create chaotic opportunities for him and Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon waking that morning, she found her son still asleep, so she quietly got out of bed and washed up. It was Saturday, and her son could afford to sleep in a little longer. Moreover, today was her birthday. If there are no updates tomorrow, I will be furious. Chapter 78. Mother is the best. Every year on her birthday, Shang-Chi would gather with her son and friends to enjoy a feast, eat cake, and blow out candles. Alternatively, they would celebrate at home, preparing a meal together while chatting and laughing. Shang-Chi had been at Southern Wind Courtyard for 3 months. In another 3 months, she would return to her new home. For her 26th birthday, she decided to celebrate at home, purchasing ingredients to cook, gathering friends for a lively occasion that held great significance. Unbeknownst to her, as she stepped into the bathroom to wash up, her previously sleeping child suddenly opened his eyes wide and climbed out of bed. With disheveled black hair and 2 tufts of fluff atop his head, his little wolf ears perked up as he glanced towards the bathroom. Mama was brushing her teeth. He hurriedly scrambled down, his little bottom in the air, and retrieved a small box from under the bed, his pre-prepared gift. Clutching the box, he opened his backpack and tucked it inside. Last night, before sleep, Mama had mentioned celebrating her birthday at home instead of Southern Wind Courtyard. After hiding his small gift, he rubbed his eyes with tiny hands and let out a small yawn, beginning to get dressed. Every night, Mama would lay out the clothes he was to wear the next day on the bedside table. Wiggling his little tail, he approached the bedside table, where a new outfit awaited him, a white round-neck sweatshirt adorned with a chubby cartoon rabbit design. Shang Bao picked up the shirt, his large dark eyes fixated on the plump rabbit, licking his lips in delight before cheerfully putting it on. Once dressed, he lowered his gaze and pinched the rabbit's ear, letting out a playful howl as if to say, "I've eaten you." When Shang-Chi finished washing up and emerged, she was momentarily taken aback to see her son already dressed. Then she smiled brightly. "Wow, Cuddle has dressed himself. How wonderful. He looks so good. Shangbao stood by the sofa, one hand clutching a toy car, the other gripping the hem of his shirt, his little face puffed up in pride, shyly curling his lips at the praise. Soon after, he dropped the toy car and rushed towards Shang-Chi. Mama. Come on. Once we finish brushing our teeth and washing our faces, let us go shopping for groceries. Okay. All right. Shangbao nodded vigorously. Shang-Chi's eyes sparkled as she gently pinched his cheek. 8 o'clock. Already, Shang-Chi took her son by the hand and led him out of the room. Stepping onto the carpet and traversing the corridor down the stairs, upon reaching the first-floor hall, the werewolves erupted into a cacophony of excitement. She's here. She's here. Shang-Chi has come down. I want to be the first to present my gift. Don't fight with me. I'll go first. Hee hee. I'll go first. Hong Wei dashed upstairs, howling, hands outstretched. Shang-Chi, happy birthday. Here is my gift for you. It was a long, narrow wooden box, intricately carved, appearing somewhat aged. Before Shang-Chi could respond, Hong Wei eagerly added, This is a wooden hairpin my grandmother brought back from the human world over 200 years ago. Shang-Chi was taken aback. This an antique. This is far too precious, thank you, but please wear it. It will look wonderful on you. Hong Wei wagged her tail, beaming, her face displaying a charming dimple. Was she seeking praise? Shang-Chi awkwardly smiled, feeling a bit troubled, especially as she noticed the werewolves on the first floor had already formed a line down the stairs, each holding small gifts. Eagerly looking up at her with anticipation, the pressure mounted. They all hoped she would joyfully accept their offerings. But could she express that she wasn't particularly keen on receiving them, like Hong Wei? Presenting such an expensive gift seemed excessive in her view, considering their relationship hadn't quite reached that level. She smiled. How did you all know today is my birthday, Mama? It was me who told them. Shangbao raised his chin proudly, his joy evident as he witnessed so many werewolf uncles gifting and congratulating Mama. Shang-Chi, thank you, my wonderful son. Looking at the small gifts felt like facing a multitude of debts owed. Leaving her somewhat weary, I appreciate your intentions. Thank you all, but let us consider the gifts off the table, shall we? The werewolves were taken aback by her refusal. They were momentarily stunned, yet upon seeing Shang-Chi's warm smile and gentle demeanor, they felt reassured. Nothing seemed amiss. Having grown fond of Shang-Chi over the past 3 months, they adored her kindness, her storytelling. They believed their bond was strong. Yet, why would she reject their birthday gifts? The werewolves exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if something was amiss. Blacktail exclaimed, That is fine. The kitchen will prepare a grand feast today, and we'll order a large cake for you. This is your first birthday in Southern Wind Courtyard, and we want to celebrate with you. Yes, Blacktail is right. What do you think, Shang-Chi? Shang-Chi shook her head, smiling softly. Thank you all. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I want to be in Southern Wind Courtyard today. So there's no need to order me a cake. You don't have to worry about me. It's just an ordinary birthday, nothing significant. After speaking, her gaze swept across the werewolves in the hall. But she didn't spot Gu Winnie. Had he not come down yet? But that was none of her concern. Having said that, she took her son by the hand and headed downstairs, exiting the grand living room and getting into her car. Shangbao, seated in his safety seat, looked up at her, full of confusion. Mama, why aren't you accepting their gifts? Don't you like them? Shang-Chi paused for a moment before replying. Mama has already accepted their gifts. Shangbao furrowed his little brows in confusion. Accepted, but I didn't see it. Mama has accepted their heartfelt intentions and their blessings. Gifts aren't solely about the physical items. Heartfelt intentions? Shangbao tilted his head, trying to comprehend. Exactly, Shang-Chi spoke gently. Just like when you say happy birthday to Mama, I receive your gift too. Mama, I understand now. Shangbao's eyes sparkled. Mama? Happy birthday. Mama, you are the most excellent and amazing. You are the best. Shangbao extended his little hand, gesturing. Mama is the best, the very best mama in the world. Shang-Chi gently smiled, pressing her lips together. Thank you, my little one. Mama is very happy. Here with me, you are the best little darling in the world. Shangbao blinked his big eyes, his tender voice earnest as he asked, Did Mama receive the little one's heartfelt gift? Yes, Mama did. The mother and son drove along the winding road halfway up the mountain, drawing ever closer to their home. Chapter 79. Accompanying her in the Nanfeng courtyard, The werewolves lounged about listlessly on the sofa, the stairs and the railings, sighing heavily. They had not sent any gifts, and Shangxi was not celebrating her birthday in the Nanfeng courtyard. They had simply taken the cub and left, a result they had never envisioned. The day before, upon learning from the cub's lips that today marked Shangxi's birthday, they had hurried to prepare small gifts, imagining how delighted she would be to receive them, praising their discernment. Yet, reality struck them hard. Leaving the entire pack in a state of shock, they were still in disbelief, reluctant to accept the truth. Shangxi is my first human friend. Oh no, Hongwei's ears drooped, and his tail ceased to wag. Aren't we close? Why wouldn't she accept the gifts? Sighs echoed among them. Well, it's one thing that she isn't celebrating her birthday here, but I can't fathom why she wouldn't accept the gifts. Is it because she dislikes them? Or dislikes us? Upon hearing this, the werewolves appeared even more dejected. Huangwei weakly slid down the railing from the second floor to the first, but she tells us stories. She always smiles at us if she disliked us. She would have ignored us long ago. Yet just now, I felt she was so far away. Shangxi seemed truly to dislike us. Alas, alas, alas! Why must she like you? Songling leaned against the wall, a bottle of wine in hand. Taking a sip, he too had not joined the queue to present gifts. He smirked. Do you little wolves truly believe she is kind and easy to get along with? Have you considered how you appear in Shangxi's eyes? Are you easy to get along with? Are wolves easy to deal with? Qingwei lowered his gaze. So, uncle, do you mean that we are not easy to get along with in Shangxi's view? Are we bad wolves? Songling took another sip of wine and replied slowly. Not bad wolves per se, however. There is one thing you have done wrong, which is simply unacceptable. He gazed at the downcast werewolves, his tone growing serious. Shangxi is the mother of the master's cub. Whether the master acknowledges it or not, she deserves to be regarded as the lady of the Nanfeng courtyard. Last time, she personally cooked for you. How many of you showed your appreciation? You all have quite the nerve. Why should she be fond of you? The werewolves fell silent. Heidi murmured, I went downstairs to eat. Songling's scarred face looked even more menacing. And what about the rest? Luftai pursed her lips, her eyes dimming slightly. She called for me, but I didn't go. I couldn't eat that day. Hongwei's eyes reddened. I couldn't eat either. I thought Hu Wei had died. No matter how carefree and gluttonous I am, I couldn't eat. My throat ached from crying. Uncle, I couldn't sleep all night. I couldn't eat either. Songling scoffed. You couldn't eat? You couldn't eat? But do you know how Shangxi felt at that moment? She must have thought, you are blaming her. You hate her because of Hu Wei. You hold her responsible. Songling's words struck the werewolves like a hammer, their eyes widening in disbelief and shocked. No, I would never think that. Huangwei muttered, I didn't mean it that way. I never blamed her. I simply couldn't eat. I was upset. How could I blame her? I swear, I never blamed her. Heidi pressed his lips together. Zhongwei argued with me that day. He indeed thought so. Qingwei shook his head in disbelief, a hint of hurt in his eyes. But I didn't. I have always liked Shangxi. If she could become the master's wife, I would be overjoyed. I've always thought so. So does that mean she has disliked me all along because I didn't eat the breakfast she made that day? As he reflected on their time with Shangxi, Qingwei continued to shake his head, his eyes wide, struggling to accept this outcome. Because they had missed the breakfast Shangxi prepared that day, they felt guilty afterward. Their affection for Shangxi was sincere, not merely because she was the mother of the master's cub, but because she was Shangxi. Regardless of her future relationship with the master, her position in their hearts remained unchanged. She was a friend. Should she ever need them or find herself in danger, they would risk everything to help her. At this moment, the werewolves who felt disliked by Shangxi began to feel the weight of their unintentional hurt against her. Hongwei wiped his tears. I want to clarify things with her. I was simply unable to eat. She is my only human friend. I adore her. I like her the most. Songling shook his head. A bunch of little pups. When she returns tonight, try not to act like fools. Speak less, do less. Can't you see what kind of atmosphere she desires? She doesn't want things to get too tense. She has a cub to consider, so cooperate with her. You are not children anymore. In the human world, excessive displays of emotion will lead to suffering one day. As he spoke, he took a sip of wine, the liquid sliding down his throat, and he seemed to recall his past self, who had also acted recklessly in the human world, fearless and arrogant, believing he could leap and climb with strength, never fearing the weak humans. Fresh from the snowy mountains, He had been arrogant, confident in his ability to protect her. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. He could not even protect his own partner. He was worthless. Lantale sat on the corner sofa, her gaze lowered, staring at the little gift in her palm. Thinking of Shang-Chi's feelings at that time. How painful it must have been for her to prepare such large pots of food, only for them to not partake. Shang-Chi must have endured deep suffering. Believing they had blamed her and thus refrained from coming downstairs to eat, she had inadvertently caused Shang-Chi such profound hurt. It was perfectly reasonable for Shang-Chi to dislike them. They were not close enough to warrant accepting their gifts. Hence, her birthday had nothing to do with them. Tears streamed down Lantale's face uncontrollably. She was always so useless, crying at the slightest provocation, unable to do anything but weep. She felt unwelcome among her beloved werewolves and unappreciated by the pure humans she admired. She felt weaker than the pure humans. With such a self, how could she aspire to be Qin Ming's partner? He thrived in both the werewolf clan and the human world. He was exceptional, dazzling, and it was indeed strange that he would take notice of her in an instant. Her guilt towards Shang-Chi, the discomfort of being disliked by her, and Qin Ming's indifference all surged within her heart, causing her to cough. Tears blurred her vision. She finally understood that Qin Ming wasn't just young and hesitant about committing to a partner. He simply did not like her. Yes, he just did not like her. It was something that could have been succinctly answered with the 3 words, "I don't like you." Yet he chose to offer so many excuses. Indeed, she believed they were merely excuses, and no longer did she wish to hold out hope, to wait, or to care. She resolved not to like him any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the headquarters of the Gu Group, Guwen convened a high-level meeting regarding Shang-Chi's birthday. He wished to ensure that she would never again struggle for material needs. So he decided to gift her a portion of his personal shares, which was unanimously approved. From now on, whatever kind of life she wished to live, he would support her. He would accompany her from a distance. 2 updates completed. Since so many darling readers wish to see me eat SHT, I shall not eat it. Humph. Check back tomorrow morning. Huangbao is busy typing. Be good, my darlings, and don't wait. Chapter 80. The Humble Lone Wolf. Misunderstanding cleared from years ago. Shang-Chi first took her son to the market, and only after buying vegetables did she return home. Her new residence was located in the Manton community, on the 6th floor, consisting of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, priced at 11,000 per square meter, totaling over 100 square meters, exquisitely decorated. After parking in the underground garage, she opened the trunk, and mother and son carried their bags of vegetables into the elevator. Since moving into Nanfeng Courtyard, she returned home periodically, so the house was kept tidy. The last time she visited was about a week ago. After placing the vegetables in the kitchen, she rolled up her sleeves and began to tidy up. She swept the floor while Shangbao wiped the table, the little one's hands too short to reach. So he used a cloth, wagging his little tail as he circled the table. Shang-Chi mopped the floor while Shangbao peeled an orange to feed his mother. Mama, here. Shang-Chi leaned down, opening her mouth to take the orange. So sweet. Thank you, little one. Shangbao pointed at some empty pots on the balcony. Mama, those are the flower pots from the store. Yes, Mama wishes to plant some flowers at home too. That will have to wait for 3 months. As this thought crossed her mind, her sweeping paused, and she looked at her son, who was peeling the orange with his delicate white hands. Her lips moved slightly. Little one, Mama hasn't told you yet, but in a few months, we will be moving back to this new home. She felt a tinge of anxiety. Shangbao lifted his moist, large eyes to gaze at her. Wherever Mama goes, I will go. Shang-Chi's eyes sparkled with warmth and affection at his unwavering words. All right. With that little one's resolute statement, her heart felt warm and fuzzy. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shangbao twitched his nose. Auntie is here. I'll go open the door. He instinctively tucked away his ears and tail, scampering to the door, curious as he lifted his head to see them. Daojia and Zhou Ziyou stood at the entrance, each cradling a bouquet of flowers in one hand while the other grasped a box. Shangbao pulled open the door, his eyes crinkling in delight. Auntie, little aunt, how do you do? Oh my, little darling. Come here for a hug, Daojia exclaimed as she stepped inside, placing the box down and immediately lifting the little one into her arms, spinning around. Sang, happy birthday. Zhou Ziyou smiled at Shang-Chi and handed her the flowers, saying, I hope to be present for every birthday of yours in the years to come. Daojia interjected, count me in. I won't be going abroad anymore. All right, Shang-Chi's smile reached her eyes as the adults ventured into the kitchen. Their chatter filled with laughter as they prepared the meal, akin to a gathering of close friends reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from the past, bizarre encounters, and shocking gossip they had encountered. They laughed when it was time to laugh, scolded when it was warranted, and stood in shock at the unexpected revelations. As mealtime approached, the cake ordered by Daojia arrived. "Mom, come here." Shangbao tugged at his mother's hand, leading her to the balcony. There, on a charming little round table, sat a small white box encircled by a ring of origami cranes crafted from red currency notes. 26 cranes, amounting to 2,600 yuan. It was unclear who had gifted him the cash or taught him the art of origami. Upon the box lay a small card, which Shang-Chi picked up. The handwriting was somewhat crooked, yet it bore a sincere effort. "Dear Mom, happy birthday. By the way, the little one loves you the most and hopes you find a boyfriend soon." Initially, she had been smiling as she read, but upon reaching the last line, her smile faltered. "Little one, why do you hope for Mom to find a boyfriend?" Shangbao fiddled with his fingers, replying, "Then there would be another person to love Mom." Shang-Chi was taken aback. For a moment, her mind went blank. She had never anticipated her son would voice such a sentiment. "I think our little darling is right." Daojia leaned against the balcony door. Speaking up, Zhou Ziyou added, "In fact, Sang, I believe it's time for you to find a partner. You are only 26, youthful and beautiful. What more could you desire?" Daojia crossed her arms, her expression earnest. "I know a few decent candidates. Would you like me to arrange a blind date for you?" Shang-Chi was at a loss for words. "You two singletons, are you sure you want to continue this discussion?" The thought of blind dates had never crossed her mind. Daojia scrutinized Shang-Chi for a moment before suddenly saying, "You know, times have changed. Don't be too hard on yourself. There's no need to strive so relentlessly." Shang-Chi fell silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I understand." Daojia patted her. "Let me know if you ever wish to go on a blind date." The gift from Shangbao to his mother, contained within that small box, was a necklace, a little wolf pendant. He had discovered it while disassembling toys, a tiny wolf cub design that resembled him. Most coincidentally, the design bore two letters, SS. His name was Shang-Shu, both letters beginning with an S. Shang-Chi's eyes sparkled with joy as she immediately asked her son to put it around her neck. "Thank you, little one. Mom loves it." Following this, they chatted and laughed over the meal, the cheerful birthday song playing in the background. Shang-Chi's 26th birthday unfolded like any other, simple yet filled with happiness. Outside the neighborhood, a black Maybach was parked by the roadside. Daidson turned to glance at the man behind him, who had remained silent for quite some time, and inquired, "Mr. Gu, do you need me to call Miss Shang?" "No need," Guwen replied, gazing out the window at the high-rise buildings within the community, where a figure could be seen moving past a sixth-floor window. Eventually, he spoke, "Let us go." That evening, she would return to Nanfeng Garden. For now, his presence felt too conspicuous, and he did not wish to intrude upon her life. On her birthday, he had not received an invitation, nor had he the right to do so. Not just now, but for many years to come, he would remain at a distance, having to grow accustomed to it. Feeling a dull ache that had numbed his heart, Gu Wen's lips pressed down further. As night fell, Shang-Chi's car finally pulled into Nanfeng Garden. She grabbed her son's hand as they exited, and after a few steps, she spotted a tall figure. It was her father. Shangbao, having not seen his father all day, widened his eyes in surprise, his little tuft of hair bobbing as he approached Gu Wen. Ji Yuan stepped forward, bending down to scoop the little one into his arms, ruffling his soft black hair. "Did you have fun playing with your mother today?" Shangbao nodded vigorously. "Yes." Gu Wen smiled faintly. "Good boy, you go inside first. I need to speak with your mother." Shangbao glanced back at his approaching mother. "You go ahead. Mom will join you shortly." Ji Yuan set the little one down, who waved goodbye before scampering into the house. Once the child had left, Shang-Chi's gaze fell lightly upon Gu Wen. "Mr. Gu, is there something you need?" Gu Wen had not slept for a day and a night. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were evident at this moment. He watched her quietly, as if she were an old acquaintance he had not seen in ages. His gaze heavy with restrained affection. "Happy birthday," he said in a deep, melodious voice, barely above a whisper. "Thank you," she replied. "Are you happy?" Gu Wen inquired, observing her lips pressed together. "I'm quite happy, that's good." As he gazed at the beautiful, fair visage before him, Gu Wen's mind was flooded with memories of her pale, frail form, her complexion haggard, her eyes devoid of light. He silently forced a smile. Lowering his gaze, Shang-Chi, I'm sorry. Shang-Chi was momentarily stunned, looking at him in confusion. Yuan felt a sharp pang in his chest, wanting to evade her gaze, yet he held firm, fixing his eyes on her as he spoke. 5 years ago, that night, my heat came 3 days early. While I was awaiting rescue in my hotel room, you entered. You touched me all over, declaring how much you liked me. Shang-Chi was initially taken aback, her cheeks flushing with discomfort. Why bring this up here all of a sudden? But Gu Wen's expression calmed her. He was in pain, as though he were recounting a deeply sorrowful event. After regaining my senses, we were already entangled. I have never liked pure humans. I vowed from a young age that my partner would not be a pure human. Yet, we became intimate. Ji Yuan seemed to want to smile, to lighten the somber atmosphere, but the moment he attempted to do so, a sudden heaviness fell upon him. In our werewolf clan, one has only one soulmate for life. I can only be with you. And I have decided to be with you. However, by the time I regained my senses, I was in a cold pool on a snowy mountain. Wai Qin told me you had already fled. My prejudice against pure humans doesn't surprise me, yet I still sent my kin to search for you. Shang-Chi's pupils constricted. Gu Wen had indeed searched for her back then. They found you by the river. Mentioning me, Ji Yuan felt the irony of the situation. He was on the brink of emotional collapse, his enormous wolf ears protruding from his head, as he recalled the words she had uttered in her despair, which had been misconstrued by his kin, as had he died I lost you and the little one for so many years. This was the truth he could not bear to accept. His deep-seated prejudice against pure humans had blinded him, causing him to lose sight of her. I thought you had used me and then fled. I believed you were a wicked woman. His large ears drooped, his dark eyes reddening as they fixed on her. Shang-Chi opened her mouth slightly, lowering her gaze. I'm sorry. I doubt you need not apologize. Gu Wen reached out, unable to suppress the urge to stroke her head, yet his hand halted midway, stiffening before slowly retracting. Bitterness lacing his words. You were in such agony then. If only I had investigated more thoroughly. When you cried, I could have at least shielded you from the cold winds by the river. Shang-Chi's hands tightened instinctively at her sides. In that moment, her heart raced fiercely. I cannot return to the past. Gu Wen's voice was low and soft. I lack the qualification to pursue you as my partner. Gu Wen gazed at her, his bloodshot eyes brimming with turbulent affection, suppressing the impulse to pull her into his embrace as he continued. In the future, what kind of life do you wish to lead? Whom do you wish to be with? He paused, taking a deep breath, struggling to articulate. I will assist you. I will always assist you. He yearned to personally escort her onto the path of happiness and stability, to sever every thorny obstacle and eliminate every beast that threatened her. I will always protect you. So, you may proceed without worry. Ji Yuan produced a prepared stock gift contract, stating, I do not wish to see you lead a tumultuous life any longer. In the human world, money is of great importance, is it not? Shang-Chi, happy 26th birthday, please sign. Shang-Chi instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening as she stared at the word shares. Why? I don't. Why would he offer her shares in the Gu Corporation? She was not a member of the Gu family. Did Gu Wen realize how much these shares were worth? Had he lost his mind? Or was it out of guilt, out of remorse for her raising their child alone? Even if it were child support, it seemed excessive to offer her shares in the Gu Corporation. Was he being overly responsible? Shang-Chi wondered if he was a bit foolish. Or was this a trait of werewolves? To be practical, the last time he had offered her money on the street had been more than sufficient. Ji Yuan suddenly spoke. The little one is still young. What do you think? Shang-Chi was taken aback. The words of Dao Jia echoed in her mind. The Gu family would not have only Shangbao as a child. In the future, everyone would be entitled to a share, and she had no idea how much her darling would receive. She wouldn't need that much money, but her son was still young, and she had heard that werewolves lived long lives. Having experienced hardship, Shang-Chi understood the value of money. 100 years from now, when she departed this world, her son would still have a long way to go. Now that Gu Wen is willing to give, isn't she being foolish to refuse? Under heaven, which mother would ever complain about leaving too much for her child? Shang-Chi immediately lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes sharpening slightly, extending her hand. Where's the pin? Gu Wen looked at her, and as he gazed, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. a hint of gentle affection appearing in his eyes. He produced a black fountain pen from his chest pocket. Here you go, it's all yours, if you desire. He would willingly give you everything, even himself. Shang-Chi accepted the pen, listening to the man's voice, which resonated with a captivating depth as he gazed at her with tender affection. She pressed her lips together and averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably uneasy. This lone wolf was difficult to deal with. She had seen his vexing demeanor before, but this softer side was a rarity. The car door beside her opened automatically, and she turned to enter, signing her name on the partition inside the vehicle. The last 2 property deed contracts caused her to pause momentarily. Hihua Community, 70th floor, Unit 2. Shang-Chi's eyes lingered on these words, reluctant to look away, her grip tightening on the pen, her lips trembling slightly. At the age of 10, her grandmother had brought her to Hihua Community. That apartment held all her memories with her grandmother. Though it was not hers, it was her home. Slowly, she turned back to Gu-won. I remember. The Zhu family has no intention of selling that apartment, Ji-Yuan replied. I offered a little more. The little? You. Shang-Chi's mind became somewhat muddled. She couldn't comprehend if it was child support, he had already given enough. If it was guilt, he had provided that in abundance as well. If you were pursuing me, my answer remains a firm no. You are a businessman. Do you not realize you are engaging in a thoroughly and profitable venture? To be blunt, it is natural for a man to seek reciprocation when he treats a woman well, showering her with gifts. No one wishes to be a fool. Many would shy away from investing time and energy in a woman who cannot be taken home. Fearing ridicule from relatives and friends for being a lovesick fool, Ji-Yuan cannot expect to gain anything from her. Is he still unaware? Business? Gu-Wen's gaze fell, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I do not wish to obtain anything from you. Nor am I seeking an exchange, I merely wish to assist you. He is simply compassionate. His voice was soft. When you have the time, bring the little one back there for a visit. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Shang-Chi's face. She habitually lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a shadow over her features, concealing her emotions from view. The lone wolf, how endearing. Family, it is already 4:30 in the morning. The word count is nearing 2,000. I am off to bed now. Thank you all for your little gifts. I will update in the daytime. I stayed up all night writing and just managed to pin over 1,000 words. Utterly exhausted. Chapter 81. Family outing and picnic 1. In the previous chapter, I added a few hundred words. Dear readers, remember to check within the 7,000 word updates. Shang-Chi and Gu-Won returned to the residence. She quickened her pace, walking ahead of Gu-Won. For reasons unknown, she did not wish to be alone with him, nor did she want to meet his gaze directly. Overall, she felt quite uncomfortable upon entering the house. The werewolves who had been playing with the little ones perked up at the sound of her arrival. Recall what scarred uncle had mentioned. Shang-Chi wanted to maintain a harmonious atmosphere and did not want things to become too tense. They needed to conceal their feelings. Simultaneously, they longed to confide in her about why they hadn't come down for dinner and to apologize for their absence. Yet, as mere humans, they were sensitive, their thoughts concealed. They worried that broaching the subject might put Shang-Chi in an awkward position. Huang Wei anxiously gripped the floor with his claws. The mere thought that Shang-Chi might dislike them deflated their spirits like a punctured balloon. Qing Wei stole a glance at Shang-Chi, then, disheartened, withdrew his gaze. Lan Wei sat nearby, his eyes already reddened. Shang-Chi is back. The head of the family is back. He Wei howled in delight. El Wei paused for a moment, then eagerly chimed in. Shang-Chi, good evening. Shang-Chi, did you have fun today? They had to greet her as usual. Otherwise, she might overthink and inadvertently hurt her feelings. Indeed, Shang-Chi did not notice anything amiss with the werewolves. Or rather, she did not focus her attention or thoughts on them. She smiled and nodded. Good evening, everyone. Sleep early, and good night. Mama. Shang Bao tugged at his mother's hand, and the mother and son duo headed upstairs. The little one turned, waving his small hand. Good night, Uncle Wolf and aunties, and good night to Daddy as well. Shang-Chi heard Gu-Wen's steady footsteps behind her. Her body stiffened slightly, and she hurried her pace. Wishing to return to the second-floor room and close the door behind her, Ji-Yuan's gaze lingered longingly on the woman's retreating figure as he spoke softly. Tomorrow, the kindergarten will have an outing for a picnic, and parents are encouraged to participate. Shang-Chi did not turn around but responded with a simple understood. I know. The outing organized by Junlin Kindergarten primarily involves parents helping their children set up tents. preparing food, and fostering parent-child relationships. The school recommends that all parents attend. The tents and food would be provided by the kindergarten, and parents only needed to gather at the entrance with their children. Shang Bao had been eagerly awaiting this event. He was overjoyed, wagging his little tail as he dashed around the room, howling with excitement. I in the wild. Would there be little rabbits? Howling, he licked his little lips. Filled with anticipation for the morrow, he tucked himself under a light blanket, closed his eyes, and his little lips curled up, wishing for sweet dreams. The next morning, Shang-Chi rose early to dress and wash up. Aware of potential mosquito bites outdoors, she dressed her son in comfortable activewear, packed a small water bottle, snacks, and jerky. She donned her own casual attire, tying her long hair up in a high ponytail that bounced with her every move. Infusing her with youthful vigor, she looked like a college student heading to play badminton, the kind admired by all. Holding Shang Bao's hand, she walked down the long corridor. Halfway down the stairs, she felt as though someone was watching her. Upon turning, she saw Hong Wei leaning against the railing, looking dejected as he let out a soft whimper. Shang-Chi? The next moment, Hong Wei wagged his tail and revealed a familiar smile. Good morning. Shang-Chi, little one. Shang-Chi. Surely, she must have misjudged the situation just now. Good morning. She smiled and nodded, continuing down the stairs. Hong Wei watched her retreating figure, letting out a small, sorrowful whimper. The thought that Shang-Chi might harbor feelings of dislike towards him weighed heavily on his heart. It must have saddened her when they had not come down for food. She probably felt rejected. Now, he could not even bring himself to apologize. Would mentioning that incident shatter the atmosphere he had worked so hard to maintain? Shang-Chi preferred the current state of affairs, where their relationship appeared amicable on the surface, rather than cultivating a deeper, more genuine bond. With this thought, Hong Wei lowered his gaze, his lips unconsciously pouting in sadness, as if they could hold a bottle of soy sauce. The other werewolves shared similar sentiments to Hong Wei. Their actions were tinged with caution, their expectations evident in their gazes as they interacted with Shang-Chi. They knew few pure humans and had nearly no human friends. Living under the same roof with Shang-Chi and spending daily time together had initially been a novelty, but they had grown to genuinely care for her. Yet, they had hurt her. He did not wish for her to distance herself from them. Moreover, not only them, but the head of the family was equally at fault. Just look at how Gu Wen had placed all his focus on Shang-Chi. He could hardly conceal it. While Shang-Chi dined, Gu Wen covertly watched her closely. When she ascended the stairs to her room, his gaze followed her every move. Whenever they discussed Shang-Chi while chatting downstairs, Gu Wen's sharp eyes would instantly fixate upon them. And that night during the hunt, coupled with his remarks, the pack speculated privately that Gu Wen must have confessed to Shang-Chi, only to be rejected. With this thought, they found some solace. It was no surprise that the head of the family liked Shang-Chi. She possessed a lovely figure, was beautiful, wore nice clothing, and lacked any off-putting odors. She was gentle and easy to get along with. She listened attentively and engaged sincerely with anyone who spoke to her. Any wolf conversing with her felt valued, and that feeling was indescribably delightful. Most importantly, Gu Wen had shared the most intimate moments with her. Oh, how ambiguous that was. They had cubs, and considering all these factors, it would be strange if they did not fall in love. As Shang-Chi approached the European-style dining table, Gu Wen was already seated at the head of the table. Upon seeing him, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, along with his warm, indulgent gaze. She considered herself an ordinary person, not a cold stone. Ji Wen had said so much and given so much. Like a foolish son of a landlord. Having accepted such a generous compensation, deep down, she harbored a flicker of something she could not quite articulate. Was it gratitude? In her childhood, too many had despised her, while almost none had loved her, and those who treated her kindly were scarce. Later, she had her grandmother, and friends like Yu, Sister Dao, and Nancy, who truly cared for her, along with her beloved little cub. Gu Wen's sudden appearance had bestowed upon her what an ordinary person could never hope to possess in several lifetimes. Earlier, she had expressed her indifference toward the sweet nothings of suitors, believing that no matter how beautifully one spoke, it was all empty. She did not care about what was said but rather focused on actions. Ji Yuan, like those suitors, had declared his affection for her. He had spoken, and he had acted. What he offered was genuine. The birthday gift from last night was either child support, a debt of gratitude, or an expression of affection for her. Perhaps it encompassed all of these. Yet, in her mind, a few phrases inexplicably surfaced. I do not wish to see you endure hardship. I want to ensure you live a life free from worry. I have no intention of obtaining anything from you. Nor am I exchanging anything in return. I merely wish to assist you. At this moment, she found herself somewhat bewildered by Gu Wen's position in her life. He was not her close friend. He was the biological father of her son. They were neither husband and wife nor lovers. Yet, he treated her with kindness, and it seemed he genuinely cared for her. Thus, he was neither a stranger nor merely an acquaintance. They were comrades, partners in collaboration. But what kind of partner would offer so much? Who would sincerely declare their intention to support her and guide her toward happiness, resembling a handsome yet humble knight? Such thoughts left Shang-Chi feeling uncomfortable. She was no exalted princess. He possessed both status and capability. What was it that he lacked? Did she truly deserve such treatment from him? When had she become so precious? Clearly, there were numerous relatives who wished to rid themselves of her. Wherever she went, she was met with disdain. Although it was now a distant memory, Shang-Chi had not forgotten Ain Gu Wen's presence. She felt an overwhelming sense of being a cherished existence. To him, it appeared as if he gazed upon his own star. This sentiment was absent with those who pursued her. To them, she was merely dispensable. Someone to be won over with a bit of expenditure, easily replaced by the next. Ji Yuan gave her the impression that even if he could not be with her, it would not be a matter of someone else's fault. Surely, it must be an illusion. Thus, the notion of a partnership no longer held. So, what was he to her now? This question plunged her into profound confusion. Good morning. The man's voice was soft and gentle as he regarded her. His typically sharp and indifferent black eyes softened considerably. Shang-Chi paused for a moment and replied, "Good morning." Strangely, she felt somewhat awkward. The ease she once felt was gone, for she had come to a stark realization. This solitary wolf harbored feelings for her. "Daddy, good morning." Shang Bao wagged his little tail, his adorable round face puffing up, before being lifted into his father's arms and seated on his lap. The little wolf cub had become much more familiar with his father. His tiny tail wagging enthusiastically, striking Gu Wen's leg repeatedly, producing a crisp sound. Neither painful nor bothersome, just a tad noisy. Ji Yuan, who generally disliked physical contact with others, made an exception for his own son. Though this little bundle of energy was anything but stilled, Ji Yuan pursed his lips and clicked his tongue softly, pinching his son's round face with a low tone. "Is it fun?" Shang Bao's large, glistening eyes squinted with delight, his little lips curving into a smile as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Yes, fun." Shang-Chi chuckled softly. Ji Yuan paused for a moment, slowly releasing the cub's face, clearing his throat without saying anything further. After finishing breakfast, the family of 3 boarded the bus to the kindergarten. They arrived just in time, as many parents had already gathered. The children's boundless energy led to occasional, inexplicable shrieks, creating a cacophony. Shang Bao furrowed his brows slightly, covering his ears as his father carried him off the bus. Shang-Chi noticed that Gu Wen took great pleasure in holding their son, as if he were attempting to make up for all the embraces of the past few years. Wherever he was, he would hold the little one close, unless Shang Bao protested against being held. "Wow! The high-profile family of 3 has arrived. I knew they would come. They are so affectionate. There's no way they would miss this kind of event." Gu Wen overheard voices from a distance. Such discussions were frequent in Shang-Chi's absence. He had transitioned from initial anger to indifference, then to joy, and finally to the sting within his heart. They were not a true couple. They did not share affection. Watching families of 3 and 4 gather together, Gu Wen felt envy and bitterness. How he longed to be with Shang-Chi, to form a genuine family of 3. The kindergarten had arranged for a spacious and comfortable parent-child bus, and parents began leading their children onto the vehicle. "Dear parents, please watch your step, move slowly, and keep an eye on your children. Safety first. Our destination is the camping park, which requires an hour's drive." Shang-Chi took her seat in position SIX. To her right were 3 seats, with the child sitting in the middle and the parents on either side. As soon as she settled down, she noticed a female teacher standing at the front with a microphone, addressing the parents and children. "Parents, please fasten your seatbelts and check that your children's seatbelts are secure." Shang-Chi sat by the window, with Gu Wen in the aisle seat. Upon hearing the teacher's instructions, both reached out to fasten their son's seatbelt, their hands brushing against each other, the backs of their hands touching softly. Shang-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Ji Yuan's gaze deepened, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Shang-Chi retracted hers and said to their son, "Then let your father help you with your seatbelt." "Okay." Shang Bao pushed his father's hand away, shaking his head as he earnestly declared, "Daddy, Mommy, I can fasten my own seatbelt. I've grown up a lot with that." He lowered his gaze, his little hands diligently securing the seatbelt. "Look, I can do it, right?" Shang-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. "Good job, darling." Gu Wen glanced at Shang-Chi's smile and murmured in approval, "Not bad." The teacher announced, "Now that everyone has fastened their seatbelts, our parent-child bus will be departing. We appreciate the parents participating in this parent-child outing and picnic activity. Your love for your children is the reason you have taken precious time to accompany them. A kiss is one way to express love. Please kiss your wonderful and adorable children's little faces. Do not feel embarrassed or shy. Love is never shameful." As the scenery outside the window whizzed by, the parents, having heard the instruction, began to lean down and kiss their own little treasures. Shang Bao instinctively lifted his face, smiling as he leaned toward his mother. "Mommy, kiss me here." "All right, sweetheart." Shang-Chi smiled down and placed a kiss on her son's cheek. Then it was time for Daddy. Gu Wen cleared his throat, and Shang Bao's expression shifted from familiarity to a moment of awkward silence. The little one stretched out his tiny hand and gently pinched his left cheek, hesitating before saying, "Daddy, kiss here." Ji Yuan responded with a soft leaning down to plant a kiss on his son's face. As he straightened up, he caught Shang-Chi's gaze fixed upon him, and he pressed his lips together. Sitting up straight, inexplicably feeling heat rise to his ears, the teacher interjected, "Now, shall our students kiss their daddies and mommies?" Shang Bao leaned in to kiss his mother's face and then firmly grasped his little hands to plant a kiss on his father's cheek. Whether from joy or shyness, his little face turned slightly red, his large, glistening eyes sparkling. A kiss is a way of expressing love and can bridge the distance between individuals. This principle is equally applicable between spouses. Parents expressing affection in front of their children contributes positively to the child's mental health. As the teacher spoke these words, a sense of foreboding washed over Shang-Chi. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard the teacher say, "Finally, let our daddies kiss their beautiful and hardworking wives, and let our mommies kiss their handsome and responsible husbands." Ji Yuan. Shang-Chi. Both man and wolf became statues. Frozen in place, Gu Wen's pupils constricted slightly, her long lashes lowered, and her body instinctively leaned towards him in harmony with her force. The distinctive fragrance of flowers emanating from her intensified. Was she not going to kiss him? Gu Wen could not help but swallow hard, his body stiffening, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation as the woman drew closer. Then, he heard Shang-Chi's hushed voice. "Comrade. Misalignment, let's coordinate." Ji Yuan. He tilted his head slightly, their breaths mingling, and to an outsider, it indeed appeared as though they were locked in an embrace. Shang-Chi withdrew, returning to her original position. The term comrade jolted Gu Wen back to reality, and he was acutely aware of the adage about lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. For the remainder of the journey, he could hardly absorb anything the female teacher was saying. The camping park lay at the border of Qingcheng, with a forest sprawling behind it, the environment impeccably preserved, lush with flora. Junlin Kindergarten had long since reserved a substantial area. After over an hour's drive, both Shang-Chi and the young one had succumbed to slumber. Ji Yuan, however, remained awake, turning to gaze intently at the mother and child. His sharp, upward-tilted eyes softened momentarily. For an instant, he found himself enchanted by this familial setting. The backdrop of parents conversing with their children merging with the gently swaying scenery, and amidst the slight jolting of the bus, he experienced a fleeting illusion of happiness. This was his partner, his child. The three of them were enjoying a perfectly ordinary outing. Yet, with the abrupt stop of the vehicle, he was reintroduced to a bitter taste. The teacher, holding a microphone, announced, "Parents, please keep an eye on your children and disembark in an orderly manner." The announcement was quite loud. Shang-Chi awoke, startled, and the young one trembled, wide-eyed, his little ears twitching as if they might pop out at any moment. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, extending his large hand to tousle the child's hair. The tip of the tiny ear that peeked out met his hand and promptly retreated in alarm. "No hugs. I want to walk by myself," Shang Bao declared, refusing his father's embrace. keen on maintaining his dignity in the presence of his peers. Upon exiting the vehicle, a refreshing breeze enveloped them. Shang-Chi inhaled deeply, finding the air quite pleasant. Once everyone had disembarked, the teacher announced, "We have now arrived at the camping park. Parents, our first family activity competition. Which family can set up their tent first? We all know the power of teamwork is formidable. Don't worry if you don't know how to set up a tent. Instructions are available. Begin now." 18 minutes. Such competitive activities held great significance for those with a desire to win. No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than the experienced parents surged forward, eager to erect their neatly folded tents. Others appeared bewildered, slowly picking up the instruction manuals, a couple diligently studying them together. The earlier family number 5 remained inactive. The man, around 1.7 meters tall and somewhat slender in a white short-sleeve shirt, grumbling, "We have to set up the tent ourselves? What a hassle. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to this ridiculous school event." Some parents began to bicker, a plump woman with an air of arrogance scoffing, "Look at that husband. He knows everything. And then there's you, looking like a bean sprout." As for setting up tents, Shang-Chi truly had no idea how to proceed. She glanced at Gu Wen and asked, "Mr. Gu, do you know how?" "It's quite simple," he replied, his gaze gentle as he spoke softly. "I'll teach you, all right." Shang-Chi averted her eyes, avoiding the man's gaze. She seemed more accustomed to the solitary wolf's previous demeanor, sullen, indifferent, and aloof. Shang Bao, standing on the grass, squinted his large eyes and took a few steps forward. Watching as grasshoppers and little frogs scattered in alarm, he approached the nearby shrubbery, where a small bird chirped and took flight. A hastily fleeing frog was inadvertently stepped on by the little wolf cub, which let out a startled croak. The cub looked down at the struggling frog, its slimy, glistening body, and wrinkled his small brow, pursing his lips in distaste. It was too ugly, too dirty. Perhaps it was best to return and assist his parents with the tent. Shang-Chi and Gu Wen worked silently on the tent. In truth, she hardly contributed, merely tagging along, while he moved swiftly and efficiently, his strength evident as their tent rapidly took shape within minutes. "Wow! Family number 6 has already finished?" the teacher exclaimed in surprise. "Family 6 takes the lead. The other parents need to step up. Who will be the second?" The busy parents, glistening with sweat, paused and turned, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? That fast? Are they even human?" Shang-Chi thought to herself, "You are quite right. They're not human." Shang Bao, gazing at the inflated tent with wonder, shed his little shoes and crawled inside, his eyes sparkling with delight. The other children looked on enviously. 3 little girls approached, asking, "Brother Shang-Chi, can we come in?" Shang Bao, pouting, replied, "No." Witnessing this, Shang-Chi could only sigh. After the tent was set up, it was time to prepare food. During this period, Gu Wen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards the forest, his expression shifting. Shang Bao furrowed his little brow, sensing a foul odor, a wave of threat washing over him. Something dangerous was approaching. He scampered over to his mother, baring his tiny teeth and letting out a growl towards the forest. "What's wrong, little one?" Shang-Chi asked, oblivious to the situation, as the other parents were busy with their tasks. "Sorry, I need to step away for 10 minutes, Gu Wen stated, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Shang-Chi. She would have to manage on her own. "Stay close to your mother and keep an eye on her." The little cub frowned in seriousness and nodded. Shang-Chi began to sense something was amiss. "What is going on? Is something wrong?" Gu Wen's hand twitched, yearning to reach out and stroke her hair to soothe her fears. But ultimately, he said nothing and turned to leave, believing that saying anything would only frighten her more. He would return soon. The foul odor repulsed him. Fallen werewolves, 3 of them. Yet, Shang-Chi was no fool. She sensed the impending danger. She recalled the fallen werewolves mentioned the last time, and with only one werewolf present, could he handle it? Shang-Chi tightened her grip on her son's hand, her brow furrowing in concern. Within 10 minutes, Gu Wen returned, seemingly unscathed. Shang-Chi exhaled in relief. Though she didn't harbor feelings for him, she certainly did not wish for him to be hurt. Shang Bao approached his father, sniffing the air. Sensing the metallic scent of blood, to make matters worse, the sky darkened ominously, and soon, rain began to pour. Everyone hurried into their tents. Didn't the weather forecast say it wouldn't rain for the next few days? How unreliable! Heavy rain fell, pattering against the tents as the parents sheltered within, avoiding the downpour. "Wow, this feels quite nice, doesn't it? My heart feels at ease. I in family number 6 tent. The atmosphere was notably different. Shang-Chi glanced at the man beside her, hesitating before asking, how many were there? Guwen paused, realizing she was aware. Point 3. It's fine. I've dealt with them. I've already called the authorities. They will come to take them away. They think they can overpower me by appearing together? They still want to feast on me. Delusional. Shang-Chi fixed her gaze on him, biting her lip as she inquired, are you all right? Last time, wasn't there either 5 or 3 fallen werewolves? Nan Fengyuan had dispatched several werewolves to capture them. Today, only he remained. Ji Yuan's eyes shifted slightly. Was she concerned for him? A flicker of joy crossed his expression, and inexplicably, the words I'm fine lingered on his lips but remained unspoken. At that moment, Shang Bao sniffed the air again, pointing towards Gu Wen's waist. Mom, it seems like Daddy is hurt here. Shang-Chi's eyes darted to Gu Wan, who wore black clothing, making it difficult to discern anything. Mr. Gu, are you injured? Shang Bao, pursing his lips, crawled closer and lifted his father's shirt. Ji Yuan hesitated, but did not stop him. As the fabric parted, 3 deep, red claw marks were revealed on his left side. Bleeding profusely, Shang-Chi's eyes widened in horror. Oh my God! Though any ordinary human, this would appear to be a severe and painful injury, yet Gu Wen remained silent, as if nothing had occurred. Doesn't it hurt? You should go to the hospital. Ji Yuan smirked slightly. It's just a minor injury. There's no need. He intended to treat it later after returning home. Such a trivial wound did not warrant sacrificing precious moments with the mother and child. Shang-Chi's frown indicated her concern for him. It's definitely worth it. Isn't it? Let's disinfect it with some alcohol. While out with her son, Shang-Chi habitually brought a small first aid kit, always preparing for any potential dangers. Her child was her everything. Mr. Gu, please lie down while I tend to your wounds. Is this what being a werewolf entails? Such a minor injury? Gu Wen complied, lying down. Cub, pull your father's shirt up a bit. Okay. Shang Bao tugged at his father's shirt, applying just the right amount of force. Ji Yuan's robust chest was fully revealed, his fair skin and prominent abs on display. Shang-Chi was taken aback. Ji Yuan, caught off guard, felt his face flush and his ears turn red. He was exposed, right in front of Shang-Chi. Especially under her gaze, he felt an unsettling